That's more like it. This is a win-win situation, no need for such hostility. Kondo's smile returned, everything proceeding as he had anticipated. People always feared death, Xiao Tian's type of foolishness being the exception. This new war god thought the sky strategy sword made him invincible, that's why he dared be so arrogant. But now, without the sword, Jiang Chen was like a tiger without claws or teeth. Naturally he would fear for his life, and realize cooperation was the best path forward. I want your great sun country to grant me an island with a heavenly blessed land, and arrange formations to completely conceal it, so that no one can ever find me. Can you do that? Jiang Chen proposed. Well, the island is our national territory, that would be quite troublesome. However, how about 2 heavenly blessed lands instead? Kondo replied, feigning reluctance despite being overjoyed. This was still within his ability to decide. No, it has to be that way. Otherwise, there's no deal. Jiang Chen said firmly. I'll have to consult with the leadership then. Kondo pretended to be troubled, stepping aside to make a show of making a call. Shortly after, he returned excitedly, Congratulations, War God. The leadership agrees. They are willing to pay the maximum price to earn your friendship. Prove it with a contract. Jiang Chen produced a document with the terms already drafted, handing it over. Excellent. Kondo immediately took the contract, ready to sign. However, just as Kondo was about to sign the contract, the paper suddenly began to glow, firmly binding his hands and rendering him immobile. Damn it! This is the 100 family names? You have a second treasure as well, Kondo exclaimed in shock. But he quickly regained his composure, sneering, however, this thing has limited effect, only restraining my hands. As long as I have my legs, I can still easily defeat you. Then try it, Jiang Chen retorted, kicking out swiftly. Kondo immediately retaliated, their feet colliding in mid-air. Boom! The impact was akin to thunderclap, shaking the very room around them. Kondo was sent crashing into the wall, eyes wide with disbelief. Did you really think I'd be nothing without the sky strategy sword, you fool? Jiang Chen approached him coldly. With Jiang Chen's current level in the heavenly mystery technique, a mere quasi-gold core cultivator was no match. The only reason Jiang Chen had used the 100 family names remnant to restrain Kondo's hands was to prevent him from pulling out any other strange treasures, not out of any real weakness. Why? What benefits has the 9 provinces given you, that you'd fight so fiercely? I can offer you so much more. Kondo couldn't understand Jiang Chen's motives. Surely the typically stingy upper echelons of the 9 provinces hadn't suddenly become so generous? The 9 provinces have given me nothing, and I want nothing from them, Jiang Chen declared. I may not be a soldier, but who says only soldiers can protect their homeland? This is my ancestral country, my home. Don't I have the right to defend it? Why don't you hand over your own home instead, and let me piss on your bed, treat your family like dogs? Jiang Chen does not need anything to make him do this, because this is the most basic responsibility of a Jojo person. The rise and fall of the world, everyone has the responsibility. The last time the mountains and rivers were broken and the rivers and mountains were lost, every person in Jojo has always remembered it, and it is hard to forget in a century. Therefore, it is impossible to let this happen again. This responsibility is something that Kinoshita Takeshi, who only knows the pros and cons, will never understand in his lifetime. He. Foolish Jojo people, then take your protection and go to hell. Do you think this can kill me? Ha, ignorant ants. You know nothing about the horror of the Golden Dan period. Kinoshita Takeshi roared, and the Golden Dan, which was about to form but had not yet fully formed within his body, heated up rapidly and chose to self-detonate the Golden Dan. This is also one of the biggest differences between the Golden Dan period and the Foundation Establishment period. The experts in the Foundation Establishment period, even if they die, they just die, and they cannot counterattack at the moment of death. But the experts in the Golden Dan period are different. The Golden Dan within their bodies can choose to self-detonate at the time of death, and the speed is extremely fast and the power is extremely strong. They can take the enemy to hell with them. Boom! The speed of this self-detonation did not give anyone time to react. The strong impact, accompanied by an extremely hot high temperature and energy, instantly slammed towards Jiang Chen's face. Jiang Chen immediately used the heavenly mysterious divine art to resist. But this explosion was condensed with the full power of half a Golden Dan, which was truly extraordinary. It quickly broke through Jiang Chen's defense and directly covered Jiang Chen's entire body, immediately turning him into a human torch. It is also thanks to the fact that Jiang Chen cultivated both martial arts and spells, and his physical body has been tempered by the golden eyes and the double thunder, otherwise he would have been burned to death, or even directly reduced to ashes under this strong explosion. But even so, Jiang Chen looked seriously injured, with a weak breath. His whole body was pitch black, and there was not a single good skin on him. At this time, a series of applause and footsteps suddenly came. Immediately after, Jiang Chen saw that the recently deceased Xiao San had reappeared in front of him and was slowly approaching him. No wonder you are the person Xiao Tianzi has taken a liking to. With just the foundation establishment cultivation, you were actually able to defeat Kinoshita Takashi and survive the Golden Dan explosion. You are truly impressive. Xiao San looked at the heavily injured Jiang Chen with admiration. You're not dead? That was just a substitute body? Jiang Chen stared coldly at the Xiao San in front of him. What did you expect? Do you think I would dare to show my real body to the Eastern people? I spent a lot of effort to find this substitute that looks exactly like me. I just didn't expect the Eastern people not to come to kill me, but you bastard, actually dared to come and kill me. But now that you two are both injured, it's just perfect. Now, the Tianjin sword is mine. In just 12 hours, I will be the new owner of the Tianjin sword. In fact, it should have been this way. No matter how you arrange it, the new war god should be me, not you, this nameless nobody who suddenly appeared. Xiao San laughed loudly. The mantis catches the cicada, and the oriole is behind. He has been secretly waiting outside all this time, and finally found this perfect opportunity. After saying that, he was about to seize the opportunity while Jiang Chen was injured, and took out a large butcher's knife, preparing to go forward and cut off Jiang Chen's head. Swoosh! The big knife rapidly cut through the space, accompanied by the sound of the wind. A miserable scream suddenly rang out, accompanied by a stream of fresh blood shooting into the sky. However, the one who cried out was not Jiang Chen, but the attacking Xiao San. At this moment, the hand he had grabbed was now lying on the ground, and he was staring in shock at the Jiang Chen in front of him. Jiang Chen no longer had any signs of injury. Not only did he snatch the knife from his hand at an incredible speed, but he also shook his body and the previous blackened and cracked skin disappeared without a trace. Fool, did you think I couldn't see that it was a fake? Jiang Chen sneered. Just now, he had already used the golden eyes to discover that there was something wrong with the substitute body. Although the face and figure were almost exactly the same as Xiao San, the cultivation level did not match at all. Therefore, Jiang Chen had deduced that it must be a substitute body. It seems that in order to lure out the real Xiao San, Jiang Chen had to pretend to be seriously injured by the Golden Dan explosion. Only in this way could he make Xiao San let down his guard and appear openly. In reality, as someone who has inherited the legacy of the heavenly damaged old man, how could Jiang Chen not know that Golden Dan experts can self-detonate? And with Jiang Chen's current late second layer cultivation, the spiritual sea in his dantian has already formed a vast expanse. How could he be unable to withstand a mere half-formed Golden Dan? You bastard, you dared to trick me. Go to hell. Xiao San roared in pain, and immediately tried to fight Jiang Chen to the death with his remaining hand. However, his strength was far inferior to Kinoshita Takashi's, and now with one hand missing, he was no match for Jiang Chen at all. In just one exchange, Jiang Chen chopped off his other arm with a sword and kicked him to the ground, viciously stepping on his face and interrogating him. You grew up with the war god Xiao Tianzi since you were young. He has always treated you like his own brother, giving you the best resources and trusting you unconditionally. Why did you betray him? Because I hate him. He is the one seeking fame and glory, willing to brave the wind and frost. Why should I also suffer the same fate? Moreover, he has gained so much honor. But what about me? No one knows who I am. I can only forever stand behind him. You say he treats me like a brother? Who doesn't know that his real brother is Xiao Tiangba? That is the position of the second in command, who can act arrogantly in the team. But what about me? I will always be just a servant. I have to be a moral model like him, doing things for the greater good, giving all the good things to others. Why do I have to be like this? I'm just not satisfied. I want to kill him. I want to get revenge. Xiao San roared viciously. The war god Xiao Tianzi said you were previously an abandoned orphan on the side of the road. If he hadn't found and saved you, you would have died long ago. After saving you, he let you study, let you cultivate, and made you the foundation establishment expert you are now. He has given you a earth-shattering change, yet you only feel inferior to Xiao Tiangba and want to seek revenge? Jiang Chen was truly speechless. He had never seen such a vicious and ungrateful person. But that's his fault. It's his fault that he let me see the sun. But why won't he give me more sunshine? I just want to enjoy it. I want to be like Xiao Tiangba. Why can't he let me live happily? Rather than always being inferior to others, he should have just let me freeze to death since I was a child. Xiao San shouted hysterically, not a shred of remorse. The old saying indeed has profound wisdom. Unexpectedly, although Xiao Tianzi helped Xiao San so much, he ended up helping the wrong person. directly turning him into an enemy. So in the end, Jiang Chen said, "If I'm not mistaken, it's because the war god Xiao Tianzi knew his own brother Xiao Tiangba could not be relied upon, so he indulged Xiao San, hoping he could at least be a little bit happy. But the strict training was meant to make you the next war god, to take on greater responsibilities. Unfortunately, he misjudged the person. A person like you is not even worthy of being human. So how can you be the leader of those 100,000 soldiers?" "What?" Xiao San was stunned when he heard this, his eyes wide open. This was an angle he had never considered before, and something he had never seen. He only felt that Xiao Tianzi was unfair and looked down on him, but he never thought that Xiao Tianzi was actually satisfied with him and wanted to cultivate him. Just as Jiang Chen was about to kill Xiao San to avenge Xiao Tianzi, suddenly a piercing alarm sounded throughout the room. "What's going on?" Jiang Chen questioned Xiao San, thinking he was up to something again. "The northern defense line has been attacked. It should be the Solarian Empire, launching a fierce assault. The self-detonation of Kinoshita Takeshi just now must have been the signal." Xiao San quickly analyzed. Now the main force of the 100,000 Tianjin army is not here, and the northern defense line only has 10,000 old, weak, and injured people guarding it. Although the Solarian Empire failed to obtain the border defense map as planned and open the border defenses, but with a fierce assault, our small force can't stop them at all. So, seeing that Kinoshita Takeshi has already died, they decided to seize the opportunity and launch the attack, Xiao San said. Just as Jiang Chen was thinking that Xiao San might have changed for the better after his final words, Xiao San continued, "Give me the border defense map, and don't kill me, okay?" Sure enough, a person of such deep-rooted evil would not change easily. However, for the greater good, Jiang Chen agreed to his request and obtained all the defense maps. These defense maps not only marked all the defenses, traps, and mechanisms in the north, but also controlled all the switches, extremely important information. After confirming the maps were real, Jiang Chen decisively stabbed Xiao San in the heart, avenging the war god Xiao Tianzi. "But you're the new war god, why didn't you keep your promise?" Xiao San looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He had subconsciously assumed that this new war god would be like Xiao Tianzi, a man of his word, but this bastard turned out to be just as shameless as himself. "I'm not like the war god Xiao Tianzi. He is a gentleman, but I am not," Jiang Chen replied coldly. Against such a piece of trash, one cannot use the methods of a gentleman, but let him personally taste the bitterness of being deceived. Damn! Xiao San wanted to curse, but the last word never came out as he took his last breath. At this moment, the Tianjin sword, tightly wrapped in the black silk, suddenly emitted a beam of light, probably sensing the death of the traitor and the vengeance being fulfilled for its former master. However, the black silk was extremely powerful, and it quickly suppressed the light again, cutting off the connection between the Tianjin sword and Jiang Chen. At the same time, the 10,000 old, weak and injured defenders also noticed the commotion from the alarm, and immediately became flustered. "What's with this alarm going off like crazy? What's happening? The enemy has invaded. Is it the Snowbear Kingdom? No, it's the Solarian Empire. So many people. They are densely packed, we can't even see clearly, at least 100,000 of them. All kinds of weapons are about to break through our defensive formations. What do we do? The new war god and the 100,000 main force are not here. Can we few defend this place? Even if the new war god were here, could he lead us to victory like the war god Xiao Tianzi did?" The soldiers turned into ants on a hot pan, anxious and at a loss, having even lost the confidence to defend. Normally, even with just 1,000 soldiers left, they would have resolutely guarded their posts, fighting to the last man, even if it meant complete sacrifice, because that is the way of the Tianjin army, wrapped in their horsehide shrouds, a glorious death. But after hearing that the true war god Xiao Tianzi had died, their faith had collapsed, and their fighting spirit was gone. After all, if even the war god has died, who could lead them now? The Eastern people are truly evil and horrifying. Who says I'm not here? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, silencing all the commotion. "Who are you?" The soldiers couldn't help but look towards the speaker. Those with sharp eyes immediately recognized Jiang Chen, and couldn't help but ask, "Are you the new war god?" Jiang Chen's photo had already been circulated in the north, so the soldiers immediately recognized his identity. "Greetings, war god." The soldiers were about to kneel down to pay their respects, but the leading officer was cautious. "Hold on. Apologies, war god." Previously, the Eastern people used dark magic to impersonate the war god Xiao Tianze and deceived us, so we must be careful now. Please show us the Tianjian sword to prove your identity. This is the Tianjian sword. Jiang Chen had no choice but to take out the Tianjian sword wrapped in the black silk. What? You must be joking. How can this be the Tianjian sword? The soldiers looked at the pitch-black sword, nothing like the invincible Tianjian sword they knew. Just now in my fight with the Eastern people, I accidentally fell victim to their schemes, causing the Tianjian sword to become this way. But don't worry, in just over 10 hours, the Tianjian sword will be restored to its original state, Jiang Chen explained. However, the soldiers were still clearly unconvinced, their gazes towards Jiang Chen becoming more alert. They knew that in just 10 hours, this defense line would likely be breached. How could they wait that long? It sounded like an excuse to them. Then why is the war god alone here? According to the intelligence, you should still be in the Tiannan province? The leading officer, Sima Rue, continued to question. I came here to root out the traitor, so I had to hide my tracks and take them by surprise. Xiao San was colluding with the Eastern people, and I have already executed him. This is the defense map, and now I'm taking over. Jiang Chen took out the defense map. Lord Xiao San is a traitor? Do you have any evidence? Sima Rue was greatly shocked upon hearing this, and quickly asked. No. Jiang Chen shook his head. Xiao Tianze was dead, and his words were only spoken to Jiang Chen, not admissible as evidence. Originally, Kinoshita Takeshi could have been evidence, but he was now dead beyond death, not even leaving a corpse behind. It seems Kinoshita Takeshi's self-detonation was also for this reason. He didn't want his body to be used as any kind of evidence. I'm sorry, without evidence, we can't believe you. Please bear with us, war god, and come with us. Once the Tianjian sword is restored, we'll clear your name, Sima Rue said helplessly. He actually hoped Jiang Chen was telling the truth, at least then they would have a leader to help them resist. But now, this war god couldn't provide anything, and they had no choice but to be suspicious. Jiang Chen didn't find this unreasonable at all. After the incident of the war god Xiao Tianze being impersonated, if this group wasn't vigilant, it would be abnormal. In the current situation, it could only be said that these Solarians were truly wicked. They had planned every step. This damned black silk was most likely specially invented to deal with Jiang Chen. Even if he didn't show up early, as long as he didn't cooperate with them, they would use the black silk to shroud the Tianjian sword and make it dim, thereby leaving the 100,000 Tianjian army without a leader. Normally, this black silk wouldn't be too terrifying. However, time is of the essence now, and Jiang Chen couldn't wait the 10+ hours to prove himself. So he thought of a solution. It was the only way. He refused Sima Rue's request, and instead said solemnly to the crowd, "No need to bother with that, I have another way to prove my identity. I just hope you all will focus on your posts and defend against the enemy. Remember, we have no retreat, because behind us are our parents, wives, and children. If the enemy's blades are destined to fall, I hope it will be our men's shoulders that bear it, not the cries of the elderly, weak, and women and children." After saying that, Jiang Chen used the defense map to open a small breach, and then jumped down directly through it. Beneath him was the dense Solarian army. The human tide surged like an ocean, so numerous they couldn't be counted. All Jiang Chen knew was that once he fell, he would be swallowed up and vanish completely, like a stone tossed into the sea. Countless cannon fire and bullets poured down like a torrential rain, shaking even the formidable defensive formations built with so much manpower and resources, let alone a mortal body like Jiang Chen's. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But Jiang Chen charged forward fearlessly, using combat to prove his identity. Though they be 10,000, I shall go forth. The enemy not only refuses to surrender, but someone dares to take the initiative to fight? Kill him. Let him know the might of the Solarian Empire. The Solarians, seeing Jiang Chen jump down from the defensive formation, were immediately enraged and eagerly attacked him, wanting to turn him into a sieve. However, Jiang Chen's speed was even faster. The boundless spiritual energy in his dantian surged, and wielding 2 steel knives taken from the Tianjian army, he frantically weaved through the crowd. His speed left only after images. Swords and bullets pierced through, yet not a single leaf touched him. Wherever he went, the ground was soaked in blood. Like a reaper during the autumn harvest, he ceaselessly reaped the lives of these eastern dogs. Soon, his 2 high-quality steel knives were chipped, so he had to switch to the eastern dog's own weapons to continue the slaughter. For a time, countless Eastern people couldn't catch Jiang Chen, only watching helplessly as he raised his butcher's blade again and again, struck with terror. However, mere speed would not be enough to truly terrify the Eastern people. After all, they had sheer numbers, and a single spit could drown Jiang Chen. Moreover, they also had elites who could still catch Jiang Chen. What was truly terrifying was that Jiang Chen could constantly change his appearance and physique, transforming into an identical Solarian, blending in with them, making it hard for them to discern. This was one of the reasons Jiang Chen dared to jump down from the defensive barrier. Ever since the golden-eyed mask absorbed the mysterious iron mask, he had gained this ability. Normally, this skill didn't bring any combat power and was rather weak. But in this situation, the rapid body transformation combined with his speed was an unbeatable combination, allowing him to be like a drop of water merging into the ocean, impossible to find. Then suddenly attack, like a ghost, disintegrating the enemy force from within. Damn it! Who is this person, with formidable strength and even mastering the high-level secret techniques of our Solarian ninjas? The Solarian Vanguard commander, Miyamoto Taizo, frowned upon seeing this. However, they had dispatched a mighty force of 150,000 this time, and were fully prepared. Immediately, someone brought out a massive mirror specifically used to counter transformation techniques, which directly revealed Jiang Chen's true appearance, with a beam of light constantly tracking him, locking him down and preventing easy escape. Ha ha, so it's the new war god. Quickly, have the whooshing squad deploy, don't kill him, we want him alive. The Vanguard commander quickly recognized Jiang Chen, amused that this young man would try to play the lone hero against them. We must capture him at all costs. Let him know that the war god of the Tianjin cannot be imitated by just anyone. He immediately dispatched a squad of high-level ninjas to surround and entangle Jiang Chen. This squad of elite ninjas, though only 5 in number, had cultivations no weaker than Kinoshita Takeshi's, and among them, one had even surpassed that, reaching the true Golden Core realm. Truly formidable opponents. What the hell? He jumped down but didn't die, and is still killing the enemy? This has to be the war god. His strength is so terrifying, one can't help but admire it. So this is the best proof the war god was talking about. Washing away the suspicion with the enemy's blood. Counterattack. Quickly provide artillery support for the war god. Bring the war god back home. On the other side, the 10,000 elderly, weak and injured Tianjin soldiers guarding the defensive formation finally believed in Jiang Chen's identity upon seeing this, and regained their confidence. What if the enemy had overwhelming numbers? The war god had gone down alone, and was still slaughtering them mercilessly. This was precisely why Jiang Chen chose this dangerous method of close-quarters combat. He couldn't just bring them morale and confidence out of nowhere, he had to prove it to them himself. Let them see that while the war god Shao Tianzi may have died, the new war god was still invincible, still able to bring them victory, still able to protect the peace of the 9 provinces. Boom, boom, boom. The originally cowering crowd finally lost their fear, firing the first round from the defensive formation. Immediately, like the first domino falling, it triggered a chain reaction. Countless cannon fire and laser beams erupted from the shakily standing defensive formations, raining down on the Solarian army below. Everyone was filled with burning blood, consuming the ammunition as if it were free. In reality, this would cause the defensive formation's energy to be depleted even faster, making it more vulnerable to being breached. But now, they no longer feared that, because they had a backbone, a new leader. As long as he was here, even if the defensive formation fell, it would not matter. When the defensive formation is completely breached, they will pour out and choose to go on the offensive. Just like their war god, they will charge forward fearlessly, fulfilling the oath they made before the army flag when they enlisted. Only the Tianjin army who fights to the death, not those who hide and cling to life. Now, they must bring their war god back home. Using the fiercest artillery fire, they will clear a path for the war god's retreat. As long as the war god is here, their hope remains. Boom, boom, boom. The northern defensive formation was forged with the blood and sweat of the war god Shao Tianzi and previous generations of war gods, so its power was truly formidable. Even tens of thousands could not break through for so long. Now with the full force of the attack, the Solarians were truly suffering, the 5 whooshing ninjas targeting Jiang Chen being the focus, each of them forced to flee in disarray. This gave Jiang Chen the chance to make his escape. Stop him, at all costs, even if it means death. The vanguard commander Miyamoto Taizo furiously saw Jiang Chen trying to flee, unwilling to let him get away. With that, the 5 ninjas, who had been evading, gritted their teeth and fearlessly charged towards Jiang Chen, no longer afraid of the artillery fire. But just as they closed in, instead of attacking, they directly ignited their golden core self-destruct. Bang! 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 The 5 ninjas of such powerful cultivation unhesitatingly self-detonated. This is war. The individual is extremely insignificant in the face of war. On the order, they were willing to sacrifice. In the face of such war, even the mighty cultivators become not so precious, let alone ordinary civilians. Once affected, it would be a tremendous disaster. Pa! Jiang Chen was blasted out, coughing up blood, truly grievously wounded. Unlike the previous time when he was prepared, this time Jiang Chen truly didn't expect it. He didn't expect these people to be so fanatical and blind, so heedless of their own lives. Even with the Tianjin war god's military tactics, when truly facing war, he still underestimated the cruelty of it. At the same time, the power of 4 half-step golden core experts and 1 true golden core self-detonating was indeed formidable. Even with his incredibly tough physique and using his full strength, he could only withstand it. Fortunately, although grievously wounded, Jiang Chen was still able to ride the explosive force back into the city. Immediately, he used an illusion to conceal his injuries, giving everyone confidence, letting them see him return unscathed. Jiang Chen stood tall on the city wall, as steadfast and unyielding as Mount Tai. Welcome back, War God! Welcome back, War God! Welcome back, War God! All the Tianjin soldiers knelt, calling out wholeheartedly. It was so hard-won, their god had finally returned. Thank you all, the enemy is at the door. I won't say too many words of gratitude. I hope you will all work together wholeheartedly. After we've driven these eastern dogs away, I'll treat you all to drinks, and we won't leave until we're drunk. Jiang Chen could feel the excitement of the crowd, and his own heart swelled with emotion, his eyes welling with tears. These truly were the noble sons of the 9 provinces, their fighting spirits still high even in this dark hour, their blood boiling. Good, we won't leave until we're drunk. The crowd shouted in unison, united as one. Among them, Jiang Chen saw many veteran soldiers, most of them injured and disabled, some missing an arm, others a leg, covered in bandages. It was heartbreaking to see. Yet their fighting spirit was in no way diminished, their shouts the loudest of all. Now I may have a way to free the Tianjin sword from its bindings early, but I'll need your help. Will you all assist me? Jiang Chen continued, prepared to give it a try. War God, just give the order, we will not shirk our duty. The crowd immediately agreed. I have the 100 surnames scepter here. It can absorb the power of those with the corresponding surnames, and also return power to the people. I need you all to trust me once more. Lend your power to the 100 surnames. Then, with everyone's strength, we will shatter the black silk and restore the Tianjin sword to its former glory. When he had killed Shaosan earlier, the Tianjin sword had briefly broken through the black silk's defenses and shone. This proved the black silk was not unbreakable as Kinoshita Takashi had claimed. Nothing in this world was truly unbreakable. The reason they couldn't break it now was simply a lack of power. Now, with the combined strength of over 10,000, perhaps they could break through its seal. As for the method to restore the 100 surnames remnant page, it was actually quite simple. Jiang Chen had already preliminarily repaired it with a secret technique from the heavenly mystery scriptures on his way here, allowing him to restrain Kinoshita Takashi's hands at the critical moment. Now, as long as they infused it with faith power, it could be fully restored. We will not shirk our duty. The crowd immediately agreed. Then, following Jiang Chen's instructions, they began to channel their spiritual energy into the 100 surnames remnant page. Those without spiritual energy contributed their faith power instead. Although this first page only contained the most common surnames, fortunately they made up the majority of this 10,000 strong force, so the power absorbed was truly immense. Soon, the 100 surnames remnant page was fully restored by this surge of power, shining brilliantly. Immediately, perhaps out of gratitude for Jiang Chen's aid, the 100 surnames remnant page actively submitted to him, shooting a beam of light into Jiang Chen's body, allowing him to control it. Jiang Chen naturally accepted this power without hesitation, leaving his exclusive mark on the 100 surnames remnant page, officially becoming its master. In that moment of becoming its master, Jiang Chen even sensed the remaining parts of the 100 surnames. The Chen family headquarters in the distant capital, the rest of the 100 surnames, seemed to be stirring, as if trying to break free of control and fly towards Jiang Chen. Who dares to disturb my Qian family's treasured artifact? The guardian of the Qian family treasures immediately opened his eyes that had been in seclusion, his gaze seeming to pierce the vast distance and directly meet Jiang Chen's eyes. I am Jiang Chen, son of Qian Nainan. The Solarians are attacking the north, and to protect the safety of the north and the peace of the 9 provinces, I have come to borrow the full power of the 100 surnames. Jiang Chen spoke the truth. Since he was now able to connect with the complete 100 surnames, he naturally had to utilize its power to unleash the full might of this supreme artifact. With formidable enemies at the gates, Jiang Chen couldn't afford to neglect any source of power, no longer caring about face. Qian Nainan? That talented young woman from our Qian family's branch? No wonder you possess the first page of our 100 surnames. The Chen family guardian nodded, but still had some doubts. The capital has not received any news of the crisis in the north. Use the 100 surnames first page to record the current situation there, so I can verify the truth. Very well. Jiang Chen immediately did as instructed, capturing the sounds of the artillery fire and the vast enemy army on the battlefield, and transmitting it to the Qian family in the capital. So the Solarians have invaded. Those bastards, how dare they have the gall? We've been merciful in not attacking them, and they still dare to provoke us. The Guardian was enraged, never expecting the Solarians to be so audacious. Young man, don't worry. When the 9 provinces are in crisis, the Qian family will not shirk our duty. You may freely borrow the remaining power of the 100 surnames. With that, he raised a finger, and a powerful force instantly traversed the tens of thousands of li, reaching Jiang Chen. The 100 surnames remnant page immediately grew additional pages, fully restoring it. Of course, this was not a true restoration, but forcibly achieved through secret techniques, yet it now possessed nearly 80% of the full 100 surnames power. With the expanded coverage of surnames, it now encompassed nearly all the 10,000 Tianjin soldiers, allowing their full strength to be harnessed by the 100 surnames artifact. However, Jiang Chen still felt this power was not enough, and continued to call out to the Qian family guardian, Venerable Elder, please have the Qian family contribute their strength to the 100 surnames as well, to lend me a hand. You're really pushing your luck, just like your mother. The guardian laughed. Very well. The Chen family has enjoyed special privileges in the 9 provinces for so long, it's time we did our part as well. Qian family, hear my command. Gather at the ancestral estate and contribute your power to the 100 surnames. The Chen family members, though unsure of the reason, obediently put down their tasks and headed to the ancestral estate, continuously channeling their power into the 100 surnames. Though their numbers were not large, each of them was an elite, possessing vast spiritual energy. Now, through the connection between the 2 parts of the 100 surnames, this power was being transmitted in a never-ending stream. In the end, the combined strength of the Qian family, the 10,000 Tianjin soldiers, and the full power of the 100 surnames artifact itself, all converged and flowed into Jiang Chen. For a moment, Jiang Chen felt his body was about to burst, all his veins stood out, his forehead and back drenched in sweat. If not for the numerous transformations his body had undergone, he would have exploded. The surging spiritual energy was even more boundless than the ocean, utterly unfathomable. Jiang Chen didn't know what realm he had reached, but it had certainly surpassed Foundation Establishment and Golden Core. He then tossed the Tianjin sword into the air, and reached out to grab it with all his might. A man's heart must be as unyielding as iron until death. Let's see how this heavenly breach tear fares. Bang! The supposedly unbreakable black silk instantly disintegrated, and the Tianjin sword once again shone brilliantly, like a torch in the darkness, instilling hope in all who saw it. Ha ha, how laughable. After gathering so many people's power, I thought you were planning some grand scheme. But in the end, you've only managed to break the black silk and release the Tianjin sword, that's it. Do you really think a mere artifact can change the course of this war? However, faced with this scene, Miyamoto Taizo on the other side of the defensive formation, rather than being intimidated, instead sneered mockingly. You're just insignificant insects. You don't even understand the true meaning of war, merely getting lucky to become the new war god, your mind still stuck in street brawls. Letting someone like you be the war god, the Solarian Empire is truly blessed. After all, a battle of tens of thousands had long since transcended the scale where a single person or weapon could easily turn the tide. What Jiang Chen was doing was akin to trying to fill the sea with a single grain of sand, a foolish dream. But just as Miyamoto Taizo was laughing the most uproariously, Jiang Chen once again opened the defensive barrier, leaping into the air, Tianjin sword in hand, facing the tens of thousands of enemy troops alone. He swung the sword with all his might. This strike was like the dawn breaking through the darkness, sweeping away all before it. A single sword, its chill penetrating the 19 provinces. Whether a single grain of sand can fill the sea, Jiang Chen does not know. But Jiang Chen knows that this sword strike of his can now rival hundreds of thousands of soldiers. For this is a strike infused with Jiang Chen's strongest fighting spirit, unyielding until death. This is a strike that has harnessed the combined power of two supreme artifacts. This is a strike that has concentrated the faith and power of all the Tianjin soldiers. Not just the 10,000 defending here, but the 100,000 Tianjin troops in the South Province as well. Upon hearing of the northern crisis, they have been frantically rushing towards the north, constantly trying to channel their power through the 100 surnames. Though their power could not be transmitted in time, their faith is united with all the others. They ceaselessly use communication devices to inform the defenders that they will not sleep until they are reunited, moving at the fastest possible speed. Even the will of the war god Shao Tianze himself. His indomitable spirit must be hovering over this northern battlefield, blessing the countless lives of the 9 provinces. With such a sword strike, how can it not bring victory? The towering sword key directly reduced the charging Solarian soldiers to ashes before him, not even allowing them to utter a scream before becoming nothingness. Instantly, a vast open space appeared in the densely packed enemy formation, slaying tens of thousands of troops in a single strike. The sword at his waist still dripping with fresh blood. Impossible. This boy was just at the Foundation establishment realm. How could he suddenly become so powerful? This sword strike is even more terrifying than the previous war gods. This has never been seen before. The vanguard commander Miyamoto Taizo was left dumbfounded. For all his experience, he had never witnessed such a formidable sword strike. Awestruck. Too awestruck, as if it had parted the heavens and earth, splitting the entire world in two. The remaining Solarians were so terrified they instinctively wanted to flee and retreat. However, Miyamoto Taizo was an experienced battle-hardened commander of the Solarian Empire. He quickly regained his composure, dispatching an inspection squad to the front, forbidding any retreat, and swiftly stabilizing the situation. Then, burning with furious wrath, he bellowed his orders. So you dare to slay so many of my Solarian troops? Unforgivable. Concentrate all firepower, and kill him. The next moment, countless artillery, laser beams, and various high-tech weapons instantly targeted Jiang Chen. The destructive forces surged towards him, as if intent on tearing the very space apart. But Jiang Chen was unafraid, and instead advanced fearlessly to meet them head-on. The various counterattacks rained down upon him, but instead of harming him, they felt almost like a massage, soothing his body on the verge of bursting. He felt remarkably refreshed. At the same time, Jiang Chen swung his sword once more. This strike lacked the grand, sweeping might of the previous one, appearing quite ordinary. It didn't even emanate any sword chi, leading Miyamoto Taizo to believe Jiang Chen had exhausted his power, filling him with delight. However, the next moment, an invisible sword beam suddenly pierced through the mass troops, penetrating countless defenses, even Miyamoto's life-saving armor, striking directly at his neck. Thud! Immediately, a severed head rolled on the ground. It was Miyamoto Taizo's, his face still frozen in disbelief. He had never imagined this strike was not meant to slay the enemy, but was intended solely for him, capturing the leader first. Amidst a million soldiers, taking the commanding general's head as easily as reaching into a bag. The general! The Solarian troops rushed towards Miyamoto's body, unable to believe their invincible vanguard commander had been killed just like that. However, as Miyamoto's corpse finished bleeding out, it too crumpled to the ground. The ironclad facts lay before them, forcing them to accept the truth. Their general was truly dead. Panic, chaos, fury, anxiety, all these emotions flooded through them like a raging torrent. The troops were now like headless flies, unsure of what to do next. The soldiers stood there, as if drained of all their strength, dumbfounded. Damn it! Let's avenge the general! Everyone, follow me! Shouted Shiro, the captain of the general's bodyguard unit, who had the closest bond with the late commander. However, the other officers immediately slapped him and held him back. Avenge? The hell with that, the priority now is to retreat. That bastard first killed 10,000 with one sword strike, and then the second one took out the commanding general. Our troops' morale is in shambles. Look at them, no one has the heart to fight anymore. If we keep attacking, we'll just end up in complete disarray. If everyone starts running around in panic, with so many of us, we might end up trampling each other to death. Not to mention, our original plan was a sneak attack. We don't really have the strength to match the 9 provinces head-on. A sneak attack relies on speed and the unexpected. Now we've achieved neither. If we don't retreat quickly, when the 9 provinces' main forces arrive, we'll be done for. No, I can't accept this. We had the advantage with 150,000 troops against their mere 10,000. How can one man stand against all of us? Even he has limits, and I think those 2 sword strikes have already exhausted him. There's no way he can unleash a third. Shiro still refused to give up. Can you guarantee that? The others challenged. I can't guarantee it, Shiro answered awkwardly. Can't guarantee it? Then shut up. And with the general gone, who's going to command us? Do you have the authority? The crowd continued to question him. No, I don't. Shiro hung his head. That's right, none of us do. With conflicting orders, any battle will descend into chaos. We're not afraid of death, we just don't want to die in vain and pointlessly. Let's retreat and preserve our strength. The enmity between our nations spans centuries. This can't be resolved in a single battle. We'll be back, and we'll defeat them next time. Besides, the loss of a horse may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. We still have another crucial battlefield in the capital, at the imperial court. We may have lost here, but we can still triumph there. The soldiers spoke one after another, convincing each other, and also revealing an important piece of information. All right, Shiro had no choice but to agree. If even the most loyal bodyguard unit agreed to retreat, the others were naturally more willing. Everyone, hear the order. Withdraw in an orderly fashion. Retreat. Accompanying the retreat orders and bugle calls, the Solarian troops retreated like a receding tide. In stark contrast to their arrogant and heroic advance earlier, the Japanese troops now resembled wilted eggplants beaten by frost, their spirits crushed. The Tianjin soldiers within the defensive formation had initially been unsure if the Solarians' retreat was just another trick, but as the enemy continued to withdraw, further and further away until they disappeared from sight, the defenders finally believed it, erupting into excited cheers. The Solarians retreated? The Solarians really retreated. They're afraid of us. Does this mean we've won? We won. We really won. 10,000 of us held off over 100,000 of them. We defended our position. We defended it. Ha ha, woohoo! Countless iron-willed men were moved to tears of joy. They had all thought they would die here. Dying was not what they feared, but failing to defend their position. Fearing the return of the tragic events from a century ago, fearing for the safety of their families behind them. But now, none of that would happen. Not only had they not died, they had accomplished a miracle, restoring peace to the 9 provinces, allowing the tranquil times to continue. Long live the war god! Someone shouted first, looking towards the greatest hero of this battle. Long live the war god! Long live the war god! More and more joined the chant, until all were unified in their heartfelt cries. Towards Jiang Chen, and long live all of you as well. Jiang Chen replied, his eyes also glistening with emotion, his spirit soaring. Enough talk, let's just get drunk. I'm treating, and no one's leaving until they're drunk, Jiang Chen said, looking at these most lovable of soldiers. While the others were drinking heartily, Jiang Chen found an excuse to slip away, returning alone to the city tower. Firstly, he was worried the treacherous Japanese might regroup and return, so he needed to remain vigilant instead of getting drunk and neglectful. Secondly, he wanted to take some time to reflect on his recent gains. One could say the opportunities presented in this battle were second only to when he obtained the golden mask. The harvest had been truly bountiful, his progress immense. Of course, this was a mixed blessing, unlike the previous situation which was all upside. The benefits were 1. Successfully repelling the Solarian invasion, defending the northern border, and fulfilling his promise to the war god Xiaotianzi, truly a battle that sealed his legendary status. The 100 Surnames artifact has recognized him as its master, not just the first page, but the entire tome. However, the Qin family guardian had swiftly severed the connection, fearful of his family's precious treasure being taken by Jiang Chen. But what is delayed for a day will come in 10, and Jiang Chen will inevitably have to visit the Qin family headquarters. After all, according to the Qin family patriarch Chen Wansan, his grandmother and uncles are all there. And the moment he appears, the 100 surnames will automatically merge, becoming Jiang Chen's second complete sovereign artifact. The third benefit was that Jiang Chen's dantian had been completely expanded to the scale of a vast, boundless sea, the highest level of such a sea. He had now reached the second stage of great perfection, at the pinnacle level. However, while the sea was there, the water had all dried up. Those 2 sword strikes had not only consumed the contributions of so many, but also drained Jiang Chen's dantian completely. To replenish his depleted reserves, Jiang Chen did not know how many precious spirit medicines he would need to consume. The fourth, and most important, point was that this battle had allowed Jiang Chen to gain advanced knowledge of high-level combat techniques, the power of the Tao laws. It was this that had allowed him to bypass the mass troops and slay the Solarian general. Although he could no longer directly access this Dao law power now that the collective forces had dissipated, Jiang Chen had managed to capture a remnant and seal it within the Tianjin sword. This would become his trump card for the future. However, the downside was that his body and meridians had been severely damaged by the overwhelming energies. Fortunately, the golden mask had manifested at the critical moment, allowing him to barely endure. Any ordinary person would have been blasted apart. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. Being the war god was no easy task. The aftereffects were still very serious. Even the peerless heavenly profound technique could not cure everything. Jiang Chen would need exceptionally rare healing treasures like shattering stargrass, along with other medicines, to fully recover. In comparison, the previous damage he had received from the 5 golden core explosions was insignificant. War god, you're here as well? A voice suddenly reached Jiang Chen's ears, causing him to open his eyes. It was the previous officer who had doubted his identity, Sima Rue. However, Jiang Chen held no ill will towards him for that. In fact, he admired Sima Rue for daring to question authority and think independently. Especially in the recent battle, Sima Rue had fought with exceptional valor and dedication, truly a capable officer. The Solarians are devious, so I'm not at ease and came to have a look. Were you here on an inspection as well? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. Yes, that's right, Sima Rue nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiments. With you here, I feel much more at ease. The northern border, from now on, it will be up to you all. Remember the mission you shoulder, do not allow a single foreign enemy to set foot in the 9 provinces, Jiang Chen said reassuringly, patting Sima Rue's shoulder. War god, do you mean? Sima Rue caught the hint of departure in Jiang Chen's tone and quickly asked, it's time for me to go. The battles I had to fight, I have fought them. The promises I made, I have kept them. Now, I must continue on my own path, Jiang Chen said solemnly. He still had many things to accomplish. First, return to the Miaoxin sect and slay the traitorous disciple, then continue searching for his parents' whereabouts. Finally, ascend to the capital and settle scores with the Jiang family. There was simply too much to do. He could not linger in the north any longer. No, war god, the northern border cannot do without you. The Tianjin army cannot do without you. If you are eager to leave because you are angry at my previous doubts, then Sima Rue is willing to die to appease the war god's resentment. Sima Rue said anxiously. They had just found a new leader. They couldn't let him abandon them now. It's not because of you. I truly have other arrangements to make. All good things must come to an end. I believe that as long as the main Tianjin forces return, united in purpose, the northern border can remain peaceful. If any emergencies arise, you must inform me immediately. The Tianjin sword can fly swiftly. I'll be there in no time. War god. Sima Rue still wanted to persuade him further. But at that moment, Jiang Chen's phone, surprisingly, began to ring. Beep beep beep. Jiang Chen took it out and saw it was Gu Qingya calling. Hello, my dear wife, what a rare occasion for you to not have forgotten about me. Jiang Chen answered the call jokingly. Jiang Chen, hurry back to Jiangdong. However, Gu Qingya's voice was filled with tremendous urgency, interspersed with the sounds of fighting and anguished cries. What's happened? What's going on? Jiang Chen's face immediately darkened as he quickly asked. Then, a man's lewd laughter came through the phone. Calling for help is useless. No one will come to save you, no matter how much you scream. You're all going to die today. You can blame it on knowing that damn Jiang Chen. But you, little beauty, are quite lovely. Before you die, I might as well have some fun with you, so as not to waste that fine body of yours. You bastard, how dare you? Jiang Chen roared in fury, his blood boiling, his righteous wrath surging. Beep beep beep. However, all he heard was the busy tone in response. Jiang Chen immediately called back, but it still went unanswered. He then tried calling Jiangdong, to his other close friend Jia Yanran, but the result was the same, no answer. The phones were turned off. He tried calling other familiar numbers in Jiangdong, all with the same outcome, either turned off or no one picking up. Jiangdong, something disastrous must have happened there. Not only was Gu Qingya in trouble, but even Jia Yanran, the uncrowned queen of Jiangdong, the master of the premier clan, was affected. Was it the Jiang family in the capital? Or the Miaoxin sect? These scoundrels couldn't defeat him directly, so they've targeted his weaknesses instead? Despicable, they all deserve to die. Sima Rue, hear my orders. The Tianjin garrison is under your command now. Once the main forces have gathered, you will choose a new war god among yourselves to continue protecting the peace in the northern border. Jiang Chen then threw the Tianjian sword up into the sky, using the supreme sky sword technique to fly towards Jiangdong with the speed of an arrow. Xingya, Yanran, hang on, wait for me, I'm coming. In the Nantian province, in Jiangdong, Gu Qingya watched as the glimmer of hope she had just seen was extinguished, plunging her back into despair. Just moments ago, a group of scoundrels had suddenly barged into the Gu family residence, attacking anyone they saw and smashing anything in their path. Their strikes were ruthlessly aimed at vital points. With Gu Qingya's own strength and Jiang Chen's support, the Gu family had become one of the new four great families of Jiangdong: the Zhao, Chen, Sun, and Gu. There were many powerful guards protecting the household, but they were utterly outmatched, crushed like infants against adults. The Gu family experts rushed out, only to be felled by a single strike from the enemy. In the blink of an eye, bodies lay strewn everywhere, blood flowing all around, filling them with terror. Then these people turned their attention to Gu Qingya herself. Not content with just taking her life, they coveted her beauty and intended to violate her. Gu Qingya would rather die than submit, grabbing a knife, prepared to take her own life. But the enemy's strength was too formidable. They disarmed her and used some strange flying rope to bind her, rendering her helpless, leaving her unable to even die, forced to watch their vile grins as they approached to abuse her. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Zhao Yanran arrived with reinforcements, preventing Gu Qingya from suffering that cruel fate. But now, Zhao Yanran and her people had also been overwhelmed, completely outmatched by these opponents. The mightiest forces of Jiangdong were like helpless clowns before them, unable to withstand them at all. It was truly despair-inducing. "Who are you people?" Gu Qingya and Zhao Yanran asked in unison, their voices filled with anguish. "Since you beautiful ladies have spoken up, let us make it clear for you. I am Meng Yatze, and this is Zhu Huanyu. We are the young masters from the provincial capital, and it would be your honor to submit to us." The two leaders eyed Gu Qingya and Zhao Yanran hungrily, licking their lips. These were the two slippery scoundrels that Jiang Chen had let escape before. Now they had joined forces, conspiring together. You know, Jiang Chen may not be much of a man, but his romantic luck is something else. Damn, I used to think Shui Qingyun from the provincial capital was decent, but seeing these two, I realize I was blind all these years, only chasing after second-rate beauties, Meng Yatze said lewdly. But no matter, now these two are ours. Ha ha, if you know Jiang Chen, aren't you afraid he'll come back for revenge? I heard he's become the new war god of the Tianjian, with 100,000 elite troops under his command. Zhao Yanran sneered. Although she had outwardly been stubborn, refusing to contact Jiang Chen, deep down she had always been closely monitoring his situation. She was secretly proud of the man she had chosen. Ha, we're not afraid of that at all. The war god? That's ancient history now. The truth is, Jiang Chen has colluded with foreign enemies, betraying the 9 provinces alongside the Tianjin war god. He's now on the 9 provinces most wanted list as a major traitor. Why should we fear him? If he dares to show his face, countless people will come to kill him, to claim the reward from the imperial government. Meng Yatze sneered. This was why they dared to collaborate with the Miaoxin sect to come to Jiangdong for revenge. Impossible, Jiang Chen could never be a traitor. Zhao Yanran refused to believe their words. This is the 9 provinces wanted list. Even someone of your status should have seen it before, though you probably never paid attention. The number 1 is a demonic cultivator who killed 99 children for his medicine. Jiang Chen is ranked even higher. At the 38th spot, you can see the enormity of his crimes. Zhu Huanyu threw a secret document at Zhao Yanran, and there, indeed, was Jiang Chen's name on the list. This can't be true. Jiang Chen cannot be such a person. Even seeing the evidence, Zhao Yanran chose to trust in Jiang Chen. Ha, you don't know the half of it. Besides being a traitor, he's also a scoundrel. Everyone in the provincial capital knows how many women he's been with. So joining us isn't really a bad deal for you, it's a way to get back at him. After all, if he can sleep with women, you can sleep with men too, Meng Yatze said excitedly. He then reached out towards Gu Qingya's fair face. Wait, don't touch her. If you must touch someone, touch me instead. Let her go. Zhao Yanran cried out, her voice full of resignation. Yanran. Gu Qingya looked at Zhao Yanran, dumbfounded. Their relationship had always been rather strained, neither knowing how to get along smoothly with a rival. But in this dire situation, Zhao Yanran was making such a choice. It's not your concern. Don't look at me with those pitiful eyes. I promised him I would protect you. This is my pledge to him, and I will fulfill it even if it costs me my life. Zhao Yanran gritted her teeth. You are indeed more beautiful. But children make choices, adults take both. Such a lovely pair of sisters, wouldn't it be delightful to play with you both? Ha ha, brother Zhu, the prettier one is yours, I'll take the other. Let's have a competition, see who can last longer. Meng Yutze chuckled slyly. Sounds good. Zhu Huanyu was certainly not going to hold back, immediately choosing Zhao Yanran and swiftly stripping off his own clothes, like a shameless white boar standing upright. The two men's subordinates dutifully turned their backs, clearly accustomed to such events, fully cooperating. Zhu Huanyu then moved to undress Zhao Yanran, and she seemed to have resigned herself, closing her eyes and no longer resisting. But just as he was pulling off her outer robe, exposing her pale arm, Zhao Yanran suddenly lashed out, sinking her teeth into his thieving hand. Arg, bitch, you're asking for it. Zhu Huanyu cried out in anger, raising his hand to slap Zhao Yanran. Ah! The next moment, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Immediately after, before the guards could even react that it was a man's voice, another agonized cry followed. Ah! Again, it was a man's voice. The guards quickly turned around to see the situation. To their shock, the two young masters, Zhu and Meng, had not only failed to take advantage, but each had lost a hand, screaming in utter agony like two broken water taps, spraying blood. On the ground lay the severed hands, fresh and still steaming. At the same time, a strange man had appeared in front of the two ladies, who was clearly the perpetrator. I'm sorry I'm late. Jiang Chen, having swiftly severed the thieves' hands, looked at the bound Zhao Yanran and Gu Qingya with deep regret, hurrying to untie their ropes. Wah! I knew you would come, that's why I kept waiting. Gu Qingya, seeing Jiang Chen's arrival, finally let go of all her pretense of strength and composure, feeling a sense of security, knowing he had never failed her. Whether it was a family crisis or an attempt to marry her off, he had always been able to easily resolve it for her. Even when she had lost her memory, he had never abandoned her. So you finally deigned to come back, you heartless man. If you were any later, you wouldn't have a wife left. Zhao Yanran still spoke stubbornly, but her eyes were brimming with tears. Perhaps no one in Jiangdong knew that she never truly wanted to be the lord of Jiangdong. She only wanted to be the wife of the lord of Jiangdong. It's my fault, all my fault. I'm so sorry for letting you go through this. Jiang Chen pulled Zhao Yanran and Gu Qingya into a tight embrace, his heart aching at the thought of the tragedy that nearly occurred. If not for him, these two young ladies, who had grown up in luxury, would never have faced such mistreatment. He let them vent their emotions, pounding his back with their fists and biting his neck harshly. That's when Zhu Huanyu recovered from the pain, ordering his men through gritted teeth. Arg, that hurts. Damn you, Jiang Chen. Even after becoming a traitor, you dare show your face. Seize this traitor rebel at once. Not only will the state reward you, but my young master will also lavishly compensate you. Yes, sir. The men behind him eagerly stepped forward, their faces alight with excitement. After all, the bounty on the wanted list's criminals was astronomical, a chance to become nobility and lords. The leading figures were all mid-stage Qi condensation experts, with a couple even at the peak Qi condensation realm. No wonder Zhao Yanran and Gu Qingya had been utterly outmatched. Their strength was indeed formidable within the small domain of Jiangdong, but that was their limit. Though Jiang Chen's injuries had not fully healed and his cultivation not yet recovered, he had taken some medicinal pills from the Tianjin military's arsenal before departing. Facing these mere soldiers and cultivators, he felt no need to hold back. Seeing the bodies strewn in the Gu family's courtyard, as well as the familiar faces lying in pools of blood, Jiang Chen's fury surged. He roared, "You're asking for it." The next moment, the Tianjin sword unsheathed in a flash. Where it passed, blood and flesh flew, fast as lightning. One head after another fell, like ripe fruit from a tree. Whether they were warriors or cultivators, at whatever Qi condensation stage, even at the peak Qi condensation realm, none could withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. The massive gap in strength quickly sobered the men up from their excitement over the bounty. One by one, they began to flee in fear. But Jiang Chen showed them no mercy. He sneered, "Do you truly think Jiangdong is now defenseless? Anyone who dares come to cause trouble in my Jiangdong, this is the fate that awaits you." With that, he activated the ancestral dragon sword's sheath. Several spirit swords within shot out like arrows, swiftly intercepting the fleeing group, leaving them nowhere to escape. Damn it, this kid's strength keeps growing. Every time I see him, he's gotten stronger. It's freakish. Zhu Huanyu couldn't help but feel a chill. The first time they had met, Jiang Chen was only at the early Qi condensation stage. The second time, he had already surpassed the peak Qi condensation experts in Peijiu and the fake Xiao Tianxian, sending them scurrying in terror. Now, the third time, he was casually slaying Qi condensation cultivators like swatting flies, utterly crushing them. His talent was truly terrifying. Indeed. Meng Yutze was also gripped by dread, regretting whether they had come to the right place. After all, this time they had brought all the top experts from their family, and even obtained support from the Miaoxin sect. Such formidable forces would be a power to be reckoned with even in the provincial capital. Yet faced with just Jiang Chen alone, they were being routed and on the verge of defeat. It truly sent chills down their spines. Damn bastard, looks like we have to use this. Xu Huanyu gritted his teeth, pulling out a special signal flare and firing it into the sky. Boom! Instead of bursting into a dazzling fireworks display, the flare formed a single character in the air. Black. This is the blacklist decree. Once the signal is sent, both the righteous and demonic sects will rush over, vying for the bounty on the blacklist. Though it means a smaller share for us, as long as we can kill Jiang Chen, it will all be worth it, Xu Huanyu said viciously. He had originally thought that the forces he had brought would easily subdue Jiang Chen, allowing him to claim the victory alone and even earn a general's title for himself. But now he realized he had underestimated Jiang Chen, and would have to share the spoils with the incoming reinforcements. Yet with such a massive reward on the line, there would be no shortage of brave men willing to fight. Whenever the blacklist decree was issued, hordes of hidden experts would descend like hungry wolves upon a juicy roast. Sometimes one couldn't help but marvel at just how many formidable cultivators were concealed in the world. Jiang Chen, you must flee. Beside him, Zhao Yanran recognized the blacklist decree and knew the peril it represented. She urgently urged Jiang Chen to escape. Don't worry, a man of my standing who's done no wrongs has nothing to fear from knocks at the door, Jiang Chen reassured her. He had already received word of being branded a traitor alongside the Tianjin war god back during the northern campaign. But he cared not for such labels. He would continue on his path, fighting whenever necessary. And now was one such time. Blacklist or not, anyone who dared to cause trouble in his Jiangdong would be cut down. Where is Qian Rongrong? Jiang Chen had slain all the men the two scoundrels had brought, his battle robe stained red with their blood. He demanded furiously of Meng Yatze and Xu Huanyu. Though enraged, he had not lost his reason. With the limited abilities of these two playboys, they would not dare to come to Jiangdong unless guided by a powerful backer. Most likely, that traitor, Qian Rongrong, from the Miaoxin sect. What Qian Rongrong? I don't know her. Jiang Chen, I advise you not to attack us. The main force is arriving soon. You are already deeply criminal. The right path is to surrender now and accept the law's judgment. Don't add to your sins. Xu Huanyu was still brazenly defiant, but his words were cut short by a piercing scream. Whoosh! Ah! Jiang Chen swiftly delivered another strike, severing Xu Huanyu's remaining hand as well. I'll ask one more time, where is Qian Rongrong? Plop! Beside Xu Huanyu, Meng Yatze's courage broke, and he immediately dropped to his knees, hastily responding, I don't know. She just told us that Jiangdong is your stronghold, and asked us to come seek revenge on your women. This was all her idea and Zhu's doing. I had nothing to do with it. I've always admired your strength, Master Jiang. I truly dare not be your enemy. Ah, you bastard Meng Yatze. You were the one who wanted to do it. Why are you pinning it on me? I'll cripple you. Xu Huanyu, hearing this, flew into a rage, using his remaining legs to viciously kick at Meng Yatze. Meng Yatze fought back just as fiercely, hoping to use the scuffle to prove his innocence and gain Jiang Chen's favor. But Jiang Chen was not to be fooled by such petty tricks. He swiftly severed Meng Yatze's last arm, leaving them both with only their legs to compete fairly. The two men, no longer daring to fake fight, glared furiously at Jiang Chen, wanting to curse him out. Jiang Chen showed them no mercy, once again raising the Tianjin sword, ready to send these scoundrels to their graves. Stop! But just then, a voice rang out. The group turned to see the Jiangdong righteous faction leaders rushing in, accompanied by a group of armed men. Zhao Yanran, seeing these familiar faces, could not help but feel a surge of anger. She had desperately reached out to them when in peril, only to be ignored. Yet now they had arrived, quicker than anyone else. However, for Jiang Chen's sake, she still tried to plead, Leader Zhou, Leader Zhang, you're here too? We've known each other for so long, can't you make an exception and give us a way out? Sorry, Miss Xiao, but this involves the blacklist, a national enemy. We can't show any favor. We must uproot the traitor for the country, the leaders declared righteously. You hypocrites! Where were you when the Zhao and Gu families were being slaughtered? All of you turned off your phones and pretended to be dead. Now you stand here preaching righteousness, have you no shame? Zhao Yanran raged. Did the lives of their people not matter? Especially in recent years, their four great families had regularly interacted with these so-called righteous leaders. Yet when it mattered most, they showed such heartlessness. It was truly chilling. Miss Xiao, please watch your words. This is a matter of great importance to the nation. You should advise Jiang Chen to surrender, or you may find yourselves branded as his accomplices as well. Then we would be powerless to help you, Leader Zhou sneered coldly. Another leader, Zhang, then turned to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, release the hostages at once. Don't be so stubborn. This will not only ruin yourself, but also endanger those around you. Surely you don't want the Zhao and Gu families to sacrifice themselves and go to the grave with you. Exactly. Do you really think you can take on the might of the righteous faction across the 9 provinces? Zhu Huanyu regained his bravado, boasting smugly. Oh, and what if I choose to be unyielding? Jiang Chen sneered, then swiftly thrust the Tianjin sword into Zhu Huanyu's chest. Squelch! Ah! Blood gushed out as Zhu Huanyu's face contorted in disbelief and resentment, but the life left his eyes. You lawless, arrogant villain! Open fire on him! Leader Zhou, enraged at seeing Jiang Chen act so brazenly before them, shouted to his men. He never imagined Jiang Chen would dare raise his hand against them so openly, treating them as nothing. Tat tat tat! The men immediately cocked their weapons, a murderous aura emanating from them. I've been lawless and unrestrained for a long time. Only now have you realized it? Jiang Chen scoffed, utterly unintimidated by the barrels pointing at him. He then drove the Tianjin sword into Meng Yutze's heart. Ah! Another agonized scream as Meng Yutze collapsed lifelessly. The 2 scoundrels had met their end, and right in front of the faction leaders, a slap to their faces. Damn it, kill him! Leader Zhou roared, furious. Even if the bounty on the living Jiang Chen was higher, since he had chosen this path of self-destruction, they would show no mercy. Bang! 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 A hail of bullets and cannon fire rained down, but Jiang Chen didn't so much as glance at them. The Tianjin sword simply spun rapidly, forming a sword barrier that effortlessly deflected all the attacks. Weapons of your level can't hurt me, Jiang Chen scoffed. After witnessing the might of the Sun Nation's elite and the Tianjin army, the Jiangdong righteous faction's forces were utterly negligible to him. Jiang Chen, what's going on? How did you suddenly end up on the blacklist? Gu Qingya couldn't help but ask. It's a long story, but who knows, I might end up on the red list next, Jiang Chen smiled. He believed that true military achievements would ultimately triumph over schemes and plots. The higher-ups couldn't all be fools. And where there was a black list, there was also a red list. The black list held the most vicious criminals, while the red list honored those who had made tremendous contributions to the 9 provinces, true national treasures, revered by all. You, after going out there, have changed in many ways, but that habit of joking around just won't go away. And with that impulsive temper of yours, I bet you've offended someone, ending up wrongly accused on the blacklist, Gu Qingya sighed, shaking her head. Indeed. If I end up a fugitive, would you too be willing to wander the world with me? Jiang Chen asked with a smile. What other choice do we have? It's not like we can let you drag us to prison. Where should we run to? Gu Qingya asked helplessly. How about we find an uninhabited island in the Pacific and become island lords? With our wealth, we should be able to buy one. Spend our days sunbathing on the beach, fishing, and eating crabs. Wouldn't that be a carefree life? Zhao Yanran proposed. Women truly did have a more romantic view, even when facing the need to flee. Oh yes, then I'll need to bring lots of sunscreen, can't have us getting tanned. And some nice outfits too. The island should be perfect for taking photos. Gu Qingya's eyes lit up at the idea. Damn it, I'm in the middle of killing people here, and you're over there planning your damn honeymoon, even picking out locations? Can't you at least pretend to care about me a little? Leader Zhou raged. Get me more powerful weapons. Increase the firepower. But just then, Jiang Chen's ancestral dragon sword sheath sprang into action again, the spirit sword swiftly disarming the men. One sword even flew past the crowd, placing its cold edge against Leader Zhou's neck, instantly deflating his bravado. You want to rebel? I'm an official appointed by the court. Leader Zhou trembled, his scalp tingling with fear. You wanted respect, didn't you? This is respect. If I really put my mind to it, crushing you would be as easy as stepping on an ant, Jiang Chen said coldly, the sword at Leader Zhou's neck drawing a thin line of blood with a slight movement. While he did need to show some face to the righteous faction, if they continued to be shameless, Jiang Chen had no qualms about killing a few to vent his anger. After all, among these corrupt officials, there were bound to be a few decent ones mixed in. But it wasn't worth feeling sympathy, those who slipped through the net would still be a problem. Ah, Master Jiang, let's talk this through, talk it through. I was just following orders, I had no choice. Come on, everyone stand down, alright? Leader Zhou, sensing Jiang Chen's murderous intent, hastily ordered his men to cease. Useless trash, let us handle this. This blacklist bounty is ours. But just as a new wave was about to rush in, a voice rang out. Four figures suddenly materialized before Jiang Chen, seeming to defy the heavily armed men surrounding them. One was towering nearly 3 meters tall, while another barely reached over a meter. One was morbidly obese, the other stick-thin. This is the notorious tall, short, fat, Thin Bounty Hunting Squad, specialists in eliminating blacklist targets. Run! These 4 are ruthless killers. They won't spare anyone here, since they themselves are also on the blacklist. Hearing this, the crowd immediately scattered in terror, their panicked flight leading to a chaotic stampede with anguished cries. They're on the blacklist but dare to act as bounty hunters? Aren't they worried about being arrested along with their rewards? Jiang Chen asked Zhao Yanran curiously, listening to the commotion in the crowd. They must have someone backing them up. And their crimes aren't considered too serious, they've just killed civilians who couldn't escape in time. They're near the bottom of the blacklist, around 90th place, so the righteous faction turns a blind eye and is even willing to cultivate them as their running dogs, Zhao Yanran explained. Killing civilians isn't a serious crime? Heh, what would they consider serious then? As long as it doesn't involve the interests of officials and the nobility, it's not a real crime? Jiang Chen scoffed in exasperation. Just then, the tall, short, fat, thin group counted down in unison, 3, 2, 1. Instead of rushing at Jiang Chen, they turned and charged towards the remaining crowd that hadn't escaped, mercilessly slaughtering them. Of course, they dared not touch the faction leaders, but the common people were fair game, especially the towering giant among them, who used a spell to transform into a colossal being, casually crushing the fleeing masses underfoot like an avalanche. The short one burrowed underground like a gopher, popping up to snatch lives with his blood-stained teeth. The fat one rolled around like a gigantic meat wheel, reducing people to bloody pancakes with his bulk. The thin one moved with blinding speed, tearing people apart with his bare hands in the most gruesome manner, chewing on their flesh. The agonized screams and pleas only seemed to excite them further, driving them to kill with ever more cruelty. Soon, the entire area was cleared, the faction leaders fleeing in a frenzy, leaving behind a scene of devastation, broken bodies and flying viscera that turned Gu Qingye and Zhao Yanran's stomachs. They had seen killing before, but never such vicious, savage slaughter. So, do you want to die on your own, or shall I help you? The tall, short, fat, thin group jeered at Jiang Chen. The same offer goes to you. Die on your own, or do you want me to help? Jiang Chen replied coldly. While the people around had been his enemies, he had no intention of becoming a saintly savior. Even Jiang Chen, who had witnessed many great battles, felt a visceral revulsion at the excessive brutality on display. These were truly the dregs of the blacklist, as the saying went. Daring to place him, Jiang Chen, on such a filthy list, it was an insult. Then die, the tall, short, fat, thin group roared, turning and charging at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's golden eyes opened slightly, and he could see that these 4 were not cultivators, but had honed their martial arts to a terrifying, saint-level realm, the equivalent of core formation for cultivators. At the saint realm, martial artists had undergone a qualitative leap, surpassing even concurrent cultivators at the same level. Only after reaching this realm could they form an internal elixir rivaling the power of a core. The only difference was the inability to self-detonate like a cultivator's core. In fact, their robust physical bodies even gave them an edge over core formation cultivators of the same level. And if they could break through to the martial deity realm, they would be able to easily defeat nascent soul cultivators. No wonder these 4 were so arrogant, they truly had the skills to back it up. The wispy thin one attacked first, his speed blinding as he darted towards Jiang Chen. But at the last moment, he suddenly changed direction, aiming for Gu Qingye and Zhao Yanran behind Jiang Chen instead. Jiang Chen had no choice but to turn and protect them, but then the massive fatty rolled in, targeting the 2 women as well. It was clear these 4 had identified Jiang Chen's weakness and were exploiting it. Helpless, Jiang Chen sent out the Tianjin sword and ancestral dragon sword sheath to automatically guard his beloved women, then stepped forward to face the remaining 2 alone, keeping them as far from his women as possible. As Jiang Chen tossed out his weapons, the towering giant finally grew excited, bringing his massive foot down in a crushing stomp towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen didn't hold back, raising his fist to strike the foul foot, intending to shatter the heel. However, still weakened from his injuries, his steel-hard body had lost much of its edge, and the giant's mountain-like foot nearly pressed Jiang Chen down into the ground, trapping him. Just as Jiang Chen struggled to free himself, a gaping hole opened beneath him, and the short one appeared, jaws agape, ready to devour him. Jiang Chen was forced to plunge into the hole, and the giant quickly sealed it up, trapping him inside. Ha ha ha, this so-called Blacklist 38 is nothing without the Tianjin sword. My brothers and I easily took you down, the giant boasted. Second brother, don't eat him too quickly, the living Blacklist target is worth more than the dead one, he reminded. After all, this fool had foolishly tossed his 2 most powerful weapons to his women, not knowing when to quit. Unlike them, the 4 brothers never coveted women. With no distractions, their sword skills were unmatched, but the short one remained silent for too long, making the giant uneasy. Just as he considered moving his foot to check, searing pain shot through him. Jiang Chen had burst out of the hole, punching a massive, bloody hole through the giant's palm. Ah! The giant let out a cry of pain, but to his credit, he quickly turned his attention to the hole in the ground. There lay the short one, unmoving, with a gaping hole in his dantian, his hard-earned internal elixir stolen. Just what I needed to replenish my spiritual energy. The elixirs of you Saint Realm martial artists are truly nourishing. Jiang Chen casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had deliberately feigned weakness, waiting for the chance to quickly slay a Saint Realm expert and restore his cultivation. This is impossible. You're only at Foundation Establishment, without the Tianjin sword. How could you have defeated my brother? The giant refused to believe it. You fools always think I rely on the Tianjin sword to be powerful. But have you ever considered that if I was really that weak, how could I have subdued the Tianjin sword in the first place? Jiang Chen scoffed. I am invincible under the heavens with my bare hands alone. Arg! Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, let's avenge him, the giant roared, the remaining two charging at Jiang Chen in fury, abandoning their pursuit of Gu Qingya and Jia Yanran. But just then, a broadcast suddenly rang out. Jiang Chen, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately. Accompanied by the sound of marching feet, a well-equipped team appeared, their strength and numbers far exceeding the previous faction forces. It was clearly the provincial capital's forces, and Jiang Chen instantly recognized the leader, Chen Rongrong, the traitor he had seen in Qian family's photos, his mother's personal maid. She had evidently been lying in wait, letting Jiang Chen exhaust himself before pouncing like a mantis catching a cicada. So you were the mastermind behind this grand scheme, using your running dogs as the vanguard, and then finally showing your face. Hiding away for so long, you're finally making an appearance. Jiang Chen glared at Chen Rongrong, seething with anger. Though now over 40 years old, Chen Rongrong had dolled herself up seductively, her scarlet attire and makeup making her appear like a mature, luscious rose, a stark contrast to the meek maid in the photos. Clearly, she had long felt stifled in the shadow of Jiang Chen's mother, and now relished the chance to flaunt her charms. Such people, lacking in something, always desperately sought to overcompensate. But no matter how she adorned herself, in Jiang Chen's eyes she remained utterly repulsive. Oh dear nephew, I'm surprised you still remember me. Why, I was the one who delivered you as a babe. Time sure flies, you've grown to resemble your mother so much. But how sad that you've taken this crooked path, becoming a traitor to our nation. It truly pains me. Chen Rongrong gazed at him with a mix of nostalgia and regret, as if she had any right to speak of his mother. Don't you dare mention my mother. Die! Jiang Chen roared, charging at her in fury. Humph, you want to kill me? What about them? Chen Rongrong scoffed, gesturing behind her. To Jiang Chen's horror, she had captured Zhao Miaomiao, Cui Jingyan, and even Ning Peijiu, holding blades to the former two's throats while the latter was merely detained, her gaze towards Jiang Chen complex. What right do you have to capture them? What crimes have they committed? Jiang Chen was forced to halt his attack. This is called if one person sins, the whole family suffers. Blame your own wicked deeds, colluding with the enemy and betraying the interests of our 9 provinces, an unforgivable offense against heaven and man. Chen Rongrong smiled. If you surrender now, they may be spared. Otherwise, not only will you die, but they'll be implicated as traitors as well, all doomed to hell. Can you bear that, Jiang Chen? She had dared to show herself because she had made thorough preparations. Not only had Chen Rongrong used her connections through the Miaoyin sect to gather a formidable force, she had also seized Jiang Chen's weaknesses, his loved ones. She was even behind Jiang Chen's rapid placement on the blacklist, having found her mysterious, powerful backer to pull the strings and make it happen. As the son of this young mistress, Jiang Chen had to die. Only then could she destroy the precious thing that made her mistress proud, satisfying her own twisted, deranged psyche. What are you, an old madam, to look down on me with such self-righteousness? Have you forgotten you're just a dog relying on others' power? An evil cult leader, you dare judge me and declare my crimes? Jiang Chen sneered. Chen Rongrong was stunned into silence, boiling with rage. But then a familiar voice rang out. She may not have the right, but I certainly do. Jiang Chen, I am Chu Weiguo, the son of the provincial righteous faction leader Chu Lao. You may recall that you once saved my father, making you a great benefactor to our family. But now you've committed such acts, greatly disappointing my father. So, I've been sent to arrest you, on behalf of my father and the entire Tiannan province. Chu Weiguo sneered. Despite Jiang Chen saving his father, this son always resented him, ungratefully repaying kindness with enmity. And let me remind you, the Chen family may be an esteemed clan, so we can't act too rashly. But if you persist in resisting, we won't hesitate to go after them as well. That's your mother's family, are you willing to implicate them all? Chu Weiguo gloated. Originally, Originally, he wasn't quite at the point of wanting Jiang Chen dead, but now that one of his favorite women was from the Miaoyin sect and Jiang Chen was on the blacklist, he was more than happy to seize the opportunity to eliminate him, lest the latter slander him behind his father's back. For this, he had brought the provincial capital's elite forces. With their formidable weapons, once unleashed, the entire area for hundreds of meters would be reduced to rubble. Jiang Chen would be doomed. Humph, what evidence do you have that I betrayed the 9 provinces? Let me tell you the truth, I, the war deity, have not betrayed the 9 provinces, but saved them. Yet you pervert the facts, unafraid of angering those above? Jiang Chen sneered. He had always kept a low profile, not wanting to boast of his accomplishments. But these scoundrels kept pressing him, even threatening the lives of innocents. It was utterly despicable. Ha, you, a great hero? If you're a hero, I'll cut off my own head and let you use it as a toilet. Chu Weiguo laughed uproariously, then pointed at Ing Peizhou. Come, let his fiancée say a few words. I'm sure she'll want to personally break off the engagement now that she knows you're a traitor. Let him see just how tarnished his reputation is. Jiang Chen's gaze fell upon Ing Peizhou's beautiful, noble countenance. Though he didn't harbor deep feelings for her, the thought of the one he had recently kissed so quickly betraying him still pained him. But then, Ing Peizhou bit her lip, clenching her small fist as she suddenly shouted, Jiang Chen, I believe in you. I said I would follow you no matter what you become, and I meant it. You could never be a traitor in my eyes, you will always be the great hero. Slap. Shut up, you love-struck fool. If you weren't Ing, I'd have killed you myself. Chu Weiguo angrily slapped Ing Peizhou, enraged that she had openly defied him. You're dead. Jiang Chen roared, incensed that Chu Weiguo had dared to lay a hand on his fiancée. It's you who will die. Refusing to surrender, huh? Presumptuous insects. All units, attack. Show him the might of our elite forces. But just as Chu Weiguo gave the order, 3 cannon shots suddenly rang out, the projectiles hurtling towards him. Luckily, Chen Rongrong quickly moved to shield him, or he might have been blown to bits. Which idiot fired those cannons? Can't you see you're shooting at your own side? Chu Weiguo trembled, his legs nearly giving out, only just managing to avoid soiling himself. Sir, it wasn't us, it's from the sky, look up, the soldiers hurriedly explained. Chu Weiguo looked up to see several advanced fighter jets flying overhead, the golden dragon insignia of the capital's Feihong fighters. Jiang Chen, you're finished. Even the capital has sent troops to capture you. You must be something special to warrant their attention. Chu Weiguo laughed, assuming they were reinforcements. After all, to be on the blacklist and have the capital's forces intervening, Jiang Chen must be a formidable foe indeed. Quickly, everyone stand at attention and give a warm welcome to our esteemed guests from the capital. Chu Weiguo excitedly ordered his men, eager to impress the capital's bigwigs. Sir, do we still need to engage this Jiang Chen? One of the subordinates asked, their weapons already primed. Of course not. This little punk is nothing compared to the capital's leaders. Chu Weiguo wanted to smack these clueless fools who couldn't even discern priorities. Yes, sir, the men obediently responded. But just as they stood tall, chests puffed out to welcome the guests, another series of cannon shots from the fighter jets suddenly rained down, throwing their formation into chaos. The men scattered in panic, colliding with each other and emerging bruised and complaining. These capital leaders are great in every way, except their aim seems a bit off. Constantly hitting their own troops, how unlucky. Chu Weiguo, covered in dirt, lamented his misfortune. Probably because we're too close to Jiang Chen from up there, we must look indistinguishable. No wonder they keep hitting us by mistake, Chen Rongrong tried to reassure him. Fortunately, the bombardment ceased after that volley, and the jets quickly landed in a nearby open area. Several imposing men in uniform disembarked, the leader bearing the insignia of a general on his shoulder. Chu Weiguo's heartsword, a general from the capital, a figure of utmost authority and prestige. These top generals could decide one's life and fate with a mere word or gesture. Chu Weiguo eagerly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Greetings, esteemed leader. I am Chu Weiguo, the son of Chu Lao, the provincial capital's leader. Welcome to our inspection. We have successfully surrounded the criminal, and he has nowhere to escape. Just give the order, and we can capture him immediately. Criminal? Who is the criminal? The general, Runwakwang, was taken aback, not understanding Chu Weiguo's words. Why, it's Jiang Chen, the notorious criminal on the blacklist, the traitor to our nation. Chu Weiguo pointed at Jiang Chen, eager to claim credit. He then added smugly, and not just him, we've captured all his accomplices and rouge beauties as well. They'll all be going to hell together. Slap. General Renwakwang, unable to contain his anger, delivered a resounding slap to Chu Weiguo, sending him spinning. You scoundrel! How dare you treat our great hero Jiang like this? This is the man who single-handedly defeated tens of thousands of enemies, beheading enemy generals amongst millions of troops. A godly existence descended upon our 9 provinces. Ran Wuquang roared. What are you, to so brazenly bully our peerless hero? Ran Wuquang had not come to arrest Jiang Chen, as Chu Weiguo had assumed. Rather, he was here to honor Jiang Chen's unparalleled achievements. Peerless hero? But he's on the blacklist. Perhaps the leaders have been too busy to notice the updated information. Let me show you the latest blacklist. Chu Weiguo, nursing his swollen cheek, hurriedly pulled out his phone to check the secret network. However, to his shock, Jiang Chen's name was nowhere to be found on the 38th spot, replaced by someone called Crescent Moon Silver Demon. What is this? Has Jiang Chen's crimes escalated, causing his ranking to rise? Chu Weiguo stubbornly clung to his belief, scrutinizing the list from top to bottom. Yet, no matter how he searched, Jiang Chen's name had disappeared entirely from the blacklist. It's gone? I can't find him from the 1st to the 100th spot, but he was just there. Chu Weiguo exclaimed in disbelief. Humph, of course it's gone, because that was false information to begin with. Jiang's name is now rightfully on the red list, at the 40th spot, revered by all. If you want to see, you can check the red list yourself, Ran Wuquang sneered. Oh, and that slanderous news about him was reported by your Tiannan province's media. Lying about military affairs and defaming our 9 provinces' great hero, you'll be held accountable for this. Ran Wuquang then strode over to Jiang Chen, the prestigious general, lowering himself to bow respectfully. My apologies, Sir Jiang, for the misunderstanding caused by some scoundrels earlier. Rest assured, the higher-ups will not let them off the hook. You will receive a satisfactory resolution. No need to apologize, Jiang Chen nodded, satisfied. Just as he had expected, the higher-ups were not all fools. In the face of his truly outstanding military achievements, any plots and schemes would be reduced to mere mockery, utterly dispelled in the light of truth. Ran Wuquang continued. Furthermore, I have been entrusted by the capital's leadership to hold a ceremony to bestow you the title of general. You shall become the first in the history of the 9 provinces to rise from a commoner to the rank of general through sheer merit. The ceremony will be held on an auspicious day in 7 days' time. Various gifts will be presented to you as a token of appreciation, though they pale in comparison to your contributions to our 9 provinces. Henceforth, you shall rightfully inherit the command of the Tian's army, becoming the true war deity. Allow me to reveal your granted title in advance, Ran Wuquang declared. Title, Wuan, the war deity. For the civil can stabilize the realm, and the martial can pacify all under heaven. The earth-shattering news left everyone present gaping in stunned silence. The very man they had just been chasing as a traitor was now being elevated to the revered rank of General Wuan, the war deity. The sheer magnitude of this reversal left them reeling, none more so than the dismayed Chu Weiguo and Qian Rongrong, their faces cycling through a kaleidoscope of emotions, now dark with ominous foreboding. So he wasn't lying. He really made it onto the red list, becoming a great hero. Gu Qingya realized, understanding now. As expected of the man Zhao Yanran has set her sights on. Humph, now I'll have to keep a closer eye on him, lest someone else snatch him away. If push comes to shove, I'll just have to take him by force. Jiang Chen can only belong to me. Zhao Yanran's eyes sparkled with stars, her small fists clenched with determination. But Jiang Chen himself remained calm, simply stating, this title of general holds no interest for me. I only ask that you grant me one request. General Wuan, your wish is my command. I will do everything in my power to fulfill it, Ran Wuquang replied, taken aback by Jiang Chen's indifference towards such a lofty position. I want to kill these 2 scoundrels. I hope you won't stop me, Jiang Chen stated firmly, pointing at Qian Rongrong and Chu Weiguo. Very well. These 2 have dared to lay hands on the war deity, committing a grave offense. They deserve to die. Ran Wuquang readily agreed, not seeing this as a trivial matter. What? Kill me? I'm Chu Lao's son, the young master of the entire Tiannan province. How dare you? Chu Weiguo exclaimed in shock and anger. You fool, do you not realize who holds sway here? Even the mighty dragon cannot control the local snake, Ran Wuquang sneered. He then pulled out his phone, intending to call Chu Lao for help. However, as soon as the call connected, all he heard was a busy signal. Damn it, which bastard is hogging the line? I'll kill whoever it is. Chu Weiguo raged, just when Jiang Chen also took out his phone and put it on speaker. A familiar voice then emanated from the device. Sir Jiang, you need not say more. I've heard everything from start to finish. Alas, I've failed as a father to raise such an ungrateful son, who would slander our 9 provinces hero. You may punish him as you see fit, without concern for my face. Father? Chu Weiguo recognized his father's voice and immediately began pleading. Father, what are you saying? You can't abandon me, I'm your own son. Silence, I no longer have a son like you, Chu Lao's voice replied angrily, before a coughing fit cut him off. Jiang Chen had called Chu Lao earlier, allowing the father to hear his son's deplorable actions firsthand. If Chu Lao had still chosen to side with his foolish son, then Jiang Chen would have simply written off the old man as a lost cause, not sparing either of them. Fortunately, the elder Chu possessed a basic moral compass, understanding that the fault lay entirely with his son. He thus disowned Chu Weiguo, leaving the latter without any support to rely on. You bastard! How dare you and that old geezer disown me? I won't accept it. I was born a Chu and will die a Chu. I should have pulled the plug on you months ago. Chu Weiguo raged, frantically calling his father, only to be blocked. Desperate, he turned to Qian Rongrong beside him. Sect Master Qian, you have powerful connections above, please speak to them. We can still turn this around with your help. Alright, I'll try. Qian Rongrong replied hesitantly, already sensing this was a lost cause. While she had cultivated an image of having high-level connections, in reality she was nothing more than a dog kept by those above. They would toss her a bone to solve minor issues, but now that Jiang Chen had been granted the title of general, the higher-ups would never intervene again. Soon, her suspicions were confirmed as the call disconnected with a message. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. She had been abandoned, a mere vessel used and discarded. Against Jiang Chen's genuine military accomplishments, no one dared to make petty maneuvers. Though she had known of the higher-ups' ruthlessness, Qian Rongrong still paled, shocked at being so unceremoniously cast aside. How did it go? Did the bigwigs help? Chu Weiguo pressed. It's no use. They've abandoned me. Qian Rongrong could only reply grimly. What? How is that possible? You said you were like sisters with the bigwigs above, that you were practically one and the same. How could they just abandon you like that? Or have you been lying to me all along? Chu Weiguo raged, ready to throw a punch. Qian Rongrong managed to regain her composure, blocking his fist. What good will getting angry do now? My sister's abandoning me is no surprise, given that even your own father has disowned you. There's no point arguing, we're staring death in the face. There's only one thing left to do now. Do you have the guts for it? Go big or go home. She made a gesture, indicating they should take drastic action. Chu Weiguo quickly caught her drift, though the plan seemed reckless. Desperate to save his own skin, he decided to go for it. He turned to the provincial elite troops around them and shouted, Brothers, I've just discovered the truth. These people are all imposters, pretending to be capital officials to cause trouble in our Tiannan province. Capture them for me, and I'll reward you handsomely. With only a few representatives from the capital present, Chu Weiguo figured if he could just eliminate them along with Jiang Chen, he could shift the blame entirely onto the traitor Jiang. After all, these were his own trusted men, whom he had rewarded well. However, Chu Weiguo's plan backfired spectacularly. After his order, the troops simply lowered their heads, pointedly ignoring him. What's wrong with you? Didn't you hear me? They're traitors, and I'm telling you to capture them. Are you all deaf? Chu Weiguo stared in disbelief as his commands were blatantly disregarded, something he had never experienced in all his years as a young master. Yet no matter how he repeated his orders, the soldiers remained steadfastly unresponsive, refusing to heed his words. Jiang Chen had to suppress a chuckle watching Chu Weiguo's desperate antics, not rushing to intervene just yet. You bastard! I'm Chu Lao's son. Do you really think you can ignore me just because he said a few harsh words? He was just angry, but blood is thicker than water. Who would disown their own son? If you dare to disobey me, you'll all live to regret it when I'm back in my father's good graces. Chu Weiguo tried to pass off his father's disowning as mere anger, hoping to maintain his authority. But the soldiers coldly responded, It doesn't matter whose son you are, we're not your private army. We serve the righteous forces of the 9 provinces, not some treacherous deeds. These capital officials are the real deal, not imposters as you claim. Even if your father ordered us, we'd ignore him too. The troops were no fools. They were happy to indulge Chu Weiguo's antics and enjoy his hospitality. But assassinating imperial envoys was an act of treason they dared not commit. Chu young master, it's best you surrender now. We don't want to fight you, considering our past friendship. But if you insist on being defiant, General Jiang has only to give the order, and will have no choice but to obey, the lead captain, a burly man, advised. Well said. Then go ahead and apprehend him. Jiang Chen replied calmly. Yes, sir. The soldiers eagerly stepped forward, keen to demonstrate their loyalty to the new war deity and earn his favor. You bastards! How dare you try to lay a hand on me? I've been feeding and using you all like dogs, and now you turn against me? Do you have a death wish? Chu Wigwei raged, refusing to believe his lackeys would dare to defy him. But his bravado was quickly shattered as fists collided with his eyes, nose, and mouth, battering him relentlessly. Ah! Stop, please stop, Chu Wigwa cried out, begging them to cease only after several anguished pleas. As soon as the beating stopped, he scurried away, snarling, Just you wait, you'll all pay for this. He then turned to the remaining 3 tall, fat, and skinny men who had been watching the spectacle. You 3 are on the blacklist. This is the kind of job you're good at. I'll pay you handsomely to help me. And Jiang Chen just killed your brother, don't you want to avenge him? However, the trio ignored Chu Wiguo's demands, not even acknowledging him. I'm talking to you. At least say something. Chu Wigwa angrily shoved the 3 men. But to his shock, they simply collapsed, like punctured balloons, transforming into small paper cutouts. It turned out these 3 had fled in terror the moment they heard the capital officials were here to bestow the title of general upon Jiang Chen. They had left only these paper puppets in their place. Yet, the paper figures still bore their defiant message. Jiang Chen, the grudge against my brother is irreconcilable. I will kill you eventually. Screw your grudge. You useless trash. Why don't you just kill me now if you can? Chu Wigwa furiously tore up the paper figures, seething with frustration. Bounty hunters and men on the blacklist, all talk and no action. They had no real guts. Sect Master Qian, what now? I've tried everything. It's all up to you. Chu Wigwa pleaded, desperate. There is one last option. I need to borrow something from you, Chen Rongrong replied, sounding remarkably calm, as if plotting something sinister. Borrow what? Anything to resolve this situation. You don't even have to return it. Chu Wigwei readily agreed, feeling magnanimous. I need to borrow your head, Chen Rongrong said, and before Chu Wigwa could even protest, she swiftly snapped his neck and ripped his head clean off his body. The young master of Tiannan, the so-called little prince, met his demise then and there. Even in death, his eyes remained wide open, unable to accept this betrayal. The onlookers were stunned, unsure of Qian Rongrong's motives. Was she simply trying to curry favor with Jiang Chen, though it might be too late for that? Nephew, I know you may not believe my words after all the misunderstandings between us, but I must tell you the truth. I was your mother's most trusted maid, like a sister to her. I even held you as a child. How could I ever do anything to hurt you? All my actions have been out of necessity. Now that it has come to this, I shall reveal the real truth to you, using Chu Wiguo's head as a token of my sincerity, Shen Rongrong said, holding the severed head. Oh really? Do you take me for a fool? A few words and killing some waste won't convince me. If you didn't betray my mother, then who did? Jiang Chen scoffed, unwilling to be swayed. But Qian Rongrong suddenly raised her voice, feigning hurt. Betray? Who said I betrayed the young mistress? Wasn't it that old man Qian Wansan? But how do you know Qian Wansan wasn't the one deceiving you? In fact, he was the one who harmed your mother. In fact, he had always secretly loved your mother. The reason she went into seclusion was largely to avoid him. But when his long-pursued love was rejected, he harbored a grudge and eventually colluded with outsiders to harm your mother. That is why I chose to ally with another powerful figure, with the goal of seeking vengeance for the young mistress. Alas, my abilities were insufficient, and my efforts over the years have yielded little result. But now, everything is fine, because, nephew, no, I should say, young master, you have grown up and been granted the title of general. From now on, this great vengeance shall fall to you. That's very well said. So the part about trying to have me killed and capture my friends was all an act as well? Jiang Chen chuckled coldly. Qian Rongrong certainly had some skill with her silver tongue, making it sound so plausible. No, that was not an act. I did want to capture you, but it was to protect you. You know your true identity. If you were exposed, the Jiang clan would surely find you, and you'd be doomed. So I had to use this method, pretending to kill you, then help you escape and take refuge under that powerful figure, to rebuild your strength in secret. I know my words alone won't convince you, but I have evidence. Shen Rongrong then produced a letter from within her robes, handing it to Jiang Chen. To Jiang Chen's surprise, it was indeed in his father's handwriting. The letter expressed Jiang Tian's regret for misjudging Qian Rongrong, and his promise to resolve everything. The date on the letter was 2 years ago, after his father's disappearance. It seemed his father had had not truly vanished, but was in a place Jiang Chen could not find him. "Where is my father now?" Jiang Chen urgently asked. "I cannot tell you that yet. You must first gain enough strength to deal with the Jiang clan," Shen Rongrong replied. "Young master, you know that being a general carries great power and influence. But against the Jiang clan, it still isn't enough. Everything I've done has been for your sake," Qian Rongrong said with utmost sincerity. The truth had now become muddled, with Qian Wansan's version of events clashing with Qian Rongrong's. Whom should Jiang Chen believe? "So you went through the trouble of forging this letter, how impressive," Jiang Chen said coldly as he examined the letter. "What? No, that's impossible. Your father's calligraphy is so distinctive, no one could imitate it. You must have some of his letters, you can compare them and see for yourself," Qian Rongrong denied frantically. "True, the handwriting is genuine, but the content is fabricated. Since my father's writing is so hard to replicate, you must have started by imitating my mother's first, and then contacted my father to have him write this," Jiang Chen sneered. Now it made sense why Qian Rongrong had tried to mimic his mother's handwriting. She was in contact with his father. "Ah, but that's just your speculation. You've put on these colored glasses and think everything I do is wrong, that I have ulterior motives. But I really am a good person," Qian Rongrong sighed, feigning innocence. "Perhaps, if you hadn't laced this letter with poison, I might have believed you a bit more. But since you've tampered with it, your pretenses are quite meaningless," Jiang Chen remarked, feeling the letter. The poison was truly crafted with skill, colorless, odorless, and slow-acting, the perfect assassination tool. But with his golden eyes, Jiang Chen had detected the toxins immediately. You knew the letter was poison from the start? Then why did you still dare to pick it up? Have you gone mad?" Qian Rongrong was utterly stunned. The potent toxin she had obtained from a high-ranking capital official was supposed to be fatal to anyone below the nascent soul realm. Yet Jiang Chen had knowingly accepted it. Was he really that overconfident, even to the point of courting death? "This is my father's letter. Of course I had to take it. His belongings are already so few, I can't let a scoundrel like you keep it and continue your deceitful schemes," Jiang Chen retorted. When it came to his parents' possessions, Jiang Chen would fight tooth and nail to reclaim them, no matter the difficulty. "Ha, another fool who places too much importance on emotions. You can't even bear to part with a simple letter. This has always been the fatal flaw of your family, your father, your mother, and now you as well. So just wait for your death." The poison is called the dissipating soul powder, ranked 18th among the world's deadliest toxins. There is no antidote that can save you. It will invade your dantian in half an hour, corroding all your spiritual energy. Then it will spread to your vital organs, draining them completely until you perish. And don't even think of using your own spiritual energy to expel it. The poison gets excited when it encounters spiritual power, so the more you try, the faster it will kill you. So don't bother trying to kill me again. Instead, spend your last moments bidding farewell to your little paramours and confidants. Ha ha ha. Qian Rongrong finally dropped her mask, preparing to leave. Jiang Chen wanted to stop her, but the moment he tried to channel his spiritual energy, he felt a corrosive force rapidly sapping his power. It was as if a swarm of insects were devouring him from within. However, contrary to Qian Rongrong's claims of certain death, the poison seemed to be overwhelmed by the sheer vastness of Jiang Chen's dantian. It could not make any further headway and was, in fact, becoming overfed and expelling a peculiar substance. At this moment, Run Wuguan erupted in outrage. "You vile woman! How dare you poison the war deity? If Jiang Chen can't kill you, then I will avenge him." Brandishing a steel blade, Ren Wuguan unleashed a flurry of slashes, enveloping Qian Rongrong in a deadly array of blade shadows. "You bastard! I have no grudge against you, why are you killing me?" Qian Rongrong cried out. "Because I simply cannot stand such a despicable person," Ren Wuguan roared. Though Ren Wuguan was not yet at the nascent soul realm like Jiang Chen, his cultivation at the peak of the Golden Core stage made him a formidable one-star commander. Qian Rongrong, being only in the initial stage of the Golden Core, stood no chance. Her protective barrier was swiftly shattered, and Qian Rongrong was soon hacked to pieces, her flesh and blood spraying like bursting fireworks. In the end, she had no choice but to self-detonate her Golden Core. The explosive force from Qian Rongrong's self-detonation forced Ren Wuguan to retreat. In that moment, Qian Rongrong's soul managed to escape into a ring, using the power of the blast as a propulsion to quickly disappear from sight. No one, not even Jiang Chen, who was preoccupied with the dissipating soul powder, noticed her narrow escape. It seemed this woman had many tricks up her sleeve to save her own life. War deity Jiang, how are you faring? I'll go find the best doctors in the capital immediately. Ran Wuguang quickly turned to Jiang Chen, thinking he had killed Qian Rongrong. But to everyone's surprise, Jiang Chen burst out laughing. I've found a way to treat the effects in my meridians and flesh. In fact, I may even be able to take it a step further. As the saying goes, a substance can be both poison and medicine. The dissipating soul powder, which would normally be a deadly toxin, was now proving beneficial for Jiang Chen. Given the sheer vastness of his dantian, the poison had instead become a gathering spiritual energy powder, continuously devouring spiritual energy but also expelling a nourishing force that was rejuvenating Jiang Chen's meridians and flesh. Commander Ren, please bring me the pills and herbs the higher-ups provided. I'll need them, Jiang Chen said. Of course. Although they mainly gave herbs, I can introduce a skilled alchemist if you'd like, Ran Wuguang offered, handing over the precious ingredients. No need, I'll just consume them directly, Jiang Chen replied, swallowing the entire batch in one go. Spiritual vortices began to appear in his body, like high-speed juicers extracting the essence from the herbs, which Jiang Chen rapidly absorbed. His meridians and flesh, previously damaged from forcefully commanding tens of thousands of soldiers, were now visibly healing and strengthening at an astonishing pace. Misfortune had become fortune. Meanwhile, Qian Rongrong had fled back to the capital, where the powerful figure assisted her in regaining a physical form. She immediately knelt and kowtowed, expressing her deepest gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for restoring my physical form. Your immense grace and kindness is something I can never repay. Qian Rongrong kowtowed deeply before the shrouded figure. I couldn't assist you in your hour of need. You don't hold a grudge against me, do you? The powerful figure's voice, laced with both warmth and authority, came from behind the curtain. Of course not, Your Highness. You must have been considering the bigger picture, and it was also a test of my abilities. If I couldn't handle such a situation, I wouldn't be worthy of serving you, Qian Rongrong replied quickly. I'm glad you understand my intentions. There are many things I cannot intervene in directly, but I will compensate you afterwards. Haven't you always wanted to have the Qian family's bloodline and become a true member of the clan? Now, your body is the genuine flesh and blood of the Qian family's main lineage. You are the legitimate daughter of the current patriarch, Qian Qingli. Your next task is to impersonate her identity, infiltrate the Qian family's main branch, and stir up their dissatisfaction towards Jiang Chen, preventing his successful promotion to general. After all, Jiang Chen's promotion relied on the combined power of the 100 Clan King's artifact and the Qian family's main branch. But now, all the credit goes to him alone, with the Qian family gaining nothing. They must be resentful, and if you can fan the flames, the Qian family will devour Jiang Chen. I've also contacted several veteran soldiers with outstanding military achievements who have been denied promotions for various reasons. I want them to challenge Jiang Chen during the promotion ceremony, with the goal of outright slaying him on stage. You must not let him succeed in becoming a general. Make him climb as high as possible, only to be dashed to the ground in the most spectacular fashion. The powerful figure spoke with vicious intent towards Jiang Chen. I understand, Your Highness. Qian Rongrong accepted the orders without hesitation. Meanwhile, in another luxurious manner in the capital, a servant came bursting into the bedroom, where the young master Jiang Bei was indulging in a threesome under the covers. Young master, terrible news. Jiang Chen has been promoted to general, the servant cried out. What the hell? Barging in here all frantic and nonsensical. Keep this up and I'll break your damn legs, Jiang Bei roared, slamming a pillow at the servant's head. Luckily, he had already finished his activities, or else the interruption would have ruined his performance. Furious, he roughly groped the soft flesh of the women next to him, forcing them to hide under the blankets. Only then did he calm down somewhat. You mean Feng Jiang? What kind of death is that, drying up on a tree as a mummified sausage? How novel, Jiang Bei scoffed, completely dismissive of his cousin. Hearing that Jiang Chen had recently been added to the blacklist as a traitor, Jiang Bei assumed he had already been killed. That upstart really has the audacity. It seems his hatred has blinded him, and all he cares about is getting revenge on us. So he's not afraid to take big risks, even colluding with those foreigners, Jiang Bei scoffed. But in the end, he couldn't even succeed in his vengeance, and now he's the one who's dead. How amusing. Wait, you're saying he's been promoted to general, not Feng Jian, the servant quickly clarified. General? Don't be ridiculous. What qualifies the Jiang Chen to become a general? You must have gotten it wrong, Jiang Bei said dismissively. It's true, look at this imperial edict sent out across the nation. The servant handed over the edict. Jiang Bei snatched it and began reading. His eyes soon widened in shock and rage. He single-handedly held back tens of thousands of the Sun Nation's troops and saved the northern border? That's impossible. How could that trash have such power? Jiang Bei roared. Damn those Sun Nation fools, how could so many of them fail to kill just one worthless piece of trash? Jiang Bei had expended so much effort to keep Jiang Chen, that troublesome nightmare, firmly under his heel. But now, to his dismay, that blind fool had managed to rise up again. If Jiang Chen succeeded in becoming a general, he would surpass Jiang Bei in status. This was something Jiang Bei could not tolerate. However, Jiang Bei was no longer the reckless playboy of the past. He quickly devised a wicked plan. Go, have my sister personally go and expose Jiang Chen's true identity at the promotion ceremony. I want all of the 9 provinces to know that he is a beast who even tried to defile his own cousin. Let's see if someone with a shameful background as a brothel girl can still be promoted to general. Excellent plan, young master. Your subordinate will get it done immediately, the servant praised, thoroughly impressed. Not only Jiang Chen's enemies, but even many of his friends and acquaintances who were only tangentially related to him, were now in a state of disbelief upon hearing the news of his impending promotion to general. After all, this was not just a local disturbance, but a nationwide announcement. Moreover, the previous general was an event from over a decade ago, which the entire nation paid great attention to. Subsequently, these people were either jealous, angry, envious, or happy for him. There were all kinds of emotions, and various messages were directed towards Jiang Chen's phone. Some people, whom Jiang Chen had once helped when he had become a destitute blind man, had ignored his pleas for help, but now they were proactively approaching him, trying to curry favor. It's truly a case of being poor and ignored in the bustling city, but rich and having distant relatives in the deep mountains. However, Jiang Chen had turned off his phone, cutting off all the messages. Even the female sect master who was seated on the master's throne, wearing a veil and enjoying the reverence of thousands of disciples in the southwestern mountains, smiled with satisfaction upon receiving the news. Brother Jiang Chen, I didn't expect you to have reached this stage in just a few months. It seems that the time for us to meet again is not far away. I just wonder if you'll still be able to recognize my current appearance. As the center of attention, Jiang Chen was currently oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on consuming medicinal herbs. After a while, he finally exhaled deeply, having fully digested a large batch of herbs, and opened his eyes once more. At this moment, not only had his injuries fully healed, but his physical strength had also increased to a new level. In terms of pure physical prowess, he was undoubtedly on par with the so-called martial saints. Moreover, the vast ocean in his dantian had been completely fulfilled, officially reaching the second stage of the celestial mysterious cultivation art's grand perfection realm. Coupled with the sky strategy sword, killing cultivators at the foundation establishment stage would be as easy as killing dogs, and even those at the golden core realm, in their mid-stages or below, could be easily dispatched with a single sword strike. Eating the emperor's rations is really comfortable. With so many resources, even if I had to constantly plunder wealthy families, I don't think their reserves would be as abundant as this, Jiang Chen mused. Brother Jiang, you've finally woken up, the 5 beautiful women surrounding Jiang Chen exclaimed, each one sounding more coquettish than the last, as if they were competing with one another. Gu Qingya, Jia Yanran, Ying Peijiu, Cui Jingyu, and Nurse Zhao Mengmeng, all 5 of them had remained by his side, not a single one having left, making it difficult for even the mighty Tuowobeo to approach. It is said that 3 women make a drama, but now with 5 of them gathered together, Jiang Chen felt like his head was about to explode. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. I've dragged you all into this mess. I'm truly apologetic. Jiang Chen first lowered his posture and apologized to the 5 beautiful women, trying to extinguish the angry fires in their eyes. It's all right, we didn't even suffer any injuries, and we got to witness such a grand spectacle. But I never expected you, Brother Jiang, to become a general. That's amazing. Cui Jingyu, who felt the least worthy of Jiang Chen, was the first to speak, not harboring too much resentment. However, Jia Yanran sneered, oh yes, Brother Jiang has really surprised us with so many unexpected things, like how charming he is, attracting all these girls wherever he goes. It's really admirable how he can captivate so many ladies. That's right, I also didn't expect there to be such beautiful women in the countryside. I thought they would all be village girls. Ying Peijiu, not wanting to be outdone, retorted directly, mocking Gu Qingya and Zhao Yanran as country bumpkins. Even the lowly background nurse, Zhao Mengmeng, summoned up her courage to compete for Jiang Chen's attention, saying, Sisters, do you all wear such heavy makeup every day? Unlike me, I don't even know how to apply makeup. That's right, our little sister's natural appearance is quite lacking, and even with makeup, it's still not worth much, Gu Qingya sneered haughtily. After this round of verbal sparring, Jiang Chen felt like his head was about to split open. He felt that this scene before him was even more terrifying than the invasion of the Sun Nation's 100,000 troops. It was a true hell-like complete battlefield. However, Jiang Chen felt that he was being wronged. After all, these 5 beauties were all related to him, but most of them were not actively pursued by Jiang Chen. If anyone were to blame, it would be his father, who had arranged too many marriage contracts. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had not even slept with any of these 5 women, at most just a kiss or two. Now that he hadn't benefited from the situation, yet found himself in such a troublesome predicament, he was truly at a loss. Brother Jiang, you previously publicly said you wanted to propose to me in the provincial capital. When are we going to have our formal wedding ceremony? Ing Peijiu seized the opportunity and played her trump card, determined to secure her own position. What? Jiang Chen, you dared to propose to her? Have you forgotten the promise you made to me? The recovered Gu Qingya also became agitated. After all, she was originally Jiang Chen's first betrothed, but then Zhao Yanran had snatched the lead. Now with so many more people involved, the uncle could tolerate it no more, and the aunt could no longer hold back. Well, this is… Boom! Jiang Chen could not handle the situation anymore, so he simply feigned that his injuries had not fully healed and fainted. Before collapsing, he gave Tuowobeo a meaningful look that only a man would understand. Tuowobeo immediately caught on, quickly saying, "The general is still recovering from his injuries, how can you all treat him this way? Quickly, bring the general to his room to rest." Alright, the women could only back down for now, wanting to help carry Jiang Chen to his room. However, Tuowobeo stopped them all at the door, saying, "No one is allowed in. I will personally tend to the general's injuries. Thank you, General Tuo, for your timely rescue. But we cannot linger here. Where will the inauguration ceremony be held?" Jiang Chen instantly regained his senses and asked Tuowobeo, "Wherever you wish, General. Though holding it in the provincial capital would be more convenient," Tuowobeo replied. "Alright, then let's go to the provincial capital." Jiang Chen dared not stay a moment longer in this den of tigresses. It's better to retreat first and deal with the issues later. After all, there's a saying that when facing irresolvable conflicts, one shouldn't panic, but can set aside the disputes and focus on development first. When the time is ripe, they can be addressed. Currently, Jiang Chen simply could not handle so many women, nor did he have the ability to coordinate the conflicts between them. But no matter, he believes that one day he will stand atop the mountain, unfettered by the constraints of the mundane world, and provide enough happiness to those who love him, and whom he loves in return. Soon, under Tuowobeo's cover, Jiang Chen quietly slipped out the window and rushed towards the provincial capital. But upon arriving at the city gates, he was intercepted by someone again. Jiang Chen clearly remembered that last time, it was at this very spot that the Ying family had blocked him from entering the provincial capital for no apparent reason. However, the attitude of the person blocking him this time was quite different from the Ying family's previous hostility. The person bowed respectfully and greeted him. "Greetings, General Jiang. I am from the Lu family of the provincial capital, here on the orders of our family head to invite you, General Jiang, to visit our Lu family." The Lu family, the leader of the 5 great families? What do they want with me? Jiang Chen was taken aback. He had dealt with the 5 great families before, but the Lu family, in particular, was not someone he had much connection with. "Your status has changed significantly, so the fawning of some local powers is only natural. But the Lu family is no ordinary family. As the former First Imperial clan, their strength is unmatched within the provincial capital, and they also wield significant influence in the imperial capital. If you, General Jiang, have no conflicts with them, it would be worth a visit," Tuowobeo suggested. Alright, Jiang Chen agreed. Well, if there's a chance, he would also like to see the Lu family's imperial treasures and witness the grandeur of true imperial artifacts. After all, he had already coveted the ancestor dragon sword sheath, which was just a sword sheath, so he could only imagine how awe-inspiring the real imperial treasures must be. "My identity makes it inconvenient for me to accompany you. If you have any needs in the future, just call this number. Otherwise, I'll see you at the inauguration ceremony." Tuowobeo took his leave from Jiang Chen. "Alright, see you at the inauguration ceremony." Jiang Chen smiled. He then boarded the Lu family's car and was driven to a luxurious villa nestled in the mountains. "Greetings, General Jiang. Your presence has truly graced my Lu family with honor." The Lu family patriarch, Lu Shenhan, personally welcomed Jiang Chen at the door. Hello, the Lu family patriarch is too kind." Jiang Chen looked at the middle-aged man before him, with his square face and bushy mustache, dressed in a formal suit, exuding an air of competence and dignity. "Shall we go inside and chat?" The Lu patriarch opened the ancient bronze gates and led Jiang Chen in. As soon as he entered the villa, Jiang Chen could sense something unusual. The spiritual energy in the air was several times stronger than the outside world. this is a heavenly abode? He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This was a truly precious place. Jiang Chen never expected this seemingly ordinary Lu family villa to be situated within a heavenly abode. The surrounding mountains, however, did not exhibit any signs of a heavenly abode. It was unclear whether the Lu family had used formations to forcibly adapt the area, or if this particular heavenly abode was small, only large enough to accommodate their villa. Yes, most of these heavenly abodes have already been claimed by the three great sects. However, my Lu family has been fortunate to occupy a small one for our own use. It is generally not open to the public, but as General Jiang, you are the exception. This is the key to an independent villa within our heavenly abode, which I would like to present to you. You are welcome to come whenever you wish. The cultivation resources here should be quite convenient for you. The Lu patriarch immediately gifted Jiang Chen a grand gesture, directly handing him the key to a villa within their heavenly abode. No, this is your Lu family's heavenly abode, I can't simply take it. And this gift is far too valuable. Jiang Chen hurriedly refused. He must not accept anything from these old foxes without understanding the implications. After all, these old schemers were no simple folk, and who knows what kind of schemes he might fall into if he accepted their gifts. General Jiang, your feats in the northern boundary have been truly awe-inspiring, the pride of our southern province. This small gift is far too modest, unworthy of a warrior of your caliber. If you refuse to accept it, you'll be insulting my Lu family, Lu Xianhan said with a smile. Well then, let me first ask, Lu Patriarch, do you have any tasks you need my help with? If they're not too difficult, I'd be happy to lend a hand, as a small repayment for this villa. Jiang Chen smiled, still not directly accepting the key. Upon hearing this, Lu Xuanhan's expression turned solemn, and he spoke in a righteous tone. Providing a home for a hero is simply the right thing to do. There's no need for General Jiang to help with any tasks, that would be too much. You see, we don't treat you alone this way. We extend the same courtesy to all those who have made meritorious contributions to the 9 provinces and our southern province. It's the least our Lu family can do to alleviate the worries of these heroes. Earlier, we came across news that some heroic individuals who risked their lives for the country struggled to even afford a home after retirement. Forced to live in mud huts in the countryside, unable to find a wife, and burdened by injuries. This truly pains our hearts. My Lu family has benefited greatly from the grace of the common people, so we must return what we've taken to the people. That's why we've made it our principle to never let our heroes shed both blood and tears. We'll do everything in our power to shelter and protect them. In contrast, the higher-ups have been utterly unreasonable, unable to discern right from wrong, only scheming against each other. They even branded General Jiang, a great hero, as a traitor. It's heartbreaking. Although some compensation was provided afterward, what does that amount to? A slap on the wrist and a little candy? It's simply unacceptable. Lu Xianhan grew more and more agitated, as if he himself had been wronged. Ha. Jiang Chen could only chuckle, not fully understanding Lu Xuanhan's intentions, but he finally accepted the villa's key. Sensing this, Lu Xianhan no longer pressed the issue and instead led Jiang Chen down a special corridor. The walls on both sides were adorned with murals depicting historical events, such as Lu Bang's uprising, Lu Xiu's summoning of a meteorite, and the meeting between the imperial uncle and Zhuge Liang. This is the history of the rise and fall of the Lu Han dynasty, Lu Xianhan explained as they walked. From the Western Han, Eastern Han, and Shu Han, to the later Zhao Han, Shen Han, Qin Han, and Southern Han, we have risen and fallen over a dozen times, and those who have claimed this name have done so hundreds of times, encompassing the entire feudal history of the 9 provinces. We have become the first imperial clan. Indeed, the Lu clan's foundations are truly profound and long-lasting, commanding my utmost respect. Jiang Chen nodded, genuinely acknowledging their achievements. The Han dynasty was undoubtedly the most deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people, and even Jiang Chen took pride in it. Speaking of the Lu clan's glorious history, we descendants can no longer be humble. I must tell you, General Jiang, that my Lu family possesses 2 imperial treasures. Other imperial clans at most have 1. This, Lu Xianhan claimed, was the primary reason the Lu family could surpass the other 4 great families. Would you like to take a look, General Jiang? Lu Xianhan asked. Of course, I would be honored to, Jiang Chen readily agreed. The Lu patriarch then led Jiang Chen into an underground chamber, navigating through 3 layers of high-tech and traditional security measures, until they reached a secret room. This chamber was like a small museum, filled with all kinds of exhibits, bronze wares, jade, porcelain, calligraphy, and paintings. The items were all steeped in historical aura, dazzling the senses. However, these were no ordinary antiques. Jiang Chen could feel the terrifying power lurking beneath the archaic aura of these items, especially the red iron sword placed at the highest spot. Even without activating it, Jiang Chen's sky strategy sword trembled in its presence. Even the proud ancestor dragon sword sheath dared not act rashly before it, becoming obedient. This is the Crimson Emperor's serpent-slaying sword. I wonder how it compares to the Ying family's ancestor dragon sword. I'd love to try it out someday, Lu Xianhan introduced. He then pointed to a strange-shaped stone that resembled a palm, also placed at the highest spot. This is the heavenly meteorite. During the Battle of Kunyang, it was the power of the descending meteorite that allowed Emperor Guangwu of Han to achieve the unparalleled feat of breaking 400,000 troops. The most spiritually attuned one was taken by the emperor, and over time, it has become a divine national treasure with wondrous abilities. And these are all top-tier imperial treasures. This is the head of Wang Mang, the eccentric suspected of time traveling. His severed head has been preserved for years, and it has now become a supreme imperial treasure. Truly remarkable. This is the 8 trigrams formation drawn by the master strategist Zhuge Liang himself. This is the wooden ox and flowing horse, which can travel 3,000 li in a day. And there's also the azure dragon crescent blade, the giant snake spear. General Jiang, if there's anything you like, feel free to take it, except for the imperial treasures, which I cannot part with, Lu Xianhan generously offered, willing to give away these priceless imperial artifacts. No, these are too precious, I can't possibly take them, Jiang Chen hurriedly refused. He truly couldn't understand the Lu patriarch's intentions. The earlier gift of the heavenly abode villa could still be explained as flattering Jiang Chen after his successful promotion. But now, he was willing to part with these imperial treasures? Clearly, he must have some larger schemes in mind. General Jiang, don't be nervous. We have no ill intent. Your inauguration ceremony is coming up in 7 days, isn't it? Lu Xianhan changed the subject. Yes, that's right, Jiang Chen nodded. Lu Xianhan explained, General Jiang, you may not be aware, but there is a rule regarding the inauguration ceremony for generals. The prospective general must withstand at least 3 challenges on that day to prove their strength to the world. If the challenges are failed, not only will the hard-earned generalship be lost, but the person will also become a laughingstock to all under heaven. No problem, let them come. As long as he's not afraid to die, let them challenge as they please, Jiang Chen said unconcernedly. General Jiang's strength is undoubtedly formidable, but who knows if your enemies might resort to underhanded tactics at this critical moment. After all, as far as I know, General Jiang, you have no shortage of enemies, especially the Jiang family in the imperial capital. They will definitely try to interfere. Frontal attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are much harder to guard against. Lu Xianhan warned with a serious expression, directly revealing Jiang Chen's true identity. You know my origins? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, as this was the first time an outsider had discovered his real identity. Ha, General Jiang, your status is no longer ordinary now that you are the center of attention. Your identity was bound to be uncovered. And my Lu family has stood firm for a millennium, so we have the means to uncover certain things. But don't misunderstand, we only wish to help you. We will intercept the Jiang family from the imperial capital in advance, and assist you in successfully becoming a general. Lu Patriarch, what exactly are you hoping I will help with, by doing all this for me? Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. Lu Xuanhan's expression turned completely serious as he replied righteously, General Jiang, don't you resent this world? You, the most legitimate eldest grandson of the Jiang family, were framed by your uncle and cousin to become a blind man. And just when you had a 3-year betrothed, she betrayed you. You painstakingly rebuilt your strength and accomplished unprecedented feats, yet were secretly branded a traitorous black sheep. And that sky strategy general as well. He guarded the border for over a decade, sacrificing for the country, yet was still suspected of being a defector by those above. If it weren't for you, General Jiang, clearing his name, he might not even be able to close his eyes in death. The root cause of all this is the incompetence and corruption of those in power. They have corrupted the moral fabric, and everyone only pursues their own interests, devoid of any sense of righteousness and shame. I wonder if General Jiang has heard the latest prophecy from the divine prognosticator Gongsun Liang? No, what prophecy? The prophecy declares, the Lu clan shall become kings, and the 9 provinces will flourish. I wish to restore the Han dynasty and remake the world, to bring the way of benevolent governance back to the 9 provinces, and allow all the common people to live good lives. I wonder if General Jiang would be willing to lend me a hand in this endeavor. Lu Xianhan finally revealed his true purpose. Thunder cracked, the heavens shook. Jiang Chen was truly stunned. He never expected the Lu patriarch to harbor such earth-shattering ambitions. Even someone who had experienced so much like himself was momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of nonsense is this? In this day and age, someone still has the gall to think this way? Restore the Han dynasty? Why not just revive the great Xia while you're at it? It's utterly preposterous. After a long pause, Jiang Chen came up with a response. Lu patriarch, your joke is a bit too grand. I never knew you had such a great sense of humor. I'm not joking, I'm completely serious. My Lu family has been preparing for this day for a long time. The Lu patriarch replied solemnly, not giving Jiang Chen an easy out. The Qing dynasty has been gone for over 100 years, and the Han dynasty ended even longer ago. Lu patriarch, we have to look forward, not live off our ancestors' accomplishments forever. Otherwise, you'll end up like that cousin Modong Fufu from the Heaven's Blade. Jiang Chen lamented, truly dumbfounded once again by the shamelessness of these aristocratic clans. No wonder it's said that to be considered a proper scion of these great families, one must simply indulge in eating, drinking, and debauchery. The moment they try to do something deemed righteous, they either dig their own family's grave or plunge the common people into ruin. Why can't we restore it? My Lu family has revived over a dozen times throughout history, so why can't we do it again now? There's nothing new under the sun. What my ancestors could do, I can do as well. The Lu patriarch's eyes gleamed with confidence. Leaving aside the fact that you're essentially trying to turn back the wheels of history, which won't garner much support. Just in terms of raw power, while your Lu family may be strong in the southern province, the southern province is just one province. To contend with the 9 provinces as a whole, your strength might not be enough, am I right? Jiang Chen said bluntly. To this, Lu Xianhan was well prepared, continuing, General Jiang, you don't need to worry about that. We're not fools, we won't act rashly without sufficient power. To be honest, over the years we've won over quite a few like-minded individuals. Furthermore, there is an extremely powerful force that has agreed to assist us. This force is no weaker than my Lu family. Of course, I cannot reveal the specific identity of this force to you yet, but it is absolutely formidable. And in this world, nothing ever goes smoothly. Where there are risks, there are also greater rewards. In your current situation, General Jiang, with the Jiang family in the capital suppressing you, it will be difficult for you to progress further. But if you help us, once our plan succeeds, you may even have the power to destroy the Jiang family and avenge yourself. Doesn't that sound appealing to you, General Jian? Lu Xianhan said excitedly. This was a key reason why Lu Xianhan was willing to reveal such a big secret to Jiang Chen right from the start. Jiang Chen was simply too perfect a fit. With the Jiang family as his mortal enemy, he could only cooperate with Lu's faction. So this is the true purpose behind your so-called helping heroes, how far-reaching your schemes are. Jiang Chen sneered. If I don't agree to help your Lu family, am I not going to be able to leave this villa? General Jiang, please don't jest, we're simply looking for like-minded individuals, not forcing anyone. Whether you agree or not, you are free to come and go as you please, Lu Xianhan replied politely. In that case, I must decline. Jiang Chen answered bluntly. This response clearly caught the Lu patriarch off guard, making him pause for a few seconds before asking, why? Is it that General Jiang feels the benefits we offer are not enough? Or do you think it's too dangerous? We can further discuss the benefits if that's the issue. If you feel it's too dangerous, we can also arrange some easier tasks for you. It's neither of those. Jiang Chen replied directly. I simply don't want to see the so-called feudal dynasties continue to emerge, taking such a reactionary stance. I don't want to be the running dog of your family, spouting lofty rhetoric about benefits, when in reality you just want to lord over and exploit the common people, turning the 9 provinces into your personal fiefdom. Not just great families, aristocratic clans, or noble houses, you must become the true imperial clan? Your greed is simply too excessive. Can you please lower your heads and take a look at the common people at the bottom? You've been fleecing them to the bone, and now you want to stir up more trouble? In the end, it's those poor people who will suffer and die. Lu Patriarch, you should give this villa to someone more appropriate. And if you're afraid of information leaking out and want to stop me, then feel free to come at me. Jiang Chen directly tossed the villa key back and strode towards the exit. The Lu family's men immediately drew their weapons, glaring furiously at Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen showed no fear, leaving without looking back. Master, should we? At this time, the Lu family's steward stepped forward, making a killing gesture towards Lu Xianhan. No need. The young man is too arrogant, unaware of the cruelty of the world. Let's just wait and see. When the inauguration ceremony comes, he'll realize the Jiang family's schemes and naturally come begging for our help. Lu Xianhan said confidently. Thereafter, Jiang Chen successfully exited the Lu family villa. But to his surprise, there was a large group of elegantly dressed people waiting outside. As soon as they saw Jiang Chen come out, they rushed forward like seeing a big celebrity, shouting in succession, "Greetings, General Jiang. I represent the Ying family, and we sincerely invite you to visit the Ying estate. I'm from the Zhao family, and we also have an invitation for you. The Li family has an invitation as well. The Zhu family also requests your presence." The five great noble houses truly deserve their reputation as the masters of the provincial capital. Their information network is so efficient that the moment they heard Lu family invited Jiang Chen, they all rushed to extend their own invitations. Even the Zhu family and Ying family, who had previously had conflicts with Jiang Chen, sent representatives over, not afraid of the awkwardness. Their expressions were mixed. Some were likely trying to mend their rift with Jiang Chen, others might have their own ulterior motives like the Lu family, and some were simply following the trend, unwilling to be left behind as other noble houses extended invitations. But Jiang Chen had no more interest in dealing with these scheming noble factions, flatly rejecting them all without any courtesy, riding off into the distance. Time slipped away like water through the fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The day of Jiang Chen's inauguration had arrived. This was a grand event for the entire southern province, even the entire 9 provinces. Although Jiang Chen had snubbed the 5 great noble houses, they still actively spent a fortune in the provincial capital to construct an extravagantly magnificent inauguration platform for him, the Golden Dais. The meaning was to convey, reporting to you, on the golden dais above, I shall raise the jade dragon for you to the death. The big shots of the entire southern province had gathered early, completely surrounding the golden dais. Numerous media outlets had also prepared their equipment, ready to record this historic moment. Even representatives from other provinces, and even the imperial capital, had come to attend the ceremony. So much so that many out-of-town bigwigs had to abandon their luxury cars 3 li away, relying on walking to reach the seats prepared for them. The scalpers had made full preparations, with tickets selling for tens of thousands each, and the seats closest to the platform being priceless. Among them, there would naturally be some trying to squeeze in, claiming to be Jiang Chen's acquaintances, to get into the VIP section. One particularly corpulent celestial maiden was loudly shouting to the crowd, waving a graduation photo, "Make way, make way. I'm Jiang Chen's classmate. If you dare block me, you'll regret it." But this photo isn't even from the same class. What kind of classmate are you? Someone with a keen eye remarked after looking at the graduation photo. But we were in neighboring classes. And back then, Jiang Chen would often pass by our class and even peek in at me. You better show me some respect. I might just become the future Madam General. The celestial maiden boasted pridefully. The bystanders were rendered speechless, and a few even stepped forward, saying, get lost, who do you think you are, claiming to be Jiang Chen's classmate? Get in line like everyone else. That's right, I'm also Jiang Chen's classmate, a genuine classmate from elementary school, but I can't get in either. I was his middle school classmate. I was his high school classmate. I was his university classmate. At this moment, whether true classmates or fake relatives, a motley crew of people who had no real connection to Jiang Chen had all gathered, showcasing the bustling excitement of this inauguration ceremony. Quiet, here comes Jiang Chen. At this call, the entire clamorous venue fell silent. Amid thunderous applause, Jiang Chen, who had been in seclusion for 7 days, slowly walked up to the golden dais, led by Ren Wuang, to receive his inauguration. However, the crowd couldn't help but be disappointed by Jiang Chen's youthful appearance, muttering, "So this is what the mighty General Jiang looks like? He's so slender and young, not at all like the 8-armed, 3-headed monster we imagined." Of course, that's Neze you're thinking of. The people around immediately refuted. Being made a general at such a young age, there must be some secret behind it. Surely his father was also a general? Well, in these times, the sons of dragons become dragons, and the sons of rats can only be small rats burrowing holes. We common folk have no chance. I heard that's not the case. This General Jiang achieved his reputation through his own efforts, earning great merits on the northern border, which is why he is being promoted. Gu Qingya, who was not sitting in the designated VIP section, had mingled into the crowd, trying to set the record straight for Jiang Chen. However, the people clearly didn't believe her words, questioning, "Really? In this day and age, can an ordinary person rise to such a high position? Listen to her blabbering, he's clearly just some big shot's son, getting a gilded opportunity. A mere formality. At his age, how could he have any real skills and accomplishments?" This is the head of Wang Mang, the eccentric suspected of time traveling. His severed head has been preserved for years, and it has now become a supreme imperial treasure. Truly remarkable. This is the 8 trigrams formation drawn by the master strategist Zhuge Liang himself. This is the wooden ox and flowing horse, which can travel 3,000 li in a day. And there's also the azure dragon crescent blade, the giant snake spear. General Jiang, if there's anything you like, feel free to take it, except for the imperial treasures, which I cannot part with, Lu Xianhan generously offered, willing to give away these priceless imperial artifacts. No, these are too precious, I can't possibly take them, Jiang Chen hurriedly refused. He truly couldn't understand the Lu Patriarch's intentions. The earlier gift of the heavenly abode villa could still be explained as flattering Jiang Chen after his successful promotion. But now, he was willing to part with these imperial treasures? Clearly, he must have some larger schemes in mind. General Jiang, don't be nervous. We have no ill intent. Your inauguration ceremony is coming up in 7 days, isn't it? Lu Xianhan changed the subject. Yes, that's right, Jiang Chen nodded. Lu Xianhan explained, General Jiang, you may not be aware, but there is a rule regarding the inauguration ceremony for generals. The prospective general must withstand at least 3 challenges on that day to prove their strength to the world. If the challenges are failed, not only will the hard-earned generalship be lost, but the person will also become a laughingstock to all under heaven. No problem, let them come. As long as he's not afraid to die, let them challenge as they please, Jiang Chen said unconcernedly. General Jiang's strength is undoubtedly formidable, but who knows if your enemies might resort to underhanded tactics at this critical moment. After all, as far as I know, General Jiang, you have no shortage of enemies, especially the Jiang family in the imperial capital. They will definitely try to interfere. Frontal attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are much harder to guard against. Lu Xianhan warned with a serious expression, directly revealing Jiang Chen's true identity. You know my origins? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed, as this was the first time an outsider had discovered his real identity. Ha, General Jiang, your status is no longer ordinary now that you are the center of attention. Your identity was bound to be uncovered. And my Lu family has stood firm for a millennium, so we have the means to uncover certain things. But don't misunderstand, we only wish to help you. We will intercept the Jiang family from the imperial capital in advance, and assist you in successfully becoming a general. Lu Patriarch, what exactly are you hoping I will help with, by doing all this for me? Jiang Chen asked suspiciously. Lu Xuanhan's expression turned completely serious as he replied righteously, General Jiang, don't you resent this world? You, the most legitimate eldest grandson of the Jiang family, were framed by your uncle and cousin to become a blind man. And just when you had a 3-year betrothed, she betrayed you. You painstakingly rebuilt your strength and accomplished unprecedented feats, yet were secretly branded a traitorous black sheep. And that Sky Strategy general as well. He guarded the border for over a decade, sacrificing for the country, yet was still suspected of being a defector by those above. If it weren't for you, General Jiang, clearing his name, he might not even be able to close his eyes in death. The root cause of all this is the incompetence and corruption of those in power. They have corrupted the moral fabric, and everyone only pursues their own interests, devoid of any sense of righteousness and shame. I wonder if General Jiang has heard the latest prophecy from the divine prognosticator Gongsun Liang? No, what prophecy? The prophecy declares, the Lu clan shall become kings, and the 9 provinces will flourish. I wish to restore the Han dynasty and remake the world, to bring the way of benevolent governance back to the 9 provinces, and allow all the common people to live good lives. I wonder if General Jiang would be willing to lend me a hand in this endeavor. Lu Xianhan finally revealed his true purpose. Thunder cracked, the heavens shook. Jiang Chen was truly stunned. He never expected the Lu Patriarch to harbor such earth-shattering ambitions. Even someone who had experienced so much like himself was momentarily at a loss for words. What kind of nonsense is this? In this day and age, someone still has the gall to think this way? Restore the Han dynasty? Why not just revive the great Xia while you're at it? It's utterly preposterous. After a long pause, Jiang Chen came up with a response. Ha, Lu Patriarch, your joke is a bit too grand. I never knew you had such a great sense of humor. I'm not joking, I'm completely serious. My Lu family has been preparing for this day for a long time. The Lu Patriarch replied solemnly, not giving Jiang Chen an easy out. The Qing dynasty has been gone for over 100 years, and the Han dynasty ended even longer ago. Lu Patriarch, we have to look forward, not live off our ancestors' accomplishments forever. Otherwise, you'll end up like that cousin Modong Fufu from the Heaven's Blade. Jiang Chen lamented, truly dumbfounded once again by the shamelessness of these aristocratic clans. No wonder it's said that to be considered a proper scion of these great families, one must simply indulge in eating, drinking, and debauchery. The moment they try to do something deemed righteous, they either dig their own family's grave or plunge the common people into ruin. Why can't we restore it? My Lu family has revived over a dozen times throughout history, so why can't we do it again now? There's nothing new under the sun. What my ancestors could do, I can do as well. The Lu patriarch's eyes gleamed with confidence. Leaving aside the fact that you're essentially trying to turn back the wheels of history, which won't garner much support. Just in terms of raw power, while your Lu family may be strong in the southern province, the southern province is just one province. To contend with the 9 provinces as a whole, your strength might not be enough, am I right? Jiang Chen said bluntly. To this, Lu Xianhan was well prepared, continuing, General Jiang, you don't need to worry about that. We're not fools, we won't act rashly without sufficient power. To be honest, over the years we've won over quite a few like-minded individuals. Furthermore, there is an extremely powerful force that has agreed to assist us. This force is no weaker than my Lu family. Of course, I cannot reveal the specific identity of this force to you yet, but it is absolutely formidable. And in this world, nothing ever goes smoothly. Where there are risks, there are also greater rewards. In your current situation, General Jiang, with the Jiang family in the capital suppressing you, it will be difficult for you to progress further. But if you help us, once our plan succeeds, you may even have the power to destroy the Jiang family and avenge yourself. Doesn't that sound appealing to you, General Jian? Lu Xianhan said excitedly. This was a key reason why Lu Xianhan was willing to reveal such a big secret to Jiang Chen right from the start. Jiang Chen was simply too perfect a fit. With the Jiang family as his mortal enemy, he could only cooperate with Lu's faction. So this is the true purpose behind your so-called helping heroes, how far-reaching your schemes are. Jiang Chen sneered. If I don't agree to help your Lu family, am I not going to be able to leave this villa? General Jiang, please don't jest, we're simply looking for like-minded individuals, not forcing anyone. Whether you agree or not, you are free to come and go as you please, Lu Xianhan replied politely. In that case, I must decline. Jiang Chen answered bluntly. This response clearly caught the Lu patriarch off guard, making him pause for a few seconds before asking, why? Is it that General Jiang feels the benefits we offer are not enough? Or do you think it's too dangerous? We can further discuss the benefits if that's the issue. If you feel it's too dangerous, we can also arrange some easier tasks for you. It's neither of those. Jiang Chen replied directly. I simply don't want to see the so-called feudal dynasties continue to emerge, taking such a reactionary stance. I don't want to be the running dog of your family, spouting lofty rhetoric about benefits, when in reality you just want to lord over and exploit the common people, turning the 9 provinces into your personal fiefdom. Not just great families, aristocratic clans, or noble houses, you must become the true imperial clan? Your greed is simply too excessive. Can you please lower your heads and take a look at the common people at the bottom? You've been fleecing them to the bone, and now you want to stir up more trouble? In the end, it's those poor people who will suffer and die. Lu Patriarch, you should give this villa to someone more appropriate. And if you're afraid of information leaking out and want to stop me, then feel free to come at me. Jiang Chen directly tossed the villa key back and strode towards the exit. The Lu family's men immediately drew their weapons, glaring furiously at Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen showed no fear, leaving without looking back. Master, should we? At this time, the Lu family's steward stepped forward, making a killing gesture towards Lu Xianhan. No need. The young man is too arrogant, unaware of the cruelty of the world. Let's just wait and see. When the inauguration ceremony comes, he'll realize the Jiang family's schemes and naturally come begging for our help, Lu Xianhan said confidently. Thereafter, Jiang Chen successfully exited the Lu family villa. But to his surprise, there was a large group of elegantly dressed people waiting outside. As soon as they saw Jiang Chen come out, they rushed forward like seeing a big celebrity, shouting in succession, Greetings, General Jiang. I represent the Ying family, and we sincerely invite you to visit the Ying estate. I'm from the Zhao family, and we also have an invitation for you. The Li family has an invitation as well. The Zhu family also requests your presence. The 5 great noble houses truly deserve their reputation as the masters of the provincial capital. Their information network is so efficient that the moment they heard Lu family invited Jiang Chen, they all rushed to extend their own invitations. Even the Zhu family and Ying family, who had previously had conflicts with Jiang Chen, sent representatives over, not afraid of the awkwardness. Their expressions were mixed. Some were likely trying to mend their rift with Jiang Chen, others might have their own ulterior motives like the Lu family, and some were simply following the trend, unwilling to be left behind as other noble houses extended invitations. But Jiang Chen had no more interest in dealing with these scheming noble factions, flatly rejecting them all without any courtesy, riding off into the distance. Time slipped away like water through the fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed, the day of Jiang Chen's inauguration had arrived. This was a grand event for the entire southern province, even the entire 9 provinces. Although Jiang Chen had snubbed the 5 great noble houses, they still actively spent a fortune in the provincial capital to construct an extravagantly magnificent inauguration platform for him, the Golden Dais. The meaning was to convey, reporting to you, on the golden dais above, I shall raise the jade dragon for you to the death. The big shots of the entire southern province had gathered early, completely surrounding the golden dais. Numerous media outlets had also prepared their equipment, ready to record this historic moment. Even representatives from other provinces, and even the imperial capital, had come to attend the ceremony. So much so that many out-of-town bigwigs had to abandon their luxury cars 3 li away, relying on walking to reach the seats prepared for them. The scalpers had made full preparations, with tickets selling for tens of thousands each, and the seats closest to the platform being priceless. Among them, there would naturally be some trying to squeeze in, claiming to be Jiang Chen's acquaintances, to get into the VIP section. One particularly corpulent celestial maiden was loudly shouting to the crowd, waving a graduation photo, "Make way, make way. I'm Jiang Chen's classmate. If you dare block me, you'll regret it." But this photo isn't even from the same class. What kind of classmate are you? Someone with a keen eye remarked after looking at the graduation photo. But we were in neighboring classes. And back then, Jiang Chen would often pass by our class and even peek in at me. You better show me some respect. I might just become the future Madam General. The celestial maiden boasted pridefully. The bystanders were rendered speechless, and a few even stepped forward, saying, Get lost, who do you think you are, claiming to be Jiang Chen's classmate? Get in line like everyone else. That's right, I'm also Jiang Chen's classmate, a genuine classmate from elementary school, but I can't get in either. I was his middle school classmate. I was his high school classmate. I was his university classmate. At this moment, whether true classmates or fake relatives, a motley crew of people who had no real connection to Jiang Chen had all gathered, showcasing the bustling excitement of this inauguration ceremony. Quiet, here comes Jiang Chen. At this call, the entire clamorous venue fell silent. Amid thunderous applause, Jiang Chen, who had been in seclusion for 7 days, slowly walked up to the golden dais, led by Ren Wuang, to receive his inauguration. However, the crowd couldn't help but be disappointed by Jiang Chen's youthful appearance, muttering, "So this is what the mighty General Jiang looks like? He's so slender and young, not at all like the 8-armed, 3-headed monster we imagined." Of course, that's Neze you're thinking of. The people around immediately refuted. Being made a general at such a young age, there must be some secret behind it. Surely his father was also a general? Well, in these times, the sons of dragons become dragons, and the sons of rats can only be small rats burrowing holes. We common folk have no chance. I heard that's not the case. This General Jiang achieved his reputation through his own efforts, earning great merits on the northern border, which is why he is being promoted. Gu Qingya, who was not sitting in the designated VIP section, had mingled into the crowd, trying to set the record straight for Jiang Chen. However, the people clearly didn't believe her words, questioning, "Really? In this day and age, can an ordinary person rise to such a high position? Listen to her blabbering, he's clearly just some big shot's son, getting a gilded opportunity. A mere formality. At his age, how could he have any real skills and accomplishments? I heard there will be a challenge match later. Then we'll see how much this new general is worth." You're too naive. The challenge matches have long been corrupted by these aristocratic scions. The real challengers have already been intercepted outside, and they'll just find some stooges to put on a show, making this new general easily win. Just like that undefeated general before, all talk of being able to split a mountain with a single sword stroke, extraordinary prowess. But in the challenge match, the opponents practically rolled over. The fight was so fake it was embarrassing. He almost lost, and had to catch himself from falling. Turns out his father was a peerless 3-star general, that's why he got this position. One knowledgeable person sneered, "Ah, these wretched aristocratic clans, passing down power for generations, monopolizing everything. What do they amount to?" The crowd sighed in resignation, deeply disgusted by this phenomenon. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, unaware that he had somehow become labeled a spoiled aristocrat's son, now stood before Ren Wuang, listening as he opened the imperial edict to bestow honors upon him. There is the hero Jiang Chen, who has accomplished 3 great feats for the 9 provinces. I hereby grant him due recognition, for all the 9 provinces to learn from. Feat 1, Jiang Chen exposed the false identity of the Sky Strategy General in the provincial capital of the southern province, and slew the traitor. Feat 2, Jiang Chen rushed thousands of miles to the northern border, slaying the rebel Xiao San. Feat 3, in the northern border, Jiang Chen single-handedly withstood an army of 150,000 enemy troops, slaying the enemy vanguard commander and 10,000 enemy soldiers. His feats are glorious, etched into the annals of history. I hereby confer upon him the title of 2-star general. His title shall be Wuan. The civil can stabilize the realm, the martial can pacify all under heaven. Whoa! Not just a 1-star general, but directly a 2-star? Incredible, absolutely incredible. Such a young 2-star general, he must be the number one in the entire 9 provinces. The crowd erupted in excitement upon hearing the announcement, utterly astonished. One must know that general ranks range from 1 to 5 stars. The 4 and 5-star ranks are honorific titles, bestowed upon those wielding real authority, or retired high-ranking generals. Among active generals, the 3-star rank is the most revered. Yet Jiang Chen had skipped straight to 2 stars, even surpassing Ren Wuang by 1 rank. No wonder Ren Wuang had been so deferential to him from the start. In fact, across the entire 9 provinces, there are no more than 10 2-star generals. Even the previous Sky Strategy general had only gradually risen to 2 stars after over a decade of guarding the northern border. But Jiang Chen had reached this level in one fell swoop. This inevitably made people wonder if he had some powerful patron backing him, otherwise how could he have been promoted so excessively? At this moment, the patriarchs of the major noble houses were all glaring enviously at the Ying family patriarch, inwardly cursing that old geezer's keen eye. He had arranged 2 marriage betrothals, originally thinking it would be a laughingstock, but both betrothals turned out to be to generals, and the real one had now defeated the fake one, truly boosting the old Ying patriarch's reputation. The Ying patriarch himself was also somewhat bewildered, but deliberately maintained an air of profound inscrutability, smilingly accepting the resentment of the others, making them even more itchy with rage. I hereby bestow upon the general the royal artifact, the Violet Thunder Cloak. This cloak can withstand all attacks of wind, lightning, fire and water, and even allows flight and other marvelous uses. According to custom, generals would receive a royal artifact, like the Sky Strategy General's Sky Strategy Sword. And now, Jiang Chen's own royal artifact had arrived, a scarlet cloak, though it was puzzling why it was called the Violet Thunder Cloak when it was clearly red. Nevertheless, this cloak was just what Jiang Chen needed to make up for his lack of defense, making him slightly more interested in this tedious inauguration ceremony. Just as Jiang Chen was about to reach out and take the cloak, a voice suddenly rang out. Wait, I object. If you object, you can challenge him in the arena later, but now is not the time, Ren Wuang warned. However, the one who had spoken paid no heed to Ren Wuang's words, pushing through the crowd and revealing a youthful, lovely face, with twin ponytails. Then she introduced herself. I'm not here to challenge. I am this General Jiang's cousin. My name is Jiang Chen. I must expose the true identity of this so-called new general. He is the legitimate heir of the #1 family in the capital, the Jiang clan. What? Damn it, so he's just another spoiled aristocrat's son after all. See, I told you there's no such thing as a commoner making it big these days. These damned aristocratic clans have cornered everything. Fuck, can't we lowly peasants have even a glimmer of hope? You've all monopolized the positions, what's left for us? The crowd erupted in furious outcry upon hearing this. Jiang Chen's close associates, like Gu Qingya and Zhao Yanran, were also utterly shocked by this revelation. They had no idea Jiang Chen had such a background. This was precisely one of Jiang Eren's objectives. Knowing the public's disdain towards scions of noble families, she wanted to preemptively slap that label on Jiang Chen. What is she doing? Exposing her own family? Other aristocrats' children usually hope their own do well. Why is the Jiang family different? Ren Wuang, standing on the platform, was puzzled by Jiang Eren's actions. Nevertheless, to allow the inauguration to proceed, he tried to explain this. Our conferring of the title is based on Sir Jiang's merits, not his background. But this only made things worse, as the crowd immediately responded with open contempt. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen unleashed her bombshell. I'm not exposing his background. He has already been expelled from the Jiang clan in the capital. He has no relation to my family. What I'm exposing is his character. He is vicious, beastly, and inhuman. He even tried to violate his own cousin. 3 years ago, he secretly snuck into my bathroom, attempting to rape me. Fortunately, I struggled with all my might, and called for my uncles and aunts, or else he would have succeeded. But how can such a despicable rapist be qualified to be a general? How can we possibly look up to him? When he was just an ordinary person, he was already so shameless. If he were to wield real power, I shudder to think what he might do. Does everyone really want to entrust the defense of our 9 provinces to such a person? I simply can't feel at ease, so I must stand up, even at the cost of my own reputation, to expose his crimes to the world. Let everyone see his true face. Her words ignited an immediate explosion. So the upper-class scions really do live licentiously. Today I've finally witnessed it, even violating his own cousin. Have they no human decency left? Incredible, simply beastly. These aristocratic brats are truly only fit to be parasites, living off others their whole lives, their minds filled with filth. How dare they claim to be generals? We absolutely cannot allow the defense of the 9 provinces to be entrusted to such a person. This is our disgrace. The crowd erupted in furious denouncement, pointing accusingly at Jiang Chen. The scene descended into complete chaos. Even Ren Wuang's attempts to restore order were futile. Yet Jiang Chen remained silent, his expression calm and unperturbed. It was unclear whether he had anticipated the Jiang clan's sabotage, or was simply too enraged to speak. Do you have any evidence? What right do you have to make such claims against Jiang Chen? Unable to remain silent, Gu Qingya and the others, led by the hot-tempered Zhao Yanran, spoke up in rebuttal. They absolutely believed Jiang Chen could not be such a person. What evidence is needed for this kind of thing? I am his own cousin, an unmarried maiden. If this didn't truly happen, would I publicly accuse him? Do you think I have no shame? Zhao Yanran scoffed disdainfully. Without a shred of evidence, she spoke with such righteous indignation, and the crowd simply swallowed it, echoing her claims. That's right, what girl would falsely accuse someone of such a thing? Fake new general, what a scumbag. Maybe even his so-called merits were stolen from others. Trash. Step down, step down, step down. The cries grew increasingly vehement, with some even picking up bottles and shoes to hurl towards the platform. Fortunately, Ren Wuang quickly erected a protective barrier to block the assault. In truth, the crowd held no personal grudges against Jiang Chen, but after years of the aristocratic scion's reckless behavior, monopolizing everything without contributing, the people's resentment had reached a boiling point. This was the chance the crowd had been waiting for to vent their frustrations, and they unleashed it all upon Jiang Chen as their scapegoat. Without evidence, don't slander him. You vile woman, do you think no one knows about your own misdeeds? You and your brother have colluded together, scheming to snatch the rightful heir's position from Jiang Chen. That's why you plotted to have him expelled from the Jiang clan. You're willing to sell your own integrity and trample on family ties, all for the sake of power. How shameless. Zhao Yanran stood up again, fuming. She may not have known Jiang Chen's originally noble background, but she knew his eyes had been forcibly gouged out by his cousin. Looking at Jiang Yanran's belligerent appearance now, she could more or less guess the truth. Who are you? Spouting such nonsense, do you have any evidence? Jiang Yanran retorted. I'm one of Jiang Chen's pursuers. Evidence? Simple, the fact that I'm still an unmarried maiden who loves Jiang Chen, yet he hasn't even touched someone as beautiful as me. How could he have gone after you, you ugly beast? Zhao Yanran sneered. In terms of looks, Jiang Yanran was not lacking, considered a beauty among commoners. With various cosmetic enhancements, she fancied herself an elite socialite. But compared to Zhao Yanran, she was like a plastic flower next to a true bloom, an undeniable air of fakeness about her. Jiang Yanran couldn't refute Zhao Yanran's words, but still tried to come up with an excuse. That doesn't mean anything. Maybe Jiang Chen just happens to like my type. Pa, what's so good about your type? It's not like he's eating skewers, the more flamboyant the better. Let me tell you the truth, I'm also one of Jiang Chen's pursuers. I've even thrown myself at him before, but he is truly an upright gentleman, he would never do such a thing. The bold and decisive Ing Pagio also joined in the fray, directly confronting Jiang Yanran. That's right, me too, me as well. Zhao Yanran, Gu Qingya, Ing Pagio, Cui Jingyan, Zhao Mengmeng, one by one, these beautiful women stood up, using their dazzling looks to refute Jiang Yanran. When there were no enemies, they would naturally scold Jiang Chen, the faithless man, and demand he choose one of them. But when faced with a common foe, they instantly united, even willing to sacrifice some of their own reputation to defend Jiang Chen. You all. Jiang Yanran was at a loss for words. Then you must all be after Jiang Chen's wealth. That's why he doesn't want to touch you, he's too stingy to spend money. This was something Jiang Yanran had never expected, so many beautiful women claiming to be Jiang Chen's pursuers, but she quickly found another rebuttal. Excuse me, as you said, Jiang Chen is the discarded son of the Jiang clan, and before his inauguration, he was just an unknown nobody. In contrast, we are all scions of prominent families. Though we may not match the opulence of the capital, we have more than enough to spend, no need to go after some measly money. That's right, I'm the proud daughter of the Ying family. I have no need to pursue anything. I simply admire Jiang Chen's abilities. Jiang Yanran was left speechless by these retorts, inwardly cursing that Jiang Chen must have bewitched these women somehow, for them to so staunchly defend him. Damn, with so many beautiful and wealthy women not even touching him, is this General Jiang some kind of fool? Or maybe there's something wrong with him down there? Or could it be he's actually into men? But now that you mention it, this cousin's words don't seem entirely credible either. Yeah, I agree. Their family, how could they make such an embarrassing scene? Feels more like a premeditated family feud. The crowd began murmuring again, as public opinion is as fickle as grass, swayed by the slightest breeze. Taking advantage of this, Jiang Chen pressed on. Furthermore, 3 years ago Jiang Chen was still blind. How could a blind man do such a thing? Many in the eastern Jiang region can testify to this. That's right, I knew General Jiang 3 years ago, and his eyes were bad. He couldn't see anything at all. Li Jia, one of Jiang Chen's earliest friends, the little security guard, backed her up. Ha, you've hit the nail on the head there. Jiang Chen, instead of growing angry, actually seemed pleased. The reason Jiang Chen went blind was because he was injured when I fought back against his attempted violation. Is that so? Then how did the eyes he injured end up in your brother's eye sockets? What, your brother has gotten so used to seizing other people's things, he even has to steal their eyes? Jiang Chen finally spoke up, sneering coldly. Before, he had still felt guilty about accidentally stumbling into Jiang Chen's bathroom, thinking it was all because of her brother's machinations, and that Jiang Chen herself was innocent. But now he finally saw the truth. Jiang Chen had definitely been an active participant in that incident back then, truly siblings of the same vile ilk. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen no longer needed to hold back. What? Jiang Chen's words once again sent the crowd into an uproar. They were utterly stunned, never imagining that the power struggles within a great family could be so horrifying and perverse, even going so far as to steal someone's eyes. How dare you say my brother stole your eyes? Jiang Chen raged. Tell your brother to come out and face me, then I'll explain. Jiang Chen sneered. What are you, some kind of trash? My brother is busy governing, his status is noble, he has no time to bother with the likes of you. Jiang Chen refused without hesitation, cursing him directly. Fine, if he dares not come see me, then I'll go see him. Sky Strategy Army, where are you? Jiang Chen shouted out. Here. The Sky Strategy Army, concealed around the area, suddenly emerged, their organized ranks surrounding the entire golden dais. Jiang Chen's face paled. She had never expected the Sky Strategy Army, stationed far in the north, to have secretly arrived in the provincial capital as well. But as Jiang Chen's subordinates, how could they not come to witness his inauguration? With me, we march into the capital. Jiang Chen roared, his fury burning like the heavens. Yes. The 3,000 vanguard troops who had arrived roared in unison, their momentum overwhelming. Having experienced the battle in the northern borders, the Sky Strategy Army now placed unquestioning trust in Jiang Chen. They were willing to turn the capital upside down at Jiang Chen's command, if that's what he desired. Stop. Arbitrarily mobilizing the troops, are you trying to rebel? Don't drag my Jiang family into this. Jiang Chen hurriedly intervened, her face paling. She had never expected Jiang Chen to play this card. Originally, she had just wanted to prevent Jiang Chen from taking office, to torment him a bit. But now Jiang Chen was directly overturning the entire platform, going for broke. If the 100,000 Sky Strategy Army were to march triumphantly into the capital, who knows if they could wipe out the Jiang clan? But the commotion alone would definitely draw the attention of the higher-ups. An investigation might even uncover the truth about her brother stealing Jiang Chen's eyes. That would inevitably alarm the bedridden old patriarch of the Jiang clan. That would be trouble. However, Jiang Chen simply couldn't be bothered with her, already studying the map to plot the army's march route. General Renwuang, Jiang Chen is being so audacious, aren't you going to stop him? Jiang Chen anxiously appealed to Renwuang. Renwuang sneered disdainfully, thinking it was her own meddling that had enraged General Jiang in the first place. Now that the general had lost his temper, she was the one cowering in fear. How useless. And what do you suggest? Renwuang retorted. Continue with the inauguration, at least hold the arena challenge first. Only after he is officially made a general will he have the right to mobilize the Sky Strategy Army, otherwise it's illegal. You must stop him. Jiang Chen argued righteously. You're the one who accused me of being a rapist, trying to destroy my reputation. And now you're the one insisting I be made a general. What, is my name worth so little that you can trample on it at will? Today, I must reveal the full truth. Cleanse myself of the 3 years of wrongful suffering. Sky Strategy Army, hear my order. Swords drawn, ready for battle. Whoever dares to obstruct will be shown no mercy. Jiang Chen thundered. Yes, sir. The Sky Strategy Army erupted in a deafening roar, weapons at the ready, their murderous aura aimed squarely at Jiang Chen. It seemed they might open fire with a hail of bullets the next moment, turning Jiang Chen into a sieve. The sheer intensity of the killing intent caused Jiang Chen's scalp to tingle, her body going limp as she nearly collapsed to the ground in fear. Help! Help! Jiang Chen is killing people. Jiang Chen is killing people. Jiang Yuan hastily hid behind Ren Wuang, seeking his aid once more. But Ren Wuang simply waved his hand, indicating he was powerless to intervene. He then tossed the ball back to Jiang Yuan. You can see for yourself, the other side has overwhelming numbers and strength. General Jiang is too powerful for me to stop. Here's what you should do: call your brother and have him come sort this out. Otherwise, if General Jiang really marches into the capital, things will spiral out of control. My brother? How could my brother possibly come? Jiang Yuan was utterly at a loss. Even if her brother wanted to come, it would have to be in secret, to find an opportunity to ambush Jiang Chen. But now, in broad daylight with so many people present, her brother had no way to show up. That would be equivalent to handing over the evidence on a silver platter. After all, the eyes were undeniably Jiang Chen's. It could be proven in an instant. However, if she couldn't stop Jiang Chen from marching into the capital, her ruthless brother Jiang Bei would definitely not let her off. Jiang Yuan knew her brother's mercilessness all too well. He didn't care about family ties in the least. Jiang Chen, aren't you worried about losing the generalship you've worked so hard for with this reckless behavior? The higher-ups won't let you off the hook. Jiang Yuan could only continue trying to threaten Jiang Chen. Yet Jiang Chen sneered disdainfully. Head, titles and wealth, mere worldly dung. You think everyone is like you, only caring about power and status? As long as I can reveal the truth of that incident and have my righteous vengeance, this generalship means nothing to me. Now, no need to be so reckless. There are many ways to find the truth. You don't have to take the most violent path. We can talk it out calmly. After all, we're family. No need for this. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but try to appease him. Alright, I'll give you a chance. Now, confess the truth of that year in front of everyone, and restore my innocence. I will stop the march. Jiang Chen spoke each word clearly. Jiang Yuan was left speechless again. This chance was no different from a death sentence. If she really did that, where would her face be? Where would the Jiang clan's face be? This choice was forcing her to select between physical death or social death. Young miss, Jiang Chen is threatening you. You absolutely can't confess. If all else fails, we'll just... Jiang Yuan's henchman immediately whispered, making a killing gesture, implying they should simply assassinate Jiang Chen and the entire Sky Strategy army on the way. Are you insane? If it was just Jiang Chen, maybe, but 100,000 Sky Strategy army? Can you even handle that? If even one of them escapes, this kind of commotion, even my Jiang clan won't be able to take the fallout. Jiang Yuan still had some presence of mind. Cursing her unseeing that Jiang Yuan refused to comply, Jiang Chen no longer wasted time, ordering directly, march. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Sky Strategy army immediately mobilized, moving in perfect synchronization like a mighty dragon taking flight, charging towards the distant capital. How thrilling! We're really in for a show today. Never expected to witness something like this. These tickets were worth every penny. Let's go to the capital and see what the truth really is. The onlooking crowd grew increasingly excited, eager to follow along and witness the unfolding events. The more people gathered, the greater the commotion became. One mustn't underestimate the power of the gawking masses. They enthusiastically rallied their friends, reveling in the spectacle. Seeing this, beads of sweat began to form on Jiang Yuan's forehead, threatening to ruin her meticulously maintained social media celebrity look. Finally, unable to bear the pressure of the capital's wrath, she reluctantly cast aside her carefully cultivated image, tightly closing her eyes as she stomped her foot and shouted, "Stop, stop, stop! I have something to say." Alright, I admit it, I lied just now. Jiang Chen paused, coldly staring at Jiang Yuan's outwardly cute but truly vicious face. Speak. All eyes immediately focused on Jiang Yuan. Even Jiang Yuan, with her thick skin, couldn't help but flush red with embarrassment. But compared to a fate worse than death, living with this humiliation was the more palatable choice. Taking a deep breath, she began, back then, Jiang Chen did indeed injure his eyes, and he probably accidentally stumbled into my bathroom. But I was fully clothed at the time, and he didn't try to violate me. It was me, out of jealousy, that I lied. What? Damn, these prominent families are really something. They can even frame someone. TSK. No shame at all, playing with a maiden's purity as a joke. The crowd erupted in a chorus of gasps and comments. But Jiang Chen remained unsatisfied, pressing her further. Even now, you still won't tell the whole truth? Just how were my eyes injured? And what do you mean accidentally stumbled in? Was it really an accident, or was it a setup? Durling in a low voice. I truly don't know what happened to your eyes. As for why you ended up coming in, it was probably some other members of the Jiang family playing a prank on you. I'm not too clear on the details. I've already said enough. I admit I wrongly accused you. Are you satisfied now? What else do you want? Jiang Chen beautiful eyes welled up with tears, shouting in both shame and anger. She looked utterly wronged, as if she had suffered some great injustice. Truly a peerless young socialite from a prominent family. Even without reason, she could still spin it to sound reasonable. This posturing technique might work on her lowly suitors, but it held no sway over the crowd. No one was willing to give her that face, instead mocking her mercilessly. Do you have any shame left? How dare you accuse someone so righteously? That's right. I thought the noble young miss from the capital would be of some character, but she turns out to be no better than the girls at the KTV. I've had enough of seeing the ugly faces of these scions of great families. Stripped of their status, they're really nothing at all. Just a bunch of empty heads. Enough. Jiang Chen, are you satisfied now that I've been so humiliated? Can you make these smelly soldiers leave? Jiang Chen, enraged by the crowd's jeers, furiously lashed out at Jiang Chen. They are not smelly soldiers, they are brave warriors defending our homeland. If not for them, do you think you could live so comfortably, acting so haughty and overbearing? Jiang Chen sneered. You, humph. I was unlucky, I misspoke, I take it back. Please just tell them to stop. I'm begging you. Having been thoroughly disgraced, Jiang Chen no longer cared about saving face, only wanting Jiang Chen to stop the Sky Strategy Army from marching on the capital. Heh, if you just had this attitude from the start, how much trouble could have been avoided? Such a shameless fool. Jiang Chen sneered, finally ordering the Sky Strategy Army to halt. Sky Strategy Army, maintain order at the venue. Witness my inauguration as a general. After all, Jiang Chen never truly intended to march on the capital. His strength was still insufficient. He couldn't risk dragging the Sky Strategy Army into trouble. He had only wanted to scare this foolish girl. Sure enough, Jiang Chen was indeed an empty-headed fool, so terrified that she directly blurted out the truth. Not only did she fail to slander Jiang Chen, she ended up humiliating herself, the thief caught without the goods. Yes, sir. The Sky Strategy Army members eagerly nodded, overjoyed to witness their comrade's glorious ascension to generalship. Seeing the conflict resolved, Ren Wuang also stepped forward, addressing the crowd. A minor incident just occurred, but no matter. It only serves to further demonstrate our General Jiang's character. For true gold fears no fires refining. Our General Jiang is like that true gold, able to withstand any trial or slander. Now, let us once again welcome the continuation of the inauguration ceremony with thunderous applause. Clap, 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 clap. A deafening round of applause echoed. Ren Wuang then announced, in addition to the royal purple thundercloak, the rewards the 9 states, bestow upon General Jiang also include 1 king-grade elixir, 20 bottles of top-grade spiritual elixirs, 100 stalks of premium medicinal herbs, 100 sets of top-tier forging materials, an immortality token, granting immunity from execution thrice, and a mansion in the capital, as well as a substantial amount of gold. Item after priceless item spilled from Ren Wuang's mouth, leaving the gawking spectators in awe, their mouths watering in envy. However, Jiang Chen was only truly interested in the king-grade elixir. Elixirs, like spiritual weapons, were divided into 4 great grades: spiritual, king, divine, and saint, all incredibly precious. The transcendent elixir, said to be of the king grade, was rumored to be able to directly elevate an ordinary person to gold core realm. And the resurrection elixir of the divine grade, it was said to even bring the dead back to life. There was a tale of a man who had been dead for 7 days, only to return to the living after consuming the resurrection elixir, shocking his family. But Jiang Chen was uncertain of this particular king-grade elixir's specific effects. The victory in the northern borders was not solely my own achievement, so besides this king-grade elixir, the rest shall all be gifted to the Sky Strategy Army. After receiving the items, Jiang Chen only took one. Long live the war god! Long live the war god! Long live the war god! The Sky Strategy Army members erupted in even wilder cheers, their eyes shining with excitement. Riding on the coattails of such a formidable leader, how could they not have a bright future? The rewards distribution is complete. According to the rules, now we proceed to the final round. All present are welcome to challenge the new war god, to truly demonstrate the mettle of our 9 states general. If the new war god is defeated, the generalship will fail. The victor may claim all the rewards except the position itself. Ren Wuang announced. With so many rewards, I want a challenge too. As long as I beat this General Jiang, will all this stuff be mine? The crowd began stirring eagerly. Are you crazy? Look at all the soldiers around. If you actually try to fight, they'll pounce on you and turn you into mincemeat. These days, do you really think there's any fairness in the arena? Someone immediately poured cold water on their enthusiasm with cynical theories. However, Jiang Chen, who had been waiting for this moment, excitedly called out to the elite warrior the Jiang clan had brought, "Uncle Jiang, go challenge him. You must knock him down on the stage and recover all the face I've lost." This was why Jiang Erin had just admitted her lie and humiliated herself. Even if smearing Jiang Chen didn't succeed, the Jiang clan still had other means to ensure Jiang Chen's failure in the inauguration. That way, a waste who couldn't even win in the arena would no longer command the loyalty of the Sky Strategy army. "Yes, I won't fail the mission." The middle-aged man called Uncle Jiang smiled, then lightly stomped the ground, propelling himself up to the golden platform. Surprisingly, this Uncle Jiang didn't look like a typical martial artist or cultivator at all. He appeared more like a doctor, dressed in a bright white coat, wearing a pair of scholarly gold-rimmed glasses, and even donning a pair of disposable gloves, as if he had just stepped off a surgery table, completely out of place. "Young Master Jiang, we meet again. Do you remember me?" Jiang started. "No, I don't," Jiang Chen replied, giving him a cursory glance. "Haha, let me refresh your memory then. I am the private physician of your uncle Jiang Tianba, Jiang Can. It was my own hands that plucked out your eyes years ago, and then installed them in young Master Jiang Bei. Such rare and wondrous eyes, what a pity they ended up benefiting an outsider." Jiang Can's voice lowered, directly transmitting the words into Jiang Chen's ear using spiritual energy. Jiang Tianba was Jiang Chen's second uncle, the father of Jiang Bei, the current patriarch of the Jiang clan. "So it was you." Jiang Chen's eyes instantly burned with rage upon hearing this. Yes, it was me. I wonder where young Master Jiang's eyes came from now. In any case, they aren't being put to good use. Oh, and I'm curious, have you reached the Gold Core realm yet? If so, according to young Master Jiang Bei's instructions, I'll have to pluck them out again to refine them into an elixir for him to consume. My apologies. Oh, and in the arena challenge, you won't be allowed to use any of your royal weapons. That won't do at all, Jiang Chen said in his most refined yet repulsive tone. "Don't worry, I don't need any weapons to kill you." Jiang Chen sneered, now harboring a murderous intent towards Jiang Can. After Ren Wuang confirmed that neither side had any weapons, the arena challenge began. Without wasting a moment, Jiang Chen struck, his palm wind powerful enough to seem like a teleportation, instantly appearing before Jiang Can and viciously slamming towards his forehead. Boom! Jiang Can reacted swiftly as well, raising a palm to block Jiang Chen's strike. The two palms collided, unleashing a massive shockwave that blew the surrounding onlookers, who were at Qi condensation realm or below, tumbling like stalks of wheat. In that single exchange, Jiang Chen fully grasped Jiang Can's cultivation. Gold Core realm great perfection, on par with Ren Wuang. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant, deliberately provoking Jiang Chen with those words. After all, the Gold Core realm was already the realm of peerless experts, a rarity even in all of the 9 states, let alone in this small Tianjin province. And Gold Core realm great perfection? He would be among the top masters in the entire 9 states. It was clear the Jiang clan had invested heavily to ensure Jiang Chen's downfall, and this was just the first expert they had arranged. Knowing Jiang Bei, he definitely wouldn't have just sent one, at least 2 or 3, all determined to knock Jiang Chen off the stage. Becoming a general was no easy feat. You haven't even succeeded in Qi condensation, yet you possess such tremendous strength to withstand my strike? Your dantian must be quite extraordinary. I'm curious to dissect it and take a closer look. Jiang Can, noticing the peculiarity of Jiang Chen's cultivation, couldn't help but reveal his interest, but more so, his disdain. He never imagined Jiang Chen's cultivation would be so low. Clearly, without the royal weapons, this so-called war god of Wuhan was nothing. Jiang Can then extended 2 fingers, aiming them directly at Jiang Chen's dantian. Jiang Chen tried to seize those 2 fingers, intending to break them, but to his surprise, they were merely an illusion. Instead, he was struck by Jiang Can's fingers at 3 acupuncture points, the speed unbelievably fast. This is my secret technique, the illusion acupuncture. Not even nascent soul experts would be able to catch me, Jiang Can boasted proudly. Oh, by the way, have you heard of the demonic physician? Feeling assured of his victory, Jiang Can wasn't in a hurry to kill Jiang Chen, first choosing to engage him in idle conversation. The 11th on the top 10 physician rankings? Jiang Chen vaguely recalled. The top 10 physician rankings documented the most formidable physicians in the 9 states, with the number 1 being the imperial physician of the 9 states, Zhang Zhongquan. But Jiang Chen's teacher, the heavily severed old man, was not on that list, perhaps due to his low-key nature or other reasons. However, according to the the heritage passed down by the heavenly severed old man, the one ranked second, the demonic sage physician, had once been his disciple of sorts. As for this 11th ranked one, he clearly didn't quite fit in with the top 10, more like the 9th of the 8 immortals. The main reason was that he claimed to be tied for 10th, but had never actually competed against the 10th ranked. Relying on his good relations with the 10th, the latter simply didn't bother exposing him, thus earning him the 11th spot. Not 11th, but tied for 10th. Out of the billions in the 9 states, the 10th best, how remarkable. And I am his personal disciple. Compared to fighting, my medical skills are far more formidable, Jiang Chen declared proudly. So, Jiang Chen asked, puzzled about where he was going with this. So, you'd best concede now while you still can. The truth is, I've already used my secret medical techniques to seal several of your acupuncture points. If you try to keep fighting, your spiritual energy will just end up flowing backwards, and all the effort you've put into developing that wondrous dantian of yours will be for naught. If you're smart, I can just take your dantian and spare your life. Just like 3 years ago. After all, once I, the physician divinity, have spoken, it's unbreachable, Jiang Chen said confidently. Oh, then let me tell you, while I may not excel in combat, my medical skills are quite formidable as well. In fact, I'm the senior disciple of my lineage, the second-ranked demonic sage physician on the top 10 physician rankings. By protocol, you should be addressing me as senior brother. And for a junior like you, even senior uncle would be a favor, Jiang Chen stated matter-of-factly. Although he hadn't joined the sect as early as the demonic sage physician, he was the direct disciple, outranking the demonic sage physician's status as merely a nominal disciple. As Jiang Chen spoke, he swiftly extended 2 fingers, sealing 5 of Jiang Can's acupuncture points before the latter's mocking expression could even change. Ha ha ha, how laughable. You think just by mimicking my techniques, you can properly seal acupuncture points? The art of acupuncture is incredibly complex. The slightest deviation in spiritual energy force would be a mistake. How could a fool like you possibly understand? Jiang Chen scoffed, utterly dismissing Jiang Chen's medical skills as mere boasting. How dare this nobody claim to be the junior of the second-ranked physician? He might as well say his skills surpassed the number 1. But just as Jiang Chen was about to strike again, intent on teaching this ungrateful fool a lesson and sending him to the underworld, his inner spiritual energy suddenly began flowing backwards. The acupuncture points Jiang Chen had sealed had become like 5 great mountains, obstructing the circulation of his spiritual energy. This reversal could easily cause his dantian to explode, destroying his gold core. What the hell is this? Jiang Can's facade of refinement finally shattered as he cursed in disbelief. However, as a gold core realm great perfection cultivator who also excelled in medicine, he quickly mobilized his secret techniques to restore the proper flow of his spiritual energy. But the cost was not insignificant, directly causing him to lose half a year of lifespan. Enraged, his face darkened as he roared at Jiang Chen, "You're courting death." His spiritual energy then erupted, his hands like the wind as he frantically struck Jiang Chen's acupuncture points. Jiang Chen did not hold back either, slamming 2 powerful palms into Jiang Can's body. Unexpectedly, Jiang Chen did not choose to evade, instead opting to stubbornly withstand the strikes in order to complete his arcane extinguishing star acupuncture technique. In the end, all of Jiang Chen's 108 major acupuncture points were sealed, threatening to completely disrupt his spiritual energy and burst him from the inside. Ha ha ha, let's see how you dare be so arrogant now, Jiang Chen gloated. From this day on, the demonic physician sect will be renowned throughout the world. People will know our peerless medical arts can rival the Lord of Death, even able to slay with a flick of a finger. No, not just slay, kill a general. A mighty 2-star general, the perfect stepping stone to make my name known, Jiang Chen boasted as he wiped away the internal injuries from Jiang Chen's palms. Ah, Jiang Chen responded, but it was not the agonized scream Jiang Chen expected. Instead, Jiang Chen simply stretched and said contentedly, "Your massage is quite comfortable and professional, worth adding a tip. How about you give my feet a rub too? I'll pay you extra." Impossible, how are you not affected at all? Jiang Chen stared in disbelief. Because my physique is strong. Your power isn't enough to affect me. But the massage is just right, Jiang Chen stated matter-of-factly. After the battle in the north, his flesh had been tempered, now surpassing even martial saints. How could he be constrained by this mere acupuncture technique? Impossible. Even a martial saint would not be able to withstand my acupuncture. What kind of trickery are you using? Jiang Chen roared angrily, unable to comprehend it. For an ordinary martial saint, it may be impossible. But with my superior medical skills, it becomes possible, Jiang Chen replied calmly. With the heritage passed down by the heavenly severed old man, Jiang Chen's medical arts were peerless. He could easily outclass both Jiang Can and his teacher, the demonic physician, who were among the top 10. Every single acupuncture strike Jiang Can had landed was effortlessly undone by Jiang Chen, who remained completely unharmed. He couldn't fathom where this fool's confidence in competing with him in medicine came from. It was like Luban playing with building blocks in front of Guan Yu. Then die, Jiang Can bellowed, immediately employing his trump card. The disposable gloves he wore were actually a top-tier spiritual artifact, the flowing wind lunar spying gloves. While not as powerful as a royal weapon, it was still second only to them. Not only could it enhance his acupuncture techniques, but when used at full force, it could even pierce through martial saints. A single grip could leave gaping holes in even a martial saint's body. And the crucial part was, it appeared utterly ordinary, emitting no spiritual energy fluctuations at all. Even Ren Wuang had failed to detect it during the unarmed duel. Ha! Where are my gloves? However, just as Jiang Can tried to activate them, he found his hands empty. The flowing wind lunar spying gloves had mysteriously vanished. You mean these? Jiang Chen said, playing with the gloves in his own hands and smiling. When Jiang Can had unleashed his extinguishing star acupuncture technique, Jiang Chen had seized the opportunity to swipe the gloves off his hands. Unfortunately, Jiang Can had been too absorbed in his triumph, failing to notice, and had even deluded himself into thinking his speed was exceptional, sealing Jiang Chen's 108 major acupuncture points in such a short time. How did these gloves end up in your hands? Jiang Can gaped in shock, but the only answer he received was a piercing scream from his own body. Arg! Jiang Chen immediately used the flowing wind lunar spying gloves to viciously plunge through Jiang Can's eyes, ruthlessly gouging out his eyeballs, just as Jiang Can had done to Jiang Chen's eyes 3 years ago. The gloves were indeed remarkably effective, allowing Jiang Chen's speed to increase several-fold, which explained why he had been unable to seize Jiang Can's hands at the start. But now, years of grievances were finally settled. This is what you did to me back then, and now I'm returning the favor. Jiang Chen sneered, then tossed the eyeballs to the stray dogs watching nearby. The dogs, thinking they were a delicious treat, promptly gobbled them down. Arg, you bastard. The blinded Jiang Can was in excruciating pain, but as a gold core realm great perfection cultivator, he refused to admit defeat. His spiritual energy erupted furiously, trying to pull Jiang Chen down to the underworld with him. However, without eyes, Jiang Can became like a headless fly, his strikes flailing wildly in all directions without landing a single hit on Jiang Chen. Instead, Jiang Chen seized the opportunity when Jiang Can paused to catch his breath, swiftly reaching out with a clawed hand and ripping out his gold core. Jiang Can let out a heart-wrenching scream, his body deflating like a punctured balloon as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. This is what you wanted to do to me, isn't it? I've helped you accomplish it, Jiang Chen said calmly. And by the way, you claimed your medical skills were so formidable. Let's see if you can cure yourself without eyes or a gold core. Just moments ago, Jiang Can had boasted about cutting open Jiang Chen's dantian to extract his gold core and send it to Jiang Bei. But now, he had suffered the same fate. Foul play. He cheated, using a spiritual artifact. General, please disqualify Jiang Chen. Jiang Yiren immediately erupted in outrage, loudly accusing Jiang Chen. However, the spectators were not blind, they had all clearly seen the origins of the gloves. They promptly retorted, "What the hell, you shameless bitch? That spiritual artifact clearly belonged to that Jiang Can. How dare you blame it on Jiang the war god? Yeah, your own people cheated, and you still have the gall to pin it on him? We've never seen anyone as shameless as you. You. Jiang Yiren's face flushed red then white in utter embarrassment, tears welling up in her eyes. She simply couldn't understand. In the capital, she was the revered young mistress, everyone fawning over her, no matter how unreasonable her words and actions. Even the powerful royals and nobles treated her with utmost courtesy. But here in this backwater Tianjing province, this cursed Jiang Chen was completely different. Not only did they not kowtow to her, they dared to openly scold her. How outrageous! Indeed, country folk are just country folk, uncivilized and stubborn. However, this is also truly a problem of social circles. Those young masters in the capital city think that by just licking up to the miss of the Jiang family, they can gain a little advantage, or at least intimidate others with their status. But the people in the provincial capital know full well that their gap with this young miss from the capital is simply too wide, and they cannot hope to enter this young miss's sight, nor can they gain any advantage. As a result, they have no reservations and dare to speak the truth. That was clearly cheating. Quickly take this Jiang Can down, and have him punished by military law. If he dares to cheat again, he shall be severely dealt with. Ran Wuxing said in a cold tone, once again crushing Jiang Yiren's hope. Young miss, please save me. The blinded and cultivation-depleted Jiang Chen hurriedly cried out for help. However, Jiang Yiren only felt that he was embarrassing himself, and instead used her spiritual energy to sever his tongue from afar, completely silencing him, utterly ruthless. Jiang Chen, don't get too arrogant. The arena is not something that can be settled in just one battle. This is only the beginning. Feng Jingyun, now I can only rely on you. You must defeat Jiang Chen. Even if it means death, you must take him down with you. Jiang Yiren angrily shouted at another Jiang family expert standing by. Yes, young miss. Feng Jingyun, with his disheveled long hair and beard, holding a bottle of wine and a gourd on his waist, looked like a middle-aged unemployed drunkard. In contrast to Jiang Can's graceful and aloof ascent to the arena, Feng Jingyun walked up the stage step by step. As he stepped onto the arena, his whole body swayed unsteadily, as if he was about to collapse at any moment, eliciting loud laughter from the crowd. But Jiang Chen knew that this Feng Jingyun was the Jiang family's strongest public face, the captain of the guard who protected the Jiang family's safety. Feng Jingyun, Uncle Jingyun, it's been a while, I didn't expect you to have aged so much. Jiang Chen looked at him and couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. This Uncle Jingyun had been with the Jiang family for so many years, likely half a lifetime. As long as Jiang Chen could remember, he had been guarding and maintaining the Jiang household, often accompanying the young Jiang Chen to play in the mountains and go hunting. He was a very familiar elder to Jiang Chen. In the past, he was not at all like this. Back then, he was full of vigor, with a heroic bearing and lofty aspirations. But for some reason, he suddenly became taciturn and depressed. And after 3 years, this state had clearly worsened. He had become a drunkard through and through. Yet, his aura had grown even more powerful. When Jiang Chen was young, he couldn't fathom Jingyun's cultivation, but now he realized that this first guard was indeed of extraordinary strength. Indeed, he is actually a dual cultivator of both the magical arts and martial prowess, and has reached the pinnacle in both areas. He is both a martial saint and a golden core expert. It is known that dual cultivation of magic and martial arts is more common among lower-level cultivators, but once one reaches the golden core realm, the numbers drop sharply, as it is quite rare to see. After all, a person's mental focus is limited, so pursuing both simultaneously will only serve to scatter one's thoughts, resulting in being proficient at neither. It is better to focus on one path. Furthermore, the golden core and the internal martial arts cultivations can easily interfere and clash with each other, risking the cultivator going down an uncontrolled path, making it not worthwhile. But Uncle Jingyun has evidently handled it very well. It's unclear whether his cultivation method is special, or if he has employed some other techniques. Yes, the young masters have all grown up and become so formidable, while we old-timers can only continue to age. Feng Jingyun looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of contentment. Uncle Jingyun, aren't you usually not one to get involved in the infighting between the different branches? Why are you doing this now? Jiang Chen couldn't help but ask. To be honest, he didn't want to fight against this old friend, not because he feared Jingyun, but because Jingyun was one of the few good people in the Jiang household. Jiang Chen didn't want to see this good-hearted man meet an unpleasant fate. I have no choice. Now that the Jiang household is under the command of the Tianba Patriarch, I may not participate in the infighting, but I must carry out the Patriarch's orders. I'm sorry, young master, I will put in my full effort and show no mercy. I hope you will take care of yourself, Uncle Jingyun said helplessly. With that, he gulped down the wine in his hand, threw the empty bottle aside, and a fierce expression appeared on his face. All right, I understand. Let's see who has the true skill. Jiang Chen nodded and no longer hesitated. Immediately, Jiang Chen also unleashed a palm strike towards Feng Jingyun's face. However, Feng Jingyun did not choose to meet the attack head-on, but instead swayed and stumbled as if he were drunk, and surprisingly managed to evade Jiang Chen's attack in his drunken state. He then countered with a set of drunken Luohan fist techniques. Each punch was deadly and ruthless. I've always wanted to teach the young master martial arts when you were young, but you never showed any interest. Now I can finally let you witness my ultimate technique, though it's unfortunate it has to be in this kind of situation, Feng Jingyun said, slightly regretful. Jiang Chen no longer held back and unleashed his full power, flashing out 10 afterimages to perfectly evade the drunken Luohan fist. He then mobilized the boundless sea of spiritual energy within him, unleashing a supreme technique from the heavenly mystery technique, the boundless ocean. He sealed the surrounding space with his spiritual energy, creating an enclosed area and forcing Feng Jingyun to forego his crafty tactics and meet him head-on. Immediately, Jiang Chen's techniques came crashing down on Feng Jingyun like a violent rainstorm battering a banana leaf. Wave after wave of spiritual energy, like surging tides, pounded relentlessly against Feng Jingyun, forcing him to counterattack and engage in a grueling battle of attrition with Jiang Chen. In his earlier fight with Jiang Chen had realized that the density of his second-layer liquid spiritual energy was far inferior to the solid spiritual force of the Golden Core realm. Normally, Jiang Chen would easily find himself at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation. However, Jiang Chen's advantage lay in the sheer abundance and richness of his spiritual energy. As long as he could turn it into a battle of endurance, draining his opponent's spiritual energy, he could then easily claim victory. Ha, that fool Jiang Chen actually thinks he can deplete the spiritual energy of a Golden Core expert with his mere foundation establishment cultivation. How utterly ignorant of him. Feng Jingyun, just keep draining him, let's see who outlasts who. Jiang Yiren jeered brazenly. Yet, half an hour later, Jiang Yiren noticed beads of sweat forming on Feng Jingyun's forehead, while Jiang Chen remained calm and composed, making her feel something was amiss. An hour later, Feng Jingyun's back was soaked in sweat, and he looked utterly exhausted, while Jiang Chen remained poised and in control, causing Jiang Yiren to curse Jiang Chen as a despicable monster. 2 hours in, Feng Jingyun looked as if he had just been pulled out of the water, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, clearly on the verge of defeat. But Jiang Chen showed no signs of fatigue, appearing ready to fight for another 10 rounds. Jiang Yiren finally lost her temper and angrily roared, "Damn it! Feng Jingyun, what are you doing? Are you going easy on him out of sentimentality? If you keep this up, don't blame the Jiang family for being merciless and not telling you the whereabouts of that matter." Hearing those words, Feng Jingyun's eyes immediately narrowed. Despite not holding back at all, and being utterly exhausted, he still had to muster his strength for the sake of finding out the information he sought. He turned to Jiang Chen and said, "I'm sorry, young master." With that, he suddenly grabbed Jiang Chen's hand, and his golden core rapidly heated up, causing it to explode. Burning together, a one-for-one exchange at the limit. Boom! The tremendous force of the explosion caused the entire golden platform to collapse, with countless pieces of gold instantly melting into a pool of molten metal, creating a massive crater. If not for Ren Wuxing and several other experts quickly intervening to contain the explosion, the countless spectators would have been turned into melons themselves, completely buried under the all-consuming blast of the perfected golden core. Even with the protective barrier, the shockwave was so powerful that it made people bleed from their 7 orifices, their cries of agony echoing all around. If the outer ring was in such a dire state, one could only imagine the fate of the 2 combatants on the arena. Amidst the billowing smoke, everyone believed that the 2 had been reduced to ashes, with not even a single scrap remaining after such a devastating explosion. Damn, what a ruthless person, willing to sacrifice his own life just to defeat the ascendant martial saint. Yeah, that Jiang Chen earlier didn't even think about going down with the ship when he lost his eyes. This guy is too ruthless, directly using a self-destructive explosion. What was he even trying to achieve? Even if he won, he'd be dead, so what's the point of any rewards? Can't say these big family scions are not despicable. From what the young miss said, they must have used some underhanded methods to control him, maybe even threatening his family. Truly despicable to the core. The lightly injured spectators muttered to each other, casting disdainful looks towards Jiang Yiren. But Jiang Yiren couldn't care less about their criticisms. As the victor, she had no need to heed any accusations. She was completely immersed in her triumph, exclaiming excitedly, "Ha, well done Feng Jingyun, you truly are the Jiang family's top guard. Humph, Jiang Chen, in the end you were no match for us." She then immediately pulled out her phone to call her brother Jiang Bei in the capital. "Brother, the mission is complete. You better not hold back on any of the rewards you promised me." "Really? You saw Jiang Chen die with your own eyes?" The more cautious Jiang Bei responded. "Of course, he died right in front of." Jiang Yiren was about to say "in front of me" when an unexpected sight unfolded before her, causing her to cry out. As the smoke cleared, both Jiang Chen and Feng Jingyun were standing upright in the large crater. Neither of them had died. The difference was that Feng Jingyun then collapsed to the ground with a thud, while Jiang Chen remained standing tall, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yiren. "I'm sorry, but I'm still alive. However, you should be the one who is dead." This is impossible? Am I just seeing things out of excitement? How could both of them have survived such a powerful explosion? Jiang Yiren could hardly believe her eyes, and quickly pinched the arm of one of her subordinates next to her, trying to confirm that it wasn't an illusion. But no matter how much she dug into the poor subordinate's arm, leaving deep indents, the reality before her remained unchanged. Suddenly, Ren Wuxing once again announced Jiang Chen as the victor. Jiang Chen then swiftly descended the arena, snatching the phone from Jiang Eren's hand, and in a flash, grabbed her neck. "You failed again, Jiang Bei. As always, you're utterly useless. Even if you were to wear the emperor's yellow robe, you'd still be nothing. Given the position of Jiang family heir, you've proven yourself to be mediocre." Jiang Chen spoke calmly into the phone. "Jiang Chen, you're courting death." Jiang Bei raged on the other end of the line, but before he could continue his tirade, Jiang Chen had already hung up, leaving him fuming with nowhere to direct his anger, only able to curse Jiang Eren for her incompetence, smashing everything in the room. Let me go immediately." "Jiang Chen, have you gone mad? In broad daylight, you dare to kill your own sister? Is this how the ascendant martial saint conducts himself? Are you a righteous general protecting the people, or a demon returned from hell?" Jiang Eren cried out in a panic. "Can a righteous general who protects the good and an evil demon who fights evil not coexist?" Jiang Chen sneered, tightening his grip, as Jiang Eren's face turned from red to purple, her veins bulging. Please, spare me. You used to dote on me the most when we were young, right? Jiang Chen, my brother." Seeing Jiang Chen's intent to kill, Jiang Eren resorted to appealing to their past bond. Indeed, when they were young, the relationship between Jiang Chen, Jiang Bei, and Jiang Eren was quite good. Jiang Chen was the leader of their little group, Jiang Bei was the mischievous one, while Jiang Eren was the most spoiled, their little princess. However, as they grew older, the three grew increasingly distant, until the blood ties were eventually overcome by interests and power, leading to their complete estrangement. "Tell Jingyun what he wants to know, or you die." Jiang Chen sneered. Okay, Feng Jingyun, I'll tell you the whereabouts of the divine physician of the North Star. He has extensive research on cultivators going down the path of demonic cultivation, and should be able to save your wife. But he's a rather odd character, and I can't guarantee he'll be willing to help, so you'll have to rely on yourself. Jiang Eren hurriedly spoke. Good. Hearing the young miss finally revealing the information, the badly injured Feng Jingyun mustered the strength to stand up, step by step, stumbling towards Jiang Eren. For a normal golden core expert, self-detonating their golden core would be certain death. But Feng Jingyun was different, as he had two golden cores, one for martial cultivation and one for spiritual cultivation. Losing one wouldn't be fatal. And as a martial saint, his physique was indeed exceptionally resilient, allowing him to survive the explosion. However, his vital energy had been severely depleted. His entire body was charred, with many places where his flesh and bone were exposed. This contrasted sharply with the unharmed Jiang Chen. Jiang Eren couldn't help but be amazed even a martial saint had been injured so severely. What was Jiang Chen's body made of to be able to withstand it so well? However, as Jiang Chen's grip tightened, she no longer had time to ponder, and quickly responded truthfully, "The divine physician of the North Star is in Mount Moshwan in the vast southwestern mountains. Please, let me go." "Thank you." Feng Jingyun nodded upon hearing the information, but addressed his gratitude to Jiang Chen, not Jiang Eren. "Uncle Jingyun, what happened? Why are you trying to find the divine physician of the North Star?" Jiang Chen asked curiously. Feng Jingyun sighed and slowly explained. Previously, when my dual cultivation of martial and spiritual arts reached the point of core integration, I almost lost control and self-destructed. Fortunately, my wife is also an expert martial artist, and she used a secret technique to draw the demonic energy out of me, saving my life. But the price was that she herself became a living corpse. No matter what methods I've tried, or how many renowned physicians I've sought, I've been unable to revive her. I later heard that the divine physician of the North Star has extensive research in this area, but the divine physician is as elusive as a dragon, impossible for someone like me to find. Later, young Master Jiang Bei said he knew the whereabouts of the divine physician, and you know the rest of the story. I see, no wonder you suddenly became so dejected and changed so much a few years ago. It must have started from that time. Jiang Chen nodded, understanding why the usually non-confrontational Jingyun would work for Jiang Bei and Jiang Eren. Yes. In any case, I'm grateful to you this time. If there's anything I can ever do to help you, just let me know. Feng Jingyun bowed to Jiang Chen with the last of his strength. You as well, thank you. Jiang Chen quickly helped the elder up, sincerely responding in a low voice. The golden core explosion had isolated them from the outside world, so no one knew what had actually transpired. In reality, although Feng Jingyun appeared to be willing to die with Jiang Chen, he had no intention of killing Jiang Chen. Instead, he had used his last bit of strength and body to protect Jiang Chen. Otherwise, even though Jiang Chen's physique was stronger than a martial saint's, he would still have been injured, putting him at a disadvantage for the remaining arena battles. But But now, Feng Jingyun had chosen to sacrifice himself, fulfilling his duty to the Jiang family while avoiding harming Jiang Chen, bearing the brunt of it himself. This truly touched Jiang Chen deeply. Jingyun was still the same Jingyun, the one who used to take him hunting in the mountains and fishing in the rivers, never getting angry no matter how much he messed around. Young Master Jiang Chen, please spare her. She was just following her brother's orders. Her nature is not inherently bad. At least she hasn't personally done anything wicked. Feng Jingyun pleaded for Jiang Aaron. For the sake of Uncle Jingyun, I'll spare your life this time. Go back and tell Jiang Bei to quickly find himself a nice grave, clean it up, and lie down in it respectfully. If he refuses to do so, then I'll help him find that respect. Jiang Chen sneered as he released his grip. Cough, cough. Jiang Aaron coughed several times, greedily gulping down the fresh air, looking at Jiang Chen with both shock and fear, feeling like she had never been this close to death before. She also found her cousin to be completely estranged, nothing like the simple, kind yet ignorant young master of the Jiang clan from 3 years ago. It was as if he was a completely different person. But she failed to realize that with all Jiang Chen had experienced, it was no wonder he had been reborn, still retaining his innate kindness but now understanding that evil must be met with greater evil. Does anyone else wish to challenge? Ran Wuxing shouted to the crowd below. Hearing this, the spectators all lowered their heads, thoroughly impressed by Jiang Chen's formidable strength after witnessing those two intense battles. No one dared to step forward. Even Jiang Aaron remained silent. All the combatants she had brought had been defeated, and she had no one else to send up. After all, the Jiang household was hardly overflowing with golden core experts. Given the urgency of the situation, Jiang Bei had only managed to find 2. If more time had been available, he could have mobilized more powerful experts. I will. Suddenly, a voice rang out from not too far away. A young man in his 20s, carrying a sharp sword, gracefully entered the arena. And to everyone's surprise, he bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Chen. It's him! From the crowd, the patriarch of the Qian family, Chen Wansan, immediately recognized the newcomer. The Qian family's first genius, Qian Wudi. What was he doing here, and why was he challenging Jiang Chen? Weren't they practically family, with Jiang Chen being a relative of the Qian family as well? Greetings, Jiang Chen, I'm Qian Wudi. However, this Qian Wudi seemed quite polite, introducing himself to Jiang Chen. My mother is your mother's elder sister, making me your older cousin. Hello, cousin. It's quite a day today, with both my cousin and sister coming to visit. Jiang Chen replied. How have my aunt and grandmother been doing at the Qian family? I'll be sure to pay them a visit when I have the time. They're doing well. Thank you, Jiang Chen. I'm grateful to your mother, who gave up her own chance to enter the main branch, and passed it on to our family instead. Thanks to that, I've had the opportunity to access more resources within the main branch. Otherwise, even with my talent, I would have been delayed and taken many more detours. Qian Wudi said gratefully. As a reward, I can give you 3 moves, and I won't go all out against you. As a reward, shouldn't you not be challenging me in the first place? Jiang Chen was at a loss, not understanding the logic of this suddenly appearing older cousin. However, he could sense that this relative did not harbor the same level of malice as Jiang Aaron and Jiang Bei, so he couldn't help but ask, Cousin, may I ask why you wish to challenge me? Because you shouldn't have taken all the credit for the victory in the northern campaign. You know very well that the Qian family contributed greatly, even more than the Station Sky Strategy Army. But you and the Sky Strategy Army received the rewards, while my Qian family was forgotten. This is an injustice that I must rectify, Qian Wudi said indignantly. In that battle, the Chen family had not only deployed their top-tier clan treasures, but every member had also dedicated their full efforts, including Qian Wudi himself, to the point of exhaustion. Yet, all the credit went to Jiang Chen. Anyone would be unhappy with that. Have you not asked your family elders about this? Jiang Chen questioned. Our grandfather has been in seclusion every day. How could we as juniors possibly see him? Qian Wudi quickly responded. Your grandfather said that as a top-tier ancient clan with a 1,000-year legacy, the Chen family has already received too much attention, so we shouldn't be seeking the limelight. That's why I didn't request any credit for the Qian family, as per his instructions. However, while the 9 provinces may have forgotten your contributions, I, Jiang Chen, will never forget. I will do my utmost to make amends for the Qian family. Jiang Chen explained, already prepared to bring the clan treasures and other gifts to the Qian family's main branch on his next visit, repaying this debt. To everyone's surprise, this Qian Wudi seemed remarkably open to persuasion. After Jiang Chen's explanation, he actually agreed that Jiang Chen was right. This was quite rare among high-level cultivators. Usually, their most valuable asset was their reputation and face. Getting them to admit fault and heed advice was a difficult task. They would often distort the truth or even flip black and white, just to maintain their dignity. Even upright figures would sometimes concede graciously, only to provide compensation later, claiming they had the other party's best interests at heart. But this was an exception. So, are we still fighting? Seeing the misunderstanding resolved, Jiang Chen, not wanting to harm his own cousin, couldn't help but ask. However, to his surprise, Xian Wudi's expression suddenly turned solemn. "We must fight. In the past, your mother has always been above mine. Now that I've finally become the Qian family's first genius through my own efforts, you've suddenly emerged and directly become a marshal, crushing me again. I'm not satisfied. I must compete with you to see who is truly the most formidable of the Qian family's younger generation." "Alright, then let me see what my esteemed older cousin is capable of." Jiang Chen agreed, curious to witness the Qian family's martial arts. Just as Qian Wudi was about to begin, Ren Wuxing approached him, pointing at the ancient bronze sword in his hand. "I'm afraid the arena rules prohibit the use of any weapons. Please set it aside. You're also at the Golden Core realm, and you can't even recognize this as a spiritual energy manifestation?" Qian Wudi rolled his eyes at Ren Wuxing. Ren Wuxing was taken aback. While he could easily create ordinary spiritual energy manifestations, the one in Qian Wudi's hands looked no different from a regular refined sword, exceptionally fine in craftsmanship. That's why he had initially mistaken it. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a spiritual energy manifestation. This meant Qian Wudi's control over spiritual energy had reached a terrifying level. To be able to create such a feat. "My apologies, I failed to recognize your exceptional talent," Ren Wuxing admitted with respect. "No worries, ordinary golden core cultivators wouldn't be able to accomplish this. Only nascent soul experts would have such mastery," Qian Wudi said proudly. "Nascent soul? The legendary 9-layered golden core is real? There truly exists a 9-layered golden core cultivator." The spectators who understood the implications immediately exclaimed in shock. "What's a 9-layered golden core?" the more ignorant onlookers asked, puzzled. One of the knowledgeable ones quickly explained, "Most cultivators only have a single-layered golden core, but there are rare individuals with exceptional talent and favorable constitution, who can open their dantian wide enough during the foundation establishment stage to gather abundant spiritual energy. These unique individuals can then inscribe 9 heavenly patterns within their golden core, forming the legendary 9-layered golden core. Empowered by these patterns, their strength far surpasses their peers at the same realm, but they are exceptionally rare, with hardly 1 in 10,000. I've only read about them in books before. I never imagined I'd witness a true 9-layered golden core cultivator today. Incredible! No wonder he's the Qian family's first genius. No wonder everyone wants to bring you down, Jiang Chen. You're just too outstanding, overshadowing everyone else." Jiang Yiren burst out laughing, initially thinking her mission had failed. But now, with an even stronger Qian family genius arriving, she was confident Jiang Chen could be knocked off the arena. However, Jiang Chen was not the least bit intimidated. Instead, he was pondering a different question. "I wonder how many layers my own golden core will have when I reach that stage. Can I possibly break the records and surpass 9 layers? Cousin, you may attack. As I said, I will give you 3 moves, and I will only defend, not counterattack." Qian Wudi put away his spiritual sword, standing with an air of superiority. "Alright, since my dear cousin is being so courteous, I'll be polite as well. I'll only use 3 moves too, and if I can't win within those 3, then I'll concede defeat. Let's just lightly spar, without going all out, to avoid any bad blood between us." Jiang Chen smiled, not wanting to seriously harm this rare reasonable relative. "You are so arrogant. Not even nascent soul experts may be able to defeat me in 3 moves." Qian Wudi immediately erupted in anger. But before he could finish speaking, Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to strike first. This was an experience Jiang Chen had gained from his previous battle with Jiang Chen, using some taunting words to disrupt the opponent's state of mind. At their level, mental state was crucial. An unstable mind could lead to being caught off guard by sneak attacks, or even self-destruction through losing control. Previously, when Jiang Chen had claimed to have personally blinded Jiang Chen, it had almost thrown Jiang Chen's mind into turmoil and fury. But Jiang Chen had then realized that the misfortune had turned to fortune, allowing him to attain the golden eyes, and he quickly stabilized his mind, foiling Jiang Chen's plan. Now, Qian Wudi had also been provoked by Jiang Chen's words, and by the time he regained his composure, Jiang Chen's palm was already bearing down on him. However, Chen Wuti was unfazed. Even though he was a step slower, his 9-layered golden core roared to life, channeling immense power into a powerful counterattack palm strike against Jiang Chen. The clashing forces were like a raging tsunami, momentarily pushing Jiang Chen back. But before Chen Wuti could even feel a hint of satisfaction, Jiang Chen's figures suddenly appeared all around him, simultaneously striking with full force. Unlike the illusory clone techniques of the Eastern ninjas, these were no mere phantoms. Each strike was devastatingly powerful. Fortunately, Chen Wuti's strength was extraordinary, and he managed to endure the barrage, though his expression had turned grim, indicating he had sustained some injury. After all, Jiang Chen was not holding back this time, unleashing one of the powerful secret techniques from the heavenly mystery scriptures, a formidable skill that could strike from all directions at once, leaving no escape. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen's attack had forced Chen Wuti onto the defensive. No matter which way he tried to evade or block, the other strikes would still hit their mark. The heavenly mystery scriptures contain not just cultivation methods and healing arts, but also devastating secret techniques. However, their prerequisites in terms of realm and spiritual energy were extremely high. Jiang Chen had only just reached the second layer of perfection, barely able to use some of the lower-level secret skills. Even this simple technique had already caused a fifth of his vast ocean-like spiritual energy reserves to be depleted. Putting it into perspective, this single move had likely consumed the spiritual energy equivalent of dozens, if not hundreds of foundation establishment cultivators. Not bad, no wonder you were able to become a marshal. Your reputation is well-deserved. Chen Wuti exhaled heavily, stabilizing his injuries, and then shouted to Jiang Chen, "Alright, that's one move down. You have 2 more, so come at me again." Gladly. Jiang Chen did not hold back, unleashing the second supreme technique from the heavenly mystery scriptures, myriad swords converging. Instantly, countless sword chi erupted before Jiang Chen, so dense and numerous that they were almost uncountable, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was as if an entire army had been summoned with just a single person. The spectators watched in awe as the sword chi surged towards Chen Wuti. However, Chen Wuti stood his ground, an expression of disdain on his face. Suddenly, a formidable spiritual energy wall manifested before him, easily blocking the onslaught of Jiang Chen's myriad swords. "Humph, your techniques are flashy, but alas, your realm is not yet high enough. These measly liquid-state spiritual swords have no hope of harming me," Chen Wuti scoffed. If these were solid-state spiritual swords, perhaps they might have a chance of breaching his defenses. But the gap between the liquid state and Chen Wuti's cultivation was like a towering mountain, an impossibility. However, the next moment, the liquid-state spiritual energy suddenly solidified, transforming into true solid spiritual swords with the power to pierce metal and stone. They shattered Chen Wuti's spiritual energy shield, surging towards the man himself. For the heavenly mystery scriptures were known for defying conventions, turning the impossible into reality. Even at the foundation establishment realm, Jiang Chen could forcefully execute techniques normally reserved for the golden core realm. How is this possible? Foundation establishment cultivators can't solidify spiritual energy like this. How did you do it? Chen Wuti frantically tried to fend off the onslaught, unable to comprehend the feat. But Jiang Chen did not answer him. Instead, Jiang Chen's third and final move responded, the heavenly slaughter god slash. Jiang Chen's spiritual energy erupted to its fullest, combined with his formidable physical prowess. Becoming the sword itself, he merged with the myriad swords converging, howling towards Chen Wuti. This strike held the power to slay gods. The myriad swords converging had already pushed Chen Wuti to the brink. Now, Jiang Chen's arrival only compounded the pressure. Chen Wuti furrowed his brows, forced to unveil his trump card prematurely. 9-layered golden body. In the next moment, the 9 divine patterns on his 9-layered golden core blazed with light. Chen Wuti's entire body was instantly coated in a golden luster, becoming as indestructible as diamond. The devastating myriad swords converging struck this golden body, only producing a resounding ding-ding-dong without causing any further harm. But Jiang Chen's self-forged sword strike was the exception. This single strike had consumed half of Jiang Chen's spiritual energy reserves. Combined with his immense physical prowess, even the mightiest of deities would have been felled by this blow. Even Chen Wuti's 9-layered golden body could not withstand the towering force, as he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, Jiang Chen chose to stop there, retracting his sword intent without pursuing further. "I admit defeat, and I do so wholeheartedly. Cousin, you are truly deserving of the title of the martial saint. Defeating me in just 3 moves is an impressive feat," Chen Wuti said with admirable magnanimity, despite not being knocked off the arena. Ha, you give me too much credit, cousin. It's mainly because you were on the defensive, already granting me a significant advantage. Had you attacked with full force, I may not have been your match. Jiang Chen replied modestly. Though his words were not entirely false, had Qian Wudi unleashed his full offensive, he would have been a far more formidable opponent than in a purely defensive stance. Moreover, despite it being only 3 moves, Jiang Chen had expended 4/5 of his spiritual energy reserves. Any further battle would have left him depleted. So while it was technically 3 moves, Jiang Chen had truly exhausted his full might, elevating his prestige to the point that even Jiang Chen could not help but acknowledge him wholeheartedly. The 3 arena battles have concluded. I hereby declare Jiang Chen's successful attainment of the marshal's rank, Ren Wuxing announced to the crowd. Immediately, he, now Jiang Chen's staunchest supporter, led the cheers. Long live the martial saint! Long live the martial saint! Long live the martial saint! The spectators echoed the chant, witnessing the rise of a true martial prodigy, one who had broken through prejudices to earn the recognition of all. In the crowd, the once arrogant Jiang Chen now slunk away, wanting to escape. Meanwhile, Lu Xianhan, the patriarch of the Lu family, one of the 5 great powers of the provincial capital, wore a peculiar smile. Rather than any discontent at Jiang Chen's successful ascension without seeking the Lu family's aid, the man seemed to have some hidden scheme brewing. Come, have some water. It's so hot, our brothers have worked hard, so very hard. The Lu family members seemed to excel at winning over the hearts of the people. Throughout the arena proceedings, they constantly brought out various fruits, snacks, and beverages for the spectators to enjoy for free, earning the unanimous goodwill of the crowd. After the investiture ceremony, Lu Xianhan was the first to stand up and address the gathering. Everyone, don't rush off yet. As the hosts, the Lu family has prepared a banquet at the best hotel in the provincial capital. We sincerely invite all of you to join us in celebrating this grand occasion. The expenses will be fully covered by the Lu family. Great, thank you so much, Patriarch Lu. The #1 power family, truly generous. Wow, a 5-star hotel. I've never even eaten there before. Who knew just watching the spectacle would grant me this opportunity? From now on, I'm going to be a regular in the melon patch, attending every lively event I can. The crowd enthusiastically accepted the invitation, overjoyed at the prospect. Next, the Lu Patriarch turned to the unresponsive Sky Strategy Army members. Brothers of the Sky Strategy Army, you should join us as well. You've traveled all this way, so you must try the delicacies and local specialties of our southern province. I'm afraid we cannot. The Sky Strategy Army must return to guard the borders. Even attending my investiture ceremony was already a breach of protocol. Patriarch Lu, you cannot let us continue making mistakes. Jiang Chen politely declined. After all, Jiang Chen knew full well what the old Lu was scheming. He had no intention of letting the Lu family corrupt his Sky Strategy Army. However, to Jiang Chen's surprise, the Lu Patriarch then directly asked him, Marshal Saint Jiang, how have you considered the matter I discussed with you last time? Now that you've seen how the Jiang family has treated you, only we can help you fulfill your ambitions. If you don't, by the time the Jiang family comes around, even with your new marshal's rank, you may still find it difficult to handle them. Ha! Jiang Chen was taken aback. He never expected the Lu Patriarch to have the audacity to openly speak of such treacherous, rebellious acts in broad daylight. Nevertheless, Jiang Chen firmly refused. My answer remains the same as last time, I refuse. And now that I am a commander of the 9 provinces, I must warn you not to act rashly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Jiang Chen turned to leave with the Sky Strategy Army, not even wanting to attend the celebratory banquet, finding the Lu Patriarch's actions utterly outrageous, like a feast at the gates of hell. Ah, refusing the invitation only earns you a punishment drink. Very well, then everyone shall stay. Seeing Jiang Chen about to leave, the Lu Patriarch sighed, then suddenly grabbed a megaphone, addressing the entire crowd. Everyone listening, I have an important announcement to make. The Lu family seeks to raise our banner high, reviving the grandeur of the Han dynasty, and establishing a new dynasty. Who agrees, and who opposes? What? What does the Lu Patriarch mean by this? This is public rebellion. Has the Lu family gone mad? Damn, how arrogant of them. Do they really think they can just become tyrants and run amok? The crowd had varied reactions. Some were aware of the Lu family's scheme, but the majority were simply shocked and bewildered by the Lu Patriarch's brazen declaration. How could he say such a thing so openly? This was complete lawlessness. You despicable clan lords have already taken so much from the people of the 9 provinces, and now you dare to rebel? Shameless! Where are the righteous men? Hurry and arrest these lawless scoundrels. A hot-tempered individual stood up, angrily pointing at Lu Xianhan. What nonsense was this about reviving a dynasty? Did they think everyone was a fool? However, the provincial capital's prominent figures, having all received favors from the Lu family, did not dare to act against Lu Xianhan. Instead, they hastily tried to defuse the situation. Don't get so worked up, Patriarch Lu was just joking, right? Ah, what a hilarious joke. Yes, Patriarch Lu must be too overjoyed by Marshal St. Zheng's success, so he's just teasing us. Everyone, please don't be angry. Alas, their bootlicking fell on deaf ears, as Lu Xianhan showed no appreciation, declaring, I am not joking. Those willing to follow our Lu family will enjoy boundless glory and wealth from now on. As for the unwilling, for the sake of safety, they will be temporarily detained by the Lu family. But rest assured, we Lu family are founded on benevolence and righteousness, and will not indiscriminately slaughter. Benevolence and righteousness, my ass. You greedy worm. The hot-tempered man earlier roared, you've lived too comfortably, so you've lost touch with reality, daring to scheme such unforgivable treason. You don't even have the qualifications to be an emperor, you're more fit to be a eunuch. I'll help you fulfill your dream right now, I'll castrate you, you fool. The burly man drew a large blade, charging towards the Lu patriarch. Foolish wretch, Lu Xianhan sneered in disdain, then ordered, summon the heavenly earth bell. Immediately, the Lu family members brought out an ancient bronze bell, nearly 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, a truly supreme imperial artifact, on par with the violet lightning cloak and surpassing even the sky strategy sword. Jiang Chen had seen this bell during his time with the Lu family. Gong! Immediately, the Lu family members grabbed a large iron mallet and struck the heavenly earth bell with great force. The next moment, a thunderous boom reverberated, like a heavenly reprimand, startling everyone present. However, despite being a supreme imperial artifact, the bell's power seemed limited to just this sonic blast. Contrary to expectations, the crowd was not blown away, nor did they suffer any internal injuries. They were merely startled by the ordinary-sounding bell toll. Even the burly man who had intended to attack was momentarily taken aback, thinking the Lu family had unleashed some formidable treasure that would pulverize him. But after a thorough self-check, he found himself unharmed and scoffed, mere theatrics. As he was about to continue his assault, a sudden thud interrupted him, and he unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. Ha ha. The spectators couldn't help but burst into laughter, completely oblivious to the fact that this man had been trying to defend them. But as the laughter died down, the onlookers suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over them. Their strength seemed to be drained, leaving them unsteady on their feet, heads spinning. Soon, one by one, people began collapsing to the ground with a series of thuds. Did you poison the food and drinks you provided us? The crowd quickly realized, desperately questioning the Lu patriarch. After all the refreshments during the arena event had been supplied by the Lu family. Impossible. There are many skilled and knowledgeable medical experts here. If there was really poison, how could no one have discovered it? That's right, I saw the people from the Lu family eat it too, and they're fine, said others in the crowd. The people present were a mixed bunch, with all kinds of individuals. It would be easy for the Lu family to poison ordinary people, but to deceive these experts would not be so simple. There is no poison, just some special substances in the food and water that can amplify the power of our Lu family's heaven and earth bell. Don't panic, this bell won't harm your bodies, it will just temporarily make you weak and lose your spiritual energy and physical strength for a few hours, the Lu family patriarch explained with a smile. However, we have already prepared an antidote for you all. Those who are willing to join us and walk towards a bright future, come over here to sign and get the antidote. Those who refuse, we have also prepared the 10 fragrance softening powder over there. Eat that and you'll continue to lose your spiritual and physical powers. This way, I can rest assured and you can too, we can all be safe. The Lu patriarch pointed to the two sides, both having stalls piled high with medicinal pills, fully prepared. I don't want either one, the bold and fiery man roared. If neither option is acceptable, then there's no other choice. Rebellion is not like having a meal, it requires bloodshed and sacrifice. Today, I raised the flag for the Lu family, and we're just short a few people to act as the sacrifices. With that, some of Lu's men stepped forward and swiftly beheaded the burly man. The blood sprayed wildly, splashing onto the Lu family's banner proclaiming the restoration of the Han dynasty, as well as onto the gawking onlookers. The initially bewildered crowd suddenly realized the life and death stakes they now faced. Even though the Lu patriarch said they wouldn't be killed for refusing, who could be sure? Fear, the unknown, regret, resentment, fury, all these emotions were clearly etched on the faces of the people. Seeing this, many chose to side with the Lu family to save their own lives. It's far easier to sink into corruption than to strive for righteousness. With some taking the lead, more and more people opted to cooperate with the Lu family and take the antidote. Despite the loud curses and accusations of betrayal from the remaining crowd, as more and more people chose to side with the Lu family, they too began to waver. In the end, they gritted their teeth, thinking they would just cooperate temporarily, and then flee once their strength was restored. What could the Lu family do about it then? This, it seemed, was the true plan of the Lu patriarch all along. His gaze was not solely fixed on the young general Jiang Chen. Whether or not Jiang Chen joined them was not his primary concern. The real objective was to seize this opportunity, with Jiang Chen's grand coronation as a general, to ensnare all the people present, sweeping away many obstacles at once. This included the other great families, the powers of the White Path and the provincial capital, as well as Jiang Chen's own Tiansu army. These were forces that the Lu family would normally have had to exert great effort to conquer. But now, they lay before the Lu family like softened caterpillars, devoid of strength. Many had no choice but to reluctantly cooperate with the Lu family, allowing the Lu's power to swell greatly. Even the mighty Zhao family, descendants of an iron-blooded clan, chose to surrender and learn from their ancestors. They would rather submit than fight a losing battle. Those who refused would be bound and taken as hostages by the Lu patriarch. Many of these were individuals of extraordinary status, enough to make the upper echelons of the 9 provinces hesitate to act rashly against the Lu. Soon, the remaining great families and White Path forces, though not as shameless as the Zhao, also chose to take the 10 fragrance softening powder to save their own lives. These people, who had long been nurtured by the 9 provinces, opted to prioritize their own prosperity and status over all else, a truly despicable display. However, to Jiang Chen's surprise, amid the traitors and cowards, there were still quite a few who refused both options and chose to stand firm against the Lu family. But these were mostly scattered cultivators or minor martial artists, even some ordinary commoners with no cultivation. They had no powerful backing, only the fervent passion in their hearts and their contempt for these treacherous great families. As the saying goes, the disloyal are often the wealthy, while the righteous are more often found among the common folk. Alright, those who refuse to choose either of the remaining 2 paths cannot blame me, Lu Xinhan, for being merciless. Bring them to me, and have them all killed as an offering to the flag. The patriarch of the Lu family sneered at the ignorant people like Jiang Chen. Instantly, the members of the Lu family unleashed their attacks. At this moment, a small incident occurred. Some who had pretended to surrender, after regaining their strength from the antidote, attempted to flee. But before they could even run a few hundred meters, they were suddenly shattered to pieces by an unknown force. Countless bloody chunks scattered across the ground, causing physical nausea and vomiting in those who witnessed it. The patriarch of the Lu family then said with a slight smile, "Oh yes, I forgot to tell everyone, the document you all just signed? It was actually a top-tier divine artifact. Its name is the Heavenly Edict. Whoever signs it and then violates the words written on it, betraying their oath, will be subject to its backlash." Upon hearing this, many cursed inwardly, realizing they had been schemed against once again. There was no way they could redeem themselves now. They were doomed to walk the same path as the Lu family. They deserved it, really. Those who had thoughts of betrayal, even if just temporary, were not worthy of redemption. You Lius, what's so great about you? It's as if your ancestors never had any wealth. You can't even make it on your own, so you have to flaunt your ancestral flags. Can't you have some shame? The Chen family is also an ancient clan, but we've never had such despicable ideas like you. Chen Wudi roared angrily, charging into the Lu family with his spirit sword. He had been so focused on watching Jiang Chen's arena battle that he had not consumed any snacks or drinks, so the effects on him were not as severe. Although he was still affected by the heaven and earth bell, the impact was not too severe, and he still had half of his strength remaining. Unfortunately, his previous battle with Jiang Chen had drained him, especially after breaking through his 9-turn golden body, causing his spiritual energy to dissipate significantly. Otherwise, even if he was alone, he would have been able to single-handedly wipe out the Lu family in his peak condition. You're seeking death. The patriarch of the Lu family sneered, directly pointing at the heaven and earth bell. The bell suddenly flew out, moving at an incredible speed and leaving afterimages in the air, before trapping Chen Wudi inside. No matter what methods Chen Wudi used, he could not break free from the confinement. Finally, with a loud bang, he was crushed and suppressed at the bottom of the bell. Clang, clang, clang. When Chen Wudi was first suppressed under the heaven and earth bell, he was still able to resist, continuously striking the bell in an attempt to break free, producing a series of clanging sounds. However, with each strike, he was met with a powerful backlash force from the the bell, hitting him with 10 times the strength and causing him severe injuries. After just 3 strikes, the heaven and earth bell became completely still. The fate of Qian Wudi remained unknown, whether he had been shocked to death or had simply run out of strength. Yet, Lu Xianhan still felt this was not enough of a punishment. In order to set an example, he immediately had his people place firewood around the outside of the heaven and earth bell and set it ablaze, intending to roast Qian Wudi alive inside. "Big brother," Jiang Chen cried out anxiously, awakening from his meditation. The heaven-crushing sword responded to his call, flying to him immediately. Wielding the heaven-crushing sword, Jiang Chen rose into the air, descending like a celestial deity with the powerful spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He then swung the sword with tremendous force. Boom! A 40-meter-long sword energy instantly pierced through the entire field, killing all the members of the Lu family who tried to block him. This carved out a corridor, clearing the surrounding fire around the heaven and earth bell. However, that was the limit of what he could do. When the sword energy touched the heaven and earth bell, the top-tier divine artifact merely shook slightly and let out a muffled sound, remaining completely unmoved and unbreakable. Even more terrifying was the fact that despite Jiang Chen's slaughter of a group, it was meaningless to the Lu family, as these were merely expendable cannon fodder. In fact, more experts began emerging from their ambush positions from all directions. One after another, their numbers exceeded even Jiang Chen's vanguard legion of the heaven-crushing army. They had effectively surrounded the group, leaving them with no room to escape. Moreover, these reinforcements were all cultivators and martial artists, many of whom possessed extraordinary realms of attainment. There were even hundreds of foundation establishment experts among them. There were even dozens of nascent soul experts among them as well. Even the other 4 major sects, seeing this, couldn't help but take a sharp breath. They never expected the Lu family to have hidden so much strength, secretly cultivating so many experts, even more than the 4 sects combined. This meant the Lu family's rebellion was clearly well prepared, with powerful backing forces supporting them behind the scenes. After all, an army of such high-level cultivators could not have been sustained by the resources of just one province, the Southern Cloud Province. They must have had assistance from other influential factions. This sudden realization caused many who were previously willing to fight the Lu family to the bitter end to reconsider. Faced with such a hopeless situation, despair began to set in. Soon, when looking around, the only one still willing to resist and able to fight was Jiang Chen. The rest, even if they had not consumed the Lu family's offerings, were severely debilitated by the power of the heaven and earth bell, barely able to move their bodies, let alone fight. In this situation, many even began to persuade Jiang Chen, saying, "War god of Wuhan, you've just been promoted to a general, and you have a bright future ahead of you. Don't throw your life away." That's right. How can you possibly defeat them alone? That would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Why not just surrender like us and take the 10 fragrant soft tendon powder? As they say, as long as the green hills remain, there will be firewood to burn. War god, we know you have principles. That last sword strike of yours already proved your capabilities. Enough now, no need to be so stubborn. In this world, it's best to go with the flow and conform. The crowd kept persuading him, not for any personal benefit, but to make themselves feel less despicable and cowardly. If Jiang Chen also surrendered, it would make them all equally guilty, and no one could look down on the others. But if Jiang Chen refused to surrender, it would only highlight their own failings as cowards and traitors. They simply couldn't stand that feeling, so they had to pull Jiang Chen down with them. However, Jiang Chen had no interest in listening to their pleas. He did not make any reckless moves, but instead focused on quickly recovering his spiritual energy, saying to the heaven-crushing army members apologetically, "I'm sorry, but I need time to recover my strength. I cannot fight right now." Originally, his spiritual energy was already reduced to 1/5 after the arena battle. Although he had not consumed the Lu family's offerings, he was still weakened by half of his remaining power due to the effects of the heaven and earth bell. Now, he was left with only 1/10 of his original strength. Fighting in this condition would only lead to a meaningless death, so he had to use this time to urgently replenish his spiritual energy. So, those of you who are willing to stay and fight to the death with me, please do so. If you wish to leave, I understand everyone only has one life. Before Jiang Chen could finish speaking, the vanguard of the heaven-crushing army immediately responded, "War god, please rest assured. Our 3,000 heaven-crushing army vanguard have no one who wishes to leave. We all desire to fight to the death. Protecting our homeland is our duty." If the war god is unafraid of death, then we fear it even less. Please take the time to recover, and we will fight to the last man to buy you that time. We missed the battle in the northern frontier, and that is truly regrettable. But today, we finally have the chance to fight alongside the war god once more. A true man has but one lifelong wish, to have his body wrapped in the martial gown and bring peace to the world. The heaven-crushing army members supported one another as they rose from the ground, their faces filled with a resolute determination and radiant smiles, unafraid of death. Jiang Chen, hearing their words, could not help but have tears in his eyes, grateful to have encountered this group of the most admirable people. He was honored to fight alongside them. And me, damn it, if I hadn't been so greedy and drank a few of the Lu family's beverages, I would have already charged in with Qian Wudi. But don't worry, war god of Wen, I took the antidote, and I can still fight forcefully. After all, I'm also a star general. My star general title was earned through blood and fire on the battlefield. I won't allow anyone to disrupt the stability of the 9 provinces for their own selfish desires. Ran Wuquang forced himself to stand up, step by step, coming before Jiang Chen and roaring furiously. Me too. My life is worthless anyway. I've lived a mediocre life, suffocated by mortgages. It's better to go out in a blaze of glory, dying for the 9 provinces, dying with purpose. Yes, although the 9 provinces haven't treated me well, I hate these aristocratic sects even more. If it wasn't for these people blocking our way, how could we have ended up as mere cannon fodder? And now they want to plunge the world into chaos, treating everyone like pigs and dogs. Bastards! I'll risk this life of mine to stop these wretched creatures. I'm the same. More and more people stood back up, shouting defiantly in front of Jiang Chen, forming a human wall to protect him. Unified in flesh and blood, they were ready to face any challenge. Good, all of you are heroes. Jiang Chen looked at these people, willing to face death, and couldn't hold back the tears welling up in his eyes. They all knew the likely outcome. Even if they combined their efforts, they had no chance of defeating the Lu family, and would most likely all perish on the spot. Yet, they stepped forward without hesitation. They remained steadfast in their decision. Even if they had to die, they would do so standing up, unwilling to surrender, unwilling to betray. At this moment, a very familiar voice suddenly interrupted Jiang Chen. Don't talk, just focus on cultivation. We are here with you. In the past, you protected us, and now it's our turn to protect you. Don't worry, even if we can't be husband and wife in this life, we won't let you down even in death. The 5 beauties of Southern Cloud, Gu Qingya, Jia Yanran, Shui Jingyu, Zhao Mengmeng, and Ing Peijiu, who had been watching the arena battle, now stood hand in hand in front of Jiang Chen. Facing the great enemy, they had all forgotten their jealousy and bickering, only focused on protecting Jiang Chen. Among them, Ing Peijiu was the only woman who had rejected the Ing family, directly severing ties with them. Her determined look, with short hair and wearing armor, truly exuded the aura of her ancestor dragon lineage. These 5 goddesses, once so delicate and charming, now stood resolute and fierce, putting many of the surrendering men to shame. Good. I will not let you all down. Jiang Chen knew he now carried the hopes of everyone. Without wasting any more time, he used the heavenly profound technique to forcefully refine the nascent soul he had recently extracted from Zhang Can. With his other hand, he took out the king-level rebirth elixir, a reward for his promotion, and swallowed it whole. Jiang Chen had already seen the effects of this rebirth elixir. It was meant to aid nascent soul cultivators in breaking through to the revered celestial realm. But Jiang Chen no longer cared about such details. He recklessly used this precious elixir to help himself break through to the nascent soul realm. That's right, not only did he need to recover his strength, he had to break through further, reach an even higher level. Only then would he have a chance of leading these people to safety. Otherwise, even with the heavenly profound technique at its second stage of perfection, Jiang Chen would not be confident enough. A bunch of fools. Instead of being good people, they stubbornly insist on being cannon fodder. Well then, let's stain the flag of the Lu clan red again. Charge, kill all these clowning idiots, raise the flag for all to see the might of the Lu clan. The Lu clan patriarch scoffed and issued the order directly. The Tiansu army immediately formed up and pulled out their weapons to fight back. Although they had lost the spiritual energy within their bodies, they still had the strength to fire their guns. Thus, bullets rained down upon the Lu clan like raindrops. Alas, it was all in vain. The thousands of elite warriors of the Lu clan directly blocked all the attacks, and under the leadership of a few experts, they swiftly charged into the Tiansu army's formation. Each one was like a crazed giant truck, trampling everything in their path. Whenever the Tianzi soldiers came into contact with them, they were knocked to the ground, utterly powerless to fight back. Blood was spilled everywhere, and cries of agony filled the air. It was a one-sided massacre on the scene. The forces that Jiang Chen had painstakingly gathered were as fragile as a sheet of paper before the Lu clan, easily torn to shreds. After several charges, the Tianzi army formation collapsed, with countless bodies strewn on the ground, limbs scattered everywhere. 3,000 lives, the entire Tianzi army, fell before the Lu clan in less than 5 minutes. However, even in their defeat, many of the wounded soldiers refused to give up. They used their last ounces of strength to squeeze the trigger one last time, or embraced their enemies and pulled the pin on a grenade, seeking to take their foes with them. Some even, bereft of weapons, clung desperately to the legs of their enemies, hoping to buy just one more second for Jiang Chen to recover and claim victory. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Drenched in the blood of his comrades, his eyes blazing with fury, wielded a powerful divine weapon and continued to hack at the Lu clan warriors, seeking vengeance. But the Lu clan also had their own experts. 6 Jindan cultivators surrounded him directly. Let him rage all he wants, but 4 hands are no match for 2 fists. Gradually, he was forced to retreat, watching his own wounds grow deeper and his consciousness become more and more obscured. As for the third wall made up of ordinary civilians and scattered cultivators, it was utterly fragile. The Lu family didn't even need to intervene, as that group of traitors was already rushing forward, trying their best to please their new master and shamelessly trampling on the dignity and bodies of these resistors. It was as if the more they trampled on them, the more they could prove the correctness of their own choice and the nobility of their actions. While attacking, they kept shouting, "Serves you right. You should have surrendered." In about 10 minutes, the 4 human walls before Jiang Chen had been reduced to the last and weakest one, the 5 beauties of the south. However, even though the odds were so overwhelming, the 5 beauties were also extremely afraid, but they did not step back. Instead, they all brought out their weapons, ready to fight to the death. But just then, the Lu family's master suddenly ordered them to stop, and he pulled aside Jiang Chen, shouting at Jiang Chen, "Jiang War God, compared to those idiots, I actually quite appreciate you. I'll ask you one last time, are you willing to cooperate with us? If you nod, we'll immediately kill that little girl from the Jiang family for you. How about it?" After all, Jiang Chen still had the 100,000 strong Sky Stratagem army in the northern borders. If they could be enlisted, it would be a great help. No, Jiang Chen Guji, don't let him kill me. Please don't surrender, I beg you. I'm your own sworn sister, we grew up together and have a deep bond. Jiang Chen shouted in fright. Who would have thought that the first person to plead with Jiang Chen not to surrender would be the one he despised the most, a member of the Jiang family? This was truly the greatest irony. However, Jiang Chen had already lost interest in this foolish puppet like Jiang Chen, and coldly replied, "Whether you kill her or not, it has nothing to do with me. You decide for yourself." Then what about these 5 beauties? If I'm not mistaken, they are all your close confidants, right? If you insist on not surrendering, not only you but they will also die. Can you bear to let so many great beauties perish together with you? The Lu family's master pointed at the 5 beauties of the south and sneered. Are you afraid? Jiang Chen opened his eyes and looked at the 5 beauties with tender affection. Not afraid. The 5 beauties shouted in unison. Old Lu, you've heard the result, and you know a saying, don't you? Jiang Chen smiled. What? Lu Xianhan was taken aback. Villains die from talking too much. Thank you for giving me time. Now, I have broken through. Jiang Chen laughed loudly as the dazzling golden pill and the royal grade elixir inside him were fully absorbed. Combining the 2 extremely domineering spiritual powers with his heavenly mysterious technique, it directly propelled Jiang Chen to a higher level at the fastest speed. So you're just grasping at straws now. But cultivation cannot be rushed. Such hasty and forceful breakthrough will only damage your foundation, greatly harming your future cultivation path. Are these common people, and even the upper echelons of the 9 provinces who once doubted you, worth it? Lu Xianhan sneered, not at all flustered. He truly couldn't understand what was going on in Jiang Chen's mind, how he could be so stubborn. The so-called upper echelons are naturally not worth it. But the common people you mentioned are very much worth it. Jiang Chen replied word by word. In the past, when he was a young master in the capital, Jiang Chen naturally didn't know the hardships of the common people, only thinking that as long as one had enough to eat and drink, things couldn't be that difficult. He even thought that the poor must be poor because they didn't work hard enough, blaming them for not working diligently. But ever since he was expelled from the Jiang family, became blind, and was assigned by the Li family to the factory assembly line, Jiang Chen truly felt how difficult the ordinary people's lives were. Many of the factory workers had exhausted all their family's savings just to make the down payment for a house, and still had to shoulder the heavy 30-year mortgage. After finally managing to marry and have children with great difficulty, they couldn't even enjoy the happiness of family, as the couple had to leave their hometown and go to distant places to work, unable to care for their children's childhood or their aging parents, living a lonely and unsupported life, all for a monthly wage of a few thousand. In the end, it was the 60 to 70-year-old parents with white hair who had to continue toiling in the fields back home, just to alleviate the pressure on their children a little. Yet even after pouring their sweat into the land the whole year round until their backs were bent, the harvest still couldn't fetch a good price, leaving them with only a few thousand yuan after deducting the cost of seeds and fertilizers. Could one say they weren't working hard enough? They were already trying their best. Yet the lion's share of the profits went to the capitalists, the aristocratic families, and the powerful clans, leaving these poor laborers with only the meager wages that quickly dwindled away on rent, mortgage, and children's education. In peaceful times it was already this difficult, let alone when chaos erupted, their lives would be as worthless as grass. Therefore, Jiang Chen absolutely could not allow such a thing to happen. He truly couldn't bear to see those poor struggling souls suffer even more, while allowing those idle and good-for-nothing aristocratic clans to continue lording over everything. After all, it was these overlooked common people who created this world in the first place. Be it the Sky Stratagem Army or the recent dog slaughterers, they all belong to this group. Without the common people, where would this world be? So even if my own strength is small, I must still act as the praying mantis trying to stop the cart and overturn the Lu family's chariot. However, the Lu family's master wasn't wrong in saying that hasty breakthrough will greatly damage my future foundation. Therefore, Jiang Chen chose to settle for a compromise. He didn't directly succeed in pill formation, but instead condensed a fledgling golden core, laying a solid foundation and entering the half-step golden core realm. At the same time, he also grasped the threshold of the third layer of the heavenly mysterious technique. For ordinary people, this wouldn't be considered a major breakthrough, with limited increase in combat power. But for Jiang Chen, each step in the later stage of cultivating the heavenly mysterious technique is extremely difficult, requiring abundant resources. However, the rewards would be equally great. After all, this small step of Jiang Chen's cost a royal-grade elixir and a great perfected golden core, enough for a normal cultivator to break through to the nascent soul realm. The rewards were indeed massive. At this moment, there were already 9 spiritual patterns on the fledgling golden core in his dantian, just like Chen Wuji's, reaching the level of the 9 turning golden core. These spiritual patterns could permeate the heavens and earth, granting him greater ability to harness the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. However, unlike the dazzling golden color of the golden core, Jiang Chen's fledgling core appeared dim and lackluster. But this fledgling core was forged from the towering spiritual energy of the Pacific Ocean level, its power not to be underestimated. Moreover, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that his potential did not end here, because next to the 9 spiritual patterns, there was another, much smaller one. Once Jiang Chen formally succeeded in pill formation and absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy again, there was a high possibility that this small spiritual pattern would also be activated, breaking the records in the books, and achieving an even stronger 10-turning golden core or even more. By then, who knows what other effects the new spiritual pattern might possess. For the common people? This is the most stupid joke I've heard all year. Utterly foolish. Alright then, you go to hell with your precious common people. The Lu family's master burst out laughing upon hearing this, and immediately ordered, "Bring them all out and kill them. Start with the women, not a single one to be left alive." "I'll kill you first, old witch." The 5 beauties charged forward furiously, intent on counterattacking, but were blocked by Jiang Chen. Warfare is a man's job. You just need to remain as beautiful as flowers. With that, Jiang Chen stepped forward, Sky Stratagem sword in hand, unleashing a towering sword strike. Countless streams of sword chi instantly scattered through the air, like an enraged giant dragon's roar, shattering all the common fodder before Jiang Chen. From below Golden Core realm, a single sword strike could kill them all. Even for Golden Core experts, many were forced to retreat, severely injured. However, although this move was tremendously powerful, it also allowed the Lu family's master to clearly see Jiang Chen's true state, and he couldn't help but mock, I thought you had already reached the Golden Core, but it turns out you're only at the half-step. How useless. To kill you, the half-step golden core is enough. Jiang Chen sneered. That was just the warm-up. The real show was yet to come. In the next moment, the 9 spiritual patterns on his fledgling golden core lit up simultaneously, and a powerful heavenly and earthly force immediately converged towards Jiang Chen. At the same time, Jiang Chen directly used a secret technique from the heavenly mysterious technique, slashing his own wrist with the sky stratagem sword. Using his own fresh blood, he elevated the sword's power even further in a short period of time. 8 great golden immortals, attack! Lu Xianhan casually pointed, and 8 golden core realm experts came rushing towards Jiang Chen. These were existences that could be considered top-notch experts across the entire 9 provinces, and under Lu family's meticulous preparation, they could deploy so many at once, truly a display of financial might and resources. If this had been earlier, Jiang Chen might have had no choice but to flee before such a force of 8 golden core realm masters. But now, Jiang Chen didn't even bother looking at those 8 golden immortals, and instead turned his gaze to the seemingly trapped in life and death unclear Qianwuji, striking with extreme speed and force, piercing through the body of one of the golden core experts. That golden core cultivator tried to counterattack with all his might, but his full power was rendered insignificant before Jiang Chen's full-powered strike. He could only watch helplessly as Jiang Chen's sword withdrew from his body, taking his life. This strike is for Qianwuji. 1 strike, 1 kill. 8 great golden immortals, 7 remained. The entire scene was utterly shocked. What the hell just happened? Something flashed by and then one of them just dropped down? What was that? The onlookers couldn't help but stare in disbelief again, shocked by the outcome. Everyone had originally thought that Jiang Chen was doomed, that the legendary war god would fall just after being promoted to a general. It was truly a heartbreaking sight. After all, in the previous one-on-one arena battle, Jiang Chen had struggled even against a single golden core realm expert. Now facing 8 of them, it was supposed to be a complete and utter beating. Given the Lu family's ruthlessness, they probably wanted to dismember Jiang Chen alive as a slow and painful execution. But to everyone's surprise, in just one exchange, Jiang Chen was unharmed, while one of the 8 great golden immortals had already fallen. These were supposed to be peerless experts, not some random old man on the street, so how could one of them be killed so quickly? Are you blind? He was fucking killed. Shit, a golden core realm expert was just pierced to death by a single sword strike? How is that possible? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have dared to believe it, not even Lu Xianhan himself. He's only at the half-step golden core, not even reaching the golden core realm yet, but his strength has increased so rapidly? What kind of monstrous cultivation technique is he practicing? However, the Lu family's master soon regained his composure, scoffing confidently, no matter, he must have used a powerful secret technique that exhausted his body. He won't last much longer. And I still have 8 golden core realm experts here. Let's see if he can kill all of them one by one. Keep attacking, wear him down. Yes, you bastard, you're looking for death. Everyone, let's avenge our brother. The remaining 7 great golden immortals roared in fury, launching a frenzied assault on Jiang Chen. But Jiang Chen's violet lightning cloak fluttered, and his speed instantly doubled. His speed had already been dizzying and unfathomable, but now with the aid of the royal artifact, he was like a purple lightning bolt, constantly weaving through the 7 of them, vanishing without a trace, leaving no trail, truly living up to the name of the violet lightning cloak. Subsequently, Jiang Chen looked to the other side, where Ren Huahuan was being attacked by 6 Jindan cultivators. Ren Huahuan was severely wounded and on the verge of death, but still refused to give up. This former shining star of the Tianai army now had lost an arm. He was being trampled on the ground and humiliated by the 6 Jindan masters. Jiang Chen wanted to go save him, but Ren Huahuan seemed to sense his intention and shouted loudly, "Don't worry about me. I can withstand this. You just keep killing the enemies, kill them." Alright, Jiang Chen understood that he must first deal with the enemies in front of him. His desire to kill the Lu clan intensified. He unleashed the full power of the purple thunder cloak and struck with a sword that carried the might of a half-step Jindan wielding 2 immortal artifacts. He directly severed the head of a Jindan Daxuanman cultivator. This strike is for Ren Huahuang. The sword rose, the head fell. The 8 great golden almighty were now reduced to 6. This strike is for the righteous heroes who stepped forward. Before the others could react, Jiang Chen looked at the piles of corpses around him, his heart torn with sorrow. Many of them were strangers to him, but they had sacrificed their lives for the same goal, buying time for him. Their valiant deeds were both praiseworthy and heartbreaking. Overwhelmed by grief and indignation, Jiang Chen's sword moved even faster. The celestial strategy's sword slashed like a white bolt through the day, unstoppable. It pierced through two more cultivators, skewering them like a shish kebab. However, these two were not weaklings. As Jiang Chen's sword struck them, they counterattacked decisively, their own blade and sword also piercing Jiang Chen. But they had underestimated the terrifying resilience of Jiang Chen's physique. Though the attacks had penetrated his flesh, exposing his bones, Jiang Chen paid them no heed. Instead, he smiled and pulled out the blade and sword, using his own flowing blood as the foundation for a secret technique. The heavenly profound skill grew stronger the more he was injured. At this point, Jiang Chen unleashed the secret skill that the Lu clan patriarch had described as damaging to the body. At the cost of overtaxing himself, he sent the remaining 4 golden almighty to the underworld. This strike is for the peerless heroic spirits of the 3,000 Celestial Strategies army. Jiang Chen finally looked towards the Celestial Strategies army vanguard. They had completely fulfilled their promise, fighting to the last man, the entire army annihilated. Not a single one had chosen to flee or surrender. They had all displayed the true spirit of men, wrapped in their own remains. They had sacrificed their lives to buy Jiang Chen time, and he would use his sword to defend the value of their deaths, ensuring they did not perish in vain. In the next moment, Jiang Chen's complexion turned deathly pale, as if he had suffered severe blood loss and was greatly weakened. Yet his sword intent grew even stronger. Finally, man and sword became one. Jiang Chen roared like a silver dragon through the heavens and earth, instantly piercing the bodies of the remaining 4 Jindan Daxuanmen cultivators. The 4 Jindan Daxuanmen had no way to withstand this strike, but in their final moments, they tried to self-destruct and drag Jiang Chen down to the underworld with them. However, they failed to realize that Jiang Chen's speed was even faster than their self-detonation. In the final moment, Jiang Chen's sword shattered the 4 Jindan cores, splitting their physical bodies in two. The 4 powerful experts were decapitated, their bodies torn apart. At this, the 8 great golden almighty had all perished. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the scene. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, frozen for several seconds, as if time had briefly stood still. They could not believe the outcome, that Jiang Chen had single-handedly slaughtered the Lu clan's top masters, and he had done so in less than half an hour. While the Lu clan still had many other powerful cultivators, their most formidable Jindan Daxuanmen had all been annihilated. As for their Yuanying experts, it seemed they were either absent or deemed the southern heaven realm too insignificant to bother with. As you wished, the 8 great golden almighty have all been killed. Now it's your turn. Jiang Chen stood with the celestial strategy's sword, its blade dripping blood, pointed directly at Lu Xianhan. The sight was truly chilling. Lu Xianhan could not help but shudder, his skin crawling with fear, the first time he had felt such terror from Jiang Chen. That bastard, how can he be so strong? He wasn't this powerful before. How can a single secret technique last this long? This is unnatural. Lu Xianhan cursed through gritted teeth, unable to comprehend how Jiang Chen had become so formidable. But he no longer cared to understand. After all, he still had many deadly weapons yet to unleash. The advantage was still on his side. The Lu clan had accumulated power over thousands of years, plundering from dozens of dynasties. The treasures and divine artifacts in their vaults alone were enough to shake the entire 9 heavens realm. The only reason the 8 great golden almighty had failed was that Lu Xianhan had been too stingy to grant them any immortal artifacts beforehand. Had they wielded even a single one, Jiang Chen would never have triumphed so easily. Now, Lu Xianhan no longer wanted to waste time gradually engaging Jiang Chen. He wanted a swift victory, lest the surrender faction see that the Lu clan could not even handle Jiang Chen, and hatch any treacherous schemes. With a mighty roar, Lu Xianhan commanded, "Come forth, divine sword." The Crimson Emperor's serpent-slaying sword. To everyone's surprise, when Lu Xianhan summoned the divine sword, the Lu clan members did not show any excitement or triumph. Instead, they all wore expressions of dread, as if a great calamity was about to befall them. They began to frantically try to dissuade Lu Xianhan. They argued that it was overkill to use such a divine artifact to kill an insignificant pest, but Lu Xianhan paid no heed to their warnings. He bit his tongue and drew a talisman rune. With a whoosh, a rust-stained, blood-red iron sword swiftly flew out from the Lu clan's ancestral residence. Its ancient, corroded appearance made it hard to believe this was truly considered a divine artifact. What was even more peculiar was that the sword did not fly towards Jiang Chen. Instead, it targeted one of the Lu clan members in the crowd. Amid the panic scattering of the Lu clan, the Crimson Emperor's serpent-slaying sword randomly struck one of the Lu clan's younger masters, piercing through his back and out of his heart. "Ah, save me," the Lu clan master screamed, desperately pleading for help from his clansmen. But no one dared approach him. Instead, they all heaved a sigh of relief, grateful that someone else had become the sacrificial lamb, sparing them from the same fate. Before their eyes, the unfortunate Lu clan member's body rapidly shriveled up, reduced to a dried husk as the divine sword drained him dry. Immediately after, the sword's tarnished rust vanished, and an overwhelming, unparalleled aura emanated from it. Hearing this, all the swords of the surrounding cultivators began to wail, as if encountering their sovereign. The blades detached from their owner's hands and fell to the ground, daring not to move. The scene was magnificent, as the mere pressure of the divine artifact was enough to render countless swords powerless. However, Jiang Chen's celestial strategy's sword remained steadfast, perhaps due to having encountered the Crimson Emperor's serpent-slaying sword before, or perhaps because of the confidence it had gained from accompanying Jiang Chen through countless battles and being nurtured by the ancestor dragon sword sheath. Sneering, the Lu clan patriarch scoffed, "Humph, a mere immortal artifact. It should bow down and lie still before a divine artifact. That you, Jiang Chen, have made me use my Lu clan's divine artifact means you are worthy of death. You see, the divine artifacts have spirits, and though they have once recognized the imperial rulers of the Lu family as their masters, that was a long time ago. Now, every time the divine artifacts are used, it requires the sacrifice of a bloodline of the Lu family's direct descendants. Originally, he was not prepared to use them unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, the Lu family may have a large population, but most of them are branch families and recruited lackeys. The true direct descendants are not that many. But now, he can no longer afford to worry about that. He only wants to cut down Jiang Chen with one sword strike, so that everyone knows how formidable and powerful the Lu family is. Attack! The Lu family patriarch roared with all his might, and the Crimson Emperor's sword of slaying serpents charged towards Jiang Chen like a crimson divine dragon. Fast. Incredibly fast. Even with the purple lightning cloak, Jiang Chen's speed was still far too slow in comparison. Just as the Lu patriarch's voice fell, the Crimson Emperor's sword was already less than 3 feet away from Jiang Chen's heart. Ancestral dragon sword sheath, block it, Jiang Chen shouted, already prepared. Although he did not possess a divine artifact, he had the sword sheath of a divine artifact. It's just a pity that it's not the ancestral dragon sword, otherwise the mutual generation and destruction could have forcibly recalled the ancestral dragon sword. Immediately, a sword sheath flew out and finally managed to contain the Crimson Emperor's sword just an inch away from Jiang Chen's heart. However, as a divine artifact, the Crimson Emperor's sword began to struggle violently, unleashing a powerful force that rocked the heavens and earth. The previously undefeatable ancestral dragon sword sheath soon developed several cracks, and it seemed it would shatter completely in no time. But Jiang Chen had already prepared for this. As long as the ancestral dragon sword sheath could hold off the Crimson Emperor's sword for a few seconds, allowing him to successfully kill Lu Shenhan, that would be enough. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Chen stepped forward, wielding the heavenly strategy sword and swiftly attacked Lu Shenhan. Along the way, the remaining experts of the Lu family immediately stepped out to block him, but whether they were cultivators of the Qi refining or golden core realms, whether martial artists or practitioners of high-tech, they were all slashed down by Jiang Chen one by one, like cutting through vegetables. He was ready to once again display the grandeur of his victory in the northern frontier, capturing the enemy general first. No, this time it's not a general, but a foolish man who wants to become the emperor. Damn, I didn't expect you to have this trick up your sleeve. You bastard, you're dead. Divine artifact, rise again. The Lu patriarch exclaimed, both shocked and enraged. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to have such a treasure that could temporarily confine the Crimson Emperor's sword of slaying serpents. He hastily bit his tongue again, preparing to summon the Lu family's second divine artifact, the 7-colored meteoric stone from the heavens. No, master, no. The members of the Lu family panicked once more, scattering in confusion. These foolish scions, who had been deluded by the master into thinking they could become imperial princes, bullying others, and living carefree lives, now realized that instead of becoming royalty, they have become the sacrificial lambs for the master to feed the divine artifacts. In the next moment, a mysterious stone that constantly flickered with dazzling red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple lights flew out and smashed into the head of a young Lu family lady. Ah! The beautiful young lady let out an agonizing scream, her head pouring blood. She then turned into a dried corpse, completely drained by the 7-colored meteoric stone. The Lu patriarch then pointed at the 7-colored meteoric stone, and a rainbow-colored beam of light quickly enveloped Jiang Chen. The once resolute Jiang Chen was stunned, freezing in place, no longer moving. Ah, my 7-colored meteoric stone can stimulate the 7 emotions and 6 desires within the human body: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. It will ultimately drive the victim into madness, causing causing the 7 orifices to bleed in death. The Lu patriarch gloated. This ability, killing without shedding blood unless one is a holy ascetic without any desires, there is no way to break free of it. True enough, Jiang Chen was now trapped in the whirlpool of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The image of Lu Xianhan and the others disappeared, replaced by the scene 3 years ago when the Ji family dug out his eyes. Ji Bei and his uncle were constantly mocking the blind Jiang Chen. At the same time, the despicable woman Li Yilu appeared, flirting with Qin Xiao. On the other side, Jiang Chen's parents were leaving him, repeatedly claiming that Jiang Chen had molested his own cousin, worse than a beast, and that he was no longer their son, no longer worthy of being a member of the Ji family. Li Yilio's parents were also jeering at Jiang Chen, a toad trying to eat a swan, a blind man who dared to become their son-in-law. And Lu Xianhan was standing on Jiang Chen's head, questioning if he still dared to resist. The torrents of negative emotions overwhelmed Jiang Chen, driving him to the brink of madness. He constantly wanted to take up his sword and slaughter all the bastards before him, but every time he killed one, more would appear. He was descending deeper into insanity, about to have his 7 orifices bleed and self-destruct. But just as his eyes were about to bleed, a glimmer of clarity surfaced in Jiang Chen's mind. Accompanying it was the image of a golden mask. It was like a resounding slap to wake him up. Jiang Chen immediately snapped out of the negative spiral, seizing this moment of lucidity. He shouted with all his might, "Golden eyes, open!" In the next instant, 2 mesmerizing golden beams of light erupted from Jiang Chen's eyes, blasting towards the 7-colored meteoric stone. A direct confrontation between the divine artifact and the golden eyes. What emotions and negative feelings! Under the characteristics of the golden pupil that sees through all illusions, they have all disappeared. Jiang Chen has thoroughly regained his clarity. And with the continuous improvement of Jiang Chen's cultivation, the golden pupil has also become increasingly powerful. In addition, Jiang Chen has rarely used the golden pupil during this period, just to accumulate power for the golden pupil, in order to unleash the strongest strike now. At this moment, the golden pupil not only broke through the powerful effects of the divine artifact, but also directly shone on the 7-colored meteor stone itself, clearly seeing the interior of the 7-colored meteor stone, and unexpectedly touched something that revealed the origin of the 7-colored meteor stone. It was a giant hand reaching up to the sky, with the size of just one hand comparable to a towering mountain. The reason Jiang Chen described it this way is because this giant hand was actually supporting such a large mountain. Green and lush, endlessly spreading, seeming to reach thousands of meters high, the majestic giant mountain appeared like a small toy in front of this giant hand. With a casual breath of flame from him, it was gradually refined. Eventually, after an unknown period of time, this mountain was completely refined by him, forming this 7-colored meteor stone. Regarding this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but become curious about the mysterious owner of this giant hand. Even just one hand is so huge. What kind of being is this person? Is it the so-called deity, an alien, or some kind of demon? Afterwards, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let the golden pupil delve deeper, shifting his gaze to try to get a clear view of the giant's full appearance. As a result, he only saw that this giant had 3 eyes. The third eye seemed to make eye contact with Jiang Chen. The single glance directly caused excruciating pain in Jiang Chen's eyes, with uncontrollable bleeding. It even forced the golden pupil to suffer damage for the first time, causing it to disperse, making it difficult to use in the short term. However, the 7-colored meteor stone itself also became dim and dull, falling to the ground with a thud. Without the vibrant colors, it looked like a broken piece of salted vegetable. What's going on with this divine artifact? How did it suddenly fail? Lu Xianhan was taken aback, having never encountered such a situation before. This was just unbelievable. Usually a single use of the divine artifact could easily kill an embryo tribulation cultivator. But now, even with 2 artifacts combined, they still couldn't take down the damned Jiang Chen. What method did Jiang Chen use? Could it be that your bloodline power was exhausted so quickly? You bastard, you're really a vampire. You only did a little bit of work, but drained so much blood. Lu Xianhan arrogantly speculated. For this, he decisively grabbed the closest direct bloodline descendant of the Lu clan. Coincidentally, this person was his own nephew. But at this point, who cares about such things? On the path to becoming an emperor, he would even dare to kill his own son if it meant success. Family leader, don't kill me. The poor Lu clan heir Lu Lufei hurriedly cried out. He had specifically hidden next to the family leader, thinking the divine artifact wouldn't catch him. But unexpectedly, the divine artifact did not come for him, and instead his most trusted uncle seized him. Lu Xianhan paid no heed to his nephew's pleas. directly stabbing a knife into his heart, eliciting his final agonizing scream. Afterwards, Lu Xianhan quickly grabbed the seven-colored meteor stone, pouring the still-hot fresh blood over it, trying to make the seven-colored meteor stone shine with radiance again. However, it was utterly useless. The seven-colored meteor stone remained dull and lifeless, as if it was ruined. How could this be? How could this be? You bastard, what method did you use to turn my Lu clan's divine artifact into this? Lu Xianhan angrily questioned Jiang Chen. Go to hell. Ask the king of hell yourself down there. However, his shout was met with Jiang Chen's sword strike. At this moment, Jiang Chen's eyes were still in excruciating pain, with uncontrolled bleeding, unable to see the outside scene. But Lu Xuanhan's words had just given Jiang Chen a direction. He used his hearing to judge the position, and the heavenly strategy sword struck heavily towards Lu Xuanhan's head. Now there was nothing obstructing them, allowing Jiang Chen to thoroughly eliminate this culprit. Bang! However, in this critical moment, a bright light suddenly flashed around Lu Xianhan. He had actually hidden the Supreme Imperial Artifact, the 8 trigrams formation, on his body. With a Supreme Imperial Artifact protecting him, Jiang Chen could not break through the defense and was violently repelled. Ha, you think you can kill me? It's not that easy. I am the true Celestial Emperor. How could a lowly subject like you possibly harm me? Lu Xianhan sneered, becoming more and more reckless and deranged in his speech. At the same time, the ancestral dragon sheath that had forcefully sealed the Crimson Emperor slaying snake sword was reaching its limit, covered in cracks that were about to connect, threatening to shatter completely. The favorable situation that Jiang Chen had painstakingly created was about to be overturned again. Once the Crimson Emperor slaying snake sword broke free, Jiang Chen no longer had the power of the golden pupil to subdue it, and it would swiftly end him with a single strike. In this critical moment, Jiang Chen had no choice but to forcefully unleash the remnant rule power left over from his previous battle in the northern lands. The so-called rule power meant defying the rules. It directly bypassed the defense of the 8 trigrams formation, heavily slashing at Lu Xuanhan's arrogant neck. Whoosh! Pooh! A head swiftly flew out, and a fountain of fresh blood gushed out from Lu Xuanhan's body. Jiang Chen quickly grabbed the severed head, which still had Lu Xuanhan's overly proud expression frozen on it. What kind of celestial emperor is this? All he can do is eat, drink, and sleep, and he dies with a single strike. Jiang Chen sneered coldly. Even though they were all the same kind of people, some arrogantly thought they were extraordinary, lording over and bullying others. How ridiculous! They don't realize that aside from their fancy titles, they truly possess little ability or excellence, perhaps even less than an ordinary person. Lu Xianhan is dead, so the rest of the Lu clan should quickly surrender. As long as you surrender, I will only punish the main culprit, and not pursue the rest of you. Jiang Chen shouted loudly towards the Lu clan. The Lu clan members were dumbfounded, not expecting their carefully planned rebellion, which hadn't even managed to take the provincial capital, to be so decisively crushed by Jiang Chen here in the southern province. This was no mere overturning of a boat in a ditch, it was like falling into the toilet and tumbling into the pit. The Lu clan members were at a complete loss on what to do. At the same time, with a bang, the Crimson Emperor slaying snake sword finally broke free from the ancestral dragon sheath, shattering it completely. However, it seemed to sense that its master Lu Xianhan had died. Not knowing how to proceed, it simply ignored Jiang Chen and flew back to the Lu clan's treasure vault to take a nap. Even the divine artifact had fled. This completely shattered the Lu clan's last line of defense. They quickly knelt one by one, loudly declaring, "We surrender to the mighty pacification warrior god. We surrender! We surrender! Me too! Me too! I also surrender! I surrender!" We were all misled and forced onto this path by the family leader. In the end, we gained nothing and even lost several direct heirs. We were thoroughly tricked by this Lu Xianhan. Please judge us fairly, mighty pacification warrior god. Surrender? You don't deserve it, you bastards. You're a bunch of vicious and evil scum who caused such turmoil in the province. Today, I must properly discipline all of you, to avenge those who have passed. The originally surrendering Lu clan members suddenly turned against their own clan, ruthlessly attacking them. It seemed they wanted to wash away their previous stain of being traitors, and prove their loyalty to the 9 provinces. They had only pretended to surrender out of expediency before, and now they could demonstrate their true dedication. What a fine performance indeed! You all surrendered alongside us just now. How dare you attack us now? And the warrior god said he would pardon those who surrender. So what right do you have to act so recklessly? The Lu clan members exclaimed angrily. Bullshit. We were just pretending to surrender. You think we're as shameless as you traitors? The warrior god is merciful, not wanting to dirty his own hands, but we have no such qualms. We have to make sure you dog traitors get the punishment you deserve. And you dare to slander us? Looking for death, the others shouted furiously, striking them even harder. Some higher-level cultivators even stepped forward, tearing up the contracts they had just signed, removing the restrictions on themselves. It turned out they had the power to resist all along. They just didn't want to. Now they were finally unleashing their might. Truly living up to the reputation of wealthy and powerful clans, they were nothing but hypocritical beasts. After beating the Lu clan members sufficiently, the others surrounded Jiang Chen, shamelessly buttering him up. Warrior god, you are truly unparalleled, the greatest hero in the world. With your single-handed effort, you've crushed this massive rebellion. We are in awe of you. Yes, with your outstanding merits, you deserve to be promoted not just to a 2-star commander, but even a 3-star one. We will unanimously recommend you. We really wanted to help the warrior god, but the Lu clan's Heaven and Earth Bell and 10 fragrance softening powder were too powerful, leaving us unable to move. The warrior god must have suffered no light injuries, right? But no matter, I have a miraculous medicine that can heal eyes. Please accept it, warrior god. I also have a divine medicine for external wounds. Please take it. I have it too. I have a pill for internal injuries. These usually stingy officials and nobles were now frantically bringing out their clan's precious medicines to give to Jiang Chen, bowing and scraping, as if they wanted to bury their heads in the ground. Jiang Chen pretended not to hear their shameless flattery, but gladly accepted all the medicinal items, quickly consuming them. Soon, his eyes had recovered significantly, though he still couldn't use the golden pupil. But at least he could see normally now, and his spiritual energy was rapidly replenishing. However, looking at Lu Xuanhan's lifeless body and the Lu clan's fearful expressions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel somewhat puzzled and uneasy. Was this rebellion really over just like that? The mighty Lu clan, the leader of the 5 great aristocratic families, with their years of scheming, could this really just be a farce? Does the Lu clan truly not have any stronger embryo tribulation experts left? Could Jiang Chen really have resolved this all by himself? Was the foolish Lu Xianhan truly the master planner behind it all? Or was he just a pawn, with an unseen force behind the scenes? And the mysterious power he mentioned previously, what was their origin? Why did they not show up? Jiang Chen couldn't shake the feeling that things were not as simple as they appeared. After all, this was not like the battle in the northern lands, where even though the Solar Kingdom was defeated, they could still retreat and come back another day, without suffering any crippling injuries. But the Lu clan, having taken this path, had no way to turn back. They wouldn't have surrendered so easily unless they were stalling for time. However, looking at the Lu clan members' fearful and panicked expressions, it didn't seem like they were just putting on an act. Jiang Chen shook his head, hoping he was overthinking things. He then went to the side, distributing medicinal pills to the injured Renwokwang, and preparing to use a secret technique from the heavenly mystery cultivation to reattach his severed arm. I'm fine, just give me the medicine. First, save Qian Wudi, Ren Wukwang said after taking the pill. All right, Jiang Chen didn't waste time, and went straight to the Heaven and Earth Bell, pushing it with all his might, trying to move it. However, even with his current cultivation, he couldn't budge the bell at all. It stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. It was clear that each imperial artifact possessed tremendous power. Jiang Chen had only been able to deal with the other 2 divine artifacts through sheer luck and favorable circumstances. Big brother, how are you doing? Jiang Chen called out to Qian Wudi within the bell, but there was only deathly silence, making him extremely worried. Who among you can control this Heaven and Earth Bell? Jiang Chen asked the Lu clan members. Only the family leader could control it. Now that he's dead, we don't know. They replied, trembling, seemingly telling the truth. Given Lu Xuanhan's stinginess, he apparently hadn't even deigned to give a single imperial artifact to anyone else, keeping them all to himself. Likely, only Lu Xianhan himself could control this Heaven and Earth Bell. Although previously, when Lu Xianhan was trying to recruit Jiang Chen, he had claimed he would generously give Jiang Chen an imperial artifact. Jiang Chen now wonders if that was just an empty promise or part of some scheme, perhaps requiring Jiang Chen to personally strike a blow to earn the reward. Don't worry, warrior god Jiang, let's work together. With more people, we'll have greater strength to move it. At this time, the leaders of the 4 great aristocratic families and other powerful figures eagerly volunteered, as if eager to please. Without waiting for Jiang Chen's response, a group of experts stepped forward, pushing the heaven and earth bell with all their might. To Jiang Chen's surprise, with their combined efforts, they were actually able to slightly shift the bell, revealing a gap through which Chen Wudi's upper body became visible. He was in a meditative posture, but seemed to be in some strange state, unable to respond. Just as Jiang Chen was about to pull Chen Wudi out, a small stone, about the size of a coin, suddenly shot forward at an incredibly fast speed, slamming into the heaven and earth bell with a loud clang. The bell's toll echoed, the sheer force blowing everyone away. The gap quickly closed, the bell slamming back down with a bang. The speed was so lightning fast that even Jiang Chen couldn't react in time. Who could have such immense power to send a mere small stone with such devastating force? Everyone turned to look in the direction the stone had come from, only to see a young, bald youth, barely in his teens, wearing an oversized red robe that nearly dragged on the ground. He held a string of Buddhist prayer beads, slowly approaching. A monk from one of the 3 major sects, the Zen temple? But I've never seen this young shaven-headed one before. Does the Zen temple have such a powerful young expert? Or did he use some special treasure? The onlookers murmured in confusion. Jiang Chen was familiar with the Zen temple, one of the 3 major lawful sects spread across the 9 provinces, representing the Buddhist faith in the southern province. But why would a monk from the Zen temple appear here? Could it be that the hidden force backing the Lu clan was actually these supposedly compassionate monks? Little bald monk, what are you doing here? Which master do you serve? You, a young rascal, dare to come here and cause trouble. Do you know how much effort it took us to lift that heaven and earth bell? And now you've ruined it all. I'll have you know, I'm very familiar with your Zen temple's venerable master Shangguang. He's of a much higher rank, probably your senior patriarch. You'd better hurry back to your temple and chant sutras, or I'll have your patriarch spank your butt. The first to surrender, Zhao Jiguang, the patriarch of the Zhao family, said arrogantly. In his eyes, this young kid, no matter how talented, couldn't amount to much. He had likely just used some treasure to display that power earlier. Zhao Jiguang had performed poorly in the surrender earlier, so now he wanted to demonstrate his worth and curry favor with Jiang Chen by harshly disciplining this annoying little monk. Venerable Shangguang, you say? He is indeed my senior patriarch. Amitba, I am the monk Kumudin, and I have come here to help all of you ascend to the western Pure Land. The young monk spoke in a childlike voice, but his words sent chills down everyone's spines. Kumudin? The Kumudin, the former Grand Master of the Zen Temple, who should be over 100 years old by now. How can he be so young? The crowd was stunned, unsure of what to make of this. The patriarch of the Li family solemnly explained, embryo tribulation. He has reached the embryo tribulation realm. It is said that in this realm, one can condense a pure, unblemished primordial infant within their body. When the physical body grows old or perishes, they can use this embryo as a new vessel, effectively returning to their youth. Pa, this little bald monk is an embryo tribulation cultivator? I don't believe it. The Lu clan have been accumulating for years and haven't produced a single embryo tribulation expert. I doubt the entire southern province has one, let alone this little brat. He's just putting on a show. Zhao Jiguang scoffed dismissively. Inwardly, he was cursing his bad luck. He had just wanted to put on a show, but ended up hitting a wall. But since he had already spoken so rudely, he might as well double down and assume the monk was just bluffing. Gritting his teeth, he decisively ordered one of his clan's strongest experts, Zhao Wanyan, you go subdue this little bald monk and make him apologize to the warrior god. Yes, sir. The 40-something Zhao Wuji, with a long beard trying to give an immortal aura, stepped forward, but his flat, rat-like head only made him look somewhat slimy, far from any semblance of transcendence. Nevertheless, he was a true Golden Dan realm cultivator. With a casual flick of his sleeve, he summoned a massive dragon-like wind vortex, sweeping straight towards the young monk. If it hit, it would likely send the monk flying high into the sky, his shiny bald head joining the sun. But the young monk, without any expression, simply lowered his head and muttered, Amitba. In the next moment, the wind and the earth returned to their calm states. The mighty dragon-like whirlwind had, just before reaching the young monk, unexpectedly dissipated on its own, as if nothing had happened at all. Ha! Zhao Wanyan was taken aback, having never encountered such a situation. Before he could attempt another attack, the young monk uttered another Amitba. Immediately, a cracking sound of bones colliding filled the air. To everyone's horror, the fallen sky warrior soldiers and heroes who had previously died now rose back up from the ground. Even the decapitated body of Lu Xianhan was scrambling to reattach its severed head. However, their eyes were all bloodshot, devoid of any sense of self. They stood there like lifeless puppets, presenting a terrifying sight. With just a few words, this young monk had turned several thousand people into these walking corpses, under his control. Who are you? What do you intend to do? The sight filled Zhao Wanyan with dread, and he couldn't help but demand answers. Ahmad, these people met such tragic deaths, it is truly saddening. I have come to perform the rites to help them, and guide you all to the Western Pure Land, the young monk replied with an expression of compassion. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3,000 to 4,000 undead beings charged towards Zhao Wanyan in a frenzy. Zhao Wanyan's face paled in horror. He hastily unleashed one spell after another, trying to repel these puppets. Yet no matter how he broke their limbs, severed their heads, or split their bodies, they simply reattached themselves, unaffected by pain or death. Unless he could completely obliterate each and every one of them, they would not stop. Dealing with a few would be easy for Zhao Wanyan's cultivation, but several thousand, including some powerful experts who had retained their abilities even in death, was an overwhelming challenge. Hurry, save us! Save the Zhao clan! The Zhao patriarch Zhao Wuji desperately called out for help, but as soon as he shouted, the others immediately snapped out of their daze and quickly fled in all directions, the Lu clan members included. None of them considered this young monk to be an ally. In the blink of an eye, only the Zhao clan remained at the scene. You bastards! Where's your sense of camaraderie? We were all in this together. Zhao Wuji raged, stomping his feet. What camaraderie? You were the first to betray and surrender to the Lu clan, you dog traitor. We despise the likes of you the most. The others retorted as they ran, hurling insults. Warrior God Jiang, please help me. I was doing all that for your sake. Seeing the others flee, the Zhao patriarch had no choice but to shamelessly beg Jiang Chen for aid. But Jiang Chen naturally had no intention of helping such a dog-faced traitor. He simply regrouped with Rin Wuquang and focused on protecting the 5 beauties of the southern province. Soon, the tide of the undead completely engulfed Zhao Wanyan. In no time, they had reduced the mighty Golden Dan realm expert to a mere skeleton. But even that skeleton then rose up, joining the army of the undead, and began slaughtering the remaining escapees. Those trying to flee encountered a problem. They found themselves trapped within an invisible barrier, unable to break through no matter how the Golden Dan cultivators attacked it. Ahmad, this place is now cut off from the world. There is no need to struggle further. Simply take refuge in the Buddha, and the Pure Land awaits, where all your wishes will be fulfilled. The young monk Kumuden smiled serenely. Jiang Chen sighed, observing the scene. I see. The Lu clan spent so many years scheming, thinking they had found a powerful ally to help them achieve their long-held ambitions. Little did they know, they were just dressing the puppet for someone else. Oh, so you've guessed what I intend to do? The young monk Kumuden looked at Jiang Chen calmly. You're simply trying to terrify them, and then have them obediently take refuge in you and become shaven-headed monks like yourself. You have no intention of actually slaughtering them all. After all, what use would so many corpses be to you? You're not running a coffin business, Jiang Chen scoffed. What? Just to scare us? The onlookers were taken aback. Upon closer inspection, they realized that while the undead were indeed slaughtering the Zhao clan, their speed had significantly slowed down. Although they were still attacking the Zhao members, the sense of threat felt much diminished. With 3,000 to 4,000 of them, they had only managed to kill 3 or 4 people so far. The crowd had simply been too frightened to notice this detail earlier. This monk, what does he really want? To just scare us into becoming monks? The people asked, utterly confused. Jiang Chen did not respond to their questions, but instead continued addressing the young monk Kumuden. That's not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that the Zen temple is the mastermind behind this entire rebellion. You've been pretending to cooperate with the Lu clan, using their rebellion as bait to lure them in. Then you swoop in to reap the benefits, turning all the people in the areas the Lu clan reaches into your followers, bolstering your own power. The Lu clan bears the brunt of the condemnation while charging into the fray, while you become the saviors in the background. The reason for this is, of course, to expand your own influence, to transform yourselves from one of the 3 teachings into the supreme, national religion. Don't be fooled by their pious chants and claims of compassion. When it comes to major interests, they will stoop to the dirtiest of tactics, even if it means plunging the 9 provinces into chaos. Nowadays, even in times of peace and prosperity, people may occasionally pray to the gods and Buddha, but their faith is superficial, merely seeking psychological solace. But in times of calamity, death, and despair. When people have nowhere else to turn, they will cling desperately to the faintest hope of the afterlife offered by religion. That is when the influence of the major faiths can truly flourish. Throughout history, aside from Confucianism, the other major teachings have all grown strong in this manner. Indeed, according to the inheritance passed down by the venerable elder Tian, cultivators who reach a certain realm need to absorb the power of faith to help them achieve immortality. The many legends of immortals and deities throughout history are all rooted in this need. The Zen temple has laid out this grand scheme precisely for this purpose, to have all the world's devotion and offerings fuel the cultivation of their most powerful practitioners. Impressive, you've managed to deduce the overarching plan with just my appearance. You have remarkable insight. I'm quite taken with you. Would you be willing to become my disciple? The young monk Komuden openly invited. Sorry, but I'm too impure, with 9 marriage contracts and 5 lovely maidens behind me. I'd be out of my mind to become a shaven-headed monk like you. Jiang Chen rejected the offer mockingly, glancing back at the 5 beauties of the southern province. No matter, you can be an exception and become a lay disciple. You can still enjoy the company of women, Komuden continued, seemingly determined to make Jiang Chen his student. You really don't understand. I'm not as despicable as you. I can't spout empty platitudes of compassion, nor do the vile, disgusting things you do. Keep your damned discipleship. I wouldn't want a wretch like you as my teacher. Jiang Chen scoffed in disgust. You insolent fool. Komuden, angered for the first time, began fingering his prayer beads, ready to strike Jiang Chen down. But Jiang Chen quickly interjected, Hold on. I have one more question. Why did the Lu clan leader trust you so much? Simple. Because I used to be a Lu as well, before joining the Buddhist order, Komuden revealed with a slight smile. What? Jiang Chen was taken aback. The young monk was a member of the Lu clan? No wonder Lu Xianhan had such unwavering trust in the Zen temple. Too bad he probably never realized, even being a Lu couldn't make him trustworthy. His own blood relation, the elder, had only seen him as a pawn. Then why didn't you save Lu Xianhan? Jiang Chen asked curiously. He's such a useless waste, how could he ever be of use to me? Did you really think I'd let him become the emperor? Komuden scoffed dismissively. Originally, if he had some ability, I wouldn't have minded him becoming the ruler of the mortal realm while I became the grand patriarch of the national religion. We could have co-governed the 9 provinces together. But who knew he couldn't even make it out of the provincial capital before you killed him? That plan naturally needs to be adjusted now. Now, the throne and the Buddhist faith, I want them both. I shall take up the great ambition of the Lu clan and fulfill the long-standing aspirations of the ages. Komuden finally revealed his true intentions. With that, the string of prayer beads in his hand suddenly scattered, each bead shooting towards Jiang Chen like bullets. Run! Jiang Chen quickly grabbed the 5 beauties and called out to Ren Wuquan, preparing to flee the scene. Though he couldn't use the golden eyes to directly locate the formation's core for now, Jiang Chen still had the supreme inheritance from the venerable elder Tian. By stalling and chatting nonsense with Komuden, he managed to find the formation's core and the means to escape. Ignorant child, you have no idea of the gap between embryo tribulation and golden dawn. Komuden shook his head dismissively, not even angered. As Jiang Chen opened the path to escape, the fastest of the prayer beads shot towards his back. Ugh! A tremendous force slammed into Jiang Chen, as if a massive mountain had fallen upon him. Even Jiang Chen's steel-like physique coughed up a mouthful of blood. But he could still endure it for now. A quick glance showed there were over a dozen of these deadly prayer beads. You all go first, I'll shatter these cursed beads. Jiang Chen shoved the 5 beauties out of the formation and roared. He then prepared to engage the beads directly. But just then, a dark shadow suddenly rushed in, blocking his path. Jiang Chen looked closer. It was the heaven and earth bell, carried by none other than Qian Wudi. Clang, clang, clang. The flying prayer beads were one by one intercepted by the heaven and earth bell, the impacts producing a deafening sound. With the bell's own enchantments, it swayed back and forth, unleashing a series of ancient, resonant bell tones. These bell chimes were like the first thunderous roar when heaven and earth were separated, overwhelmingly powerful. They also felt as if they were emanating from the very depths of one's soul, impossible to avoid. Wherever the bell's vibrations reached, all present immediately felt their physical and spiritual energies stagnate, their bodies growing weak and immobilized. Even the embryo tribulation cultivator Komuden was not spared, his inner energy forcibly reduced by half, to his evident astonishment. He clearly did not expect his own treasured artifact to turn against him. However, Komuden's expression quickly reverted to one of disdain. Using a Lu clan item against me? How interesting. But did you forget that I too bear the Lu name? Currently, aside from the deceased Lu patriarch, there was one other person who could command all of the Lu clan's divine implements, Komuden himself. You fool, you're like a mere carpenter trying to outdo Luban, not knowing who the true ancestor is. Kumuden scoffed. He then pointed at the heaven and earth bell, commanding imperiously, "Heaven and earth bell, return to me." Normally, the bell would shrink down and even crush anyone inside, flying obediently into his hand. Yet this time, even as Kumuden extended his arm, the bell remained motionless in midair, completely disregarding the over 100-year-old monk. "Heaven and earth bell, I said return," Kumuden repeated, his composure beginning to slip. But the result was the same, the bell hung there, unmoving. What was going on? The heaven and earth bell had escaped his control. Could it be that the ones trapped inside were not only alive, but had somehow gained the bell's favor? But how could that be possible? Who had the merit to earn the heaven and earth bell's allegiance? What was happening today? So many strange occurrences, all going against him. However, even with his embryo tribulation cultivation halved, Kumuden remained exceptionally formidable. "If you won't obey, then die," Kumuden sneered, swiftly bringing his palms together. A massive swirling one symbol immediately burst forth, rushing towards the heaven and earth bell. As for Jiang Chen, he had prepared some antidotes from the Lu clan to help counter the bell's effects. While not completely unaffected, he had mitigated the damage considerably. "Big cousin, quickly throw down that cursed bell and let's get out of here," Jiang Chen urgently shouted to Qian Wudi inside the bell. "You go first, I don't need to be worried. This bell and I are fated, I'll be fine. Besides, I want to subdue this thing, I can't bear to part with it." "Ha, as the top divine implement, Qian Wudi has to have one." Qian Wudi laughed boisterously. Little did anyone expect that after being trapped in the heaven and earth bell, not only had Qian Wudi not perished, but he had even found a great affinity with the artifact. Though the divine implements belonged to the Lu clan, they were ultimately without true masters. While the Lu clan could still use them through their bloodline power, these sentient treasures sought out their own rightful owners. Normally, one needed immense strength to subjugate these implements, but some were whimsical, preferring to bond with those they deemed worthy, and Qian Wudi happened to be the perfect match for the heaven and earth bell. Though he had not fully conquered it, he was now a semi-master of the bell. Qian Wudi then commanded the bell to clash with Kumuden's massive wand symbol. Boom! The resounding bell toll shook the very heavens and earth, as if the world itself was about to collapse. Those closest were instantly reduced to bloody pulps, while even the distant were coughing up blood, their internal organs in turmoil. Even Kumuden himself was sent flying several meters, his expression pained. The sheer power of this top-tier divine implement had taken a toll on him as well. But the heaven and earth bell was not unscathed either. The mighty heavenly earth bell that even Jiang Chen's full-force attack could not budge, has now been marked with a swastika symbol on its body under the attack of the emaciated monk Kuru. This has actually wounded the very core of the heavenly earth bell, showcasing the terrifying power of this foundation establishment cultivator. However, Qian Wudi himself seems unharmed, and has even emerged from the heavenly earth bell, urging, "Let's go. Once I completely subdue this heavenly earth bell, we'll fight again. I will definitely defeat you then. Alright, take care." Jiang Chen, hearing his elder brother's words, has no further advice to offer. This is no place to linger, and now is not the time to hesitate. Jiang Chen has no choice but to fly away from this sealed array. "You won't be leaving that easily," the enraged emaciated monk roars, continuously trying to stop Jiang Chen and the others from escaping. After all, he cannot let anyone leave and reveal his plans. But no matter how the emaciated monk attacks, Qian Wudi uses the heavenly earth bell to easily parry them, much to the monk's frustration. "Damn it! Then I shall send you to the Pure Land first," the monk angrily declares, summoning other Lu clan royal artifacts. Finally, with a series of thuds, Jiang Chen's group manages to break free from the emaciated monk's array. As soon as they regain their footing, Ren Wuquang furiously shouts, "Finally out of that damned place! Bastards! I'm going to the capital to call for reinforcements. Damn it, I'll annihilate these scoundrels no matter what." But before he can finish, Jiang Chen clamps a hand over his mouth and drags him to a corner, shielding their forms with a spell. "Jiang Warsaint, what are you doing?" Ren Wuquang asks in confusion. "Look over there." Jiang Chen points to a scene in the distance. There, a group of bald-headed monks can be seen, not coming to kill, but to hypocritically provide medical treatment to the injured civilians affected by the Lu clan's rebellion. Some are even offering food and water, putting on a benevolent front that gains the praise of the surrounding people. What is going on? Ren Wuquang and the others stare in bewilderment. This is not at all what they had imagined. Ren Wuquang had assumed that with the commotion caused by the Lu clan and the emaciated monk, the righteous forces outside must already be aware of the situation. He had expected to see armies surrounding the area, searching for their tracks. The remnants of the Lu clan left outside should have already been suppressed. At the very least, there should be a tense standoff between the two sides. But now, where are the mighty armies? There are only these hypocritical bald-headed monks pretending to be benevolent. If Jiang Chen had not reacted quickly to hide them, they might have just walked out of one danger and into another. Can't you see? The Lu clan is responsible for the killings and arson, while this Chan Intention monastery is playing the role of the compassionate ones. I never expected this reclusive sect, which appears so aloof from the world, to harbor such great ambitions behind the scenes. Is power and status really so important that even the ultimate emptiness cannot be empty? Ku Qingya scoffs, truly baffled by the ways of these men. I mean, where are the righteous forces? Our people? With all this commotion, they don't come to intervene at all? Ran Wuquang asks anxiously. The leaders of the righteous forces are likely trapped in the formation due to observing the coronation ceremony. The remaining positions are not enough, and who would be willing to risk their lives to fight to the end against the most powerful local tyrant in the provincial capital? They must have just fled if they could. And I've always felt the Lu clan couldn't have had just these few people. The ones near the coronation platform should only be a part of them. There must be other Lu clan forces rebelling outside the provincial capital or in other cities of Tiannan province to amplify the scale. Otherwise, these injured civilians here would not have been hurt, since they are not near the coronation platform, Jiang Chen analyzes, pointing to the wounded people around them. Clearly, in addition to the area around the coronation platform, this place has also seen a major battle. This is why there are so many injured, and many buildings reduced to ruins with lingering smoke. And judging from the final result of the monks arriving, the mighty armies Ren Wuquang had hoped for seem to have been defeated, with the Lu clan emerging victorious. Look, there's a flag. Zhao Mengmeng suddenly points to the iconic building of the provincial capital. Indeed, on the flag now raised atop the iconic building of the provincial capital, a large character stands out: Lu. It seems Jiang Chen's speculation was correct. The provincial capital has fallen to the Lu clan. They are far more powerful than anyone had imagined. Yanran, call your old comrades in Jiangdong and see if everything is alright over there. Jiang Chen instructs Zhao Yanran. Okay. Zhao Yanran nods and immediately takes out her phone to make the call. However, the response she receives is as expected. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is currently switched off. Zhao Yanran tries again, only to receive the same result. I can't reach them. It seems they have fallen as well. Zhao Yanran shakes her head. I just called a friend in Jiangnan City, but I can't get through either. Ing Peijiu adds. It appears your speculation was correct. The Lu clan is rebelling in multiple locations. The entire Tiannan province may now be embroiled in this conflict. Those bastards, not satisfied with being local tyrants, they had to do this, dragging all these innocent civilians into it. Ran Wuquang rages, his voice laced with fury. He then turns to Jiang Chen. Jiang Warsaint, let's split up. I'll go to the capital, and you head to the northern borders. We'll each seek reinforcements, and then join forces to crush these ambitious scoundrels and bald-headed monks. How does that sound? Before Jiang Chen can respond, Ing Peijiu quickly interjects. The northern borders are too far. Let's go to Tianbei province instead. It's the closest province to our Tiannan province, and also on the way to the northern borders. Plus, my aunt is married into the top family there. If we can get their help, we should be able to suppress this rebellion the fastest. As a scion of an influential family, her instinct is to seek aid from her own clan, rather than getting embroiled in this conflict. After all, no matter which side wins, they as local tyrants cannot be excluded. And the more chaotic the situation, the more convenient it is for these influential families to muddy the waters and secretly grow stronger. This is also why no family clan has chosen to stand up and confront the Lu clan. But there's no helping it, since she has chosen Jiang Chen, she must follow him down the most arduous path. As the saying goes, marry the chicken, follow the chicken, marry the dog, follow the dog. Can your aunt be trusted? Jiang Chen asks. Don't worry, my aunt dotes on me the most. And Tiannan and Tianbei provinces have never gotten along well. They certainly won't want to see the Lu clan grow stronger and endanger Tianbei's interests, Ing Peijiu assures. Alright then, let's head to Tianbei province first. General Ren, I'll leave the capital to you. Make sure to secure reinforcements. The more the better. Jiang Chen nods, feeling this is the more convenient approach. Okay, don't worry. I still have some influence in the capital. And with this being a rebellion, even those sluggish officials up there won't be able to remain indifferent this time, Ran Wuquan says solemnly. The two groups then part ways, each setting out to seek aid. In their haste, Jiang Chen's group of 6 reaches the provincial capital of Tianbei in the fastest possible time. Along the way, they have truly witnessed the full might of the Lu clan's forces. Rebellions and massacres by the Lu clan can be seen everywhere in Tiannan province, a complete state of chaos with no safe haven. Several rivers they pass are dyed red with blood, with bodies carelessly floating on the surface, a horrifying sight. It is only upon entering Tianbei province that this chaotic scene begins to subside. Especially in Tianbei's provincial capital, it is a picture of peace and prosperity, with the people seemingly unaware of the Lu clan's rebellion, still holding some kind of celebrity meet and greet event. This stark contrast, from a heavenly paradise to a hellish nightmare, makes one truly appreciate the value of peace. However, the commotion of this celebrity meet and greet event has completely blocked the route Jiang Chen and his group needed to take to reaching Pei Zhou's home, making it impossible for them to pass through. Furthermore, according to the rules, flying is prohibited within the provincial capital's urban area to avoid causing panic among the common people. If anyone were to take flight, they would be automatically targeted and shot at by the hidden high-tech weapons. Although Jiang Chen is not afraid of these weapons, he has no desire to be mistaken for a lawbreaker and create unnecessary trouble the moment he arrives in Tianbei province. So he patiently approaches the enthusiastic street-side fans and asks, "Is this celebrity meet and greet event happening on the roadside? Why has it blocked the entire road? Are you joking? With my brother's star power, how could he possibly hold a meet and greet on the street?" It's of course at the largest stadium in the provincial capital, one freckled, fervent fan exclaims excitedly. "But my brother is especially doting on his fans, so he's arranged for a walking and fan meet and greet procession. We naturally have to follow along with my brother, cheer him on, lay the best red carpet, and let him enjoy the greatest glory." "Who is your brother?" Jiang Chen can't help but ask, curious about this individual wielding such influence. "Ding Zhankuan, the top idol in the country. Over 100 million fans, and he occupies half the spots in the top 10 hot search rankings. The dream lover of millions of young girls. Are you a modern person who can't even afford a phone, that you don't know this?" The freckled fan regards Jiang Chen with disdain. "I'm not familiar with him," Jiang Chen admits with a helpless shake of his head. Beside him, Zhao Mengmeng, who keeps a closer eye on such matters, explains, "He's the hottest fresh meat lately. He blew up overnight after a random passerby filmed a video of him because of his good looks." Zhao Mengmeng even takes out her phone to show Jiang Chen a short video of the young man, who is indeed handsome but also has a somewhat feminine appearance, meticulously made up and dancing a dance that Jiang Chen doesn't understand. There's no time, the military situation is urgent. Since there's a red carpet inside, let's just force our way through it. Jiang Chen, uninterested in the celebrity, quickly uses his magical powers to part the crowd and leads the 5 beauties straight onto the celebrity's red carpet. As Jiang Chen forcibly pushes through the road, he immediately understands why such a wide street has been completely jammed. The normal red carpet is only about a meter wide, sufficient for one person to pass through steadily. But this red carpet is clearly meant for vehicles, being extremely wide, around 3 to 4 meters, directly occupying half the street. The remaining people are all squeezed into the tiny half-street left, naturally appearing extremely crowded. After all this effort, this so-called walking procession turns out to be the big celebrity slowly riding in a car. Such grand airs, it's utterly exasperating. Yet, the celebrity's fans are still extremely devout towards this red carpet, willing to be squeezed into unrecognizable shapes, drenched in sweat, not allowing anyone to cross the line even by a single step. When they see Jiang Chen and the others suddenly barge in, the crowd immediately erupts in indignant curses. "Get out, get out. What are you doing barging into the red carpet? Don't you know my brother is coming?" "That's right. This is the exclusive red carpet for my brother. No one else is worthy to walk on it. Scram, you blind idiots with no eyes." These teenage girls, in defending their brother, curse no less fiercely than seasoned market aunties, truly incomprehensible. "I have urgent matters concerning the safety of Tianbei province and even the entire Zhou." Jiang Chen can't be bothered to explain this to these people, if not for them being women. "Don't spout nonsense. The safety of Zhou needs to be protected by a loser like you? Don't make me laugh. I know your type. You're just a hater trying to cause trouble. You're jealous of our brother. That's right. No matter what happens today, even if your parents died, you're not allowed to walk on this." A chubby young girl holding a fan banner spits venomously. "Slap. Your parents produce trash like you." Jiang Chen, infuriated by these words, immediately slaps the girl away. "Ah, he hit someone. He hit a woman. This dead male chauvinist has such low quality, can't be compared to my brother at all. Quick, everyone, take videos, expose him, let him be socially dead. The surrounding women promptly whip out their phones, furiously filming Jiang Chen. Stop filming, stop filming. What nonsense are you spouting? We really have urgent matters. Moreover, this road belongs to everyone, why won't you let us pass? Gu Qingya behind Jiang Chen can't stand it anymore, and speaks up. These young girls' malicious aura is too heavy, immediately resorting to doxing. No reason, just because my brother is handsome. These days, looks are justice. The fanatical fans retort directly. Then they shift their attention to the 5 beauties behind Jiang Chen. Seeing their faces far more beautiful than their own and their perfect figures, they can't help but spew jealousy. Oh, almost forgot about you all. So beautiful, and following him in a group of 5, you must be prostitutes, right? So shameless. You'll do anything for money. TCH, you bastards. Even the good-tempered Gu Qingya and the others can't help but be enraged by their words, immediately wanting to lash out. And the brainless fans, not willing to back down, surround them en masse, seeking self-destruction, looking for death. Just as Jiang Chen is about to lose all patience and send these so-called little goddesses to their deserved fate in the blue sky and white clouds, they suddenly scatter and shout loudly, "Don't fight! Don't fight! Quick, look, brother's car is here. Let's go see our brother first, then we'll come back to settle the score with these bastards." At this, a stretched Toyota Alphard slowly rolls onto the scene, with a young man wearing sunglasses sitting in the back seat. However, this young man seems to have little interest in the enthusiastic crowd, lowering his head to play with his phone. Shankuan, the most handsome in JoJo. Ding fans, sworn to follow, the fans immediately rush to the car, waving banners and light sticks, shouting excitedly with looks of adoration and admiration towards their idol. In response, Ding Zhankuan nearly raises his head slightly and waves his hand casually. Yet, even this small gesture is enough to elicit countless screams from the fans. The intensity of their voices is as if they've seen their great-grandmother, utterly ecstatic. One female fan is particularly over the top, actually fainting on the spot with a loud ah. Whether it's genuine excitement or a deliberate attempt to attract the celebrity's attention, Ding Zhankuan doesn't even glance at her. Instead, the black-clad bodyguards quickly step in and carry the girl away. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen couldn't care less about this celebrity, and continues purposefully towards the front, anxious to find reinforcements. Swoosh! The driver, obviously not expecting anyone on the red carpet, hastily brakes the car upon seeing Jiang Chen and the others. "Why did you stop the car? What's going on?" This sudden braking almost causes the idle Ding Zhankuan to drop his phone, and he nearly gets thrown into the front seat, visibly angered. "Brother, there's a scoundrel daring to walk on the exclusive red carpet specially arranged for you. We went to kindly persuade him to leave, but he even hit people. It's outrageous." The fans quickly explain before the driver can respond. "What? Unacceptable. Doesn't he know who I am? How dare he block my way?" Ding Zhankuan flares up in rage upon hearing this. Since he became famous, he's never encountered anyone daring to do this. Of course he knows how famous my brother is. He must be a hater, or some other celebrity's underling deliberately trying to cause trouble, the fans quickly assert. "That's right, brother, you're just too excellent now, easily inviting the jealousy of others. But don't worry, brother, we'll discipline him for you. Just blocking my path, I could still tolerate. But daring to hit my fans, that's simply unforgivable. Driver, quickly drive over and ram him, let him know the price of offending my fans," Ding Zhankuan says with a slight curl of his lips, thinking of a new way to pander to and hype up his fans. Although this would certainly invite a barrage of curses, calling him arrogant and lawless, but bad publicity is still publicity. Moreover, as long as he can rally his die-hard crazy fans, what do the random passers-by's curses matter to him? They don't give him money, only increasing his heat. Sure enough, the moment he finishes speaking, the female fans immediately go into a frenzy, loudly exclaiming, "Wow, brother is so handsome. Brother is so doting on his fans. I love you so much, brother. I knew brother would always be on our side. Always stand up for us. My own parents aren't as good to me as brother is. Defend the best Ding Zhankuan in the world." The Toyota Alphard's driver immediately floors the accelerator, rapidly charging towards Jiang Chen. After all, among these female fans, there are quite a few with decent family backgrounds. As long as no one dies, it'll be easy to smooth things over. And if they really can't resolve it, there will be crazy fans willing to take the blame and own up to it. Boom! The stretched Toyota Alphard, like a rampaging beast, charges ferociously towards Jiang Chen, intent on devouring him. If it were a normal person, they would likely be sent flying and even killed. But Jiang Chen merely sneers in disdain, directly extending a foot. With a bang, he sends both the car and the person inside flying in a somersault. Brother! Ding Gidge! The female fans are instantly stunned by the turn of events, never expecting such a result. They rush over to rescue their beloved idol from the car. However, Jiang Chen had no intention of harming the innocent, and didn't use much force, so Ding Zhankuan is essentially unharmed. Otherwise, he could have kicked the car into an explosion, sending this group of crazy fans straight to hell to keep cheering. Ah, it hurts. Yet Ding Zhankuan, who only suffered a minor abrasion without even significant bleeding, immediately clutches his head and wails in agony. The lamentations are as tragic as slaughtering a pig. Uninformed, one would think his entire head had been half chopped off. Damn driver, how are you driving? You've implicated my brother, I hate you to death. The crowd naturally doesn't believe Jiang Chen could have that much strength to flip a car, only thinking the driver was distracted, and start cursing. They then quickly comfort Ding Zhankuan. Quick, call 120, emergency number. Hang in there, brother, the ambulance will be here soon. You mustn't fall asleep, or you might not wake up. Please, please, my brother can't have anything happen to him. Ah, my brother is even bleeding. I'm so heartbroken. Goodness, just seeing it hurts me. How much pain must my brother be in? Yet he's still enduring it without crying. My brother is truly the manliest man in the world. It's all this scumbag's fault. If anything happens to my brother, I'll make his whole family pay with their lives. In the end, the crowd directs all their venom towards Jiang Chen, expressions malicious. No need to go to such trouble, his wound will heal on its own in a bit. Jiang Chen shakes his head, speaking the truth. He really doesn't understand how a grown man can wail so over such a minor injury. So effeminate, how do so many girls fancy him? Is he the one out of touch with the times, or has this trend been corrupted by capital? Bastard! Security, where's the security? Hurry and arrest him. The exposed Ding Zhankuan flies into a rage, shouting at his bodyguards. The bodyguards promptly rush out, prepared to teach Jiang Chen a lesson. I'll say this one last time. I have urgent military matters to discuss with your 4 great family clans in Tianbei. Any further obstruction will be met with no mercy. Jiang Chen sneers coldly. He generally abhors indiscriminate killing, but if these people remain stubbornly ignorant, he can't be bothered with niceties anymore. Humph, you actually think you can see the 4 great families? How laughable. You're just a lowly commoner, get lost. The idol sneers disdainfully, completely disbelieving Jiang Chen's words. After all, despite his glamorous surface as a top idol, in the eyes of true bigwigs, he's nothing more than a plaything and court jester. This time he came eagerly to the provincial capital for a performance, hoping to pay his respects to the 4 great families. It turns out he was given the cold shoulder by all 4 of the great families, not one willing to see him. Having bottled up a belly full of anger, he now unleashes it all towards Jiang Chen. In response, Jiang Chen lightly stomps the ground, causing countless small stones on the road to levitate. The next moment, with a mere glance from Jiang Chen, these stones shoot forth like countless bullets towards the rushing black-clad bodyguards. Ah! 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 The small stones pierce through their bodies, leaving gaping holes. Writhing in agony, they roll on the ground, wailing in misery. The most agonizing scream belongs to Ding Zhankuan. Ah! Naturally, Jiang Chen doesn't spare the ringleader obstructing his path, directly incapacitating his right arm with a stone, leaving a bloody hole that continues to gush blood, causing him to grit his teeth in pain, nearly fainting. Now this is what being injured feels like, fool. Remember this feeling, so you can act it out more convincingly next time. Jiang Chen sneers, giving this idol a vivid performance lesson. You, how dare you bully my brother, you bastard, we'll fight you to the end. The watching fans cry out in anguish. However, for all their shouting, few actually step forward, especially the leading sister fans, who quickly retreat to the back of the crowd, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. And the 3 foolish girls who dare to approach also lose their nerve when they see the main force isn't following, promptly retreating as well. It seems that even crazed fans aren't crazy enough to the extreme, understanding they have no chance against Jiang Chen. Faced with a handsome guy in their own lives, they naturally prioritize their lives. Of course, they won't just let Jiang Chen off the hook. If they can't get him directly, they'll resort to underhanded means. They frantically start whipping out their phones, both recording videos to post online and calling for reinforcements, prepared to blow this up and let the whole world see Jiang Chen's true face as a lowly commoner. Then they'll have the entire internet keyboard army drown Jiang Chen in a torrent of saliva. However, as they frenetically make their posts, they suddenly notice something amiss. What the hell? My video and posts I just made have all been deleted. Me too, me too. And now when I try to post a video, the system directly says it didn't pass review. What's going on? Damn, this is so weird. Could it be the fans of other celebrities trying to sabotage us, not wanting us to stand up for my brother? The women are puzzled, even starting to theorize a conspiracy. But how could they possibly understand that Jiang Chen is now the esteemed second-star commander of the Zhou army? It's normal for these fangirls not to recognize Jiang Chen, but the online monitoring department definitely knows him. So without Jiang Chen even needing to intervene, they've already taken the initiative to suppress the videos and posts trying to smear the Zhou commander in the dark. They've even directly banned some of the frequent posters, launching a downward attack, solving this group of keyboard warriors at the source. Joke's on them, thinking the tactics of fan circles like collective smear campaigns and distorting the truth would work on anyone. The guardian hero of Zhou's borders, do they really think they can carelessly smear and defile him? Could it be he's really a big shot? That's why the system is frantically deleting posts and banning accounts? It's the idol Ding Zhankuan, with his broader perspective, who first realizes this. Recalling Jiang Chen's earlier mention of needing to discuss urgent military matters with the four great families, Ding Zhankuan can't help but draw a sharp breath. If he's interfered with military affairs, even with all his crazy fans, he won't be able to protect himself. So the idol Ding Zhankuan takes the initiative to betray his own fanatical fans, turning around to urgently order them, "Stop. All of you, stop. How can you just blindly internet expose someone without even understanding the situation? Have you no sense of justice? Moreover, this main road is a passage for many people. If someone has urgent matters, let them pass. You're so forcefully blocking the road. What kind of behavior is that? You're just dragging my name through the mud. But brother, we're doing this all for you." The fans hurriedly try to explain, not understanding why their beloved idol is suddenly turning against them. But Ding Zhankuan doesn't bother with any explanations, bluntly interrupting, "Shut up. This isn't for me at all. You're clearly trying to sabotage me. I bet you're a mole planted by another celebrity, trying to stir up hatred towards me. I'll revoke your fan status." "No, brother, please don't revoke our fan status. We're your most loyal true fans." "Brother, we were wrong. Please, in the future just say the word and we'll obey you." The group of ferocious-looking women immediately soften, filled with fear at the prospect. It's as if losing this so-called fan status would be akin to losing their lives. This statement really leaves Jiang Chen speechless. He's heard of household registration, military registration, but fan registration? These idol fans truly have their own unique system, using all sorts of unfamiliar terms to show off. Quite impressive. Just leave it be. Don't say you're my fans when you go out. My fans are all people of quality. Ding Zhankuan again righteously declares, completely forgetting his own previous actions. Hearing this, the female fans completely collapse, wailing without dingage, "What's the point of this world?" Ultimately, the group of fans, not daring to vent their fury on Ding Zhankuan, naturally directed towards Jiang Chen, rushing forward to attack him. "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened." Slap. Ding Zhankuan dares not let the fans further offend the big shot. Immediately abandoning his doting fan persona, he angrily slaps the Lolita-dressed girl in the front. "Damn, still not repenting. Still want to hit people. Do you have any brains at all?" This scene even causes Gu Qingya to can't help but step forward, scolding Ding Zhankuan, "How can you hit your own fans? Without them, you're nothing." But to her surprise, the fans aren't even angry, instead looking at Ding Zhankuan with starry eyes. "What, brother, hitting people is so manly. I love you so much, brother." Ah, she got hit by brother's own hand. So blissful. Guess she won't wash her face for half a year. Now she has brother's scent on it. "Brother, please hit me too." Seeing this, Ding Zhankuan smugly glances at Gu Qingya, as if saying, "You see, as long as I'm handsome and capable enough, no matter what I do, they'll remain loyal forever." Jiang Chen can only shake his head, hopeless. As the supreme medical saint capable of curing all manner of difficult diseases, he is powerless to heal the water in these people's heads, nor the various unhealthy trends in this society corrupted by capital and aristocratic clans. Afterwards, seeing that he has pacified his fans, Ding Zhankuan promptly approaches Jiang Chen, fawning and obsequious, "You have important matters, please go first. It was truly my ignorant fans who blocked your path. Don't worry, I'll have them clear the way immediately." Under Ding Zhankuan's repeated calls, the fans unwillingly clear a path along the Grand Avenue. "You're one of the few idols with a functioning brain to have guessed my identity. Originally, for obstructing military affairs, I could have just killed you. But seeing your attitude is still acceptable, the capital crime can be pardoned, though the lesser crime cannot. Go reflect on yourself in prison for a few years. Remember, put away that bullshit big star attitude of yours. You're no better than anyone else." Jiang Chen sneers, still not prepared to let this idol off easily. While killing a chicken to frighten the monkeys, also letting these celebrity dogs know their place. The road belongs to everyone, not for you unproductive people to walk your red carpets on. Ah, no, please. The idol is instantly disheartened, as if facing his own demise. Relying entirely on his still somewhat youthful looks, without any acting skills or ability to sing and dance, if he's imprisoned for a few years, won't he just become old and dried up, with no more popularity? That's practically the same as killing him. Thinking of this, Ding Zhankuan cares no more about face, directly dropping to his knees in front of Jiang Chen. Please, sir, spare me. I'll never dare again. From now on I'll be respectful to everyone, and be a law-abiding citizen. Scram! Jiang Chen has no patience to keep chatting with him, directly kicking him flying several meters away. Ah! Ding Zhankuan lands on the ground, howling in pain. His fans immediately surround him, unable to resist asking, "Brother, who is this person, daring to threaten you with prison? Should I get my family's bodyguards to secretly beat him up?" That's right, brother. My family has bodyguards too. Let's arrange to have him killed. Brother, it's okay, even if you do go to prison, we'll break you out. For you, we're willing to even betray the whole world. Thank you all. I appreciate your good intentions, but if you don't want me to die early, don't come up with such rotten ideas to harm me. Ding Zhankuan hears this nonsense, truly on the verge of tears, experiencing for the first time the terrifying nature of crazy fans. Those anti-fans just want my career to fail, but these crazy fans are literally out for my life. The ideas they come up with, each more frightening than the last. Soon, with the celebrity blocking the way gone, Jiang Chen smoothly arrives at the residence of one of the 4 great families of Tianbei province, the Wu family. The same family Gu Peizhou's aunt belongs to. The 4 great families of Tianbei are the Zhou, Wu, Zheng, and Wang clans. The Wu family ranks second, and in the Tianbei province they are truly second to none, towering over all others. Their power and wealth are so immense, a sneeze from them could shake the entire province. Just this Wu family mansion alone makes countless people green with envy, a historic Jiangnan-style garden with bridges, streams, and artificial hills. The sheer size of the grounds could easily rival a normal residential community. It's said to be a former imperial palace converted, with a long history and all manner of marvelous scenery, breathtakingly beautiful. Even the 2 stone lions at the entrance have histories of hundreds of years, exquisitely carved, any one of which would be an unattainable lifetime dream for an ordinary family. It's truly unknown how much of the people's blood and sweat went into this lavish opulence. Since Gu Peizhou has visited the Wu family several times before, their people quickly recognized the young miss of the Gu clan, respectfully ushering Jiang Chen's group into the inner courtyard drawing room. After a while, a majestic-looking lady, adorned in the most luxurious attire and wearing a supreme limited edition handbag, walks in. Seeing Gu Peizhou, she reveals a delighted expression. "Peizhou, why did you come here so suddenly without even letting Aunt know in advance? Aunt would have come to pick you up. Could it be you're here for the top luxury auction about to be held in our province? You finally learned to buy these things. This is what a young lady should be buying, not always wielding blades and guns. Don't worry, just tell Aunt which one you like, and we'll buy it for you." "Aunt, I didn't come to buy things. Something has happened in the Gu clan of Tian, our family is in grave danger, and I've come to seek Aunt's help," Gu Peizhou says solemnly. "What?" Aunt Gu Ronin's expression changes drastically at this, utterly disbelieving. "What happened? The Gu clan is so powerful, who dares to make a move against us, to the point our family is in grave danger? Couldn't even your brothers escape?" Gu Ronin asks puzzledly. The brothers she mentions are naturally Gu Peizhou's father, the Gu clan patriarch. "Yes, except for me, no one from the Gu clan has escaped," Gu Peizhou replies. "It's the Lu clan, the leader of the 5 great families. The Lu clan has betrayed us, openly raising the banner of restoring the imperial dynasty, in outright rebellion. They've even plotted to poison our Gu clan and the other families, trapping us all within a formation. This is the martial saint. If not for his timely rescue, I wouldn't have been able to escape either." Gu Peizhou indicates Jiang Chen. "Outrageous! The Lu clan dares to restore the imperial dynasty? In terms of historical accomplishments, it is our Gu clan who are the true imperial house of Jiuzhou, the embodiment of true unification. If anyone is to restore the dynasty, it should be us, not this lowly Lu clan." Gu Ronin is instantly enraged. But the point of her anger is actually quite different from what Gu Peizhou expected, not displeased that the Lu clan has the audacity to rebel, but rather feeling that the Gu clan themselves are more qualified to do so. The logic of these great families is truly all the same. So Gu Peizhou quickly adds, "Aunt, now is not the time to discuss this. Please hurry and help, save the Gu clan." "All right, you wait here, I'll go find your uncle and ask him for help." Gu Ronin nods, having always placed great importance on her natal family. She promptly enters the study, reporting the matter to Wu Jianghua, the middle-aged master of the Wu family who is currently painting in the study. But to her surprise, Wu Jianghua shows no emotion, continuing to paint his ink landscape, merely replying in a detached manner, "I've already known about this matter." "Then why?" Gu Rongyin begins puzzled, but is forcefully interrupted by Wu Jiangwa. Don't worry, your Gu clan is fine. Your niece is just overreacting. The Lu clan aren't fools, they're desperately trying to find allies right now. All kinds of overtures to your Gu clan. They wouldn't possibly make a move against you. They're probably now enjoying the lavish hospitality, still eating and drinking well. Wu Jiangwa displays a comprehensive understanding of the situation. That's good, that's good. Should we inform the other three families as well, and gather the forces of the righteous path to suppress the Lu clan? After all, a rebellion is no small matter, and if we help quell it, we may even be rewarded by the upper echelons of the righteous path, Gu Rongyin says excitedly. However, this suggestion is met with Wu Jiangwa's stern rebuke. Foolish woman's view. With this Lu clan incident, the righteous path's upper echelons will only think of how to weaken us, so we don't grow too powerful. They'll just let us fight to the bitter end, and even if they give us some nominal honors, of what use is that? Furthermore, letting the Lu clan cause a ruckus is not such a bad thing. Only when there is great chaos in the world can we seize the opportunity to greatly strengthen ourselves. These commoners have all gotten smarter, not easy to reap anymore. They all think they're living in a good era and can just lay back carefree without striving, utterly shameless. It seems only warfare can teach them how to be proper people. Let them experience the terror of death constantly looming, so they know how our predecessors lived like dogs. So you mean, we won't intervene at all? But Peijio is still waiting outside. And this time I heard a martial saint has arrived. That represents the stance of the righteous path. We should at least give them a response, right? Hearing her husband's words, Gu Ronyin's heart has already been persuaded. She just still feels a bit uneasy about her niece. That's simple, I'll personally see them off. But first, I'll let them stew a while. Wait until I finish this painting before I deal with them. Wu Jiangwa chuckles, already having a plan in mind. Meanwhile, the group waiting in the drawing room grows increasingly anxious with the long delay. After all, every minute wasted could mean a life cruelly taken by the Lu clan's hands. This is also why Jiang Chen insisted on imprisoning the idol, even almost chopping him down with a sword. Jiang Chen may be able to, but death won't wait. What's taking them so long in there? Could it be the Wu family refused to help? Zhao Yanran can't help but ask. Don't worry, this is my own aunt's home. My aunt dotes on me the most, it'll definitely be fine, Gu Peijio says smugly. In her view, now only she can provide such great help to Jiang Chen, and she believes Jiang Chen will surely recognize which of the 5 beauties is the most outstanding, and choose her to marry. That's why she was so insistent on coming to Tianbei province, expending so much effort. As for the other 4, they're just ornamental flowers, useless when it counts. At this moment, accompanied by footsteps, the master of the Wu family, Wu Jiangwa, finally finishes his landscape painting and arrives belatedly. However, upon entering, he immediately approaches Jiang Chen, saying, "So you are the martial saint of Wuan, the youngest 2-star commander in Zhuzhou? Your imposing aura and outstanding presence truly live up to your reputation. Master Wu, you flatter me." Normally I should engage in more pleasantries with the master of the Wu family, but the situation is critical. May I boldly ask if the Wu family is willing to help quell the Lu clan's rebellion and restore peace to Taiyan province? Jiang Chen gets straight to the point. Martial saint of Wuan, rest assured. Publicly, as the powerful family supported by the people of the province, the Wu family is duty-bound to benefit the masses. Privately, Peijio is the niece of my beloved, and also my own niece. You could even be considered my nephew-in-law, so I naturally must help you. Therefore, both for public and private reasons, the Wu family will offer you our full support. However, you know the Lu clan is rather special, possessing 2 divine artifacts, truly extraordinary. Our Wu family is not their match. Tell you what, take my token and go find the largest family in Tianbei, the Zhou clan. Tell them the Wu family has already agreed to quell the rebellion, and request the Zhou clan to join us. With both our families mobilizing together, that should be enough. After grandstanding for so long, the Wu patriarch finally reveals his purpose, handing over a shabby token before dismissing Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen doesn't linger, directly leading the 5 beauties to depart the Wu residence. As soon as they exit, he shakes his head, sigh, "Let's go to the northern border." What do you mean, we're not going to the Zhou clan? Gu Peijio is somewhat puzzled, having thought her uncle was genuinely wanting to help. This is clearly just passing the buck. When we get to the Zhou clan, they'll surely tell us to go find the Zhang and Wang families. These Zhou, Wu, Zhang and Wang families just keep passing it around, while the golden opportunity withers away. Jiang Chen explains helplessly. Surely not, my uncle wouldn't lie to me. Perhaps he's truly afraid the Wu family alone can't defeat the Lu clan, and needs the Zhou clan's help? Gu Peijio is still somewhat unconvinced. If that were the case, he would have either personally accompanied us to the Zhou clan, or at least sent a Zhou family member with us, instead of just handing us this worthless token and telling us to go on our own. But maybe I'm just being petty-minded, misjudging his intentions. Anyway, since we're already here, let's go to the Zhou clan. This way you can see the true face of these aristocratic clans for yourself. Jiang Chen decides to give Gu Peizhou the benefit of the doubt, while also letting her witness the reality of these powerful families. Soon, Jiang Chen's group arrives at the residence of the Zhou clan, the #1 family in all of Tianbei province. Compared to the luxurious gardens of the Wu family mansion, the Zhou family estate appears more low-key, just a typical Sehiyuan courtyard layout. Likely because as the #1, they no longer need to dress up their material life and lavishness to prove themselves. In contrast, the second-ranked family like the Wu clan is not so secure, with the mistress constantly trying to outdo others in every way, spending lavishly to demonstrate their superiority. At first, when Jiang Chen's group presents the Wu family token, the Zhou family is still very respectful. They lead the group to the guest quarters, serving them the finest De Hong Pao tea, saying they will immediately notify the clan master, and even leaving 2 beautifully attired maidservants to attend to any needs Jiang Chen may have. But very soon, likely after the Zhou family has contacted the Wu clan to confirm the identities of the visitors and understand the situation, their attitude becomes perfunctory. The maidservants make excuses to leave, even taking the tea leaves with them. The water isn't even refilled when it runs out. And the so-called clan master they said would come immediately? Not a single one shows up. People are constantly coming and going throughout the Zhou estate, yet it's as if Jiang Chen's group of 6 are completely invisible, utterly ignored. The impatient Gu Peizhou, unwilling to believe her aunt and uncle are just playing hot potato with her, keeps rushing out of the reception hall to find Zhou family members and urge them. But the responses keep changing. Sometimes it's that the clan master is handling an important matter. Other times it's that the clan master is in an important family meeting. Then it's that the clan master has to receive an important guest. But the outcome is always the same, no one is willing to come greet them. The situation is even worse than Jiang Chen had expected. He thought they were just passing the ball around, but it turns out they don't even want to play the ball, just letting it wither away until the visitors give up and leave on their own. These so-called great aristocratic families are truly all of the same ilk, valuing their own petty interests over the lives of millions. If one were to say they all deserve to die, that would be unfairly implicating some good people within these families. But if only half of each family were to be eliminated, that would still be too kind to these despicable dogs. Those bastards, what the hell is the Zhou clan master up to? It's been over 2 hours already. Gu Peizhou stomps her feet in frustration. Heh, what do you think they're up to? Didn't Jiang Chen just say they're playing hot potato? You wouldn't believe it, dragging us here to waste time. Isn't your aunt supposed to dote on you the most? Some doting that is, Zhao Yanran mocks from the side. You, at least that's better than you being completely useless, country bumpkin, Gu Peizhou retorts. These 5 beauties may be good, but their infighting really gives Jiang Chen a headache. He can't help but admire the urban harem novels he's read before. In those, no matter how shameless the male lead, the girls would flock to him as if bewitched, and get along like sisters. How do they manage to make the harem girls so obedient, like marionettes? But right now, Jiang Chen is truly fed up with the bickering, and having lost patience, he directly shouts, "Enough, stop arguing. Since the Zhou family is heartless, we don't need to reason with them anymore." With that, Jiang Chen exhales a cinderfire pill, instantly setting the entire hall ablaze, turning it into a sea of flames. Damn, burn down these rundown buildings, let's see if the Zhou family will still show their faces. If it were just the great families playing hot potato, Jiang Chen would be helpless, having no choice but to turn back and hurry to the northern border to summon the troops. But the Zhou family is brazenly delaying time, utterly despicable. Perhaps this was the consensus they reached after their call. Not only are they refusing to help Jiang Chen, they're deliberately stalling him, so he can't return to the north to lead the troops to quell the rebellion. After all, they all wish for the rebellion to grow bigger and bigger, so they can muddy the waters and fish in the troubled waters. Fuck, there's a fire, come put it out. Help, there's a fire. The raging flames finally force the Zhou family members to stop ignoring Jiang Chen's group, rushing in to try to extinguish the blaze. But Jiang Chen doesn't show any mercy, directly knocking them away one by one as they come. Accompanied by the Zhou family members' agonized cries, the fire grows ever more ferocious, the bigger the better. You dogs love to play dead, eh? Let's see who can outdo who at that. Martial Saint of Wuan, what are you doing? The Zhou family members angrily denounce, but their scolding falls on deaf deaf ears. Jiang Chen, having used his magic to protect the five beauties, simply closes his eyes, treating it as practice and revising his martial arts, out of sight, out of mind. Though his eyes are closed, the slap, slap, slap of his relentless fists continues. The people of the Zhou family could not find the source of the fire. They could only watch helplessly as the fire spread from the living room to the entire first courtyard, and was advancing toward the second courtyard. The sound of alarms, wails, shrieks, and panic filled the air instantly. Countless Zhou family members were frightened and ran out of their rooms, never imagining that the well-guarded Zhou family could also catch fire. Some were not even fully dressed, their clothes barely covering their bodies. The most ridiculous sight was two young masters of the Zhou family who were sleeping with two beautiful women, and were suddenly enveloped in thick smoke. In their panic, the four of them wrapped themselves in the quilt and ran out, looking like a giant rice dumpling, a truly bizarre scene. Among them, some of the cultivators of the Zhou family tried to extinguish the fire with spiritual energy. But as Jiang Chen's cultivation became stronger, the spirit fire also grew more powerful. These ordinary cultivators had no chance of putting it out, and were instead counterattacked by Jiang Chen's spirit fire, who took the opportunity to play a trick on them. He burned off the beards of many elders and the hair of middle-aged people, leaving them dirty and disheveled. Finally, the Zhou family's divine artifact, the purifying water bottle, appeared and used its water to forcibly extinguish Jiang Chen's spirit fire. However, the Zhou family patriarch Zhou Guangtian, who was controlling the divine artifact, was now forced to reveal himself and approach Jiang Chen. War-Saint Wuan, I welcomed you to the Zhou family with good intentions, yet you deliberately set fire to our home. This is going too far. Do you think the Zhou family has no one to defend it? The 50-year-old Zhou Guangtian asked angrily upon seeing Jiang Chen. Zhou Patriarch, what do you mean? I only know that I've been waiting in the Zhou family for a long time, but you never showed up. I was just focusing on my cultivation when I suddenly heard someone caught fire. I'm surprised too, Zhou Patriarch. You wouldn't be trying to intentionally set the fire to kill me, would you? Colluding with the rebellious Lu family, wanting the righteous path of the 9 provinces to be unaware of your actions? If so, let's go confront the righteous path directly. Jiang Chen immediately turned the tables, learning the tactics of these wealthy families. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. War-Saint Wuan must have misunderstood. Since it wasn't you who set the fire, it must have been one of our Zhou family members being careless, maybe while cooking. The Zhou Patriarch dared not confront him directly, so he had to swallow his anger. But just then, the steward who had been entertaining Jiang Chen couldn't help but say, "How could that be, master? The kitchen is in the outer courtyard. Even if there was a fire there, it couldn't have spread here. Moreover, I saw with my own eyes that the fire started from this place." Slap. When did I give you permission to speak, you unruly slave? Take him out and give him 80 big strikes. The Zhou Patriarch angrily slapped the steward, furiously ordering him to be beaten. The Zhou Patriarch has quite an impressive air of authority. Beating someone 80 times just for saying the wrong thing, aren't you afraid of beating them to death? Could it be you're just trying to scare me with this kill the chicken to warn the monkey act? Jiang Chen said bluntly. The War-Saint Wuan really knows how to jest. As someone from the court, how could I dare? I'm just curious what brings the War-Saint Wuan here. The Zhou Patriarch, his small scheme exposed, was unabashed and instead asked Jiang Chen directly. The aristocratic Lu family in southern province has rebelled, endangering the 9 provinces. If the Zhou Patriarch still considers himself a part of the 9 provinces and has benefited from its grace, I urge you to help quell the rebellion and save the people of southern province from disaster. Jiang Chen stared intently into the Zhou Patriarch's eyes as he spoke solemnly. Of course, it is my duty, but the situation in northern province is a bit different from southern province. The 5 great families there are constantly vying with each other, lacking unity. But we in northern province are different. Our 4 great clans have always been like branches of the same tree. So for any major action, we must act in concert. Although the Zhou family is the leader of the 4 great clans, we cannot act unilaterally. Tell you what, I'll write a letter myself and ask the War-Saint Wuan to take it to the remaining Zhang and Wang families to see if they agree. As long as they agree, the 4 great clans will act together to quell the Lu family's rebellion. The Zhou Patriarch said smilingly. Just as Jiang Chen had guessed, these wealthy families were simply passing the buck. The Wu family told us to find you Zhou family, and now you're telling us to find the Zhang and Wang families. At this rate, the vegetables will go cold. Can't you guys consider the common people of southern province who may be dying in the rebellion at any moment? Ingpagio said angrily, realizing they had been manipulated. However, the Zhou patriarch remained unruffled, calmly replying, "So the Wu family feels the same way? It seems our 4 great clans are truly of one mind. That's why we need to seek the consent of the other 2 families as well. Furthermore, since you all care so much about the common people, why don't you hurry up and go? Don't waste time here. The sooner you reach the other 2 families, the sooner you can save the masses from disaster. Otherwise, I'm afraid the people will have to suffer a bit longer." Ingpagio was rendered speechless by this sophistry, seeing it for the first time. Miss Ing, don't be angry. Let me write this letter in a more solemn manner. I'm sure the other 2 families will be willing to help. The Zhou patriarch continued his charade, starting to write the letter. But just as he was about to put pen to paper, he was stopped by Jiang Chen. "No need to go to so much trouble, Zhou patriarch. Just lend me 1 item, and I'm sure the other 3 families will listen." Jiang Chen said calmly, having already thought of a solution. "Oh, what item?" "The war Saint Wuan can speak freely. The Zhou family is never stingy." The Zhou patriarch pretended to be generous. "Your head on the chopping block. Take your miserable self and see which of the 4 great clans dares to disobey my orders." Jiang Chen sneered, tearing off the facade. With that, he immediately moved, reaching out to violently grab the Zhou patriarch's neck. The Zhou patriarch was stunned, clearly not expecting the venerable war saint to act so rashly without any pretense of etiquette. After all, at their level, even if they hated each other's guts, they should still maintain a polite facade. But this man had no sense of propriety at all, just an uncouth warrior. However, although Zhou Guangtian was caught off guard, the protective talisman on his person instantly activated, forming a shield of light to block Jiang Chen's attack. Zhou Guangtian quickly cried out in alarm, "War Saint Wuan, what do you think you're doing? This is my Zhou family. Do you dare raise your hand against me? Are you not afraid of death?" Immediately, the Zhou family members rushed forward furiously, their auras erupting as several core disciples at the gold dance stage prepared to rescue their patriarch, loudly ordering Jiang Chen to stand down or be slaughtered. But Jiang Chen was unafraid, scoffing, "With our current distance, let's see if your people can kill me before I kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Chen shattered all of Zhou Guangtian's defenses, easily grabbing the patriarch's neck with 1 hand and effortlessly lifting him off the ground like a chicken ready for slaughter. He then mercilessly slammed Zhou Guangtian against the wall with a loud bang. "Aya! Aya!" Zhou Guangtian, being the patriarch but not particularly powerful, was instantly dazed, wailing in pain. But Jiang Chen was still not satisfied, forcefully pressing the patriarch's forehead and slamming it against the wall several times, saying, "You like to pass the ball, huh? Let's see how you like being used as a football." Bang, bang, bang. In the process, Jiang Chen accidentally knocked off Zhou Guangtian's high-end wig, revealing his bald head, making him even more reminiscent of a football. The Zhou family members naturally tried to rescue their patriarch, but no matter what methods they used or from which angle they attacked, Jiang Chen simply used Zhou Guangtian's body as a human shield, causing the patriarch to cry out in agony and order his people to stand down. "Ow, ow, ow. Aya, aya, it hurts so much. Stop hitting, War Saint Wuan, I was wrong." Quelling the rebellion, I'll agree. Zhou Guangtian finally couldn't endure it anymore and quickly capitulated. "Humph, no need, a melon forced open is not sweet. This general has no interest," Jiang Chen sneered. After seeing the true character of these wealthy clans, Jiang Chen had lost all hope of relying on them to quell the Lu family's rebellion. Otherwise, even if he brought them to the southern province, Jiang Chen would not feel at ease. He was afraid they might end up colluding with the Lu family. Then not only would he have failed to bring reinforcements, he would have brought a group of scoundrels who could join forces with the rebels that would be utterly frustrating. "Then, what do you want?" "I'll agree to whatever you say," the Zhou patriarch said in a distressed tone, submissively. As expected, these elites were all despicable to a degree. Reasoning with them was useless. Only after being beaten did they learn how to behave properly. "Give me the purifying water bottle divine artifact you just used," Jiang Chen said coldly. While he had no respect for these aristocratic families, their divine artifacts were still worth plundering to strengthen his own power. "I really can't do that. The purifying water bottle is our clan's most precious treasure. We Zhou are different from those other aristocratic families. They are remnants of the dynasty, with countless treasures even including divine artifacts. Their strength is second only to the great clans of the capital. But we Zhou are just an ordinary wealthy clan. Our divine artifacts are extremely precious. If I give it to you, our clan's strength will be greatly diminished, making us easy targets for the envy of other families." The Zhou patriarch quickly shook his head. "That's simple, just have the others 3 patriarchs come over, and each family contributes one divine artifact. If you all weaken together, wouldn't that be equal? Then your strengths would be balanced again, wouldn't that be great? Jiang Chen said with a smile. No, I really can't. The Zhou patriarch didn't expect Jiang Chen to be even more capitalistic, coming up with such a scheme. He hurriedly shook his head. Fine, then take it to your grave. You have the gall to refuse me. Jiang Chen sneered, no longer wasting words, directly grabbing the Zhou patriarch's right hand. With a crack, he instantly rotated it 720 degrees, twisting it into a pretzel. The excruciating pain caused Zhou Guangtian to instantly grit his teeth, the veins on his face bulging like crawling worms. But he still refused to submit, his face full of hatred and a glimmer of expectation, as if he still had some hidden trump card even at death's door. At the same time, the Zhou family's strongest elder, a white-haired old man, had quietly positioned himself behind Jiang Chen. Sensing the elder's Dantian perfection aura suddenly erupt, Jiang Chen immediately slapped him away over 10 meters. With Jiang Chen's current near-gold Dan level, defeating a Dantian perfection elder was now effortless. Continuing, Jiang Chen grabbed Zhou Guangtian's other arm and with another crack, twisted it 720 degrees into a pretzel as well. It hurts, it hurts. I submit. War Saint Wuan, I'll lend you the purifying water bottle. Zhou Guangtian, having suffered such crushing blows and seeing his strongest elder fail, immediately capitulated. But Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance to react, immediately stomping heavily on Zhou Guangtian's thigh, accompanied by a piercing scream, crippling his other leg as well. Stop hitting, I've already agreed to you. Why are you still attacking? Zhou Guangtian wailed. The patriarch of the mightiest clan in northern province now had only one good leg left, a truly shameful situation that filled him with deep regret. If he had known it would turn out this way, he would have just agreed to help quell the rebellion from the start. At least then, even if people had to die, it wouldn't have been him being the sole unlucky one, suffering such torment. He could have even gained the honor of being a pacification hero, earning respect. But now, while his men were unharmed, he had become the only miserable wretch. Next time agree faster. I'm an impatient person and tend to go overboard, Jiang Chen replied calmly, finally easing up a bit and leaving Zhou Guangtian with one good leg. This time, Zhou Guangtian didn't dare play any tricks, obediently reciting the incantation to summon the purifying water bottle and hand it to Jiang Chen. He also explained how to control it, and requested, the water bottle can daily absorb natural spiritual energy to condense a drop of dew. The dew has many miraculous uses, it can kill enemies, heal wounds, and even assist in alchemy. Please, War Saint Wuan, use the dew to treat my injuries. Alright. Jiang Chen also wanted to test the power of the purifying water bottle, so he immediately took a drop of dew from it and dripped it onto Zhou Guangtian's injured, twisted arm. The next second, Zhou Guangtian's twisted arm miraculously returned to its original state, completely healed. The recovery speed was even faster than if Jiang Chen had treated it himself, truly extraordinary. It really is a good item. Jiang Chen nodded, quite satisfied. Counting this one, he now possessed 4 divine artifacts, the Remnant Page Compendium, the Tiankai Sword, the Purple Lightning Cloak, and now the Purifying Water Bottle. It was a pity the ancestral dragon sword sheath had been destroyed by the Crimson Emperor Serpent Slaying Sword. Otherwise, with 5 supreme treasures, Jiang Chen would be on par with the aristocratic families, lacking only a divine artifact. War Saint Wuan, I still have one arm and one leg that haven't healed. Please continue, Zhou Guangtian couldn't help but urge, seeing Jiang Chen stop after just 1 drop. There's only 1 drop of dew per day, using 3 just for you would be a waste. The rest of your injuries, you can have your doctor's treat. Don't worry, your injuries aren't irreversible and can be healed, Jiang Chen sneered, seeing the testing is successful and unwilling to waste the precious dew. Okay. Zhou Guangtian didn't dare ask for more, resigned, thinking to himself that he had really opened his eyes to encounter such a stingy war saint who wouldn't even part with a drop of dew. It was stinginess to the core. And it was his own treasure too, yet the war saint was so tight-fisted with it. Continuing, Jiang Chen asked, besides this purifying water bottle, does your Zhou family have any other divine artifacts? No more, that's all we have. War Saint Wuan, you can search if you don't believe me. Whatever is found, I'll give it all to you. Zhou Guangtian hurriedly waved his hands, looking like he was about to cry. Jiang Chen inwardly cursed the old fox for being so good at acting, but didn't push further. While the 4 great clans of northern province weren't as wealthy as the 5 aristocratic families of southern province, they couldn't possibly only have one divine artifact. Surely they had more treasures hidden away. But Jiang Chen couldn't be bothered to haggle with them. The priority was to go gather reinforcements. So he simply released Zhou Guangtian and strode out of the Zhou estate. As for Ing Peizhou, After feeling she had been tricked by her own uncle, the pure-hearted young lady was quite aggrieved. She scolded the Zhou patriarch, telling him to take from the people and use for the people, to be a good man, never again with the official jargon and ball-passing tactics. The Zhou patriarch nodded repeatedly in agreement, but the way his ears were perked up showed that one ear went in and the other went out. He had no intention of truly changing. "Master, should we chase after them and take our revenge?" the Zhou family members asked the patriarch after Jiang Chen's group had left. "Revenge my ass, can you fools even beat them? A bunch of useless trash. Where were you all just now? Normally you don't even know how to cultivate properly, and when it matters most, you can only let me bear the humiliation." The Zhou patriarch angrily yelled at his people, then proceeded to beat them with his newly healed arm. While beating them, he kept cursing, "Damn it, if I couldn't beat him, do you really think I can't beat you?" After beating them for nearly half an hour, the Zhou patriarch was drenched in sweat but finally felt relieved. Indeed, humiliation and anger could be passed down the hierarchy. That kicking the cat theory was truly accurate. This society was all about superiors scolding subordinates, subordinates scolding their wives, wives beating their children, children kicking the cat, layer upon layer of venting one's suffering. Fortunately, he was the mighty Zhou family patriarch, free to bully countless subordinates whenever he wished. On the other side, the puzzled Pagio asked Jiang Chen, "Brother Jiang, why don't we directly go find the righteous forces of the northern province government? The righteous forces of southern province have been destroyed, but northern provinces are still intact, and they have the responsibility to quell the rebellion. They shouldn't be passing the ball like the four great clans, right? Because the righteous governmental forces act as a check and balance. As long as they remain, the four great clans of northern province can still be contained. Now that chaos has erupted and people's hearts are scattered, if the northern province's righteous forces leave, the lack of balance will most likely lead to northern province descending into disorder as well. The situation would only worsen," Jiang Chen explained. "We can't drive out the wolves and expel the tigers. It's like pressing down on a gourd only to have it pop up elsewhere. So the four great clans must take action first, then the northern province's righteous forces can move. But the four great clans refuse to, so the righteous forces can only stay put, at least maintaining stability in northern province," Jiang Chen said. "So are we going to the northern borderlands now?" Pagio asked again. "No, we can't go to the northern borderlands either." Jiang Chen shook his head, suddenly abandoning his original plan. Since falling for Jiang Chen, Pagio had become increasingly feminine, her speech less acerbic and cold, becoming more adorable. However, she soon noticed the ambiguity in her words, especially under the gaze of the other four beauties, and quickly explained with a blush. "Of course, each sleeping in their own place. I wouldn't let that greedy rascal take advantage. Ahem. Let's go seek aid from the hidden Taoist and Confucian sects instead. The aristocratic families can afford to watch the world descend into chaos and fish in troubled waters, but the three major sects can't. They've already divided up the faith of the 9 provinces. Every step of progress for Buddhism involves encroaching on the other 2 sects' territory. They shouldn't just sit by and watch," Jiang Chen analyzed. "Pagio, do you know where the hidden sects of northern province are located? The Taoist sect is the Baiyunguan in Mount Huanghe. The Confucian sect is the Yuzheng Academy, inside a nearby karst cave. Pagio, with her noble status, was very familiar with the hidden locations of the sects. "Alright, let's go to the Yuzheng Academy first. The Confucians are always preaching loyalty to the monarch, righteousness and integrity. They shouldn't just sit by and watch us perish," Jiang Chen nodded. Jiang Chen had encountered the Taoist Qingyan sect and the Buddhist Chani temple among the 3 major hidden sects, but the Confucian sect remained mysterious, as he had not interacted with them before, quite curious. Soon, they arrived at the location of the Yuzheng Academy, which appeared to be an underground natural karst cave on the surface. The exposed part was only about 20 centimeters, too small even for a child to crawl through. There was also a gloomy underground river, looking extremely dangerous, so no one ever came here. Yet inside this cave, an academy was hidden, truly remarkable. At this moment, Jiang Chen's golden eyes had gradually recovered from consuming the pills along the way, and with a glance he could see the formation used by the Yuzheng Academy to conceal their tracks. He then directly led the 5 beauties to find the entrance, entering the underground river. The next moment, the originally gloomy and dark cave suddenly vanished, replaced by a sun-drenched lawn. The lush green lawn stretched out as far as the eye could see, with a Chinese-style pavilion in the distance, where several cranes were dancing gracefully. It had a distinct sense of a hidden wonderland, a paradise on earth. Who dares intrude into our Yuzhang Academy? State your business. Two disciples guarding the entrance, dressed in Ming Dynasty-style scholars' robes and wearing headbands, immediately stepped forward to question the newcomers. Those who didn't know would think they had stumbled onto an ancient film set. It truly resembled the attire and bearing of the ancients. A feeling of not knowing the Han, let alone the Wei and Jin dynasties. I am the two-star war commander of the 9 provinces, War Saint Wuan Jiang Chen. By imperial decree, I summon the disciples of the Yuzhang Academy to quell the Lu family rebellion and the Chani temple's treason. This is my war commander's order. Take it to inform your abbot. Jiang Chen dispensed with niceties this time, directly invoking the authority of the imperial court. Very well, please wait a moment. The 2 disciples, seeing Jiang Chen's genuine war commander's order, immediately showed reverence and hurried back to report to the abbot. After all, even though they claimed to be secluded from the world, they knew the rarity and exalted status of a 2-star war commander in the 9 provinces. Soon, the Yuzhang Academy abbot Kong Mofei, dressed in the robes of a Confucian scholar and exuding an aura of rectitude, flew in on a giant book, accompanied by the academy's other eminent figures. Forgive us, War Saint Wuan, for not coming out to welcome you. I am the abbot of this academy, Kong Mofei. The abbot greeted Jiang Chen with a cupped hands salute. Abbot, are you unaware that the aristocratic Lu family of Southern Province has colluded with the Chani temple in a rebellion plot? Jiang Chen got straight to the point, wasting no words. We hidden sects are secluded from the world, so we have not heard of this. The abbot paused, unsure if he was truly unaware or just feigning ignorance. Very well, then you know now. The truth is, the hundreds of millions of people in all of Southern Province are now under the oppression of the Lu family and Chani temple's rebellion, with unwilling loyal men dying by the moment. I, Jiang Chen, see this with my own eyes and feel it deeply in my heart. I wish to be the vanguard, to exterminate these shameless scoundrels, but I am alone, lacking in strength. So I beseech the venerable sages of the Yuzhang Academy, for the sake of the common people and the 9 provinces, to join me in quelling this rebellion, upholding the 4 truths of Confucianism and Taoism, establishing the heart for heaven and earth, securing the mandate for the people, continuing the interrupted scholastic tradition, and opening an era of great peace. Jiang Chen concluded, bowing deeply with sincerity. Good. The disciples are willing to go. The young disciples exclaimed enthusiastically. What righteous man would not wield the sword of Wu to conquer the lands of 50 states? As scholars, we must enlighten ourselves to save the people from calamity. A true man should act accordingly. Sweep away the rebellion and bring peace to the realm. The Academy's disciples, having studied so many sage texts, still retained youthful passion, and urgently cried out in response to Jiang Chen's words. However, Jiang Chen noticed that the ones speaking up were the younger disciples, while the older ones kept their heads down in silence. As for the Academy's leadership, they all deferred to the abbot, waiting for his instruction. Seeing the abbot still not speaking, one of the elders suddenly realized his intention and stood up, scolding the disciples. You fools! When has the abbot spoken? How dare you disciples be so presumptuous? The disciples' fiery spirit was immediately extinguished, and they hurriedly apologized with bowed heads. Finally, Abbot Kong Mofei spoke up. The matters described by the War Saint Wuan are indeed shocking. I never imagined the Lu family and Chani temple would commit such lawless acts, truly reaping what they have sown. Both emotionally and rationally, our Yuzhang Academy should intervene to uphold the teachings of the sages and the books of our predecessors. However, we are a hidden sect. There are court protocols, and we cannot interfere in worldly affairs without permission. Please, War Saint Wuan, go obtain an agreement from the righteous government forces of Northern Province, then we can take action. When that time comes, our Yuzhang Academy will mobilize all our forces to rescue the common people. Kong Mofei said with a smile. His words were airtight, but the actual action was no different from the aristocratic clans, surprising Jiang Chen. Again? The aristocratic families are passing the ball, and you're doing the same? Ing Pagio, hearing the mention of passing the ball, immediately grew furious, not holding back. Damn it, the bald monks are almost uprooting your Confucian stronghold, and you're still hiding like turtles? By the time they reach Northern Province, the aristocratic families will have surrendered, and they can still keep their status. What, you bookworms also plan to shave your heads and become monks? Young lady, how dare you speak to the abbot this way? One of the disciples immediately defended the abbot. However, the next moment, the exposed Kong Mofei abbot no longer pretended, directly admitting, that is exactly what I mean. Yes, we are passing the ball, unwilling to agree to War Saint Wuan's request. Abbot. The disciples were dumbfounded upon hearing this, never expecting the abbot who had always instructed them to cultivate virtue, manage their households, and bring peace to the realm, to utter such words. Could it be the abbot was a hypocrite? The abbot continued, "We are a sect secluded from the world. Over all these years, whether dynasties changed or foreign enemies invaded, we have never intervened. This time will be no exception. But this time is different. This is a battle of beliefs. The Buddhists are involved too. If they gain power, you will face annihilation as well." Ingpejo hurriedly explained, afraid the abbot did not grasp the gravity of the situation. The Buddhists may help the Lu family rise, but for long-term stability, whether the current righteous forces of the 9 provinces or the future Lu family, they cannot do without us Confucians. We are the foundation of governance, so why should we take this risk and join the fray early on? Furthermore, war results in loss of life. My academy's disciples may have cultivation, but lack battle experience. If they go to the battlefield, I fear 9 out of 10 won't return. They are disciples I personally recruited. I cannot bear to see them perish. I hope the War Saint Wuan can understand my personal reservations. Of course, I won't stop those who wish to go. If you want to follow the War Saint down the mountain, be my guest. Those unwilling can remain in the academy, Kong Mofei said with a smile. But the abbot himself dousing the flames, the initially passionate young disciples had their spirits utterly extinguished. Even those who had been shouting slogans the loudest now shamefully lowered their heads. In the end, only 3 extremely young disciples were willing to go with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen glanced at their cultivation levels, all in the Qi refinement stage. Qi refinement stage, Qi refinement stage. Perhaps you should stay behind, Jiang Chen sighed, unable to bear the thought of these seemingly 17 to 18-year-old youths sacrificing their lives. However, the 3 replied with solemn expressions, "Does the War Saint Wuan think our cultivation is too low?" As the sage said, "Those who hear the Tao are willing to die at dawn and dusk. Now, going down the mountain to quell the rebellion and save people is our path. We beseech the War Saint Wuan to fulfill our dream. Otherwise, the 3 of us will still go to southern province on our own." "Good. What are your names?" Jiang Chen was truly moved by their words, his eyes slightly reddening as he asked. "Yan Fei, Tsing Hui, Sun Tian," the 3 proclaimed with grand momentum. "Well done, I'll remember you. Seeing the 3 of you, I haven't lost faith in Confucianism and Taoism. Otherwise, I'd be tempted to smash this academy sign and return home to burn it for firewood." Jiang Chen smiled. Originally, he had thought this trip might have been in vain, but now it seemed he had gained the most orthodox Confucian disciples. Low cultivation was nothing to worry about. With this kind of spirit, in due time these 3 would become great talents. A few words had even embarrassed the Yuzhang Academy disciples, their faces flushed red. However, the majority still had a basic sense of shame, knowing they were cowardly and dared not speak up. But one of the vice abbots, not knowing whether it was out of wounded pride or trying to curry favor, actually sneered, "Humph, 3 tiny ants, overestimating themselves. Just wait to have their corpses left in the wilderness. It's your corpse that will be left in the wilderness." Jiang Chen immediately erupted in rage upon hearing this, swiftly grabbing the vice abbot's neck, no matter how he struggled, unable to break free. Instead, Jiang Chen proceeded to slap him hard, again and again. "You bastard, being afraid of death is understandable, it's human nature. But to dare mock those willing to sacrifice for the common people, are you even human? What are you trying to do? I'm the vice abbot of the Yuzhang Academy, the orthodox of Confucianism and Taoism. Abbot, save me." The vice abbot frantically called for help. But Jiang Chen had no mercy for such a scoundrel, directly choking him until unconscious, then throwing him next to the abbot. "Come seek vengeance if you dare, otherwise we're leaving." Jiang Chen sneered coldly. As for the abbot Kong Mofei, it was unclear whether he was stunned or just too timid, just standing there blankly, unresponsive. Sai, who would have thought the Confucian Academy constantly shouting loyal to the monarch and patriotic would be this shameless? "Looks like we're truly isolated," Ingpejo lamented helplessly after leaving the Yuzhang Academy. Jiang Chen, however, was unfazed, saying, "No matter, I can still single-handedly fight my way back. Besides, we didn't come away completely empty-handed. War truly was a mirror, reflecting the full spectrum of human nature, all the monsters and demons. The selfishness of the aristocratic clans, the cowardice of the sects." Jiang Chen felt he had seen enough. "Who says the War Saint Wuan will be alone?" Suddenly, a voice rang out. Jiang Chen turned around at the sound and saw a group of Taoists in robes, carrying long swords, having appeared behind him. "And who might you be?" Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. "I am Zhang Daoquan, the abbot of Baiyunguan. I heard the south is in peril, and that the war Saint Wuan has come to the north seeking aid, so I have specially come to offer my assistance in quelling the rebellion." The white-haired elder at the forefront, radiating an immortal Taoist aura, said earnestly, "We are all disciples of Baiyunguan, and we all wish to follow the war Saint Wuan down the mountain to quell the rebellion." The numerous young and old Taoists behind the elder spoke in unison, their faces filled with determination. Their voices, raised together, were thunderous and majestic, in stark contrast to the Yuzhang Academy's earlier silent acquiescence. Jiang Chen was stunned. He never imagined that after witnessing the various despicable and selfish aspects of human nature, he would see a ray of hope, and such a bright one at that. It warmed his heart and ignited his fighting spirit. He had searched high and low, only to find all forces unwilling to help him, offering endless excuses to dishearten him. But now, turning back, he saw a group of people he did not even know coming to him of their own volition, willing to follow him. This must be the reason Jiang Chen was willing to risk his life to protect the 9 provinces, to protect the south. Although this land was not without traitors seeking fame and fortune, cowards fearing death, or scoundrels blinded by greed, but it also had selfless heroes, courageous men, anonymous benefactors willing to brave the flames for the people, and steadfast, hard-working commoners like you and I. They all deserved respect. But, are you truly certain? The crisis in the south is extremely grave. I had thought that if the righteous forces of the north, the aristocratic clans and the sects, were to unite and work together, there might have been a chance of success. But now, as you can see, it's only you from Baiyunguan, and 3 Confucian students. Going with me means certain death for all of you, Jiang Chen said bluntly, not wanting them to be clouded by momentary passion, but to have a clear understanding. Baiyunguan has 327 people, excluding one 8-year-old child too young to go. The remaining 326 are all here, awaiting the war Saint Wuan's command. Abbot Zhang Daoquan did not directly address Jiang Chen's concerns, but stated the number of people he had brought. This conveyed Baiyunguan's absolute resolve, all hands on deck, with no retreat, leaving not a single person behind except the child. We know of the war saint's concerns, but the truth is, we have all written our wills and set up memorial tablets before coming here. Since our junior disciples will continue our legacy, we have no regrets in death. Ah yes, it will be quite a burden for our junior disciple to keep wiping our memorial tablets clean. I hope our junior disciple won't blame us. This trip down the mountain, I'm afraid we won't be able to bring back his beloved candied hawthorn and chocolates. The Baiyunguan disciples joked lightly about their own mortality. So the saying is true, in times of chaos, Taoist priests go down the mountain to save the world. In times of peace, Buddhist monks open their doors to amass wealth. Today, I see it manifest before my eyes. I, Jiang Chen, express my gratitude on behalf of the 90 million people of the South. From this day on, I'm not sure if there is a true martial overlord in the world, but all of you are his incarnations, seen by the 90 million people of the South. Jiang Chen bowed deeply, speaking with utmost sincerity. War Saint Wuan is too kind. This is simply the duty we cultivators must fulfill. Receiving the offerings of the people, we must stand up in times of crisis. Otherwise, would we not be betraying the trust and devotion of the masses? The Baiyunguan abbot Zhang Daoquan replied with a benevolent smile. I never imagined the Tao school would have so many righteous and loyal men. This scene makes me almost want to forsake Confucianism and become a Taoist. Indeed. The 3 Confucian students were also deeply moved, even briefly doubting if they had chosen the wrong path. However, they soon recovered, saying, "No, we can't think that way. Confucianism and Taoism are both excellent, it's just that some have read too many books and gotten confused, straying down the wrong path. At least the 3 of us can still uphold our own way, and continue to propagate Confucianism and Taoism." Exactly. There are countless paths in this world, it doesn't matter which is better. It's about how one uses them. Even Buddhism has many good people, if only the leaders weren't rotten to the core. But no matter, be it rats or tigers, we shall slay them all on this journey, to restore peace to the world. Jiang Chen smiled. Onward, back to southern province. With that, accompanied by the whooshing sounds of swords being drawn, the Baiyunguan Taoists took to the air, their blades gleaming, following Jiang Chen's lead like an arrow of vengeance, shooting back towards southern province. Jiang Chen's original plan was to lead the group directly to the provincial capital of southern province, as capturing the leader is the key to quelling a rebellion. The Lu family and Chani temple's important figures would surely be garrisoned there, eliminating them could quickly pacify much of the unrest and even rescue the other aristocratic clans and his sworn brother. But as they reached the border between southern and northern provinces, Jiang Chen did not expect an unexpected development to occur. While Jiang Chen was seeking aid, the Lu family in Chanyi Temple had not been idle either. They had not only swiftly subdued the various localities in southern province, but had even launched an offensive into northern province. The border region between the two provinces had now become a living hell, with rebel troops rampaging everywhere, burning, killing and looting, surrounded by fleeing civilians and piles of corpses. These damned Lu family, constantly proclaiming they would implement the kingly way and let the people live good lives, yet behaving like beasts. At their core, no matter how beautifully they spoke, it was all for their own selfish interests. Currently, the righteous forces of northern province at the border were nowhere to be seen, either completely defeated or bribed into submission. Only some civilian resistance forces were putting up a scattered defense, with little effect. Bastards! Jiang Chen, watching the situation unfold from the sky with his golden eyes, saw a man in Lu family attire burst into a house, forcefully dragging out a young woman from under the bed, who was still clutching a newborn infant in her arms, clearly having just given birth and still physically weak. The Lu family thug snatched the baby, viciously strangling the infant's delicate neck, forcing the mother to disrobe and submit to his atrocities, as she pleaded with tears in her eyes, begging him not to harm her child. "You should have just obeyed from the start, otherwise I'll make sure you and your brat die." The Lu family brute laughed wickedly, about to expose his hideous self. But at that moment, a flash of sword cut through the air, accompanied by a scream. The Lu family thug howled in agony, jumping 3 feet high on the spot. The Lu family thug hastily covered his nether regions, trying to stem the bleeding. Given that area was rather small to begin with, and he was using his spiritual energy to forcefully constrict it, he actually seemed to be succeeding in stopping the bleeding. But Jiang Chen had no intention of sparing his life. He immediately unleashed another sword key, neatly severing the man's hands, causing him to howl in agony, rolling on the ground uncontrollably. The wound that had just been staunched burst open again, turning him into a human fountain spraying blood like fireworks. It hurts. Damn you, do you know who I am? How dare you interfere with my business? The Lu family thug raged. To this, Jiang Chen gave a clean, decisive response, slicing off the man's tongue with a sword key, not bothering to waste words. He then snatched the baby, seeing the delicate infant's skin marred by a deep bruise left by the Lu thug, and couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He quickly used the heavenly profound technique to heal the child. As the soothing spiritual energy seeped into the baby's body, the wailing stopped, and the wide curious eyes turned to look at this strange man. But the baby's instinct told him this man was safe, causing him to stop crying and break into a smile. The adorable smile warmed even this gruff man's heart, and Jiang Chen couldn't help but gently stroke the baby's plump cheeks. "Don't worry, the child is fine." After treating the injury, Jiang Chen hurriedly returned the baby to the still shaken mother, also wrapping her in a blanket to cover her exposed skin. Thank you. The mother was so grateful she was about to kneel before Jiang Chen. She was actually quite beautiful, and not very old either. Based on the house and furnishings, she seemed to have been from a respectable family. But the war had reduced even middle-class households to the level of ants. Jiang Chen didn't dare ask about the rest of her family. Most likely they had already met with misfortune. Let alone the common folk, they were treated like weeds. There were always those who thought they could take advantage when the waters were muddied, to suddenly rise up. But they didn't realize they were the fish, or perhaps not even that, just shrimps. No need. Jiang Chen quickly helped the mother up. Whoosh! At that moment, the sound of a signal flare suddenly rang out. Jiang Chen turned to see the maimed thug, his tongue cut off, somehow managing to fire off the signal flare with his mouth. Immediately, the other rampaging Lu family thugs paused, quickly converging on the location. "Well done, you've completed your task." Jiang Chen smiled, not angered, but rather pleased. This was the effect he wanted, to lure all the Lu family members to this spot, so they would stop harassing the civilians. Then, while the thug looked on in bewilderment, Jiang Chen swiftly crushed his heart with his foot. "Someone, please take this mother and child back to the provincial capital and see that they are well cared for. The rest of you, this is our first battle since coming down the mountain. No matter how many rebels come, we shall ensure none of them return." Jiang Chen called out to the Bai Yunguan disciples and 3 Confucian students landing behind him. "Yes, sir." The Bai Yunguan disciples and the 3 students, their anger barely contained, eagerly responded. After all, Northern Province was their homeland. They were all recruited from the various regions of northern province, and had a deep attachment to it. Some were even native to the border area, and seeing their home ravaged like this, how could they not be enraged? If going to the south was them upholding their principles, then here, they were also defending their own home. What scum dares to interfere with the Lu family's business? Want to die, eh? We are here to pacify the chaos and rebuild the prosperous realm. Those who want to live well better behave, or I'll send you all to hell. Soon, the rebel forces swarmed towards them in large numbers, led by the short and chubby Lu Sanjin, who bellowed loudly. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the three seemingly cultured Confucian students were the first to curse loudly, and immediately took action, chanting poetry that transformed into magical spells hurtling towards Lu Sanjin. With steel and cavalry, their might swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger, summoned a powerful spirit tiger charging at the fat Lu. As long as the heroic general guards Dragon City, the barbarian horses shall not cross the Yin Mountains, conjured the lingering image of a martial general attacking the Lu family's forces. The Confucian Taoist techniques were truly extraordinary. Unfortunately, the three students' cultivation was too low. Although their techniques were impressive, against the foundation establishment mastery level Lu Sanjin, they were like mosquito bites, easily shrugged off. Ha, so these are the mighty experts, turns out to just be a bunch of weaklings. Lu Sanjin laughed mockingly, but before he could even finish his words, he would be silenced forever. The Bai Yinguan disciples drew their swords, slashing furiously at the scoundrels like a scythe through wheat. One by one, their severed heads fell like ripe autumn fruit. The Lu family forces were dumbfounded, but soon realized the identity of their opponents, hastily shouting, You are from a secluded sect? Who gave you permission to come down the mountain? You are violating the laws of the 9 provinces. We will gladly accept punishment when peace returns. But for now, you scum can go to hell. Abbot Zhang Daoquan, usually the picture of Taoist spirituality, now cursed fiercely, personally beheading a Lu family ruffian. The Lu family rebels were likely just the vanguard, so their strength was not exceptional, with the strongest just being the one Jiang Chen had slain earlier at Foundation Establishment Mastery. Now facing these Bai Yinguan experts, the battle became a one-sided rout. Seeing they had no chance, the rebels immediately groveled, begging for their lives, claiming they were not part of the Lu family. Ying Wu, is that you? Ying Peizhou recognized one among them, a distant relative of the Ying clan. Young miss, please save me. Ying Wu looked up at Ying Peizhou, desperately grabbing at this lifeline. What are you doing here? Don't tell me the Ying clan has completely allied with the Lu family. Ying Peizhou asked bitterly. This was her greatest fear realized. How was she to face Jiang Chen now, and confront this chaos? Not exactly, the Lord just had us. The branch disciples and guards go with the Lu family first. But the main clan disciples haven't agreed to any cooperation yet, Ying Wu explained. What does that mean? Ying Peizhou, focused on the turmoil, did not fully understand. Aristocratic clans hedging their bets, acting as opportunistic weeds. This way, no matter who wins in the end, they won't lose out. It's just normal for them, Jiang Chen elucidated, thoroughly familiar with the schemes of these noble families. He then quickly asked, You came from the south, what is the situation there now? Southern province has completely fallen to the Lu family now, Ying Peizhou replied. The Lu family is even stronger than we imagined. What we saw of War Saint Wuan being appointed general at the Golden Platform was just a small part of the Lu family's forces. In fact, while that ceremony was happening, they secretly dispersed their elite troops to various locations taking advantage of the momentary vacancies. They soon occupied all of southern province. Of course, there was some resistance in certain areas, since the Lu family's numbers, while large, were still spread thin. But then a group of monks came, incredibly powerful, and suppressed all the dissent. The obedient ones were simply tonsured and liberated, while the unruly were physically liberated, Ying Wu explained in detail. Now the Lu family and those foul monks are working together. I'm not even sure how strong their combined forces are. But I heard, in addition to that young monk at core formation, the Lu family also has a nascent soul elder. What? Abbot Zhang Daoquan was shocked by this news. As the abbot of Bai Yinguan, he had the highest cultivation, but had only reached half-step nascent soul. While southern province was more advanced than northern, he had thought having even one nascent soul cultivator would be impressive. But now another had appeared. No wonder they dared to commit such sacrilegious acts. In comparison, their little squad seemed like an egg challenging a rock, utterly insignificant. After all, nascent soul was a fierce some trump card. It was extremely difficult to break through without great fortune, and a whole province might not even have one. The gap between gold core and nascent soul was even greater than that between gold core and the common cultivator. Though Abbot Jiang appeared only half a step away, he had been stuck there for 30 years, with no progress. If you're afraid, leaving is still an option. To be honest, we may be just charging into a brick wall. Even I don't have much hope of success. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Jiang Chen said solemnly. War Saint Wuan, what are you saying? We are awed by the Lu family and Chan-Yi Temple's strength, but not afraid. And seeing this tragic situation before our eyes, if we still cower in fear, we would be no better than beasts. Abbot Jiang immediately refuted. That's right, War Saint, if you don't believe us, we'll go charge in as the vanguard, even if it means certain death, the Bai Yunguan disciples declared with one voice. Jiang Chen had originally expected that among the 326 Taoists and 3 Confucian students, some would hesitate due to fear of the nascent soul cultivator. In that case, he would have decisively sent them away, preserving them while not affecting the group's morale. But to his surprise, not a single one showed any sign of trepidation or fear. Good. I, Jiang Chen, have nothing more to say. After this battle, the people of Southern Province will never forget you all. Jiang Chen grew increasingly proud to have the opportunity to know this admirable group. Young miss, I only sided with the Lu family for the sake of my clan, and I've tried not to commit atrocities along the way. You could say I've endured hardship for the greater good. Please, you have to save my life, so I can continue serving the Ying clan in the future. Yingwu still begged for mercy. Bastard, I tell you to betray, and you betray, but if I tell you to eat shit, would you do that too? Ying Peizhou angrily kicked Yingwu. Eat it? As long as it keeps me alive, I'll eat anything, Yingwu replied obediently. Ying Peizhou was left speechless, sighing resignedly. Alright, go outside and see if there are any Lu family stragglers or injured people. If you find any, quickly notify us, and it may earn you some redemption. Got it, I'll complete the mission. Yingwu exclaimed excitedly. Let's bury these poor souls together. We can't just leave them to rot in the wilderness, Gu Qingye said, looking at the piles of bodies. Alright, the group immediately set to work, digging a large pit to inter the victims of the Lu family's rampage. Of course, the beasts of the Lu family were left to rot and be devoured by wild dogs outside. Just as Jiang Chen was about to start shoveling dirt, he noticed Abbot Zhang Daoquan take a single grain of sand from his pocket and toss it to the ground. The tiny grain rapidly multiplied, soon filling the entire pit, as if it could fill the sea. Abbot, what is this thing? Jiang Chen asked curiously. This is the sacred soil of the Tao essence soil, the abbot explained. It is said that in the past, the father of the great Yu, who tamed the floods, used this to try and dam the cataclysmic deluge. This essence soil can grow endlessly, never ceasing. However, even this had its limits. It could only expand so far before being overwhelmed by the floodwaters. Nowadays, this essence soil has certainly been diluted over many generations, its endless growth diminished. It can only serve as specialized soil for growing spiritual herbs now. But with the essence soil here, the earth will not be easily dug up by wild beasts, allowing these people to rest peacefully underground, Abbot Zhang Daoquan explained. Abbot, may I borrow some of this? Jiang Chen asked, thinking of a certain item. War Saint Wuan is welcome to use it. It's not exactly a rare treasure. Zhang Daoquan generously handed over a few grains. Jiang Chen then took out a slightly sprouting seed from himself. This was an accidental treasure he had obtained from a thunderstruck wood, an unknown seed that seemed to draw the jealousy of the heavens, being struck by lightning each time it tried to grow. Jiang Chen had previously used this property to summon tribulation lightning to deal with the servant Jiang Lure sent by the Jiang North sect. Sadly, the seed had stopped growing after a while. No matter how much spiritual energy Jiang Chen infused it with, it remained in this sprouting state. But now, with the essence soil and the jade purity vial, he had a chance to try again. Jiang Chen immediately planted the seed in the essence soil, allowing it to absorb the energy. He then took out the sacred water from the jade purity vial, carefully watering it drop by drop. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, no effect. Jiang Chen's heart bled watching the precious sacred water being used up, but the seed still remained stubbornly unmoving. Just as he was about to lose hope, thinking he had misjudged, the seed finally began to slowly grow, sprouts emerging. Rumble! Suddenly, a thunderous noise came from the sky. Countless clouds were rapidly gathering overhead, forming a brewing thunderstorm. Ha ha! Jiang Chen quickly stopped watering and used his golden eyes to forcefully disperse the nascent storm clouds, preventing the tribulation. He now had another trump card ready. When he faced the Lu family and those bald monks, he would complete the final step of nurturing the seed, summoning the heavenly tribulation to strike down those scoundrels. Let's go, let's fight our way back to the east. Let that feudal dregs and bald monks see what our Tao is about. Jiang Chen rallied, brimming with heroic spirit. Yes, sir. The 226 Taoists, 5 beauties, 3 Confucian students, and the redeemed Yingwu all shouted in unison. Tiannan Province, Jiangdong City. The 5-1 square in the city center should have been glowing with a beautiful music fountain every night, accompanied by the dancing aunties in the square dance, bustling with liveliness. Occasionally, there would also be some small vendors selling barbecue, sugar-coated hawthorn, and fried sour milk, adding a touch of festivity for the exhausted office workers and students after work. Of course, this would all happen after 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, when the city management officials had gone home. If they were reported by chance, the vendors would have to quickly ride their tricycles to flee the scene, lest their tools of the trade be confiscated, staging a thrilling chase on the streets. However, at this moment, this liveliness has completely vanished, replaced by the eerie wails and occasional shrieks. In the very center of the square, a structure resembling an altar has been erected, with a disc-like object in the middle and 5 tall pillars reaching up to the sky. Both the disc and the pillars are covered with mysterious inscriptions that resemble ancient oracle bone script, but not quite. At the same time, a raging fire is burning on the disc, yet there is no wood or any other fuel beneath it, burning inexplicably. The 5 pillars are each bound with a person, their wrists and ankles cut open, bleeding continuously. The blood flows from the grooves beneath their feet into the disc, fueling the fire that burns without wood. It seems this fire is sustained by human blood. The purpose of this ritual is unclear. On the side, a large group of people are bound with ropes, caged like chickens, watching this horrific scene unfold with numb faces, not daring to resist or protest, as one by one they perish. When the blood of the 5 bound figures runs dry, the Lu family members guarding the ritual immediately snatch a few new victims from the cages to replace them. It is then that the numb crowd finally stirs, with one man shouting frantically, "Don't kill me! I'm the uncle of the warrior god Wuan. My niece is his wife. If you kill me, he will definitely seek revenge." This man is Gu Zhigua, the second uncle of Gu Qingya, who had once competed with her for power. But after Gu Qingya had the help of Jiang Chen, this uncle had submissively pledged his allegiance, and Gu Qingya had been lenient with him. During this time, under the banner of Gu Qingya and Jiang Chen, this uncle had been strutting around Jiangdong, feeling quite powerful. But it seems his good days are now over, as a group of Lu family members with their elite troops have swooped in and captured him without any explanation. This Jiangdong place, why do people here all claim to know this so-called warrior god Wuan? Wang just captured 10 people, and 9 of them are shouting this name. Who exactly is this warrior god Wuan? I've never heard of such a famous warrior before, one of the Lu family members couldn't help but ask. These Lu family invaders had not been involved in Jiang Chen's appointment as a general, so they were quite unfamiliar with this title. Seems like he's a recently appointed warrior god of the 9 provinces. I heard this place is the hometown of the warrior god Wuan, so everyone is trying to ride on his fame to save their own skins. But they don't realize that even the warrior god Wuan himself may not be able to save his own life. Another Lu family member, better informed, explained. A warrior god of the 9 provinces? What's that got to do with us Lu family? Using the sword of the previous dynasty to slay the officials of the current one? How ridiculous. Exactly. And I just happen to have someone here who claims to be the mother-in-law of the warrior god Wuan. Let's capture her too, and let this whole family die together. Ha ha ha. At this time, a Lu family man with a slicked-back hairstyle sneered as he dragged in Gu Qingya's mother. Sister-in-law, how did you get captured as well? Didn't Qingya send you abroad for a trip a long time ago? Gu Zhigua looked at Gu's mother in surprise. Don't even mention it. The people abroad were not friendly at all. When I bragged about how powerful my daughter and son-in-law were, they said it was my private matter and I didn't need to tell them. How boring. It's much more interesting back home in Jiangdong, where everyone dotes on me. So I came back early, only to get captured right after getting off the plane. Gu's mother replied. In order to continue enjoying her superior status, she had resolutely abandoned Gu Qingya's careful arrangements and returned to the jaws of the tiger on her own. However, at the moment, she still did not seem to fully grasp the reality of the situation, and asked Gu Zhigua, Uncle, who are these people? Why doesn't mentioning my son-in-law work on them? Sigh, I don't even understand it myself. No matter what relationship we claim, they just keep yelling and threatening to kill us. They're simply a bunch of bandits. Gu Zhigua shook his head. Soon, their pig-like wails filled the air as they were forcefully bound to the pillars and had their wrists sliced open. Swoosh! The fresh blood gushed out like water from a faucet. Ah! Gu Zhigua and Gu's mother screamed in agony. Gu's mother hastily cried, Uncle! Uncle, think of something, these people are really going to kill us. What can I do? I'm bleeding like a stuck pig too. You should try contacting your son-in-law. Gu Zhigua said helplessly. I can't reach him, Gu's mother admitted in despair. Ha, we've blocked the entire signal in Tiannan province. There's no way you can even reach your daughter. Enough of this, even if you called the heavenly king himself, it wouldn't do you any good. Just save your breath and try to live a few more seconds, the Lu family member sneered. He then proceeded to cut open more gashes to draw more blood, commenting as he did so, they say we should kill the rich and powerful first. Look at you, living so well and nutritiously, your blood is so thick and can feed the sacred fire even better. I see you look pretty rich and powerful too, that watch on your wrist must be worth over 100,000. Your blood must be even thicker, why don't you cut open your own veins to fuel your damn sacred fire? Gu's mother retorted angrily. Slap! You bitch, what the hell are you saying? The Lu family member was rendered speechless by Gu's mother's words, and immediately lashed out, slapping her across the face in a fit of rage. You, just wait. My son-in-law will never let you off. Gu's mother cried out, her face in pain but her greater concern being the blood rapidly draining from her body, leaving her increasingly weak. Come on then, I'll be waiting. I want to see how your so-called warrior husband is going to kill me. What warrior god? They'll all piss their pants when they see the Lu family. Swoosh! Understand now? Just then, a sword energy descended from the sky, and the boastful Lu family member's head was severed in an instant. Landing alongside the severed head was Jiang Chen, his heaven stratagem sword in hand, stepping right on top of the head. Son-in-law, nephew-in-law. Gu's mother and Gu Zhigua, upon seeing the descending Jiang Chen, were immediately overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they cried out. However, already weakened from severe blood loss, the sheer excitement caused them to immediately lose consciousness. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's superior medical skills allowed him to quickly seal their wounds and restore their vitality, saving their lives. He did the same for the other 3 captives. Otherwise, these 2 would have quite literally died of excitement, which would not only have been embarrassing, but also left Jiang Chen unable to explain things to Gu Qingya. You bastard, who do you think you are to dare defy the Lu family? Do you want to die? The Lu family members, enraged at the sight, gathered together. Ever since their rebellion, they had only known one-sided slaughter, and even the righteous forces would only flee at the sight of them. But never before had anyone dared to strike back at them so brazenly, even daring to step on the head of a Lu family member. This was simply too much insolence. Whether I live or die, you all are about to, Jiang Chen said calmly. Before the Lu family members could even finish their retort of you, a series of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh sounds filled the air. Countless sword energies suddenly descended from the sky, like a rain of swords, perfectly striking the necks of the Lu family members. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, their heads rolled to the ground, their arrogant expressions frozen in time, creating a rather gory yet beautiful tableau that stunned all who witnessed it. At the same time, in the sky above, over 200 celestial cultivators riding cranes descended, wielding divine swords. It was as if a group of immortals had descended to the mortal realm, dazzling and awe-inspiring. And on the ground, every single Lu family member had been eliminated, with none left alive. Are these gods? The gods have come to save us, the onlookers exclaimed in wonder. We're saved, we're saved. The people of Jiangdong imprisoned in the iron cages immediately erupted with excitement. Amatba, the White Cloud sect from North Province, meddling in the affairs of our Tiannan province, don't you think your reach has grown too long? Have you forgotten the basic rules of the reclusive sects? Just then, the group from the Zen meaning monastery, who had been hiding in the background, finally stepped forward. Leading them was the fat and round-faced middle-aged monk, Shi Wuben, his round belly protruding, with a fake smile on his face towards everyone. Standing behind him were 7 other monks, though not many in number. Their auras were extraordinary, all at least at the Gold Core realm. Ridiculous, your Zen meaning monastery has lost all face, committing such despicable acts, and now you lecture us about the rules? The rules are for talking to people, not dogs. The abbot of the White Cloud sect, Zheng Quanzhang, sneered. Amatba, my Zen meaning monastery is just guiding the people on our own turf. Where have we not followed the rules? If you don't believe me, Feel free to ask the people themselves. Shi Wuben replied calmly, then slowly began to strike a wooden fish. As the sound of the wooden fish echoed, a huge crowd of local Jiangdong residents emerged from all around, so dense that they seemed to cover the entire area, as if the entire population of Jiangdong had gathered. Mysterious nonsense. Jiang Chen did not know what this fat monk was plotting, but it was certainly not good. He immediately moved to strike down the monk with his heaven's stratagem sword, wanting to see what was hidden in his rotten belly. But at that moment, a chorus of furious shouts rose up around him. "Stop!" Jiang Chen turned to look, only to see the Jiangdong crowd glaring at him with utmost rage. "We know you. You are the warrior god Wuan, Jiang Chen. We used to have a good impression of you, thinking you were also a victim of the aristocratic families, and had risen through your own efforts to become a warrior god. But we never imagined you would be the protector of these dog aristocratic families. Bastard, trash, you've truly betrayed our trust." The local Jiangdong people pointed accusingly at Jiang Chen, collectively cursing him. "When did I become the protector of the aristocratic families?" Jiang Chen was bewildered, not understanding. "If you're not their protector, then why did you save these scumbags? Do you know, these are the original aristocratic families and wealthy merchants of Jiangdong. A bunch of arrogant, debaucherous bastards. The bad things they've done can't be written in 10 books. We've suffered so much because of them over the years. Now that the Lu family has finally stepped in to take care of them, to kill off these dog bastards, isn't that a good thing? Aren't they deserving of death?" Exactly. Whoever helps the aristocratic families is a bastard. Whoever kills the aristocratic families is the good person. Whoever blocks us, we'll kill them. The crowd roared with immense fury, thousands of voices in unison, their words like bronze bells. The resounding shouts reverberated all around, making the eardrums of those who heard it throb in pain, and sending the caged aristocratic families into trembling fear. "You bald-headed devil, what kind of sorcery have you used to bewitch the people's hearts?" Jiang Chen immediately roared at Shi Wuben, simultaneously releasing a sword energy that shattered the wooden fish he had been striking. However, even with the wooden fish destroyed, the expressions of the crowd remained furious, showing no signs of change. "He, I haven't bewitched them. This is simply the voice from the bottom of the common people's hearts. My wooden fish merely evoked the words they previously didn't dare to say. Now that they have been stirred up, united as one, even if you destroy my wooden fish, it's useless." Shi Wuben smiled slightly. "Warrior god Wuan, please save us. We are good people too, we don't deserve to die." That's right. I do have some money, but I've never done anything to harm the common people. On the contrary, I often donate. Why should I be killed just because I'm rich? And this money is earned through my own hard work. I've never cheated or deceived anyone." Me too. I'm originally from a poor background. You can't just condemn me to death just because I'm now rich. What have I done wrong? I denounce them. These aristocratic families are the truly unrighteous rich. And those few, the capitalist dogs, they are all no good. Kill them first. I'm just a middle-class citizen. Please don't lump me together with them. You bastard, you're the capitalist dog. I'm a righteous and conscientious entrepreneur. The caged individuals began to turn on each other, hurling accusations. At this point, Jiang Chen realized that those in prison were indeed the prominent figures of Jiangdong, including the new 4 great families of Zhao, Xian, Sun, and Gu, many of whom were acquaintances of his. The angry mob surrounding them were just ordinary common people, both those in scholars' robes like Ko Yezi, and those without like Luo Taisheng, all having suffered enough from the oppression of the elite. It seems the Lu family had some brains after all. Knowing that they alone, along with the Zen-meaning monastery, had little chance of succeeding in their rebellion, they had chosen to stir up the internal conflicts in Jiangdong. By capitalizing on the common people's resentment towards the privileged, and using the killing of the aristocrats to make the poor cheer them on, they could bolster their own strength and stand on the same side as the masses. The current situation was indeed quite troubling for Jiang Chen. He never expected the Lu family and Zen-meaning monastery to use such tactics. The power of religion truly was formidable. To have himself, someone who came to rescue people, become the target of everyone's hatred, branded as the protector of the aristocratic families, it was truly bizarre. If it were just a matter of dealing with the Lu family and Zen-meaning monastery, Jiang Chen would have no fear, easily striking them down one by one with his sword. But facing this mass of common Jiangdong citizens, these poor, hard-working people, Jiang Chen could never bring himself to attack them. Unable to resort to force, he could only try to reason with them. What troubled Jiang Chen even more was that he felt he might not have the moral high ground here. In terms of numbers, the majority of Jiangdong people had been deceived by the Zen meaning monastery and stood on the opposing side. On his side were only a few twisted and crooked aristocrats, only concerned with their own infighting. Outnumbered, Jiang Chen was not sure whether truth and justice still lay with the minority in this day and age, but he knew that logic and reason would be on the side with the greater numbers and power. In terms of public opinion, the weak naturally had the moral high ground, while these aristocratic families, with their wealth and status, carried an inherent taint. Most importantly, Jiang Chen could understand the frustration and resentment felt by these common folk, like Ko Yezi and Luo Taisheng. He too despised the aristocratic families, furious at how they sat on their ancestral merits while oppressing the masses. But did that truly necessitate the complete annihilation of all of them? And to do so without any distinction, simply killing all the rich and powerful, what would that make this? A feast of spoils? Or just the weak asserting their supposed righteousness? Furthermore, among the aristocratic families, who could compare to the Lu family themselves? The Lu family was the biggest of all the despicable clans, now daring to aspire to the throne, becoming eternal thieves. What right did they have to lead the people in judging all this? After killing them all off, the people would only be dragged into becoming cannon fodder for the Lu family, to be pointed and fired at as they pleased. Nothing would have changed, in fact it would only get worse. Realizing this, Jiang Chen's heart gradually calmed, and he spoke slowly. I admit, among these people, there are many unrighteous scoundrels, parasites exploiting the common people. Some are even so shameless in abusing their power that I wish I could just kill them on the spot. But among them, are there not also good people? Are they all completely beyond redemption? Even if they are good people, so what? We are good people too, but we've been driven to this path. Besides, wealth itself is a sin. They all deserve to die. Even if they are good people, they must pay for the sins of their ancestors, the Jiangdong crowd shouted back, their eyes bloodshot. Alright, then what happens after you've killed them all? Jiang Chen pressed. Of course we'll divide up their wealth and let us all live well, the crowd responded gleefully, already envisioning a brighter future. But then, some will still live better than others, won't they? The more hard-working and capable ones will make their share grow even larger, while the lazier ones will squander it all. And then, the poor will rise up again to kill the new rich, trapped in an endless cycle of bloodshed? Jiang Chen sneered. The Jiangdong people fell silent, seeming to acknowledge the validity in Jiang Chen's words. The truth was, most of them were not inherently bad or lazy people, they simply lacked opportunities to fulfill their dreams. Originally, they had thought that by killing the privileged, they would have more chances to become successful themselves. But if what Jiang Chen said was true, and they became the new wealthy, they too would fear the poor turning on them again. This would simply benefit the truly lazy and useless. Soon, a perceptive voice spoke up, then we'll equalize wealth. No one will be allowed to run their own businesses, we'll all be the same. As long as we're all equally poor, this won't happen again. And if a society where the poorer you are, the more honored you are, wouldn't that be truly pitiful? Jiang Chen countered. The crowd fell silent once more, uncertain. Then what's your solution? They eventually asked, their earlier excitement and anger starting to wane. Damn it. Seeing the crowd about to be swayed by Jiang Chen, Shi Wuben secretly performed a hand seal, using a secret technique to make the flames on the altar burn even stronger. As the flameless fire on the altar grew more intense, the rationality the crowd had just regained instantly vanished into madness once more. Before Jiang Chen could even propose a solution, they roared, rich people are simply wrong. The rich deserve to die. You're helping the powerful, you're their running dog, you should die too. Everyone, attack, kill this lackey. Kill all the privileged. With a thunderous rumbling of footsteps, the crowd surged forth like a raging tide. Jiang Chen still wanted to continue persuading them, but the abbot of the White Cloud sect, Zheng Quanzhang, had already seen the problem. He said to Jiang Chen, warrior Godwuan, don't bother trying to reason with them anymore. These people have been corrupted by the Buddhist teachings, their evil thoughts have been amplified by their so-called beliefs. No matter what you say, they won't listen. Damn it, I already shattered that wooden fish. How are these bald-headed devils still manipulating the minds of the people? Jiang Chen glared furiously at the smiling Shi Wuben. The next moment, Jiang Chen activated his golden eyes and swept his gaze around. He soon discovered the difference in the flameless fire on the altar. Under the vision of his golden eyes, it was constantly emitting wispy, odorless smoke that was disrupting the minds of the crowd. It's the altar, so that's its purpose. Jiang Chen realized. Abbot Zhang, please hold off these people for me. Try not to actually harm them. I'll go deal with this altar. Jiang Chen said urgently. Alright, warrior god Wuan, leave it to me, this old man has a plan. The white cloud sect abbot stroked his white beard in response. The next moment, he waved his hand, and his floating beard hairs quickly elongated, enveloping the iron cages, transforming them into cocoon-like prisons that could not be broken. At the same time, Jiang Chen leapt into the center of the altar. But the instant he entered, the 5 tall pillars around him suddenly began to glow, then each emitted a stream of spiritual energy, interconnecting to form a new cage, trapping Jiang Chen inside. On the side, Sure Wuban couldn't hold back his laughter. Ha, you fell for it. That flame can indeed stir the hearts of the people, but it's insignificant compared to what's in this altar. The truly formidable thing is these unassuming 5 heavenly pillars. This is the key that the Lu family uses to activate the Lu family dragon vein. It can also form a restraining dragon formation by itself. No matter how high your cultivation, once you're trapped in this restraining dragon formation, there's no escape. You'll be drained dry by the dragon vein, becoming mere nourishment. The dragon vein? You actually want to forcibly activate the dragon vein? You bastards, have you gone mad? The dragon vein is crucial to the qi of the 9 provinces. Forcibly stimulating it will easily lead to damage to the qi of the 9 provinces. With the slightest carelessness, it will bring a catastrophe that will plunge the hundreds of millions of people into endless suffering. Hearing the words of Abbot Shirshio, the patriarch of Baiyun Shrine was seized with anxiety. He knew these people were crazy, but he didn't expect them to be this insane. For the sake of their own selfish desires, they were actually going to drag the entire 9 provinces into an abyss of no return. Ha! As long as our plan succeeds, the imperial court and the Buddhist light will shine over the land, and everything can be resolved. And if the plan fails, that's even simpler. After I die, let the floods rage on. Shirshio continued to smile, utterly unconcerned about the lives of others. Damn you! Then you can die first. Despite his advanced age of over 100 years, the patriarch of Baiyun Shrine could not contain his own cultivation. His half-step nascent soul cultivation erupted with full force. But at that moment, the people of Jiangdong who had been attacking the cicada cocoons suddenly turned and stood in front of Zhang Daoquan. This was easy to resolve, as Zhang Daoquan lightly swept them away with a wave of his hand. However, more people used themselves as human shields, firmly surrounding Shirshio in the middle. It was as if they were saying, if you want to kill the bald monk, you'll have to step over our dead bodies. Ahmet Ba, haha, want to kill me? First you have to kill all these people of Jiangdong, Shirshio said fearlessly. Damn it! Zhang Daoquan was so angry his teeth were itching, but he couldn't bring himself to kill all these Jiangdong people. He could only turn and head towards the altar, striking it with full force in an attempt to rescue Jiang Xuan. Bang! With a tremendous sound, Zhang Daoquan's half-step nascent soul cultivation, which could even split a mountain with a single finger, only produced a shower of sparks. The altar remained completely unharmed, not even budging an inch. Don't even dream about it. This imprisoned dragon formation is unparalleled in the world. Whether from the outside or the inside, it is impregnable. Patriarch, I advise you to be wise and join forces with us. We won't force you to change your beliefs, and we can all work together to build a new utopia. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Shirshio even set his sights on Zhang Daoquan, brazenly trying to recruit him. Dream on! Zhang Daoquan naturally refused, trying a few more times, but still watched helplessly as the altar remained unscathed. At that moment, his heart sank to the bottom of the abyss. He knew that coming to the southern plains would be fraught with difficulties, a matter of life and death. But I never expected that, as soon as we arrived in the southern plains, even before reaching the provincial capital, we would be stymied in this small Jiangdong region. After the altar activated the imprisoned dragon formation, a protective barrier immediately rose up, completely obscuring the situation within. But according to the ancient records, the imprisoned dragon formation is centered around the dragon vein, possessing immense power. Even nascent soul cultivators would have no chance of survival upon entering it. However, Zhang Daoquan still had not given up. He shouted loudly, "Battle Saint Wuan, how are you doing? Can you still hold on? If you can hear me, please respond. We are working hard to rescue you, so you must persist." But there was no answer. Within the altar, there was a deathly silence. At that moment, everyone understood the battle Saint Wuan must have perished. Only the 5 beauties of the southern plains refused to accept this reality, still calling out to Jiang Xuan and exhausting their meager strength in a futile attempt to break open the imprisoned dragon formation. But it was all to no avail. Patriarch, the battle Saint Wuan is dead. What should we do next? The Baiyun Shrine disciples asked Zhang Daoquan, utterly confused. I don't know. Zhang Daoquan sighed. Why don't we just disperse and go back? The people of Jiangdong don't need us anyway, so why should we bother? one disciple suggested, already starting to retreat. And there were many who shared this sentiment. Another quickly chimed in, yes, we came down the mountain to save the world, but now we're the bad guys. This is just so pointless. The mighty battle Saint Wuan is dead. So what can we even do? The group that had previously been unafraid of death now faced these glaring faces, finally losing the will to fight. They weren't afraid of dying, but they were afraid of dying in vain. And they were even more afraid of dying at the hands of their own people. What a mess this had become. Sigh. Zhang Daoquan wanted to persuade them further, but the words caught in his throat. He could only let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, who was trapped within the imprisoned dragon formation, was actually not being drained of life by the dragon vein as Shirshio had imagined. On the contrary, he felt a sense of familiarity with the dragon vein. After entering the formation, he was brought into another spatial dimension, isolated from the outside world, and thus could not hear the cries of Zhang Daoquan and the five beauties of the southern plains. What appeared before his eyes was an utterly adorable eastern dragon, resembling a small mudskipper or a small crocodile, very cute and diminutive. This must be the dragon vein of the 9 provinces that the fat monk had spoken of, the very foundation of the chi of the 9 provinces. However, at the moment, this eastern dragon had many needles piercing its body, densely covering its slender frame, causing it to express a look of agony. Jiang Chen could see that these numerous small needles were the imprisoned dragon formation from the outside. It was evident that formations like this had been laid out extensively by the Lu family in the Chani temple, causing this eastern dragon to suffer such pain. This formation could forcibly extract the power of the dragon vein for their own use, but it would also inflict tremendous harm and suffering upon the dragon vein. Under such immense torment, the dragon vein would naturally be filled with rage towards any invaders, wanting nothing more than to devour them to alleviate its suffering. This is the reason why the imprisoned dragon formation is deadly to those who enter. But Jiang Chen was an exception, because he bore the mark and protection of the dragon vein itself. This was something he had obtained during his previous battle in the northern lands. At that time, he had repelled the invasion of the Sun Nation with his 2 swords, safeguarding the peace of the northern lands, and in doing so, he had earned the favor of the dragon vein. The dragon vein has sentience and does not belong to any single family, but rather to all living beings in the 9 provinces. If Jiang Chen had been an internal power struggle general, even if his achievements were great, the dragon vein would not have granted him its protection. However, Jiang Chen had repelled an external invader, and this earned him the dragon vein's goodwill. This goodwill did not have a significant effect on its own, only granting Jiang Chen some lucky blessings. But at this moment, it had become Jiang Chen's protective treasure. The dragon vein recognized Jiang Chen's identity and not only did not kill him, but even bestowed him a boon. You mean to say, this flame that can control people's hearts, you are giving it to me? Jiang Chen asked as he looked at the flame the dragon whelp had coughed up. This flame was the key that Shirshio used to control people's minds. It was also something the dragon vein was using to alleviate its own pain, even slightly. After expelling this flame, the dragon whelp appeared to be in even more agony. Oh whoa! The dragon whelp nodded and let out a cry, gazing at Jiang Chen with an expectant look. The meaning seemed to be, I can only help you this much. The 9 provinces, I entrust them to you. Thank you. Don't worry, I will definitely help you remove all the poisonous needles and return you to freedom. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, immediately swallowing the flame and fusing it with his own elixir fire. After being proactively given by the dragon vein, this flame had become extremely docile, reacting strongly with the elixir fire and about to give birth to a new type of fire. Outside the imprisoned formation, watching the Baiyun Shrine disciples' indecision and waning fighting spirit, Shirshio couldn't help but smile smugly as he added more fuel to the fire. Amitba, that disciple is right. Since you don't want to cooperate with us, just disperse then. Otherwise, you'll just end up dying here, which would be utterly humiliating, wouldn't it? Furthermore, the Southern Plains province is already peaceful and prosperous. It doesn't need any of you to come and rescue it. You've all been fooled by Jiang Chen. He's the true opportunist, wanting to use you to become the king of the Southern Plains. That's bullshit. Jiang Chen is not that kind of person. Everyone can't leave. Have you forgotten what the Lu family did in the northern province? If you leave now, the Lu family in Chani Temple will quickly let these kinds of things happen again. Do you still want dash? At this critical moment, it was Zhao Yanran who remained the most clear-headed, stepping forward resolutely. That must be a misunderstanding. Recently, there has been a lot of chaos, with many people impersonating us and committing evil deeds under our banner. We are also extremely troubled by this, Shirshio shamefully replied. Just as Zhao Yanran was about to refute him again, the surrounding Jiangdong people suddenly started shouting loudly, just get lost, get out of Jiangdong, we don't need you. That's right. With the Lu family and Channy temple here, we're doing just fine. What right do you have to disturb our good days? Go back to your northern province. Don't interfere with our robbing the rich to aid the poor. Faced with this, the patriarch Zhang Daoquan of Baiyun Shrine was utterly despairing. He suddenly understood the ancestral teachings of his sect, why they prohibited the sect from interfering in worldly affairs, why they must remain isolated from the secular world. The affairs of the secular world are truly chaotic and difficult to intervene in. The celestial master Taishan was right. Tranquil non-action. I'm sorry, Battle Saint Wuan. I'm afraid I won't be able to fulfill my promise to you. Zhang Daoquan sighed as he looked at the imprisoned dragon formation. Afterwards, he helplessly shouted to the crowd, "Go back, return to the mountain. From now on, no one is permitted to set foot in the secular world again." Patriarch Zhao Yanran heard this and immediately became anxious, wanting to persuade him. But before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Zhang Daoquan. "I know what you want to say, but we should go protect those who are worth protecting." A single sentence from Zhang Daoquan had instantly silenced the quick-witted Zhao Yanran. In the end, she could only watch silently as the Baiyun Shrine disciples collectively departed. The more than 200 people who had arrived riding cranes left in dejection, leaving behind only a few crane feathers, a thoroughly disappointing outcome. That's more like it. Good that they're going back to be Taoists, meddling in affairs that don't concern them. Look at that good-for-nothing battle saint. If he hadn't insisted on opposing us, how could he have ended up with his bones turned to ashes? You eight still haven't left? Shirshio looked puzzled at the remaining 5 beauties of the southern plains and 3 Confucian scholars. Jiang Chen is not dead. He absolutely will not die. We must wait for Jiang Chen to come out. We will not leave otherwise, the 5 beauties said with unwavering determination. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves alongside the battle Saint Wuan. The 3 Confucian scholars gritted their teeth and declared resolutely, "A bunch of fools, fine then. You can all go in and wait together. At least you can die together. This counts as the last good deed this monk has done." Amit Ba. Shirshio sneered, raising 2 fingers and flicking them lightly. A swirling one symbol instantly rushed towards the group, with his late-stage gold core cultivation, easily overpowering these chickens. No matter how hard the 8 tried, it was all in vain, as the Buddhist light struck them and sent them hurtling into the imprisoned dragon formation, to share the same fate as Jiang Chen. Long live Channy Temple, long live the Lu family. Master, now that these bad people have been driven away, can we continue killing the rich? The Jiangdong people, seeing their great victory, became incredibly excited. Of course, tie all of them up. Shirshio's lips curled up in a smile. With Jiang Chen dead, he could now use him as nourishment for the dragon vein and forcefully activate the imprisoned dragon formation to extract even more of its power. The next moment, he pulled a bag of silver needles from his cassock and began to frantically scatter them around the perimeter of the formation. The silver needles fell to the ground and rapidly grew into towering spires, rising up from the earth. Roughly counting, there were 50 to 60 of them, 10 times more than before. So many spires. This time we can completely annihilate all these rich people, the excited Jiangdong people exclaimed. Alas, Gu Zhigua and Gu Mu, who had just been rescued, were bound and taken back again. But this time, Shirshio did not intend to kill all the rich indiscriminately. Instead, he pointed to a few people and said, "Wait a moment. These few have performed well. They can be released." These were the people who had just been turning on each other in internal strife, the perfect material to become running dogs and rotten apples for the Lu family and Channy Temple. Keeping them around would allow them to persuade the others to surrender. "Master, if you release these few people, we won't have enough." The Jiangdong people expressed some dissatisfaction. "Not enough people? Then it's simple, you can take their place." Shirshio sneered, sending out a burst of spiritual energy and randomly grabbing a few more from the Jiangdong crowd to fill the gaps. Master, I'm a poor person. My ancestors for 18 generations have been poor. Why are you grabbing me? Yes, master, you've got the wrong people. We're all poor people, good people. You should be grabbing those rich scoundrels. Why release them and grab us instead? The Jiangdong people were immediately dumbfounded, urgently shouting, "Amit Ba, poor or rich, before the Buddha we are all equal." Dying for the great cause of my Buddha and the imperial court is your blessing. Don't worry, after death you will all go to the Western Pure Land and enjoy supreme happiness, Shirshio said with a smile. With that, he immediately activated the imprisoned dragon formation. The 50 to 60 spires began to glow, constantly extracting the essence and blood from these people. You liar! You've deceived us, bastard, scoundrel! Even though they were being controlled, the people still managed to regain some clarity at this stage, shouting furiously. Some even rushed forward, wanting to fight Shirshio to the death. But unfortunately, as ordinary people, they were utterly insignificant before Shirshio's power, unable to put up any resistance at all. And while Jiang Chen and Baiyun Shrine would have shown some mercy to the Jiangdong people, Shirshio had no such qualms. He directly struck the 5 or 6 people in the front with a palm, turning them into a bloody mist. The people behind were immediately dumbfounded, no longer daring to fight, only wanting to flee for their lives. But even escape was difficult, as Shirshio had long since used the formation to control the entire area, leaving them with no way to run, only collapsing to the ground in despair. A trap. A deceitful scheme from beginning to end. Battle St. Wuan. We were wrong about you. You were right all along. These scoundrels had evil intentions. Whoa, it's our fault that we've harmed you, Battle St. Wuan. If only you were still here, we shouldn't have doubted you. The people were now utterly remorseful, crying out in anguish. Stop shouting, no matter how much you scream, it's useless. He's already dead, not even a trace of him remains. But don't worry, you'll be joining him soon enough. Shirshio sneered coldly, no longer pretending to be a virtuous monk, looking even more like a villain than anyone. He continued to intensify the imprisoned dragon formation, causing those on the 50 to 60 spires to let out agonizing screams. Who says I'm dead? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from within the imprisoned dragon formation. The next moment, before Shirshio could even react, there was a loud bang as one of the spires suddenly collapsed, directly towards Shirshio's head. Boom! As a late-stage gold core cultivator, Shirshio naturally would not be taken down by a mere pillar. He casually struck it away with one blow. However, the next moment, before he could even start cursing, it was as if a domino effect had been triggered. The pillars began collapsing one after another. Of course, Jiang Chen did not forget about the Jiangdong residents who had been tied up. With a casual palm strike, he sent the dozens of captured people flying, preventing them from being crushed by the falling pillars. Boom! 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 The sounds of the collapsing pillars continued endlessly. The second batch of 55 outer pillars, along with the 5 inner ones from the first batch, a total of 60 pillars, were all destroyed without a single one left standing. The imprisoned dragon formation, broken. Following this, a figure stepped out from within the formation. Jiang Chen returned. Behind him stood the 5 beauties and 3 Confucian scholars, all unharmed and completely safe. How is this possible? Shirshio was utterly dumbfounded, his bald head glistening with beads of sweat. He simply could not believe what he was seeing. It was as if someone had told him the Buddha truly existed and had descended to the mortal realm. Perhaps that's why they say bald-headed, sloppy work. You frog in the well, there's so much you don't know, Jiang Chen said with a smile. For example, you don't know that you're about to die very soon. With that, Jiang Chen took a step forward, instantly shrinking the distance between them in the blink of an eye, appearing right in front of Shirshio. Myriad Buddhas. Shirshio hastily unleashed his strongest attack, the robe he wore now emanating brilliant Buddhist light, with a Buddha appearing in each robe panel, a formidable power. Slap! However, Jiang Chen simply returned to his original form and raised his right hand, delivering a heavy strike directly to Shirshio's face. One slap, and the myriad Buddhas were reduced to myriad extinguished. The Buddhist light on Shirshio's body immediately dimmed, and he was sent flying several meters away, his right cheek swelling up high. Without the protection of the Jiangdong people, he was just a small late-stage gold core cultivator, something Jiang Chen could easily deal with. Ah! Shirshio let out a miserable scream, completely losing the composure of a virtuous monk. It turned out that even the so-called holy monk was no different from an ordinary person. He would wail in pain when struck, and then try to run. But before he could even get up and take a few steps, Jiang Chen had already firmly planted his foot on Shirshio's chest, moving far faster than Shirshio had anticipated. Shitty, save me! Shirshio hastily cried out, hoping to team up with his 6 shitty to fight back. But these shitty of his clearly did not possess any semblance of a bodhisattva's compassion. One by one, they fled as fast as Shirshio himself, abandoning him. Of course, no matter how fast they ran, they could not outpace Jiang Chen's heaven strategist sword. The sword had been poised and ready, and now it shot forth like an arrow, swiftly piercing through the bodies of the 6 monks, leaving only a spray of blood to stain their crimson robes. "You bastard, are you deliberately trying to oppose my Chani temple? What have we done to offend you?" Shirshio asked Jiang Chen in bewilderment. "And what have the 90 million people of the southern plains done to offend you? To be reduced to your sacrificial offerings, to satisfy your desires, unable to even meet their basic needs, turned into livestock for you to slaughter." Jiang Chen roared. "These are just scallions. In this vast land of the 9 provinces, what has never been lacking are people. You cut one crop, and there's another ready. They can never be extinguished. Why do you care about them? Here's an idea, just let me go, and I can make you a distinguished guest of my Chani temple and the Lu family. When our grand undertaking is complete, I can even make you a king. Wouldn't that be far better than your current position as a meaningless imprisoned general? As for those commoners, what do they have to do with you? You've forgotten how they were all criticizing you just now, haven't you? A bunch of brainless fools, that's all they are. Worrying about them will only lead you to ruin. Looking out for yourself is the natural order of things." Shirshio tried to tempt Jiang Chen once more. "Because I used to be one of those scallions, I know the pain of being ruthlessly trampled upon. You people think you are superior, that you can step on everything beneath your feet. Yet you fail to realize that even scallions once fought to break through the soil, if only to catch a glimpse of the blue sky and white clouds." Jiang Chen scoffed in response. With that, he pressed down with all his weight, the sound of Shirshio's bones cracking and shattering echoing out as the fat monk let out agonizing cries. Let him taste the bitter experience of being mercilessly trampled upon. The pernicious flame of the heart demon, where is it? Shirshio could only call out his last resort. If he could reignite that flame, he could once again control the Jiangdong masses to protect him, making Jiang Chen hesitate to attack. "Are you looking for this?" Jiang Chen said with a slight smirk, snapping his fingers to conjure a flame. The previous pernicious flame of the heart demon could only be ignited from within. It was unable to cause any external harm. While my elixir fire was effective on the outside world, it couldn't influence one's inner heart. Now, the two complement each other. From the inside out, it can burn him to the core. That's why I've named it the elixir heart fire. Since you want it so much, then let you try it first. Jiang Chen pointed at Shirshio, and the elixir heart fire immediately began burning from within Shirshio's very soul, rapidly engulfing his entire body until he became a human torch. "Ah, don't kill me, don't." Shirshio tried to plead, but the words were cut short as the elixir heartfire reduced him to a pile of ashes, scattered by the wind. "The power is impressive. It seems I've gained another trump card." Jiang Chen mused, this truly turning a disaster into a blessing. With the elixir heartfire, he could now eliminate gold core cultivators even faster. The question was whether it could also harm nascent soul experts. As for the pernicious flame of the heart demon, its source was currently unknown, so he'd have to use it sparingly. "Battle Saint Wuan, we were wrong. We were wrong. Please forgive us." At this moment, the tens of thousands of Jiangdong people rushed over, collectively kneeling before Jiang Chen. "Battle Saint Wuan, you must not forgive them. You lowly commoners. You bastards, we've been so good to you, given you jobs, made you work 996, bestowed you with so many blessings, and yet you still aren't grateful? You even wanted to kill us? Don't you realize that without us, you wouldn't even have a job? You're only fit to drink the wind from the northwest." The privileged class who had barely escaped with their lives now thought Jiang Chen had come to back them up, and immediately puffed up their chests again. "That's right, son-in-law, you must not forgive them. Yes, nephew-in-law. Listen to your second uncle. Hand these people over to your second uncle. I guarantee I'll whip them into shape." Gu Qingya's mother and second uncle chimed in. "Mom, second uncle, what are you two causing trouble for?" Gu Qingya tried to intervene, but Jiang Chen just smiled and said, "It's fine, second uncle, you can deal with them. And the rest of you, you're all the same." "Wait a minute, hold on, nephew-in-law, did you say I should hand them over to them? What's that supposed to mean?" Gu Zhigua was just about to laugh, but then he realized there might be something off about that, and quickly asked, "It means these people aren't in the wrong. You all deserve to die." Jiang Chen sneered. He had put in so much effort to deal with Chani Temple and the Lu family, not to come and be a running dog for these aristocratic scum. The methods of the Jiangdong people just now were indeed a bit off, but that didn't mean the methods of these aristocrats were right. They had just escaped confinement and already forgotten the pain, wanting to put themselves above others, truly having no memory. Now it seems these aristocrats were indeed born with original sin. They truly deserved to atone before the masses. "Nephew-in-law, You can't be joking around like this. Your second uncle has been to the gates of the underworld and back several times today. I really can't handle this kind of shock, Gu Zhigua said with an embarrassed expression. That's right, we're all family. You can't be turning your back on us like this. Gu's mother also hurriedly tried to persuade him. I'm not joking. Don't you all have any self-reflection? Why does everyone hate you so much, wanting to exterminate you? Jiang Chen questioned. It's just envy of the wealthy. That's perfectly normal. Battle St. Wuan, have you forgotten? They were just hating on you as well. These are a bunch of small-minded people, wanting to get things without working for it, envious of those who have, mocking those who don't, resentful of the poor, afraid of the rich. The patriarch of the Gu family immediately sneered. We don't want to get things without working for it. We're not jealous of anyone, we just want appropriate jobs, to use our own hands to earn the rewards we deserve. The crowd immediately responded. Subsequently, one young person after another stepped forward to speak from personal experience. That's right. My parents are farmers, working hard and saving every penny to put me through university. I've studied so hard myself, staying up till 1 or 2 a.m. every night, and finally got into a 985 university. I thought I could finally leap over the Dragon Gate, change my social status, and let my parents live a good life. But what happened? The jobs I can find after graduation are only a measly 3,000 to 4,000 a month, and there's a huge crowd fighting for these jobs. This is even less than what my parents can earn as construction workers. I'm not saying construction work is bad, but if that's the case, what's the point of me going to this damn school? What's the point of my parents working so hard to pay for my tuition? I feel like I've become a joke. You think you have it bad, just as an undergraduate. Me, I'm a master's graduate. I studied until I was 30 years old, spent all the family's money, but the jobs I found after graduation are no different from yours. I just followed the ideals that the elders instilled in me from a young age, studying hard. Why are you now coming back to call me a bookworm? Accuse me of aiming too high? Is getting an education really this worthless? Is a diploma really this cheap? We've stayed up night after night cramming, and our efforts are worth this little? Sigh, while you can't find jobs, I at least had a job, but was drained of my youth, and at 35 was ruthlessly laid off by the boss, discarded like trash, all in the name of cost-cutting and efficiency. What? Am I that cost? Haven't I worked diligently and earnestly all these years? Why don't you share a little more when I'm earning money for you? As soon as you make less, you mercilessly fire me. And now I can't find a job anywhere, they just reject me the moment they hear my age. I just don't understand. I'm only 35, not 75. Why does no one want me? Is 35 supposed to be the age to die? One talented young person after another spoke with anguish, every word they said being painfully true. But what does this have to do with us? Even the Jiangdong aristocrats turned red-faced when they heard this, but being old hands, they quickly regained their sense of righteousness. What does it have to do with you? It's because of just a few dozen of you that you control over 90% of the wealth in Jiangdong. You can live luxurious lives without doing anything. You can just arbitrarily appoint your relatives and friends, even the most incompetent fools, to high-level management positions. You bury those who are truly capable and talented, only allowing them to be your subordinates. When those fools ruin the companies, you don't think to replace them, only wanting to cut costs and efficiency, kicking out us employees who have been drained of our value first. Even now, you all think everything you have is your due. But have you ever thought that all the wealth in this world is painstakingly earned by the hardworking masses? You can live peacefully and extravagantly because we are bearing the heavy burden for you. Okay, we have humble origins, and we've accepted bearing the burden for you. But you can't just eat the meat and throw the bones to your dogs, pour the broth into the trash, not even leaving us the scraps. The Jiangdong people said indignantly. They had finally been able to pour out the words that had been pent up in their hearts for years. Normally, they wouldn't even have the chance to say such things, especially in front of these aristocrats. Well, alright then. For the sake of the Battle St. Wuan, we'll open up more job positions later and raise the salaries a bit. Is that okay? The Jiangdong aristocrats, sensing the unabated anger, and knowing Jiang Chen wasn't going to help them, could only reluctantly discuss and grit their teeth to say. They thought they had made a huge concession. Even though this wouldn't really affect their wealth, they just didn't want the common people to be too well-fed, or else where would their sense of superiority come from? Sigh. The Jiangdong people sighed upon hearing this. The result fell far short of their expectations, but they dared not ask for more. After all, who doesn't know the nature of these aristocrats? Being able to squeeze even a little bit of bone from their teeth is already a good thing. At this moment, Jiang Chen spoke up, reminding the Jiangdong aristocrats, I'll be leaving Jiangdong soon. With this attitude of yours, aren't you afraid you'll be devoured by everyone's wrath once I'm gone? Let me make it clear, I won't be involved in your affairs at all. In fact, I wasn't even protecting you this time. I just didn't want everyone to be used by Chani Temple and the Lu family. Then we'll do whatever the Battle Saint Wuan arranges. Just tell us what to do, and we'll do it. The aristocrats immediately panicked upon hearing this. Without the protection of Battle Saint Wuan, with the fury of the Jiangdong people, they would be lucky to not get torn to shreds. Thinking of the pain of almost being drained dry, they couldn't help but shudder. Compared to their lives, that money and power were truly insignificant. First, hand over 90% of the equity in all your companies to be owned collectively by all of Jiangdong. The remaining 10% can still be yours. 10% is already a lot. It won't make you extremely wealthy, but you can still live comfortably. Second, relinquish the management rights of the companies to those who truly have the capability to run them properly. Third, abandon the family business management model. Recruit talents based on merit. Give everyone a fair chance to compete. Jiang Chen stated each point clearly. Battle Saint Wuan, this. The Jiangdong aristocrats immediately panicked. This was practically demanding they hand over their own flesh and blood. But the next moment, the Jiangdong Queen Zhao Yanran directly spoke up. I agree. I agree as well. Another Jiangdong patriarch, Gu Qingya, also said, all right, since you all agree, we can only agree as well. The Jiangdong aristocrats sighed. They understood that if they didn't agree, they might just end up tied to the pillars and hanged again. Compared to that, being able to keep 10% of their wealth and their lives seemed acceptable enough. Thank you, Battle Saint Wuan. Thank you, Battle Saint Wuan. Thank you, Battle Saint Wuan. The Jiangdong people exclaimed excitedly, never having imagined they would see such a day. They all knelt down, their shouts growing louder and louder. Don't thank me, you should be thanking yourselves, because all of this is what you fought for. If you hadn't been shouting for their blood just now, they wouldn't have been so obedient. But coercion is one thing, don't resort to bloodshed unless absolutely necessary. It's easy to get carried away and end up in an even greater chaos. Jiang Chen said with a smile. At this moment, he couldn't help but recall a famous saying, after we leave, they will build you schools and hospitals, raise your wages, not because they found their conscience, nor because they become good people, but because we came. Yes, because we have come. After personally overseeing the distribution of shares in Jiangdong, Jiang Chen hastily made his way to the provincial capital. After all, the time Jiang Chen had left was limited. While Jiang Chen had successfully resolved the imprisoned dragon formation in Jiangdong, allowing the dragon vein to recover slightly, the other imprisoned dragon formations were still in full swing, especially the one located in the provincial capital, the Grand Imprisoned Dragon Formation. It continued to ravage the dragon vein with tremendous power. In the dragon vein's current condition, it could only hold out for 3 more days. After that, it would completely lose consciousness and fall into a state of frenzy, becoming a plaything and puppet in the hands of the Lu family and Chani Temple. At that point, the Lu family and Chani Temple could freely use the dragon vein to trigger all kinds of natural disasters and earthquakes, quickly escalating this rebellion into a true hell on earth. I just don't know how General Ren Kuang is doing right now. Why haven't I received any news of him bringing reinforcements to rescue Jiangdong? Jiang Chen said with some confusion. Originally, the two had agreed to seek aid separately, with Jiang Chen heading north while Ren Kuang returned to the capital. But while Jiang Chen had managed to get help from the White Cloud sect, there had been no news at all from Ren Kuang after he went to the capital. He didn't know if Ren Kuang had been blocked by the information blockade of the Lu family and Chani Temple, or if he had encountered some mishap in the capital and failed to successfully seek aid. But it shouldn't be that way, with such a large-scale rebellion. Even if the Lu family had moles in the capital to intercept Ren Kuang, the capital should still have received news through other channels and dispatched troops to quell the unrest, right? Yet why, until now, was the province of Tiannan still in complete chaos, with no sign of any reinforcements? However, even if he stood alone, Jiang Chen was still prepared to brave the fiery ordeal. The only difference was that compared to the grand entourage he had brought to Jiangdong, this time going to the provincial capital, Jiang Chen was somewhat isolated. For safety's sake, he had left all 4 of the 5 beauties of Tiannan behind. Jiang Chen only took along Ying Peizhou and 3 scholarly figures who were eager to accomplish great things. It wasn't that Jiang Chen particularly favored Ying Peizhou, but rather she kept mentioning her family and parents, so Jiang Chen had to take her along to the provincial capital to take a look. At the same time, Jiangdong now truly needed Zhao Yanran and Gu Qingya, the 2 big sisters, to preside over the situation, lest there be any changes after Jiang Chen left. As for the people of the White Cloud sect, they actually hadn't left. Initially, they had indeed wanted to leave in despair, but Jiang Chen soon responded from the dragon vein space and used a voice transmitting technique to stop them. The reason he later let them continue to leave was naturally to play at a false show, to cover their tracks. After all, the news of the White Cloud sect pouring out to Tiannan would certainly be reported by Jiang Dong's informants to the provincial capital, which would then strengthen their defenses. But by pretending to leave, it would make the provincial capital's defenses slightly more lax, preparing the way for Jiang Chen's next plan. Then they would become an unexpected special force, descending like a divine army. Jiang Dong and the provincial capital weren't far apart, and Jiang Chen's group of 5 quickly arrived at the outskirts of the provincial capital in a low-key Cadillac. But this time coming to the provincial capital, the feeling was noticeably different from Jiang Chen's previous visits. Many of the original roads leading to the provincial capital had actually been deliberately damaged by the Lu family's people. Either they directly dug up the roads, forcibly creating a deep chasm, or they built walls and installed electric fences to completely block the way, only leaving one main road open for people to come and go. And on this lone road, there were Lu family roadblocks everywhere, strictly interrogating the passers-by. If they even remotely sensed something off about a person, they would execute them on the spot without hesitation. In such a situation, it would not be an exaggeration to say that even a fly would have difficulty entering the provincial capital. Of course, Jiang Chen had his own methods along the way. However, what he saw and heard on the journey still left him utterly chilled and enraged from the bottom of his heart. Jiang Chen remembered that when approaching the provincial capital previously, there used to be a very prosperous street. Along the street, there would be many farmers selling their produce at small stalls, bustling with activity. But now, it was sparsely populated and desolately quiet. Throughout the journey, the fields were left unattended. He could even see bloodstains that hadn't been washed away by the rain. When he finally reached the provincial capital, from afar Jiang Chen could see the iconic twin towers, with several black silhouettes hanging from them. Looking closer, those silhouettes were clearly human bodies. Baked by the scorching sun, they were practically dried up. Yet even in this state, the Lu family and Channy Temple had not let up on their preparations, using this as a warning to the entire province. This is the fate of those who dare to resist them. As a result, every person walking on the streets of the provincial capital had their heads bowed, afraid that any sign of discontent on their faces would lead to them being seized and punished by the Lu family. The only solace was that Jiang Chen did not spot the figure of his sworn brother among those hanging. The reason Jiang Chen was able to pass through unobstructed, and even slap those checking identities, was thanks to the extraordinary disguise ability he had unexpectedly absorbed from the meteorite mask last time when dealing with the false battle saint. This time, he had directly disguised himself as the portly monk Shi Wuben, prepared to approach the grand imprisoned dragon formation at the center of the provincial capital and destroy it directly. While at it, he might even be able to take down a few of the Lu family and Channy Temple's key figures. Indeed, the power of the meteorite mask from the Sun Kingdom was truly remarkable. After using it, Jiang Chen had perfectly replicated even Shi Wuben's insincere smile, and felt a touch of Buddhist spirituality seeping into him, making him seem more like a realized ascetic. As for Ring Peijio and the 3 scholars, Jiang Chen had used disguise techniques from the inheritance of the heaven-severing elder to dress them as a nun and 3 monks, serving as his attendants. While the effect wasn't as good as Jiang Chen's meteorite mask, it was still sufficient to deceive ordinary people. Moreover, with Jiang Chen in the lead as the Grand Monk, few would dare to closely scrutinize these minor monks and nuns. Venerable Wuben, why have you come to the provincial capital? I heard you've been stationed in Jiangdong all this time. This sudden visit, could it be that something happened in Jiangdong? A young master from the Lu family rushed over to greet Jiang Chen, who had just entered the provincial capital. Ba, Jiangdong is fine. I simply wish to take care of some matters in the provincial capital. How's that, young Master Lu? Do you feel I need to report to you before entering the provincial capital? Jiang Chen glanced at him and coldly retorted in the manner of the portly bald monk. Come to think of it, this Lu family young master was someone Jiang Chen recognized, Lu Ziwa, the 3rd son of the Lu family patriarch, Lu Xianhan. Seeing him now, surrounded by a large entourage and brimming with authority, it seemed he felt no sorrow over his father's death. Instead, he had received great power and favor from that withered monk. Evidently, when the withered monk had allowed Lu Xianhan to be killed, this was likely one of the reasons. The Lu family's monopoly of power was difficult to control, so it was better to let him die and disperse the power to these underlings. They would certainly strive their utmost, each hoping to become the new patriarch. Venerable Wuben, I wouldn't dare. The Lu family has always served the Chan Channy Temple. I came specifically to ask if Venerable Wuban needs any assistance. I'd be glad to help you, Lu Ziyu said humbly after being rebuffed by Jiang Chen. Is my uncle, the Venerable Wukong, still in the provincial capital? I have a matter to discuss with him, Jiang Chen took the opportunity to ask. Venerable Wukong has long since left the provincial capital, didn't you know? He should have informed you, he left several days ago, Lu Ziyu said, somewhat surprised that Venerable Wuban seemed unaware of this. But before he could say more, Jiang Chen swiftly delivered a resounding slap across his face. Slap! I've been sitting in Jiangdong, how the hell would I know? Just answer me when I ask you something, why all the nonsense? Ba, you're forcing me to break my vows, Jiang Chen thundered. Okay, I won't ask anymore, please forgive me, Venerable Master. Lu Ziyu, struck by such an arrogant slap, had all his doubts immediately dispelled, and he now regarded Jiang Chen with the utmost respect. Indeed, the upper class always had this cowardly and bullying nature. You show strength, they become weak. You show weakness, they become strong. So who is currently presiding over the provincial capital now? Jiang Chen continued to ask. It's your Dharma brother, Venerable Wuneng. Lu Ziyu answered obediently, no longer daring to add any unnecessary words. Oh, so it's Beiji. Jiang Chen was well acquainted with this monk whose Dharma name was the same as Zhu Beiji. Before impersonating Venerable Wuban, Jiang Chen had carefully gathered intelligence on the Channy Temple, knowing oneself and the enemy to avoid getting exposed. Currently, the Channy Temple was led by the withered little monk, Wuku, who had the highest seniority and greatest strength at the nascent Soul Realm. Below him were a group of bald monks with Wu in their names, all at the Golden Core Realm. This Venerable Wuneng was the eldest Dharma brother, with 1 foot already in the nascent Soul Realm, second only to Wuku in strength. However, he practiced the joyful Zen, was extremely lecherous, and had ruined many virtuous women. Combined with his fat and big-eared appearance, he truly lived up to the name Beiji. As for the Venerable Wuban that Jiang Chen was impersonating, he ranked 13th among the brothers, with average strength in the group, which was why he had been assigned to the small place of Jiangdong. Oh yes, have there been any enemy forces attacking lately? The provincial capital is our main base, we can't let anything happen to it, Jiang Chen asked with feigned concern. No, don't worry, our provincial capital is absolutely secure. Moreover, this time Venerable Wuku went out to make some arrangements. We have people on the top, so it's not a big deal, Lu Ziyu replied. Seems the information isn't being blocked. Then the capital must truly be in trouble. Run Quang must have failed to bring any reinforcements. Jiang Chen's expression darkened as he confirmed his suspicion. At the same time, Jiang Chen couldn't help but get angry. Damn it, it's gotten to this point, and the Lu family and Channy Temple still have people on the top? Just who is the big shot that's so lawless? Could it be the Jiang family? If the Jiang clan in the north is really that stupid, they're courting their own destruction. Forcibly suppressing the fury in his heart, Jiang Chen then asked Lu Ziyu, by the way, how are the local aristocratic families doing? Are they still being obedient? Are they still willing to cooperate with us? The same as always, a bunch of old foxes. Every time they claim to be neutral, and when pushed to the edge, they just throw us some distant branch blood, some peripheral hired guns, as if they're just getting rid of beggars. It's so hateful. As for the core members, they still do as they please. It's just irritating to deal with them, Lu Ziyu said contemptuously. Then take me to see them. I've recently learned a new scripture of Buddhist teachings, and I plan to use it to convert them, Jiang Chen said. Directly saying he wanted to go to the Grand Imprisoned Dragon formation would make his intentions too obvious and raise suspicions. So Jiang Chen decided to first go see the imprisoned people, and also to reassuring Peizhou. Sure enough, behind Jiang Chen, the disguised nunning Peizhou gave him a grateful look. Well, the nun disguise did giving Peizhou a certain charm, the purity mixed with a hint of something that made one want to defile it. Just looking at her, Jiang Chen had to silently recite Amitabha Buddha a few more times to drive away those damn sinful thoughts. Alright, although Lu Ziyu didn't understand how Jiang Chen could use Buddhist teachings to convert these stubborn old forces, he had learned from his previous mistake and didn't dare ask further questions. Soon, Lu Ziyu led Jiang Chen and the others to a gloomy prison. This prison was not newly built, but rather the oldest and most dilapidated one in the entire province. Inside, there were no air conditioning, televisions, or other high-tech amenities, not even proper toilet stalls. The interior was also not bunk beds, but a large open dormitory, and it was extremely cramped, with dozens of people crammed into a room of only about 20 to 30 square meters, packed in so tightly it was stifling. Why are they being held in such a place? Didn't you say the treatment for these aristocratic families was quite good? Jiang Chen frowned upon seeing this. Many of the people here were familiar to him, people he had met before. The only difference was that back then, they had all been impeccably dressed, in luxurious attire. That was before. Previously, our foundation was not yet secure, so we had to appease them. But now that the Lu family and Channy Temple have pacified the entire Tiannan region and gained a huge amount of resources, we naturally don't need to coddle them anymore. Lu Zus said contemptuously. Aren't you worried that this will just drive them to unite and revolt? Jiang Chen questioned. Venerable Master can rest assured. We've confiscated all their divine artifacts and imperial treasures, and we've forcibly sealed the cultivation of those at the Foundation establishment realm and above. They may want to revolt, but they no longer have the power to do so. Moreover, they didn't dare resist in the first place, and now they're just fish on the chopping board. Where would they get the courage? And if they really find the conditions too poor, they can just defect to us. For example, the Zhao family and the Chu family have already joined us. Now they're all flourishing, Lu Ziyue boasted, regaining a bit of the self-esteem he had lost in front of the monk. The Chu family has joined as well? I remember the old master of the Chu family was quite unyielding. Jiang Chen was taken aback, recalling the old Chu family patriarch he had once healed. That old thing was killed by his two sons with their own hands. Isn't that what they call being wise and capable? Those two sons are. Unlike these good-for-nothing aristocratic families, if it wasn't for the fact that only they can use those divine artifacts and imperial treasures, we could have just killed them directly. Keeping them alive is just a waste of food. Venerable Master, you don't know. These great clans may have eaten their fill. I thought they were used to delicacies, but now that we've only given them simple fare, I thought they'd be unable to eat. Yet they're wolfing it down greedily. Turns out they're just that cheap. Starve them a bit and they're no different from the common folk. Lu Ziyue let out a cold laugh, seemingly forgetting that he himself was also part of an aristocratic family. If he were starved a few times, he'd probably eat even more voraciously than them. But why are they mixed together, men and women? Jiang Chen noticed that among the 20-odd young men, there were 1 or 2 young women housed together. This was Venerable Wu Ning's brilliant idea. He said these aristocratic families are so big on propriety and lineage, so we'll just let their young, vigorous men and women, even siblings, live together. Let's see if they can withstand their own desires. If they can't even resist such desires and commit such unforgivable acts, these great clans will be utterly disgraced. Then they won't dare stubbornly refuse to cooperate with us. This is attacking their vital point, destroying their very foundation. Lu Ziyue chuckled sinisterly, his words sending shivers down one's spine. You're all so malicious. Don't you have any female relatives of your own? With such actions, aren't you worried about cutting off your own bloodlines? The young nun Peijiu, standing behind Jiang Chen, heard these words and could no longer hold back. She burst out scolding them, feeling this was even more hateful than digging up their ancestral graves. It was blatantly destroying the foundations of the Ying family, leaving them unable to hold their heads high ever again. Venerable Wuben, what's going on here? Lu Ziyue was dumbfounded, unable to understand where this small nun's fiery anger was coming from. She's a new female disciple I've just taken in. She's still quite righteous. Jiang Chen quickly explained on the side. I see, I understand. Lu Ziyue now realized she must be an untainted young beauty. No wonder she was so pure and upright. What a pity that this dirty monk had snatched her up. He couldn't help but feel envious. However, he also knew not to offend someone of this status, so he had to swallow his resentment. Have any of these aristocratic families taken the bait yet? Jiang Chen asked. Not yet, damn it. These hypocrites are really good at acting. But don't worry, if they still don't fall for it, I'll get some aphrodisiacs. I bet they won't be able to resist then. Lu Ziyue said sinisterly, lowering his voice so the righteous young nun wouldn't overhear. He then led Jiang Chen on a tour, and in one of the cells, Jiang Chen was able to spot the figures of the Ying family. The treatment of Ying Peijiu's father, the Ying patriarch, was still relatively good. They seemed to still be showing him respect as the clan head. They had even squeezed out a bit of independent space for him in the already cramped cell, and his clothes were still decent. This at least maintained a semblance of dignity for him as the patriarch, which brought some relief to Ying Peijiu's heart. But unfortunately, he still couldn't find his sworn brother. However, not finding his sworn brother might actually be a good thing. It's very likely that the elder brother had already managed to escape. And in his current identity, it wouldn't be appropriate for Jiang Chen to ask about the brother's whereabouts. So Jiang Chen turned to Lu Ziyue and said, "Alright, I'm going to use Buddhist teachings to convert them now. It involves confidential matters, so other people can't be present. Please take the guards and leave." "But, isn't that against protocol?" Lu Ziyue said, looking a bit embarrassed. "Bullshit. My rules are the rules," Jiang Chen shouted angrily, as if about to strike him again. Terrified, Lu Ziyue hurriedly fled, taking everyone else with him. Afterward, Jiang Chen walked to the center of the prison and began chanting sutras, "Thus have I heard." At one time, the Buddha was dwelling in the Jita Grove in Sravasti, together with a great bhikkhu sangha of 1,250 monks. This puzzled the aristocratic families greatly. They didn't understand what this filthy monk was up to. Did he really think this kind of nonsense could brainwash them? However, they didn't dare resist, and could only listen silently, their faces filled with disdain. Suddenly, a secret voice secretly reached the ear of the young patriarch, who was growing impatient, causing him to jolt and his pupils to dilate. "Patriarch Ing, it's me, Jiang Chen. I'm now impersonating Venerable Wuban and using the 1,000-mile transmission technique to speak with you. I suspect this place is infiltrated by spies from the Lu family and Channy Temple, so control your expression and act normal. Don't show any abnormalities." "Patriarch, are you alright? You seem a bit unwell." Even though the young patriarch had recovered his composure the next moment, the initial shock had still been noticed by someone. "It's nothing, just a mosquito bite," the young patriarch said calmly, but inwardly, his heart was in turmoil. He never expected to encounter Jiang Chen again in this wretched place. He was eager to respond to Jiang Chen, but then realized his cultivation had been sealed, and he couldn't even use the basic 1,000-mile transmission. He was so anxious his teeth were itching. Fortunately, he quickly thought of a solution and loudly cried out, "Arg, this damn mosquito, it bit my eye, damn it." He then continued to throw meaningful glances at Jiang Chen. Realizing this, Jiang Chen immediately stopped the chanting and stood up with a frown, saying angrily, "Who dares to disturb my Buddhist recitation?" He then strode over to the Ying family's cell with a furious expression. "Venerable Master, it was me. I was accidentally bitten by a mosquito. Please forgive me." One of the Ying family members stepped forward, taking the blame. However, Jiang Chen paid him no mind, walking straight up to the young patriarch and grabbing his robe, delivering 3 heavy punches to his future father-in-law. Bam! 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 On one hand, he was using this opportunity to help break the patriarch's internal seals. On the other hand, it was also a small act of vengeance for the Ying family's previous condescension towards him. One could say Jiang Chen was truly the most powerful son-in-law ever. Puk. The young patriarch, acting his part, immediately bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, sending shivers down the onlookers' spines. "Disturb my recitation again, and it won't just be a beating. Take care of yourselves," Jiang Chen sneered. "General Wuan, why are you here? And Pagio, how is she?" The young patriarch quickly used the 1,000-mile transmission to ask, feeling the seals loosening. "She's right behind me, that young nun is her," Jiang Chen replied through the same secret method. Behind him, Ying Pagio was looking at her father with reddened eyes, desperately trying to hold back her tears. "How are you all holding up? Can you keep enduring?" Jiang Chen asked. "For now we can, but the Lu family and Channy Temple's methods are becoming more and more outrageous. We're starting to struggle. And I've been observing the Li family for days. They seem to be getting increasingly intimate with the Lu family. They're likely preparing to defect," the young patriarch said helplessly. "I'll teach you a secret incantation. Find a few trusted clansmen and practice it in secret to loosen the seals on your cultivation. When you're truly pushed to the edge, just rise up and revolt directly. Don't make the same mistake as last time, just watching on the sidelines and ending up harming yourselves and others." Jiang Chen sighed, and for Ying Pagio's sake, transmitted an esoteric technique from the heavenly damaged old man. "Thank you, General Wuan." The Ying patriarch was overjoyed. "By the way, where is my sworn brother?" Jiang Chen quickly asked. "He was captured by Wuku, but don't worry. Your brother is hiding in the Heaven and Earth Bell, and although Wuku has seized the bell, he can't do anything to your brother for now." "Do you know where Wuku went?" Jiang Chen pressed further. "I'm not too sure, but it seems to be related to your Jiang family," the Ying patriarch replied. "What? Related to the Jiang family?" Jiang Chen was taken aback, never expecting this to be the worst-case scenario. The scoundrels had all teamed up together. "That's right. Previously, Master Wuku captured your cousin and threatened to kill her to coerce you. But when you didn't budge, he turned around and directly colluded with the Jiang family in the capital. Apparently they're on good terms now. But these are all just what Wuku told us to try and win us over. I don't know how much is true, the Ying patriarch added. That bastard in the north, he's trying to completely ruin the Jiang family. Jiang Chen exclaimed furiously. If it had been anyone else in charge, they naturally wouldn't have cooperated with someone like Wuku. But with Jiang Chen's two uncles in the north, they were indeed capable of such despicable acts. Alright, I have other matters to attend to. Protect yourselves. Jiang Chen felt time was pressing, and prepared to leave for the Grand Imprisoned Dragon formation without further delay. But just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly called out, "Junior brother, you've come from afar, why don't you come see your elder brother?" The speaker was the guardian grade master of the provincial capital, Wuneng, the #1 expert guarding the provincial capital. Why has he suddenly shown up? Did that dog Lu Zus secretly rat me out because he's suspicious? Or is it just a coincidence? Jiang Chen looked puzzled at the rotund, neat mountain-like elder brother Wuneng before him. However, regardless of the situation, Jiang Chen decided to play along for now. He responded with a chuckle, "Elder brother, you're burdened with a myriad of affairs. I'm just here to help lighten your load by getting rid of this nuisance before coming to pay my respects. I dare not claim to handle myriad affairs, as we monastics should be detached from worldly matters. Though I can certainly handle myriad chickens. Your elder brother simply has a particularly robust constitution," Wuneng said with a wink. "All right, junior brother, you haven't forgotten the task I assigned you, have you?" The elder Beiji monk Wuneng asked Jiang Chen meaningfully. Jiang Chen had no idea what task he was talking about, but judging from his words and lewd expression, combined with his cultivation of the joyous Chan, Jiang Chen could more or less guess what it was. This scoundrel was probably looking to select a concubine, and had specially asked Venerable Wuben to bring a beauty from the east for him. No wonder he was so anxious and hurried to find Jiang Chen. It wasn't because he suspected Jiang Chen's identity, but simply because his lower half couldn't wait any longer. So Jiang Chen replied with a smile, "Of course, the beauty that's the apple of elder brother's eye, how could I forget? Rest assured, elder brother, I've arranged everything. How could I dare show my face in the provincial capital otherwise?" "So you've brought her," the elder Beiji master exclaimed excitedly, exactly as Jiang Chen had guessed. Although there were plenty of beauties in the provincial capital, he had harmed too many, and wanted to try a new flavor. "I've brought her, I've already arranged a place, but elder brother, I still need to deal with these aristocratic families here first. I plan to use Buddhist teachings to convert them, so they don't cause trouble later. I'm just about to succeed, so I hope you can wait a moment," Jiang Chen said, his brow furrowing. He had no way to find a beauty for this lascivious monk right now, so he could only try to stall for time. If all else failed, he could always cross-dress with the 3 Confucian women and impersonate them, then take the opportunity to behead this fellow when he was overjoyed. But to his surprise, the elder Beiji was impatient, hastily saying, "Just hand her over to me first, no need to waste time on these dogs. These stubborn fools can't even comprehend the Buddha's teachings. And, could it be that you're the imposter, junior brother? I've never heard of you believing in this sort of thing before. What's with the Buddhist teachings? It might work on outsiders, but surely you don't actually believe it yourself?" This sentence immediately made Jiang Chen's heart sink, and he prepared to strike down this foul monk. However, just then, the elder Beiji surprisingly burst out laughing. "Ha, just joking. Junior brother, you're still being so secretive. Are you trying to surprise me? I've already seen everything. It's you, isn't it, my dear? This little nun is just the kind venerable one like." He then reached out towards Ying Peijiu, but just as his hand was about to make contact, Jiang Chen quickly intercepted it. "Sorry, elder brother, but it's not her. The little nun is the one I've set my sights on. The one I've arranged is outside," Jiang Chen said coldly. "Junior brother, weren't you always indifferent to women? When did you start taking an interest?" The elder Beiji's expression also darkened. "I spent half a lifetime as an ascetic monk. Now that I've established this prosperous domain, shouldn't I get to enjoy myself a little? Please give me this favor, elder brother," Jiang Chen replied icily. "All right, haha, women are a dime a dozen in the south, and I'm certainly not going to rob my junior brother of his love interest now that he's finally seen the light," the elder Beiji chuckled. "But I am curious. Junior brother, you were quite content living in luxury in the east, why suddenly come to the provincial capital to convert a bunch of stubborn old fools? That's a bit odd, isn't it?" Venerable Wunong remarked skeptically. "I've been entrusted with a special task by Master Wuku, so I'm afraid I can't discuss the details with you for now. If you're really curious, you can ask the master yourself." Jiang Chen continued stalling, knowing Wuning couldn't contact Wuku on a whim. So it was master's order. I see, no problem then. Well then, shall we go see the other beauty beauties you've arranged, junior brother? They do say the soil of the East produces the most gentle and charming southern belles. I'm eager to witness them today." The elder Beiji was still eager, unable to get his hands on Ing Peijo. Very well. Jiang Chen knew he couldn't avoid it, so he had no choice but to agree. As they were about to leave, a secret voice suddenly transmitted from the Ing patriarch. "General Wuan, be careful. This venerable Wuning may seem lascivious and foolish on the surface, but he's actually an astute strategist for the Chani temple. You must be vigilant. I don't think his coming is as simple as just wanting a beauty." Jiang Chen remained outwardly calm, but inwardly, he had already taken precautions. After all, even the most lecherous person wouldn't be this obsessed with women. And if Wunang was truly such a person, why would Master Woku have entrusted him with guarding the provincial capital? Just as they were leaving the prison, several loud explosions suddenly rang out in the distance. Boom! Boom! Smoke soon billowed up, and even some buildings collapsed, the destructive power seeming immense. Immediately, people came running, shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Be on high alert, we're under attack." "Who dares to cause trouble in my provincial capital?" the elder Beiji master demanded. "It's a man carrying a large bell. He's acting very arrogantly, claiming he's here to send us off to our deaths," the guards hastily reported. Jiang Chen remained calm, but behind him, Ing Peijo was startled, quickly realizing the identity of the attacker. It had to be Jiang Chen's sworn brother, Shan Wudi. "What's wrong?" The elder Beiji took the opportunity to scrutinize the young nun Ing Peijo. "Nothing, she's young and inexperienced. This is the first time she's heard of an enemy attack, so she got frightened," Jiang Chen explained. He then turned to Ing Peijo and said, "Don't worry, the defenses of the provincial capital are ironclad. Any enemy that comes will only be delivering themselves to their doom." Okay. Ing Peijo quickly bowed her head. Aren't you curious about who's attacking, junior brother?" Venerable Wunang asked Jiang Chen with a smile. "Not curious, because I know whoever it is, they'll ultimately be captured and brought before us. This southern province will forever be the domain of our Chani temple," Jiang Chen said proudly. Well said. You really are my junior brother. Since this incident has arisen, my interest in the beauties has waned. How about you accompany me to meet this attacker?" Wunang's demeanor suddenly became deadly serious. "No problem, I'll follow elder brother's arrangements." Jiang Chen nodded, though he was also quite curious about the identity of the attacker. Damn it, could it be his sworn elder brother? What kind of scheme was this Wuning hatching? Soon, as Jiang Chen's group arrived at the site of the commotion, they saw several Lu family members straining to hold down a large object the size of a bedsheet. We've caught him! Report to the two masters, we've finally managed to capture this rebel," the Lu family members exclaimed excitedly. "It's under this heavenly earth cloth." "Well done, junior brother, why don't you go lift the cloth and let me see who has the audacity to act so lawlessly," Venerable Wuning said with a slight smile, gesturing to Jiang Chen. "Very well." Jiang Chen nodded, walking up to the so-called heavenly earth cloth covering the suspected heaven and earth bell and his sworn elder brother. He quickly grabbed the edge of the cloth, but rather than pulling it back, he turned to the elder Beiji and asked, "When did you start suspecting me?" The elder Beiji was taken aback, not expecting Jiang Chen to be so direct in questioning him, but he decided to drop the act, chuckling, "I'm impressed you figured it out so quickly that I was suspicious of you, and I also know that what's hidden under this cloth isn't an enemy, but rather my second sworn brother Wu Fei, isn't that right?" Jiang Chen said with a smile, having already seen through the truth with his golden pupils. With that, he struck out with a palm, slamming it forcefully onto the heavenly earth cloth. Boom! A massive explosion erupted instantly. The enveloping cloth was immediately shattered to pieces, and the bell inside was reduced to rubble. The second sworn brother Wu Fei buried within also coughed up a mouthful of blood, barely managing to escape with his life. Had it not been for the protection of the heavenly earth cloth and the spirit bell, he likely would have been killed on the spot by that palm strike. He had originally intended to play the role of the ambusher, but ended up being the pig to Jiang Chen's tiger. The mighty Golden Dan realm cultivator Wu Fei, second only to the elder brother in the provincial capital, had been defeated so easily. This sight made all those who had secretly laid the heavenly net to assassinate Jiang Chen shudder. Everyone had the same thought. Just who is this man? How can he be so strong? Even the elder brother Beiji's pupils contracted, though he remained relatively calm, responding to Jiang Chen, "You've played the part well, your appearance, cultivation, and even personality, all were flawless. But there was one thing that didn't match up." "What was it?" Jiang Chen asked, puzzled. I did indeed ask Venerable Wuben to help me select a suitable furnace to aid my cultivation, but it wasn't a woman. You see, my joyous Chan is different from others. I actually prefer men. So the one he helped me find was a man, not a beauty. That's how I knew you were an imposter from the start, Wuning said with a smile. The outside rumors of you needing 7 or 8 beauties every day, that was all just an illusion? Jiang Chen was truly taken aback. This damned fat pig. He was actually a deviant who preferred men. Who could have predicted this? No wonder no matter how he disguised himself, he would still be seen through. Yes, that was all just a facade to mislead others. I intentionally exposed this weakness, letting people try to use it against me. But in reality, that's not my true weakness at all. This allowed many who wanted to kill me to fail, Venerable Wuning said with a smile. This scoundrel, he's been deceiving everyone for so many years. It's truly sickening. What happened to the girls who were brought to you? Jiang Chen demanded. Of course, they're dead. Although it was an illusion, I still had to play the part fully, and I couldn't risk them accidentally revealing the truth and ruining my plans, so I had them all killed, Wu Neng said with a chuckle. After all, only the dead can truly keep a secret these days. You deserve to die. Jiang Chen replied coldly, already sentencing this Beiji to death in his heart. But Wu Neng paid it no mind, instead asking Jiang Chen, alright, I've told you so much, why don't you tell me who you really are? Very well, I'll let you know before you die. Jiang Chen dropped his disguise, revealing his handsome features. I am the 2nd star general of the 9 realms, the Marshal Saint Wuan, Jiang Chen. You rebellious commoners, when you see me, you should quickly kneel and surrender. I've come here only to slay the ringleaders. The rest of you, if you awaken in time, may be spared. But if you remain stubborn, you will all be killed without mercy. I'm giving you one chance, Jiang Chen declared loudly to the surrounding crowd. However, his words were only met with mocking laughter. Ha, so it's you. We thought it was someone important, but it turns out to be the stray dog that was chased away by our master Wuku. Why don't you go find a hole to hide in and recuperate, instead of daring to cause trouble here? You truly are a goner. That's right, you've entered the encirclement of our provincial capital, yet you still dare to act so arrogantly. Are you blind? Can't you see what you're up against? With that, a large group of people from the Lu family and Channy temple rushed out from all directions, their auras fierce, like raging tidal waves ready to engulf and shatter Jiang Chen. It was clear this was a trap set up by Wu Neng, but Jiang Chen's expression showed no panic, only a hint of excitement, because he had finally sensed the familiar energy beneath his feet. That aura belonging to the dragon vein. These little soldiers and generals don't need to come any closer, just use your trump card. If I'm not mistaken, this place is the true nexus of the 8 abysses imprisoned dragon formation, Jiang Chen said to the elder Beiji. Correct, Marshal Saint Wuan, you are indeed sharp. But if you already know everything, why did you dare enter the formation? The elder Beiji asked, somewhat puzzled. Don't you know the 8 abysses imprisoned dragon formation has a 1 in 10 chance of survival? Exactly, that's why I plan to take you all down with me. Jiang Chen laughed loudly, rushing towards Wu Neng at maximum speed, as if intending to drag him to the depths of hell in a joint demise. This sight truly terrified Wu Neng, and he hastily activated the 8 abysses imprisoned dragon formation while frantically fleeing the formation. Rumble! Just as Jiang Chen was about to break out of the formation and grab Wu Neng, 8 massive iron chains suddenly erupted from the ground, forming a powerful seal that trapped Jiang Chen within, preventing his escape. At this moment, Jiang Chen and Wu Neng were only 3 feet apart, but that distance was like an impassable chasm. Fool! With your strength, you think you can drag me down to hell? You'd better just focus on enjoying your own demise. Wu Neng scoffed, but when he expected to see the despair on Jiang Chen's face, he instead found only excitement. This was exactly the opportunity he had been seeking, appearing effortlessly before him. The reason Jiang Chen had impersonated Venerable Wuben was to get close to the 8 abysses imprisoned dragon formation, and now Wu Neng had brought him right to the heart of it. So, he might as well unleash the dragon vein. Ignorant fool, you think just because you were able to unexpectedly break through my master's formation and escape before, you can pull the same trick again? Let me tell you the truth, the gap between formations is far greater than the difference between a person and a dog. Thinking Jiang Chen was unaware of the 8 abysses imprisoned dragon formation's power, the arrogant Wu Neng believed Jiang Chen was acting rashly beyond his abilities, so he immediately began weaving hand seals, unleashing the full force of his half-step nascent soul cultivation, and shouted towards the formation, "Dragon, appear!" The moment the words left his lips, 8 massive iron chains rapidly emerged from the ground, dragging out an enraged giant dragon that had been bound within. Unlike the miniature version Jiang Chen had seen in the east, this dragon was truly colossal, colossal, dozens of meters long, its golden body majestic and imposing. The instant it appeared, even those outside the formation trembled, as if facing a natural bloodline pressure that forced them to their knees. Only the Golden Dan realm cultivators could barely withstand the awe-inspiring aura. For this was the true dragon vein, prying open the dragon vein of the entire southern province as a fulcrum to leverage the dragon vein of the 9 realms. Though the formation was not yet complete, only half the dragon vein had been awakened. But even that meant harnessing the destiny of half a realm, something no mortal could resist. However, similar to the small dragon in the east, this colossal one was also covered in wounds, its golden scales stained with fresh blood dripping from the iron spikes impaling it. The sheer agony made the dragon vein furiously roar in rage. Ayo! A powerful flame erupted from the dragon's mouth, shooting towards the heavens. The destructive might was such that it threatened to reduce the entire space to ashes, incinerating any obstacles, even the very earth, leaving only a massive crater in its wake. This flame far surpassed any Jiang Chen had seen before. His own elixir heartfire was not even worthy of being its shoes. At this moment, besides Jiang Chen, there were actually a few other unfortunate souls trapped within the formation, as they had not managed to escape in time when it was activated. Among them was even Jiang Chen's second sworn brother, Wu Fei, who had been injured by Jiang Chen earlier. They were desperately pleading with Wu Ning to open a gap in the formation and let them out. However, if the formation was opened, the dragon vein and Jiang Chen would both have a chance to break free. This ruthless elder brother would never set the tiger loose again, even if it were his own sworn brother. At most, he might recite a few sutras for their rebirth. That's the extent of this elder brother's mercy. But before their hopes could be realized, they were met with the dragon vein's flames, which reduced them to nothingness in an instant, disappearing from the world as if they had never existed. Even the Golden Dan realm Wu Fei was utterly consumed, unable to resist. Witnessing this, Jiang Chen knew he was no match for the dragon vein. If its flames touched him, not even his ashes would remain. Fortunately, amidst the blood-red, furious dragon eyes, there was still a glimmer of familiarity and calm towards Jiang Chen. So when the flames burst forth, the dragon vein deliberately changed direction, targeting Wu Ning and the others instead of Jiang Chen, allowing him to survive. Fat bald donkey, didn't you just ask me why I knowingly followed you into the 8 abysses imprisoned dragon formation? Jiang Chen said with a slight smile, his confidence growing. You arrogantly thought I was a foolish man willing to sacrifice my life just to take you down with me. As if you were worthy, the elder Beiji scoffed. He had truly believed Jiang Chen's words, thinking he was that kind of reckless fool. Oh, I was just lying to you before, and you actually believed it, Amatba, Jiang Chen mocked, having gotten used to Wu Ning's mannerisms from his impersonation. The truth is, whether I was impersonating the dead donkey or following you into the trap, it was all for one purpose. I came here for that. Jiang Chen gestured towards the massive dragon bound in chains, meant to roam the heavens freely. Who dares to imprison the mighty? You have imprisoned the dragon. I shall release the dragon. The dragon veins of the 9 realms shall not fall into the hands of such lowly wretches. Broken iron rods, give them to me, scram. Jiang Chen stomped the ground, propelling himself into the air, directly jumping onto the dragon vein, grabbing one of the iron rods with both hands, ready to pull it out. Ha ha, fool! These descending dragon rods cannot be removed, because their roots are not even here. Beiji Master scoffed. Each of these descending dragon rods corresponds to the dragon imprisoning formations in different places. Unless the dragon imprisoning formations are broken, even if Jiang Chen were a divine immortal, he would not be able to pull out a single one. What he is doing now is simply grasping at straws, a futile effort. Moreover, doing so will only bring greater pain to the dragon vein. The next moment, the enraged dragon vein will surely incinerate Jiang Chen to ashes. However, just as Beiji Master was laughing so hard that his mouth could not close, his eyes narrowed to mere slits, almost disappearing, he saw a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. Jiang Chen, with utmost ease, extracted the descending dragon rods from the dragon vein, and then, with a forceful movement, directly snapped them on his knee. Crack! The descending dragon rods shattered. It's pulled out. This is impossible. How is this possible? Sure, Wu Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the mighty descending dragon rods be so effortlessly extracted? Report! The dragon imprisoning formation of Jiangdong has been broken. At this time, the subordinate responsible for monitoring the changes in the dragon imprisoning formations across the land came rushing over, reporting to Shi Wu Ning in a panic. What? I see, so this is your reliance? You actually destroyed the dragon imprisoning formation of Jiangdong and hid it from us until now. Shi Wuning suddenly understood that Jiang Chen must have destroyed the Jiangdong dragon imprisoning formation in advance, allowing him to extract the descending dragon rods. After realizing this, Shi Wuning felt a sense of relief in his heart. At least this meant Jiang Chen did not have any extraordinary, earth-shattering abilities, and it was still within the realm of reason. So, he sneered, hee. But the problem is not serious. The destruction of a single dragon imprisoning formation is nothing. It won't affect the overall situation at all. You don't really think that just because the dragon imprisoning formation of Jiangdong is broken, you can shake the entire dragon imprisoning formation of the 8 realms, do you? I tell you, dream on. Unless all the dragon imprisoning formations across the lands are broken, even if 2, 3, or even 4 cities formations are destroyed, it will not fundamentally affect the dragon imprisoning formation of the 8 realms. Is that so? Then what about now? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled slightly, then leisurely strolled along the dragon vein, with each step effortlessly kicking away one descending dragon rod after another. In the blink of an eye, he had already removed a third of those on the dragon vein. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Even Shi Wuning, the great Buddhist master who considered himself to have the highest morals, could only exclaim the classic Chinese vulgarities upon witnessing the scene before him. Any other words seemed superfluous. Only these words could truly express the overwhelming shock he felt within. What kind of method did you use? Shi Wuning demanded angrily at Jiang Chen. It's simple, sincerity brings divine powers. Jiang Chen replied with a smile, using one of the favorite deceiving phrases of the Buddhist sect, while continuing to clear away the broken rods. Damn you! Shi Wuning gritted his teeth in rage, desperately wanting to punch Jiang Chen hard. But unfortunately, trapped behind the formation, all he could do was jump around angrily, watching helplessly as the descending dragon rods on the dragon vein grew fewer and fewer, while the sweat on his own forehead grew more and more. Report! The dragon imprisoning formation of Jiangnan City has been broken. Report! The dragon imprisoning formation of Jianghai City has been broken. At this time, 2 more monitoring subordinates rushed in, reporting in a frenzy. What is this all about? How is it possible that so many dragon imprisoning formations have been broken, and we didn't even catch a single wind of it? Damn it, what the hell are you all good for? What the hell are those guarding the formations doing? I told you to monitor and give early warning, not to act as armchair strategists after the fact. Shi Wuning was infuriated. Having no outlet for his rage, he lashed out at the 2 reporting monks, delivering 2 heavy punches that turned them into bloody pulps. Report! Just then, another careless subordinate rushed in. This was like pouring oil on the fire, causing Shi Wuning to lose all restraint, unleashing the Buddhist lion's roar. Enough! I know another dragon imprisoning formation has been destroyed. I've seen it with my own eyes. Do you still need to report it to me? You useless trash, not detecting it early, and only discovered it when the enemy has already breached the door. Die! All of you, die! The voice was filled with immense power, instantly causing the surrounding people to bleed from their 7 orifices, collapsing to the ground and convulsing uncontrollably. So 3 city formations have been broken already? The White Cloud sect has done remarkably well, even better than I had imagined. They truly are a renowned sect, with profound foundations, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Aside from the dragon imprisoning formation of Jiangdong City, which Jiang Chen himself had destroyed, the other 3 locations were the achievements of the White Cloud sect. This was precisely the benefit of Jiang Chen's calculated plan in allowing the White Cloud sect to leave. Everyone thought the White Cloud sect had left Tiannan province in dismay, but only Jiang Chen knew that they were carrying out his secret mission to destroy the dragon imprisoning formations across the land. After all, only by striking unexpectedly, without being detected, could they deliver the fastest blows to the other 3 cities, without even giving them a chance to transmit the news. Of course, this was also thanks to the White Cloud sect's treasured mirror, the Taiji mirror. Anyone illuminated by the Taiji mirror would briefly gain the effect of concealing their presence, killing and breaking formations in the unseen. As for why the formations were broken but still managed to evade detection by the guardians of the provincial capital until now, that was naturally due to the formation inheritance Jiang Chen had obtained from the heavenly remaining elder, which could briefly confuse the provincial capital's guardians, barely maintaining the illusory framework of the dragon imprisoning formations in each location. The 2 complemented each other seamlessly. Tiannan province was divided into 1 provincial capital and 8 cities. At this moment, Jiang Chen had broken 1, and the White Cloud sect had broken 3 cities, thus eliminating half of the dragon imprisoning formations outside the provincial capital. This had also removed half of the descending dragon rods on the dragon vein, alleviating its violent emotions and restoring its rationality and clarity. This was the limit of what Jiang Chen and the White Cloud sect could accomplish, as the time was too short, and they had to conceal their tracks. Although Shi Wuning kept insisting that as long as the central formation in the provincial capital remained unbroken, the destruction of the other 8 cities' dragon imprisoning formations would not affect the overall situation. He had clearly underestimated the dragon vein, as well as Jiang Chen. The remaining half, I shall break. In Jiang Chen's hand, the ancestral sword radiated dazzling light, as his heavenly profound skill unleashed its full power at the half-step third-layer realm. Becoming one with his sword, he unleashed the peerless swordsmanship within the heavenly profound skill, the heavenly slaughter god slash. The power of this strike had once allowed Jiang Chen to defeat his great cousin Xianwudi, and now, with his further advancement, the might of this technique had grown even stronger. Boom! 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 Jiang Chen continued to swing his sword, striking the 8 iron chains with dazzling sparks, exuding immense power. However, to the surprise of all, the powerful sword chi failed to inflict the slightest damage on the chains. Not even a single scratch could be seen on the iron bonds, their defensive strength being astonishingly formidable. Instead, the backlash force from the chains shook Jiang Chen's palms, causing his hands to crack and bleed. Yet, Jiang Chen did not relent, his expression undaunted as he persisted in slashing the iron chains one after another. Ha, you overestimate yourself. Do you really think you can break the 8 bands imprisoning dragon chains, the revered treasure of our Zen meaning monastery? You are but a small insect, how dare you? Shi Wu said smugly. Fortunately, despite the minor mishap, the situation remained under control. Fellow disciples, where are you? Shi Wu then called out. Immediately, over a dozen beams of light descended from the sky, as the other Golden Dantian monks of the Zen meaning monastery gathered. Together with Shi Wu, there were a total of 18 powerful experts. Join me in forming the formation. Imprison the dragon once more, the 18 monks sat in lotus position, unleashing their spiritual energy to converge towards the 8 bands imprisoning dragon chains, intending to pull the dragon vein back underground. Empowered by the 18 monks, the 8 bands imprisoning dragon chains instantly shone with dazzling light, their aura surging, about to reveal their true power as a divine artifact. But at this moment, Jiang Chen broke into laughter, exclaiming, "Now is the time." His hands were already covered in fresh blood from the earlier shocks, but it was this very blood that had stained his heavenly strategy sword, allowing him to unleash the 4th secret technique of the heavenly mysterious cultivation. White rainbow slices jade, purple vapor dries stars. A tremendously powerful sword chi instantly shot towards the 8 bands imprisoning dragon chains, its brilliance akin to the rising sun, blinding all who witnessed it. Clang! 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 In this moment, even the divine artifact iron chains were shaken by the sword chi. At the same time, Jiang Chen looked towards the dragon vein, and they exchanged an understanding gaze. Jiang Chen then shouted, "Gentlemen, let us hear the dragon's roar." Ayo! The dragon veins of the 9 realms unleashed a mighty roar, their power surging with all their might. Despite the immense pain, they struggled to break free from the shackles, yearning to soar into the heavens and let out their cries. This roar echoed through the 9 heavens, shaking the mountains and rivers. This roar made the heavens and earth tremble, as if proclaiming, "If the heavens press down on me, I shall cleave them. If the earth binds me, I shall shatter it." This roar seemed to hold the Zen meaning monastery's disciples in contempt. I shall soar freely in the 9 heavens, and laugh at the world's myriad affairs for eternity. Thunderous booms erupted in the skies above, as if cheering on the dragon vein's liberation. One by one, the remaining descending dragon sticks fell to the ground, until not a single one remained. Boom! 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 Before the Zen meaning monastery's disciples could even react, the 8 bands imprisoning dragon chains, their prized divine artifact, shattered into pieces. The dragon veins of the 9 realms were free from all restraints. Freed, they surged forth. This cannot be. I must be dreaming. There's no way the war god of Wuhan would intrude into my dreams and set up such an elaborate scheme to undermine my Buddhist faith. How malicious and vicious. Shi Wu could not believe what he was seeing, convinced that this must be some powerful illusion or an incursion into his dreams. How could the unbreakable divine artifact be destroyed by this insignificant insect and a crippled dragon vein? We had gathered all the fellow disciples, combined our powers, yet achieved nothing. It must be a lie, all of it. However, no matter how much he slapped himself, pinched his hands, or even violently attacked the nearby Lu family members, he could not wake up from this supposed dream. The pain he felt and the cries of the Lu family only proved that this was all too real. It's over, completely over. The dragon vein has broken free, and all our carefully laid plans for the Zen meaning monastery and the Lu family have been shattered. Shiwu stood there, stunned, unsure of what to do. Shitty, quickly reform the formation. We can still salvage this, there's still hope. Shifu is on his way back. If we hold out until he arrives, everything can be saved, the third disciple said urgently. Hearing that his Shifu was returning, Shiwu grasped this last glimmer of hope and shouted, "Good! Reform the formation, the 18-hot formation." Yes. The fellow disciples hurried to their positions, attempting to set up a new formation outside the 8 bands imprisoning dragon formation, hoping to block the dragon veins of the 9 realms. Fools, the ones who are overestimating themselves are now you, Jiang Chen said disdainfully. Thinking they could stop the power of the dragon veins with mere mortal strength was simply delusional. At the same time, the dragon veins of the 9 realms, freed from all restraints, did not immediately launch a counterattack. Instead, they flew towards Jiang Chen, lowering their mighty dragon heads submissively at Jiang Chen's feet, as if greeting their master. "Good boy," Jiang Chen said, stroking the dragon's massive head, understanding that the dragon veins wished to fight alongside him. Jiang Chen then soared up, standing proudly atop the dragon's horns, overlooking the entire province. In the next moment, a tremendous aura of destiny descended upon him. This feeling was reminiscent of when Jiang Chen had previously forcibly absorbed the power of tens of thousands using the 100 family names royal artifact, exuding an immense and formidable aura. Yet, it was also slightly different. The last time, the influx of spiritual energy had nearly burst Jiang Chen apart. This time, the empowerment of destiny did not bring an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy, but rather, a warm and mysterious power that flowed into Jiang Chen's body. This power was incredibly soothing, and it actually healed all of Jiang Chen's previous injuries, including the damage done by the golden eyes. Furthermore, a large amount of destiny was also absorbed by the golden eyes, and Jiang Chen had a vague sense that the golden eyes could be further strengthened by this absorption. This is impossible. How could the dragon vein allow him to stand upon its horns? That is a taboo for the dragon vein. To casually stand there would be a grave offense, inviting the dragon vein to swallow him whole. Shiwu was dumbfounded once again, his teeth grinding in frustration. Only those who possess an extraordinary destiny are worthy of standing atop the dragon's horns. The lowest rank would be a king, and the highest. I dare not believe it. How could this insignificant insect be qualified? Even Shiwu's own Shifu, the eminent master Kumu, may not have the qualifications to stand upon the dragon's horns. That privilege belonged only to true monarchs, or even emperors, not some random rebel like the Lu family who had simply declared themselves kings. Throughout the history of the 9 realms, there had only been 3 individuals who had attained the status to stand upon the dragon's horns. All of them were earth-shaking, legendary heroes who had left behind astonishing feats and tales. How could Jiang Chen possibly be worthy of such an honor? There are many things you cannot believe, and this is just one of them. For example, do you not understand how I was able to break the 8 bands imprisoning dragon chains? Jiang Chen said with a cold chuckle. His earlier series of heaven and earth killing god slashes seemed ineffective, but in reality, it was a powerful sword formation that only truly unleashed its full power with the final strike of the white rainbow slices jade. And with the dragon vein's full force attack, the timing had been perfect. Of course, he also had to thank Shiwu and the others. If they had not attempted to have the 8 bands imprisoning dragon chains attack, its defense would have remained intact. But their actions had dispersed its defensive power, ultimately leading to its downfall. Then what was the reason? Shiwu couldn't help but ask, genuinely perplexed. As I said, it was through true sincerity. Sincerity is the key to spiritual attunement, Jiang Chen replied with a smile, though there was a hint of deception in his words. Without an unwavering determination to succeed or perish, there would have been no hope of breaking through the formation. Dragon vein, let us once again shatter the formation, Jiang Chen said, stroking the dragon's horn and laughing heartily. Oh. The dragon vein responded with an impassioned roar, and then swiftly took to the skies, carrying Jiang Chen towards the final 8 bands imprisoning dragon formation. Boom! Without the descending dragon sticks and the 8 bands imprisoning dragon chains, the formation was shattered with a single strike from the dragon vein, completely dissipating into the air. The dragon vein did not stop there, continuing to unleash its remaining power to assault the newly formed 18-hot formation. Boom! Crack! A crisp sound of shattering resonated, and then it was as if a row of dominoes had been toppled, with the cracking sounds echoing one after another. The freshly formed 18 Arhat formation crumbled like fragile glass, needing only a gentle breeze to tear it apart completely. The power of the dragon vein was truly awe-inspiring, directly breaking through half the formation with a single strike. Pa, pa, pa. At the same time, Shiwu and the other disciples outside the formation were sent violently vomiting blood, their injuries severe. Shit, the dragon vein's power is too formidable. Brother, we can't possibly hold it back, the disciples exclaimed, their faces pale with terror. We have to try. We can't let Shifu down, or betray all the years of planning. Take the medicine and force yourselves to endure. Shiwu gritted his teeth, still striving to fulfill his duties as the senior disciple. The younger disciples had no choice but to obey, hastily consuming medicinal elixirs to continue desperately maintaining the formation. Yet, even with their efforts, the formation remained unstable. On the verge of collapse, Jiang Chen felt he could shatter it with a single sword strike. The dragon vein still wished to break free through its own power. In the next moment, it charged towards the formation again with tremendous force. Boom! Snap! The 18 Arhat formation was completely breached by the dragon vein, creating an opening through which the free air flowed, making the dragon vein close its eyes in blissful enjoyment. But in that critical moment, a flower petal suddenly drifted down from the sky, perfectly filling the opening and transforming into a radiant one symbol, instantly repairing the formation. A secret Buddhist technique, using a flower to make an offering to the Buddha. It's Shifu. Master Kumu has returned. Shiwu and the other despairing monks recognized the technique, their spirits immediately lifted with joy and hope. Amatba, how wonderful, how wonderful! The youthful-looking Master Kumu descended from the sky, seated upon a lotus flower, clad in a crimson robe and with a red dot on his forehead. His saintly and majestic presence caused the onlookers to immediately prostrate themselves, seeking the blessings of the divine. It is indeed our Shifu. Ha, we are saved! We are saved! The disciples, who had been on the verge of being overwhelmed by the formation's backlash, were now filled with renewed vigor and confidence. Ah, boy, your death has arrived. With Shifu's return, you are doomed. Shiwu and the others shouted triumphantly at Jiang Chen, feeling assured of their victory. Boom! However, just as their jubilation peaked, the dragon vein struck again, directly shattering the 18 Arhat formation that Master Kumu had painstakingly repaired, reducing the flower offering to dust. Even an elixir cultivation realm expert was powerless to withstand the dragon vein's onslaught. This blow was like a resounding slap in the face, brutally deflating the arrogance of Shiwu and the others. They were left dumbfounded, their faces frozen in shock. They knew the dragon vein was powerful, but they had never imagined it to be this formidable. Even a mighty elixir cultivation realm master seemed insignificant before it. Crimson Emperor's serpent-slaying sword, suppress. Master Kumu, well aware of the dragon vein's strength, did not panic. Instead, he summoned the Lu family's ancestral divine artifact. In the next moment, a rust-stained but crimson sword flew forth. Normally, the Crimson Emperor's serpent-slaying sword required the absorption of Lu family blood to cleanse its rust and reveal its true, razor-sharp edge. However, with a mere gentle caress, the rust on the blade fell away, exposing the gleaming, formidable edge of the divine sword. It seemed the sword had already recognized Master Kumu's profound cultivation. This meant that in Master Kumu's hands, the sword's performance would be far superior to that of the previous wielder, Lu Shenhan, who had relied solely on his bloodline connection. The sword did not directly strike the dragon vein, but instead resealed the breach in the formation, exuding a powerful aura of suppression and sealing. After all, this was the sword that had once slain a great white serpent. That white snake was also known as the White Emperor, who was once the embodiment of the dragon vein in the Great Qin dynasty. It was Lu Bang, in his guise as the Crimson Emperor, who had defeated the White Emperor and severed the dragon vein's white snake, thus winning the mandate of heaven. Therefore, this sword naturally had an innate ability to suppress dragon veins. As the sword joined the formation, its immense pressure caused the newly freed dragon veins of the 9 realms to let out a mournful howl, their heads bowed low and their bodies trembling, as if in fear. Do not be afraid, that is merely a broken sword. Its master is long gone, and it no longer possesses the power to sever dragon veins. The true might lies in the wielder, not the sword itself, Jiang Chen said, comforting the dragon vein as he stroked its horn. Jiang Chen then set an example, taking up his own heavenly strategy sword and unleashing his strongest strike, the white rainbow slices jade, crashing it against the Crimson Emperor's serpent-slaying sword. Normally, even the mightiest of swords would cower before a divine artifact, not daring to even be unsheathed. But now, the heavenly strategy sword, in sync with Jiang Chen's unwavering spirit, fearlessly clashed against the so-called divine sword. Clang! The two swords collided, echoing loudly. "Overestimating yourselves," Master Kumu observed disdainfully, not even bothering to intervene. He seemed to view this as a mere fool's errand, expecting the divine sword's backlash to ultimately break both the sword and its wielder. But he had miscalculated. Jiang Chen could not sever the divine sword, but the divine sword could not harm the heavenly strategy sword either. Imbued with an abundance of destiny and formidable battle intent, Jiang Chen had compensated for the gap in their levels. The two were evenly matched. The dragon vein's roar seemed to jolt it awake from its fear, like a wake-up call that restored its fighting spirit and caused it to lift its head high once more. Ayo! The dragon vein of the 9 realms let out another thunderous roar, charging towards its nemesis, the Crimson Emperor serpent-slaying sword, with tremendous force. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The collision was akin to a comet striking the earth, producing a deafening impact. At first, the Crimson Emperor's serpent-slaying sword was able to withstand the attack, but as the dragon vein unleashed the full might of an entire realm, the sword was powerless to resist the immense pressure. Its blade rapidly darkened, returning to its rust-covered state, before being sent flying by the dragon vein's charge. After all, this was no longer the same dragon vein as before. Previously, it had been bound by the suppressing power of the descending dragon sticks, but now, those shackles had been removed, and even a divine artifact like the Crimson Emperor's serpent-slaying sword was nothing more than a trivial obstacle. "Wretched abomination, how dare you!" Master Kumu, who had maintained a calm demeanor, finally narrowed his eyes in anger. He then swiftly formed a series of hand seals, calling out, "Sevenfold meteoric stone, appear!" In the next moment, the Lu family's second divine artifact, a multicolored stone, materialized once more. However, its brilliant hues were now somewhat muted, clearly indicating that it had sustained significant damage in its previous confrontation with Jiang Chen's golden eyes. While Jiang Chen had been able to heal the golden eyes through the power of the dragon vein, the sevenfold meteoric stone was still recovering. "So, this worthless stone dares to act up again, does it?" Jiang Chen said confidently, immediately activating his golden eyes and shining them upon the sevenfold meteoric stone. To Jiang Chen's surprise, the divine artifact, seemingly terrified of the golden eyes, quickly retracted its multicolored glow, reverting to an unremarkable, dull stone. Moreover, the stone then flew towards Jiang Chen, not to attack, but rather, to seek recognition. It was extending an olive branch, attempting to forge a connection with Jiang Chen. "What the? A divine artifact recognizing a master? Is my destiny truly this extraordinary, or is there some innate connection between this stone and the golden eyes?" Jiang Chen was bewildered, his luck seemingly beyond belief. After all, this was a divine artifact, a possession of the royal lineage. Even the 4 great families of the northern province did not have such an item. If he could truly claim this artifact, it would give him a clear advantage over Master Kumu. "Sevenfold meteoric stone, return at once." Master Kumu, seeing his precious artifact potentially being claimed by Jiang Chen, shouted urgently, all decorum forgotten. Master Kumu also noticed the unique nature of Jiang Chen's eyes, which had attracted the sevenfold meteoric stone to willingly defect to Jiang Chen's side. Though he did not know the exact abilities of the golden eyes, he could not help but confront Jiang Chen, asking, "Your eyes?" However, before he could finish, he realized that his previous summons had no effect on the sevenfold meteoric stone at all. The artifact had callously abandoned Master Kumu and resolutely joined Jiang Chen. "Damn it!" Master Kumu immediately disregarded his questioning, hastily raising 2 fingers and summoning a Buddha's light, forming a wand symbol to block the sevenfold meteoric stone's path, intending to seize it back. But before he could reach it, the dragon vein of the 9 realms swiftly shot up, shattering the wand symbol and swallowing the sevenfold meteoric stone whole. The speed and power utterly overwhelmed Master Kumu, who could only watch helplessly as a few drops of saliva rained down on him. "Wretched dragon, spit out the treasure at once, or I shall show you no mercy," Master Kumu angrily demanded. "Ayo! The dragon vein obediently spat out the sevenfold meteoric stone, not to Master Kumu, but directly to Jiang Chen. As for Master Kumu, the dragon vein generously offered him a gift as well, the torrent of dragon flames that scorched the heavens and earth. Petty tricks, daring to meddle. Prajnaparamita, the great wrathful dragon. Master Kumu, enraged that the dragon vein refused to submit, unleashed his full elixir cultivation realm power, striking out with a lethal technique. A massive silver dragon emerged from his palm, clashing against the dragon flames. Initially, the two were evenly matched, but as the dragon vein continued its relentless assault, Master Kumu's silver dragon was soon burned to ashes, the dragon flames rapidly advancing towards him. It seemed the little monk was about to be turned into nothing more than a charred chicken. However, Master Kumu had many precious treasures on his person. Though the divine artifacts were gone, he still had a royal artifact, his own crimson robe. He quickly removed it and used it to block the dragon flames. Crimson Emperor's serpent-slaying sword, unsheathe. Master Kumu then cried out, no longer daring to be arrogant. He drew the divine sword, determined to face the dragon vein with his elixir cultivation realm cultivation. At the same time, the members of the Lu family and Zen meaning monastery were not simply watching the spectacle. They had quickly gathered and begun to set up a grand new formation, expanding the original 18 Arhat formation into a colossal 500 Arhat formation. What made this formation truly terrifying was that each of the 500 Arhat statues was imbued with the cultivation of a golden core realm expert. This was no simple task, as it required the combined forces of the Lu family, the Zen meaning monastery, other aristocratic families from across the provinces, members from the other 4 great sects, as well as monks from the Taoists and Confucians of the southern province. This vast assembly of cultivators had been gathered to confront the might of the dragon vein. Even the dragon vein itself seemed to hesitate momentarily, sensing the immense threat, and attempted to disperse the formation before it could be fully established. However, Master Kumu, like a persistent fly, continuously harassed the dragon vein, drawing its ire and preventing it from directly assaulting the formation. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen, seizing the opportunity, had obtained the 7-fold meteoric stone and was now using his own blood and spiritual energy to firmly bind the divine artifact to himself, as if it had always been meant to belong to him. This process met with no resistance, as if the stone had eagerly awaited Jiang Chen's claim. But this act greatly infuriated Master Kumu. Originally, he thought that even if Jiang Chen got the rainbow meteor stone, it would be impossible for him to subdue it so quickly. After all, that was a powerful divine artifact, and it would take at least 7 days and 7 nights to completely possess it. Therefore, he still had plenty of time to wait for the grand formation to be completed, and then slowly settle the score with Jiang Chen. But now, if he didn't stop it immediately, it would be too late. This scum stone! He had put in so much effort, but got nothing in return, only to have it given to someone else. The withered monk disciple was instantly anxious, gritting his teeth and throwing caution to the wind, bringing out his trump card and shouting, "Bastard! This is the Liuzhou family treasure. How dare you try to take it? Blood sacrifice! Bang! 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 Ah! Ah! Ah!" In the next moment, the members of the Liuzhou family who were condensing the grand formation suddenly self-destructed one by one. In the blink of an eye, 3 Jindan experts had self-destructed. Their faces were full of anguish and disbelief. And the flesh and blood of these exploded experts did not scatter, but rather transformed into a blood mist that surged towards the rainbow meteor stone in Jiang Chen's hand, trying to use the power of bloodline to awaken the previous imprint on the stone. This tactic, although cruel, was indeed effective. The originally docile rainbow meteor stone actually began to resist Jiang Chen, constantly trying to sever the connection between them, and Jiang Chen could only keep comforting it. Not enough? More. The withered monk disciple saw the effect was not enough, and was about to use the blood sacrifice technique again. "Ancestor, no!" The remaining Liuzhou family members were panicked, realizing how crazy the withered monk disciple was being, and hurriedly shouted, "The family has raised you for so long, and now it's time for you to shed blood for the family. Don't worry, when the dynasty rises again, your names will be carved on the merit stele and praised by all." The withered monk disciple said righteously. But if what he said was true, why didn't he be the first to shed blood for the family and let posterity praise him? After all, he had lived the longest and had enough to go by. "Ancestor, it's not that we don't want a sacrifice. It's that we still need to set up the grand formation. Without us, the formation will be difficult to complete. Wouldn't that be a waste of effort?" The members hurriedly replied, their faces grim. "No problem. I still have a backup for the formation members. You just do your own thing," the withered monk disciple said indifferently. With that, another series of explosions and screams rang out. Bang! 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 Ah! 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 This time, even more people died, directly for Jindan experts. The few elite disciples that the Liuzhou family had painstakingly cultivated were now reduced to almost nothing. This rebellion was about to completely drain the Liuzhou family's bottom line. The blood mist generated by this had also become extremely powerful, directly turning the rainbow meteor stone in Jiang Chen's hand blood red, and it began to resist Jiang Chen fiercely, forcibly breaking away from Jiang Chen's hands, trying to return to the withered monk disciple's embrace. Golden eyes, open. Jiang Chen's eyes immediately turned golden, and wherever his gaze fell, all illusions were swept away. Ha ha, this is exactly what this poor monk was waiting for. The withered master sneered, having already developed a deep hatred and resentment towards Jiang Chen's eyes. In the next moment, a blood mist suddenly jumped out from the rainbow meteor stone on its own, with lightning-fast speed, immediately piercing through space and rushing towards Jiang Chen. It wanted to pollute Jiang Chen's eyes and destroy those eyes. However, Jiang Chen remained standing still, not even bothering to move. He quietly watched as the blood mist came closer and closer. Then, under the illumination of the golden eyes, the blood mist disappeared without a trace before it even touched Jiang Chen. It was as if darkness had encountered the dawn, or leaves had met flames. It vanished instantly, overwhelmed by the sheer power. Your ambush tactics are not bad, but in the face of absolute strength, any plot or scheme will only become a joke, Jiang Chen said calmly, having already seen through the withered master's ambush with his golden eyes. What kind of eyes are these? How can they be so powerful? Even the withered master, who had lived for hundreds of years and seen much, had never witnessed such formidable eyes before, and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. After all, the blood mist was condensed from the essence blood of the Jindan experts of the Liuzhou family, and its power was extremely strong. Even other experts would have to put in great effort to block it, but Jiang Chen dealt with it so effortlessly. You want to know? Jiang Chen said, no longer pretending. Empowered by the aura, he did not feel particularly dizzy in using the golden eyes, and immediately unleashed them to the fullest, directing his gaze towards the withered master. They say that the eyes cannot kill, but that may not be the case here. As Jiang Chen's cultivation continued to rise, the power of the golden eyes became increasingly apparent, and now, with the support of the aura of the 9 provinces, it had reached its peak. The golden eyes could not only see through everything, but also truly penetrate anything. No matter how strong and indestructible one might be, they would be instantly pierced and burned with 2 big holes in front of Jiang Chen's eyes. The withered master initially felt disdainful, thinking that a mere half-step Jindan cultivator, no matter how skilled, could not possibly pose a threat to his nascent soul. However, the golden eyes directly burned 2 large holes in the precious cassock he was wearing, greatly diminishing its power. If the withered master hadn't reacted quickly and desperately defended himself, even his hard-won child's body would have been directly destroyed. But this was not the greatest harm of the golden eyes. The greatest harm was actually the attack on the soul. Under Jiang Chen's gaze, the withered master felt as if he was completely stripped bare and exposed, with all his past misdeeds and dark history laid bare for all to see. He felt as if he had been thrown naked into a small room filled with mirrors, and every mirror was constantly playing back the fruits of the evil he had sown. At the same time, several of the mirrors were also preaching Buddhist sutras, constantly telling him what it means to reap the consequences of his evil deeds and that he would surely be punished. Even though the withered master had long stopped caring about the bad things he had done, at this moment he couldn't help but be dripping with cold sweat, feeling extremely frightened and uneasy. No matter how much he recited scriptures, he couldn't suppress those wicked thoughts, and if this continued, he might even end up going mad. So he quickly turned to one of the 5 major sects, the Zhao family, who were maintaining the grand formation, and shouted, Zhao Patriarch, please lend me your family's divine artifact. What's yours is mine, what's mine is yours, venerable withered master. Please take it as you wish. The Zhao Patriarch replied obsequiously, displaying the iron-blooded and cowardly style of his ancestors. With that, he immediately took out a yellow cloth from his bag, which was embroidered with 5-clawed golden dragons, the yellow robe. The same yellow robe that Emperor Taizu of the Song dynasty donned to ascend the throne. It was the sole divine artifact of the Zhao family. At the Zhao Patriarch's prompt control, the yellow robe immediately flew and draped itself over the withered monk disciple's body. With the divine artifact protecting him, even the golden eyes could not harm him, neither his soul nor his flesh. After all, each divine artifact had different properties. The rainbow meteor stone was more susceptible to the suppression of the golden eyes, and thus could be controlled by it. But the yellow robe was primarily focused on defense, being extremely sturdy and difficult to break through. Even the dragon veins, dragon flames and impacts could not harm the withered monk disciple for the time being. With 2 divine artifacts in his grasp, the withered master's offensive and defensive capabilities had greatly increased, and he once again fought the dragon vein on equal terms. Even if Jiang Chen and the dragon vein joined forces, they would not be able to quickly subdue the withered monk disciple in the short term. Meanwhile, the grand formation of the 500 Arhat outside was constantly closing in, and if they succeeded in encircling, the hard-won freedom of the dragon dragon vein of the 9 provinces would once again become an illusion. Indeed, trying to single-handedly resist the conspiracy of the Liuzhou family and Chanyuan Temple that had been brewing for years was truly too difficult. Even though Jiang Chen and the others had made every effort, the seemingly inescapable deadlock still remained. Jiang Chen, let me use that technique. In this critical moment, Ing Peizhou behind Jiang Chen couldn't help but say, "No need. I won't use that technique unless it's an absolute last resort. Right now, I still have a way." Jiang Chen smiled, not yet at the end of his rope. "It's all our uselessness, not being able to be of any help to the warrior saint of Wuan. But don't worry, warrior saint of Wuan, if you have any mishap, we 3 will not survive alone. We are willing to sacrifice our blood to summon the righteousness of the literati of the world." The 3 Qi condensation disciples of the Confucian school behind Jiang Chen said solemnly, full of remorse, "Ha, you have already done so well. To be honest, on this journey of mine, if it weren't for you good men who stood out, risking your lives without seeking rewards, continuously blocking the way in front of me, touching me again and again, perhaps I wouldn't have been so determined to put an end to this rebellion at the cost of my life. In the future, the seeds of the literati of the world will definitely be in you 3. So you must live on well, and go tell the world what righteousness and the way of the world are. Besides, this damned monk isn't that terrifying either. Don't think that just because he's wearing the yellow robe, he must be an emperor. He could just as well be a food delivery guy. He, you think you're the only one with a divine artifact? I have one too." Jiang Chen pointed to the rainbow meteor stone, and the surrounding blood mist instantly dissipated, replaced by dazzling rainbow holy light. The rainbow meteor stone had been revived and successfully recognized its master. This was Jiang Chen's first divine artifact, now fully in his possession. After all, his frantic use of the golden eyes was not only to deal with the withered monk disciple, but also to seize the opportunity to imprint his true mark on the rainbow meteor stone, bypassing the blood mist so that the withered monk disciple wouldn't notice. But the golden eyes were precisely the divine artifact that could turn the impossible into the possible. Blood sacrifice, blood sacrifice. The withered master was stunned to see that even though he had wrapped the rainbow meteor stone in the blood mist, the stone had still rebelled. Anxiously, he kept shouting and continuously self-destructing the members of the Liuzhou family. Bang, 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 ah, ah, ah. The cries of the Liuzhou family members once again rang out in agony, turning into a blood mist trying to retake the rainbow meteor stone. However, this time, the blood mist dispersed instantly as soon as it approached the rainbow meteor stone, under the illumination of the rainbow holy light. Too late. The divine artifact has already recognized its master. Even if you kill every single member of the Liuzhou family, you will never be able to seize it back. Ha, thank you so much, little monk. A complete stranger has so generously given me such a precious gift. Jiang Chen laughed recklessly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Liuzhou family's treasure, my ancestor's divine artifact, could never be completely possessed by you, an insignificant insect. The withered monk disciple refused to believe it, continuously using his methods to try and retrieve the divine artifact. But naturally, all his efforts were in vain. Withered monk disciple, you have been chanting sutras and praying to the Buddha for many years. Have you ever seen the Tathagata? Today, I shall let you witness him. At this moment, Jiang Chen directly unleashed the power of the rainbow meteor stone, mobilizing the entire range of emotions of the withered monk disciple and the 500 people outside. Instantly, before them, a majestic golden Buddha of 30 feet, with a kind and benevolent yet awe-inspiring presence, materialized. The Tathagata had manifested in the world. The Buddha. It's truly the Buddha. The Buddha has descended to the world. Buddha, I was wrong. I should not have done all those evil deeds. I should not have lost faith in you. Please forgive me, and give me another chance. Yes, those bad things were all ordered by Venerable Withered Master. We dared not disobey. In truth, we still want to practice the Buddha's teachings and be compassionate. If you must blame someone, blame Venerable Withered Master instead. The rainbow meteor stone was able to best stir up people's desires, so everyone believed that the Tathagata had truly descended before them. They kowtowed incessantly, begging for forgiveness. It seems they knew deep down that the things they had done were utterly detestable and unforgivable. They only cried after seeing the coffin, or perhaps they had lost their faith and forgotten that there are gods watching from 3 feet above. They had forgotten the vow to do good they once made under the Buddha. Until this moment, witnessing the descent of the Tathagata, they were finally filled with deep regret. Their lamentations were endless. The grand formation that was about to take shape immediately began to collapse without anyone maintaining it, as everyone was frantic in their pleas for forgiveness. To influence 500 powerful experts with just one's own power, the might of the divine artifact was evident. And in the hands of its new master, Jiang Chen, the divine artifact's power was clearly several times stronger than when it was with Lu Xianhan. After all, only the true master can unleash the full power of a divine artifact. However, there was one exception among the 500, the withered monk disciple. Instead of feeling any fear, he defiantly shouted at the Tathagata with arrogance, "I have done nothing wrong. Everything I have done was for you, to build a Buddha's kingdom on earth, to allow more people to believe in you and for our Buddha to completely liberate all beings. If you have truly descended to the mortal world, you should thank me and bestow upon me the ultimate Dharma teachings. Well, tell me, what rewards will you grant me? I can accept anything." Stubborn and deluded. As long as one has goodness in their heart, they can all become Buddhas. There is no need for this so-called Buddha's kingdom on earth. The sea of suffering is endless, but the shore of salvation is near. Withered, if you do not repent even now, you will only fall into the Avicii hell and never attain liberation. The shore of salvation? Ha! I have dedicated my entire life to building the Buddha's kingdom on earth. And you tell me to turn back and give up everything? Then what would be the meaning of my life? The withered master exclaimed, already descending into madness. I see now. You are a fake. The true Tathagata would never obstruct me, only a false Buddha would. The withered master had gone completely deranged, rushing straight towards the manifestation of the Buddha. In truth, he didn't even know if this Buddha was real or not, but he had fallen into an obsessive frenzy, stubbornly refusing to admit that his path was wrong. Whoever said he was wrong, he would attack them. Even the so-called Buddha would not be spared. Ancestor, no. The people around him were horrified, frantically yelling. But no one could stop the withered master's unwavering determination and fury. They could only watch as he threw a heavy punch at the Buddha. Bang! But his fist met only empty air, leaving the withered master momentarily stunned. However, this did not mean the rainbow meteor stone's effect had failed. As a divine artifact, it was not that simple to overcome. Jiang Chen, controlling the rainbow meteor stone, made the manifestation of the Buddha appear behind the withered master, and then delivered a powerful palm strike that sent the withered master crashing to the ground, coughing up blood. Unlike normal illusions, the rainbow meteor stone, being a divine artifact, possessed actual combat power. So while the Buddha may not have been entirely real, it was not completely fake either. Ha ha, the mighty Buddha resorting to sneak attacks? You must be a fake. Despite coughing up blood, the withered monk disciple only laughed harder, becoming even more resolute in his beliefs as he continued attacking the Buddha. Ultimately, Jiang Chen manipulated the rainbow meteor stone to transform the mountain next to the city into an immense Buddha statue. The withered monk disciple descended into complete madness, frantically attacking the mountain, actually managing to carve away half of it with his bare hands. During this, Jiang Chen kept striking the withered monk disciple with the rainbow meteor stone, inflicting significant injuries on him. Yet the withered monk disciple, protected by the yellow robe, remained fearless, continuing his relentless assault on the false Buddha, determined to tear it apart. Meanwhile, the dragon vein of the 9 provinces had also destroyed the formation of the 500 experts and was rushing towards the withered monk disciple, ready to swallow him whole to eliminate the threat. But just then, a brush appeared before the dragon vein, drawing a door. The dragon vein charged towards the door and was instantly consumed, disappearing from sight, only to hastily fly in from another location soon after. It turned out this door had a teleportation effect, forcibly transporting the dragon vein to another district of the provincial capital. Fortunately, the distance was not too great, so with the dragon vein's speed, it would soon be able to return. The righteous chi of heaven and earth exists in this world. Withered, awaken. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman's voice rang out. Accompanying a powerful spiritual energy wave, it directly entered the withered monk disciple's mind. For those within the influence, the rainbow meteor stone was incredibly powerful, but for those not affected, it had no impact at all. With this expert's timely reminder, the nascent soul withered monk disciple was finally able to emerge from his frenzy, slowly regaining his composure. The second nascent soul expert has revealed themselves. Jiang Chen felt the formidable power, which surpassed Jindan and was certainly no weaker than the withered monk disciple. He had heard from Ying's people that there was not just one nascent soul expert in the provincial capital, but a second as well. Jiang Chen had been waiting to see who it was, and now he had his answer. It was a middle-aged woman dressed in white scholar's robes, not exceptionally beautiful but exuding an ice-cold aura, holding a brush in her hand. She had the air of a terrifying middle-aged female class supervisor, as if she was about to scold you for not turning in your homework. So she is a nascent soul expert from the Confucian school. Why are you, a female student of Confucianism, mixed up with this foul monk? Jiang Chen questioned. Simple, because she is my wife. If my own wife won't help me, who else would? Before the middle-aged scholar woman could respond, the withered monk disciple, now fully lucid, quickly answered, stepping forward to embrace the woman possessively. However, a male monk and a middle-aged scholarly woman, a teenage boy and a cold, mature woman. They were a thoroughly mismatched pair, making anyone who saw them feel a sense of revulsion and unease. Haha, a monk can get married? I didn't expect your body to have shrunk, but your promiscuous nature hasn't diminished at all, Jiang Chen mocked. This relationship was quite beyond Jiang Chen's expectations, but thinking about the various misdeeds the Chanyuan temple and the Liuzhou family had committed, having a wife didn't seem so shocking. Who says monks can't get married? That's just a bunch of ridiculous dogmas made up by later generations. In the beginning, Buddhism allowed marriage and childbearing. For the sake of the continued prosperity of our faith, the withered monk disciple proclaimed shamelessly. Additionally, we can also eat meat and drink alcohol. As long as one has Buddha in their heart, what do external things matter? Amit Ba. You're quite skilled at making excuses. You take advantage of all the benefits, but when it comes to doing good deeds, you run faster than anyone else, Jiang Chen said disdainfully, understanding the withered monk disciple's shamelessness a little better. At this time, the three Confucian disciples behind Jiang Chen, seeing that the reinforcements were also from the Confucian school, were immediately disheartened. They cried out to the middle-aged female scholar passionately, "Esteemed senior of our academy, with your cultivation, you must have studied the teachings of the sages extensively and understood much wisdom. Yet your husband has committed so many sins, causing the deaths of countless innocent people. Why do you not stop him, but instead assist in his evil deeds? Have the sages' teachings you read turned to dog food in your belly? We Confucian scholars should take the world as our responsibility. Yet you now help in harming the common people. Where is your sense of righteousness and conscience? Which academy are you disciples of?" The White Horse Academy principal, White Chokue, asked the three disciples coldly. "Yuzhang Academy," they replied in unison. "Humph, I am the principal of White Horse Academy. The principal of your Yuzhang Academy is still my junior before me, yet you dare to be so impertinent. You insignificant disciples, have you forgotten the rules of the academy? Shall I help educate you?" White Chokue sneered. "Normally we would not dare to be so bold. But when it comes to matters of righteousness, there are no rules of seniority. You do not uphold righteousness, and even if it were the master himself, we would still point at you and scold. Moreover, we shall splash our own blood on you." The three disciples spoke righteously. True to their words, despite the vast difference in cultivation, they charged towards White Chokue, determined to carry out their promise. Though they could not make the Son of Heaven, with his anger, slay millions, they could still make an ordinary man, with his anger, spill blood in 5 steps. "Trying to get yourselves killed," the withered monk disciple sneered, casually preparing to unleash a swastika strike to swat those annoying flies for his wife. "It is you who deserves to die." Jiang Chen quickly used the power of the rainbow meteor stone to shield the three scholars from the withered monk disciple's attack. However, the repeated use of the divine artifact had left Jiang Chen extremely exhausted, both physically and mentally. If not for the blessing of fate, he might have passed out. Indeed, this divine artifact was not something ordinary people should be playing with. Just now you used the Song of Righteous Qi to save your husband, so we shall respond with the Song of Righteous Qi as well. Though our song may be but a tiny fraction of its power, we hope it can awaken the great Qi of righteousness in your heart, the three young scholars declared, rushing towards White Chokue. Browsing books under the eaves, the ancient path illuminates one's countenance, they chanted in unison. Bang! Slap! However, their feeble Qi condensation cultivation could not even breach White Chokue's protective spiritual energy, and they were instead knocked back and crashed to the ground. Yet they refused to give up, supporting each other to stand back up and continue their chanting. Browsing books under the eaves, the ancient path illuminates one's countenance. But this time, before their attack could reach White Chokue, the withered monk disciple contemptuously slapped 2 of them to death, calling them mere insects. Jiang Chen desperately tried to save them, but was blocked by White Chokue, able to rescue only one with great effort. He could only watch helplessly as the 2 scholars lay in pools of blood, deeply saddened. Though he had known them for a short time, their admirable character had truly touched him. Hearing the way in the morning, content to die by evening, we have always upheld our principles. But you, the 2, on the verge of death, shouted their final cries towards White Chokue, towards the onlookers, towards the entire 9 provinces. White Chokue was visibly moved. furrowing her brow with a heavy heart. The surrounding people, especially the apostate disciples of White Horse Academy, hung their heads in shame, deeply affected by the unwavering righteousness of their fellow Confucian scholars. Even the dragon vein of the 9 provinces roared in anger, once again spewing a powerful dragon flame towards the withered monk disciple. "We shall continue to uphold our principles. You insects know nothing," the withered master raged, brandishing the Crimson Emperor's heavenly dragon sword, ready to cleave the last scholar in two. But at this moment, White Shokugui couldn't help but say, "Enough, husband. Spare this one. He at least seems to have the bearing of a scholar." "No need. Cut the weeds and remove the root," the withered monk disciple scoffed, ignoring the advice and swinging his sword. As a nascent soul expert, to use his full force against a mere chi condensation disciple showed the depth of his hatred for this scholar. "Yes, start by removing that root, the 9 provinces dragon vein. Kill them." Jiang Chen roared furiously, stepping onto the dragon vein as it charged, man and dragon together making their assault. Not only did Jiang Chen successfully block the strike, he also charged straight towards the despicable couple. "Brush, come," White Shokugui called out, and the incredible divine brush appeared in her hand once more. "This is the sage's brush, the greatest treasure of our Confucian school. Rumor has it that it was once used by Confucius himself, the last remaining scholar," Sun Tian exclaimed in horror. "You are not worthy to wield such a brush," he cried out hysterically. At the same time, White Shokugui tried to use the brush to draw another portal to teleport Jiang Chen and the dragon vein away again. But despite her efforts, she could not get the portal to form properly, until she exerted her full power to regain control. "What's going on? Could it be that boy has somehow influenced the brush?" "No, that's impossible, he's just a chi condensation cultivator. How could he affect a divine artifact like this? It must just be a coincidence," White Shokugui frowned, quickly reassuring herself. Soon, the portal was drawn once more. But when the dragon vein struck the door, instead of being teleported away as White Shokugui had intended, the door was simply knocked back several meters. Then, the door suddenly swung open on its own, and a voice that Jiang Chen was all too familiar with rang out, causing him to pause in surprise. "Ha ha, I knew you couldn't keep me locked up. I'm out. I'm out." The next moment, a giant bell came flying out from the portal, the supreme imperial artifact, the Heaven and Earth Bell. And the speaker was none other than Jiang Chen's cousin, the #1 young expert of the Chen clan, Chen Wuji. "Ah, the commotion outside seems quite lively, but how could such liveliness be complete without me?" Chen Wuji laughed heartily, wielding the Heaven and Earth Bell, his tattered clothes belying his apparent well-being and even a sense of having advanced further. Well, if it isn't my dear cousin. No wonder I was suddenly released. "Thank you, cousin, I can see you've grown stronger. But, surely not stronger than me. I've completely tamed this supreme imperial artifact. Thanks to it, my cultivation has advanced all the way to the nascent soul realm," the elder cousin boasted to Jiang Chen. Though their relationship was quite cordial, Chen Wuji still harbored some resentment over being defeated by Jiang Chen in just 3 moves, and wanted to regain face. "Of course, my esteemed cousin is unparalleled in the world. I could never compare," Jiang Chen replied sincerely, glad to see his cousin unharmed. After all, he would never forget that in a critical moment, it was Chen Wuji who had stepped forward, wielding the Heaven and Earth Bell to withstand the withered monk disciple's attack, allowing Jiang Chen and the others to escape. Otherwise, while Jiang Chen might have been able to flee on his own, it would have been extremely difficult for Southern Sky's 5 beauties and Ren Wuquan to do so, who might have ended up falling with resentment. "Ha, to hear you admit I'm superior fills me with more joy than regaining my freedom," Xian Wuji gloated. But his laughter was short-lived as his gaze fell upon the rainbow meteor stone in Jiang Chen's hand. "Wait, that stone of yours? It looks like the Liuzhou family's divine artifact, the rainbow meteor stone? Holy crap, how did you get your hands on this treasure?" "This stone and I are bound by fate. It has just accepted me as its master," Jiang Chen replied calmly. You've subdued a divine artifact? Fuck. I had to put in so much effort, my hair was almost all gone, just to tame a single supreme imperial artifact. And you're telling me you've subdued a divine artifact? Xian Wuji exclaimed, utterly dismayed. Just as he had regained his footing, he was immediately knocked down again. But deep down, he was also genuinely happy for his cousin. "Truly, you are remarkable, my cousin. Enough of your chatter. Do you think this is some kind of stage performance? Have you forgotten about me?" the withered monk disciple interrupted impatiently. "You and your cousin can talk later. Now, look at the bell." He slapped the heaven and earth bell forcefully. Clang! The next moment, a deep, solemn sound resonated, shaking the heavens and the earth. However, unlike the heaven and earth bell's previous indiscriminate attacks that left everyone present with ringing heads and bleeding orifices, this time the shockwaves targeted only the withered monk disciple. The concentration of the force had increased several times over, a result of the bell recognizing its true master. "Humph, a mere imperial artifact dares to be so arrogant? Seek your death," the withered monk disciple scoffed, wrapping his head in the yellow robe, and then swinging his crimson emperor's heavenly dragon sword viciously at Xianwuji. The sword struck the heaven and earth bell, causing it to tremble and retreat. "Husband, how did he get out? I was trying to teleport the dragon vein away. How did this happen?" White Shokugui asked, perplexed. "The artifact cannot be at fault. The problem lies with you. As a Confucian treasure, it can only be wielded by one with a true Confucian heart. You have turned to evil, assisting the wicked. How can the sage's brush serve you?" The sole remaining Confucian disciple, Sentian, said fiercely, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Impossible, I used it perfectly fine before." White Shokugui denied. "That's because you had not encountered us three, had not witnessed the blood of my two senior brothers shed for justice. Only then did the sage's brush truly feel the difference. If you still do not believe, then let me demonstrate. I shall show you what the Confucian way is, what it means for a Confucian to right the heavens and the earth." "Brush, come to me," Sun Tian cried, extending his hand. Though his cultivation was low, though he was but an insignificant ant, he possessed a true Confucian heart, wishing to bring peace to the world. And one with a benevolent heart is invincible. In that moment when his senior brother had shed his blood, Sun Tian had intuitively sensed a connection forming between himself and the sage's brush. Now, it had broken free of White Shokui's control, no matter how hard she tried to summon it back, and firmly settled in Sun Tian's hand. The divine artifact had its own spirit. This is impossible. This brush is the prized possession of the White Horse Academy. Only the Academy principal can wield it. You, an insignificant disciple, how dare you? White Shokugui raged, no longer restraining herself as a scholar. She unleashed the full force of her nascent soul cultivation, bringing down a massive palm strike that threatened to crush Sun Tian. Jiang Chen wanted to intervene, but the dragon vein beneath his feet shook its head, indicating Sun Tian was in no danger. True enough, the moment the sage's brush flew into Sun Tian's hand, it began to glow with immense power, as if the treasure had found its rightful master. "Brush in hand," Sun Tian declared, "this stroke is for my senior brother Yin Fei. He once vowed that for the country's life and death, he would not avoid calamity or fortune." Empowered by the brush, his strokes were lightning fast. As the brush touched the paper, the massive palm strike was shattered. Bang! White Shokui's full force attack was easily dispersed by the lowly Qi condensation disciple, leaving her expression dark and gloomy. She never expected this outcome, her own academy's treasure rejecting her. "This stroke is for my senior brother Zhang Wei. He vowed to risk life and limb, leaving his name pure in the world." Sun Tian continued, his strokes unleashing tremendous power towards White Shokugui. "Outrageous insolence! A mere scholar dares to defy his elders and superiors." White Shokugui roared, drawing out another imperial artifact to defend herself. Bang! But in an instant, the artifact was swatted aside, leaving her utterly helpless. "This stroke is for myself. I vow to protect all living beings, to tirelessly come forth from the mountains." Sun Tian coughed up blood, but continued writing with unwavering determination. Even for Jiang Chen, wielding the divine artifacts was an immense strain. For this lowly Qi condensation disciple, each stroke was fueled by his very life, written in his own blood. Yet he did not hesitate, only wanting to inscribe his heart's desires for all the world to see. As the final stroke fell, Sun Tian could no longer hold on, collapsing in a pool of his own blood. White Shokugui, stunned by either Sun Tian's resolve or the power of the sage's brush, stood frozen until the brush's energy finally struck her down, leaving her grievously wounded. 3 strokes, defeating a nascent soul expert. Who says a midge cannot shake a great tree? Who says an ant cannot look down upon the heavens? The Qi condensation disciple Sun Tian had triumphed over the nascent soul, a feat unprecedented in history. It's truly surprising that Jiang Chen, so powerful, could not defeat the nascent soul expert, while the insignificant Qi condensation disciple Sun Tian accomplished the feat. The key difference between the withered monk disciple and White Shokugui lies in the matter of their Tao hearts. The withered monk's Tao heart was unshakably firm, he would not submit even to the Buddha himself, making him exceedingly difficult to deal with. As for White Shokugui, whether it was a remaining conscience or something else, her Tao heart was unstable. Once the sage's brush left her, her Tao heart rapidly crumbled. Ultimately, it was not so much that Sun Tian controlled the divine artifact, but the artifact's own tremendous power that actively sought to teach White Chokwe a lesson in morality. In comparison, Sun Tian was merely an instrument, but one that touched the hearts of not just Jiang Chen and the others, but even the surrounding onlookers. Several Confucian scholars had secretly decided to turn away from the darkness and become good once more. Fortunately, the sage's brush was wise enough to protect Sun Tian's vital points. Jiang Chen quickly went to treat Sun Tian, relieved to find his pulse still steady. Using the profound techniques of the heavenly enigma cultivation, Jiang Chen managed to stabilize Sun Tian, though the injuries were severe and he would likely need days of recuperation to awaken. During this time, the sage's brush remained firmly grasped in Sun Tian's hand, continuously providing him energy. When he finally did regain consciousness, his cultivation would have surely advanced by leaps and bounds, a truly enviable feat. "My beloved, are you all right?" The withered monk disciple hurried to White Chokwe's side, concerned. "I'm fine, but, husband, was this really the right thing to do? Under the sage's brush, I saw so many corpses, so many who died because of us. I'm starting to have doubts." "My dear, you've been misled by these people. As the saying goes, to achieve great success, some bones must be sacrificed. What are a few deaths compared to our grand plan? The Buddha will guide their souls to the pure land," the withered monk disciple raved, unwavering. But White Chokwe tried to argue further, but was cut off. "Enough. No more persuasion. If you still consider me your husband, then stand by my side. Otherwise, you may leave," the withered monk disciple threatened ominously. "Very well, we are husband and wife until the end. Even on the path to the underworld, I shall accompany you," White Chokwe conceded, having no choice but to follow. "That's my good wife. After all, those were just insignificant pests. We have not yet lost," the withered monk disciple declared confidently. "I still have 500 Arhat troops. Enough to kill them all," said the confident Kamuki Shaoshan. "Is that so? Take a good look. How many people do you have left?" retorted Jiang Chen with a cold laugh. Earlier, when Jiang Chen used the seven-colored meteor stone to summon Tathagata, it had already shaken the faith of a group of monks, causing them to regain their senses and quietly flee. Later, the three celestial writings of Zunchen Sanbi further led a group of Confucian scholars to defect and join Jiang Chen. By now, the 500 Arhats had dwindled to less than 300, a loss of nearly half. "Humph, even with just these people, it's enough to kill you all," Kamuki said, his heart sinking as he realized how many had deserted, but still stubbornly persisting. "Oh, is it about having more people? Where is the White Cloud sect?" Jiang Chen smiled and shouted, "The White Cloud sect is here, ready to follow the commands of the war god." From the skies above, over 200 Taoists of the White Cloud sect arrived on cranes, responding in unison. After helping Jiang Chen break the imprisonment formations in various places, they had quickly rushed back to the provincial capital to aid him. "Mere shrimps and crabs, none of them are truly formidable. How dare they compare to my Arhats?" Kamuki Master sneered, glancing at the White Cloud sect members. The leader was only at the late Qi condensation stage, and the rest were just at the golden core realm. The ones in the back were merely at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, near filler. Kamuki was confident that with his own power, he could directly slaughter this so-called White Cloud sect. "Don't be impatient, the real show is just beginning. Where are the provincial powers?" Jiang Chen continued to call out. "The provincial winners are here. The Li family of the province is here. The Shu family of the province is here." The three major provincial powers, who had been imprisoned, burst out, surging forth with overwhelming momentum. Earlier, Jiang Chen had helped the leader of the winners break the seal within his body and taught him a chant to undo the seal. When Jiang Chen and Kamuki were battling outside, it had left the prison defenses vulnerable. The winner's leader then seized the opportunity to help the others break their seals and escape. Now, the three major provincial powers had gathered, their strength not to be underestimated. "How dare you come out? I was kind enough to spare you, and yet you insist on committing suicide." Kamuki was furious. "And the Li family, have you forgotten the oath of allegiance you swore before?" Kamuki raged, his bald head tightening with anger, unable to bristle with fury. "What oath? I don't know about any oath. Kamuki, I advise you to surrender soon, as you have already been abandoned by all. Surrendering now may still lead you a way out, otherwise it's a dead end." The Li family leader feigned ignorance, conveniently forgetting his previous cooperation with Kamuki. After all, those provincial powers were shrewd people. They had actually escaped the prison long ago, but had been observing the situation, unable to decide which side to support. It was only after seeing Zunchen Sanbi defeat by Chou Ye that the crowd understood where the tide of victory was turning. So so they went with the flow and broke out together. This sudden development caused further panic among the now have 500 arhats, with even more of them fleeing on the spot. He, you great families think you've won this gamble again? You don't realize that if it were just relying on my Lu family and the Zen meaning monastery, how could we have stirred up such a grand momentum? And how could it be that even the capital remains unmoved? Let me tell you the truth. I have someone above me, someone you cannot offend. I advise you to continue staying neutral, and you can maintain your prosperity. Otherwise, if you follow this boy, you risk bringing calamity upon your entire clan. Your whole family may not be spared. Seeing the situation turning increasingly unfavorable, the Kumuki Shoshan began to bluff and boast, trying to intimidate them. This tactic did work on these opportunistic provincial powers, making them look at each other with a desire to retreat. Enough with the nonsense. If you have someone above you, then summon them. Even facing death, you still insist on bravado. Kumuki, today you must die. I will use your head to appease the souls who perished because of you. Whoever dares to help you, I will kill them as well. Jiang Chen sneered coldly, glaring at the three great families with murderous intent, forcing them to submit once again. Yes, we three great families will absolutely follow the commands of the war god Wansheng. Hearing this, the three great families had no choice but to declare their loyalty. Alright, you've forced my hand. Kumuki Master was furious, but he steeled his resolve, prepared to go down fighting. He then suddenly pulled out a gourd flask from his robe, opened the cap, and started gulping down the contents greedily. However, what flowed out was not wine, but a golden liquid. Au! The 9 provinces' dragon vein sensed this liquid and cried out in fury. This is the blood of the dragon vein. When the dragon vein was imprisoned, they extracted this dragon vein blood from it. Quick, stop him. If he consumes this much dragon vein blood, he might end up fully clashing with us, even if it means his own death and dragging us all to hell with him. The Winner family leader, with his vast experience, immediately recognized the liquid and shouted in alarm. I have no intention of killing myself in such a foolish way. However, killing you riffraff is not a problem at all. Do you really think you can contend with me? The Kumuki Xiaoshang sneered. After saying this, he swiftly drained the entire flask of dragon vein blood, before the others could even react. Immediately, scales began to emerge all over his body, and his hands transformed into dragon claws, appearing terrifyingly monstrous, like a humanoid lizard creature. My dear, no. Quickly spit it out. The dragon vein blood is irreversible, and it will continuously corrode your flesh and mind, until you become nothing but a mindless dragon puppet. Bai Qiuye panicked, urgently pleading with him. My wife, do not worry. This physical form is but a foul vessel. It matters not what I become. As for my mind, there is no need to be concerned. My Tao heart is as unyielding as iron. Even the Tathagata could not sway my will, let alone this mere dragon blood. It will not corrupt me. Moreover, once the great undertaking is accomplished, this flesh can still be reclaimed. The dragon-scaled Kumuki Xiaoshan laughed boisterously. With that, he suddenly vanished from his spot, his speed so fast that no one could follow his movements. When he reappeared, he was already atop the 9 provinces' dragon vein, his speed having reached an astonishing level, far exceeding everyone's expectations. The power boost from the dragon vein blood was truly explosive. Au! The 9 provinces' dragon vein let out a pained howl, its body twisting and turning, trying to shake off Kumuki, but he clung on tightly, sinking his teeth directly into the dragon vein's wound, sucking the blood like a wild beast. It seemed that with the dragon vein blood, Kumuki had gained a certain dominance over the 9 provinces' dragon vein, causing it to become timid and hesitant, seeking death. At this time, the hot-tempered Qian Wudi stepped forward, hurling the heavenly earth bell straight at Kumuki, intent on smashing him. However, Kumuki merely sneered and casually raised a fist, slamming it against the heavenly earth bell. Boom! The simple collision had visibly dented the heavenly earth bell, leaving a clear imprint of Kumuki's fist. The venerable supreme treasured instrument, which the previous Kumuki Shoshan had been completely helpless against, to the point that he had to find ways to imprison Qian Wudi in the heavenly earth bell, was now so easily damaged by a casual punch. What level of power was this? Peak nascent soul? Or even stronger? The Kumuki master, empowered by the dragon vein blood, had become truly terrifying. The people present could not help but gasp, their scalps tingling in fear. You dare to damage my bell? I'll fight you to the death. Qian Wuti, enraged, prepared to go at Kamuki barehanded. Fortunately, Jiang Chen quickly stopped him, saying, "Brother, don't be rash. Let me handle this." Jiang Chen then activated the seven-colored meteor stone again, unleashing a rainbow-colored beam towards Kamuki. However, in terms of sheer offensive power, the seven-colored meteor stone was not the strongest among the divine artifacts, and with the protection of the black robe and dragon scales, Kamuki was practically invulnerable. He didn't even bother to look at Jiang Chen's attack, simply letting the multicolored light hit him, as if it were just tickling him. "This is too terrifying, too terrifying. War god Wansheng, we should retreat. After all, those who have drunk the dragon vein blood will eventually go mad. Kamuki will surely descend into insanity and die. We don't need to sacrifice our forces for a madman. Let's take a step back. As the saying goes, take a step back and the world becomes vast. Let's temporarily cede the provincial capital to him, and once he goes mad, we can come back." The Li family patriarch began to waver again, truly frightened by Kamuki's current state. "Do you want to watch the 9 provinces' dragon vein be completely destroyed in Kamuki's hands? To let the destiny of the 9 provinces be severed? Or do you want to see the millions of people in the provincial capital be slaughtered by this madman, exchanging so many lives for your so-called vast world?" Jiang Chen spoke coldly, wanting to slap some sense into this despicable opportunistic family head. "It's not just about whether everyone can escape or not. Even if they manage to flee, it would come at the cost of the 9 provinces' dragon vein and the livelihoods of the millions in the provincial capital." What was the purpose of Jiang Chen's arduous journey here if nothing changes, and the situation only worsens? This is not just a casual visit to the provincial capital for him. At this juncture, I command as the 2-star war general of the 9 provinces. Any who retreat will be executed without mercy. Jiang Chen roared, determined not to let anyone shake the morale of his forces. He then took the lead, charging straight towards the Kamuki Shoshang. "Fight with me, kill, advance, save the dragon vein, save the provincial capital, save your own homes." Qian Wuti followed closely behind. "Kill this madman. Otherwise, once he goes berserk, none of us will survive." The White Cloud sect members also joined the shout. The 3 great families, having no other choice, gritted their teeth and joined the fight, feeling like they had boarded a sinking ship. "Stop them. Give me time. I will become the new dragon vein. Then I will be the 9 provinces, and the 9 provinces will be me. Ha ha ha." Kamuki shouted to the remaining 200 or so Golden Core disciples, who were mostly his loyal followers and members of the mysterious force behind him. They immediately engaged in battle with the White Cloud sect and the 3 great families. In the end, only Jiang Chen and Qian Wuti were able to break through the crowd and reach Kamuki. However, Qian Wuti was soon intercepted by Bai Qiuye. Although Bai Qiuye no longer fully agreed with her husband's actions, as his wife, she felt compelled to follow him. Surprisingly, instead of choosing the stronger Jiang Chen, she targeted the slightly weaker Qian Wuti. "Now it's just the 2 of us, a one-on-one showdown." Jiang Chen faced the increasingly inhuman Kamuki without any fear. "Ha ha ha. In your current state, even if there were 10 of you, you wouldn't be my match. But I do want to personally twist your neck. If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded already. It's all your fault. You've ruined my plan." Kamuki's fury was instantly ignited upon seeing Jiang Chen, and he abandoned his attempt to drain the dragon vein, turning his attack towards Jiang Chen. Swoosh! Kamuki Shoshang's speed was extremely fast. Almost in a single second he heavily swiped his dragon claws towards Jiang Chen's head. He could already imagine Jiang Chen's head being smashed like a watermelon, the red and white flowing out, a beautiful sight. However, he ended up striking at empty air. With his current strength and speed, he actually missed, leaving him greatly bewildered. "You were able to dodge that? I see now, it's those accursed eyes of yours. I will gouge out those eyes with my own hands and swallow them." Kamuki realized that it was Jiang Chen's golden pupils that had allowed him to see through the attack. At the same time, Jiang Chen focused intently, drawing his sword. At such close range, the heavenly strategy sword would be even more effective than the 7-colored meteor stone. Heaven and earth killing god slash. Jiang Chen struck with a lethal technique. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Chen felt like he was hacking at an impenetrable iron giant, his arm numb from the backlash, but Kamuki Shoshan remained completely unharmed. Even the previous 8 trigrams dragon binding lock was not as sturdy as this. Even Jiang Chen's strongest combination of the white rainbow penetrating sun and the heaven and earth killing god slash had no effect at all. "Ha, I told you, in your current state, even if there were 10 of you, you would still be no match for me." And that pitiful sword of yours, if you keep striking, it will end up breaking itself. It's simply no match for me. The increasingly dragon-like Komuki taunted arrogantly. I should have consumed the dragon vein blood sooner, it would have saved me all this trouble later on. But no matter, now that I've become this strong, let's just reset everything. I'll send all you insects straight to the Pure Land. Komuki then lunged at Jiang Chen again, his speed even faster than before, and his strength even more overwhelming. Although Jiang Chen's golden pupils could still clearly perceive Komuki's movements, his physical body was starting to struggle to keep up. Several times, Jiang Chen barely managed to dodge, only able to parry with the heavenly strategy sword. The force of Komuki's dragon claws felt like facing the might of the 9 provinces' dragon vein itself, a towering, surging power, like a mountain pressing down or a raging river. If not for Jiang Chen's own formidable physique, aside from the heavenly mystery technique, he would have been reduced to pulp. Even more terrifying was the fact that, just as Komuki had said, Jiang Chen's heavenly strategy sword was in danger of breaking if he kept striking it. Komuki's dragon claws were leaving deep gashes on the sword. This was after the heavenly strategy sword had been nurtured by the ancestral dragon sword sheath and had its battle spirit enhanced. If it had still been in its original inferior state, it would have likely shattered by now. However, this did not mean that Komuki was truly unbeatable. Although his strength had increased tremendously due to the dragon vein blood, there were still ways to overcome him. However, Komuki's mind had indeed been somewhat corrupted by the dragon vein blood, no longer as sharp as before. He was unable to smoothly utilize his various spiritual techniques, relying solely on brute force. He had even discarded his Crimson Emperor's snake-slaying sword, using only his claws to fight. But once the mind becomes dull, even immense strength will have weaknesses. This is why humans, despite being physically inferior to many animals, are able to become the directors of zoos. Ha, look at what I've carved onto your pitiful sword. Komuki boasted, clashing his claws against Jiang Chen's heavenly strategy sword repeatedly. Jiang Chen examined the sword and saw 2 large characters carved into it by Komuki's claws. Trash. You will die for this. Jiang Chen erupted in furious anger, his heavenly mystery technique surging forth once more. Even if it would damage his body, even if his meridians felt like they were being sliced, the pain excruciating, Jiang Chen had to push himself to unleash even greater power. Xing! The heavenly strategy sword rang out, filled with fury. Old friend, I understand your feelings, but this strike would inflict too much damage on you. Jiang Chen gently caressed the sword, sensing its indignation. Xing! The sword rang out again, as if responding to Jiang Chen. I'm not afraid of being reduced to dust and bones, as long as your sword spirit lives on in this world. Good. Then I'll help you, and let this bastard see what it means to be the heavenly strategy divine sword, the pinnacle of swords. Jiang Chen and the sword were in perfect sync, as he unleashed his ultimate technique. Heavenly mystery technique, 5th form, swords and blades manifesting. In the next moment, Komuki felt as if he was surrounded by a chaotic battlefield, with countless phantom figures wielding swords and blades, attacking from all directions. However, Komuki remained unperturbed, letting the blades strike his body, only producing clanging sounds without leaving a single mark. Humph! No matter how a dried-up fish tries to flop, it's still a dried-up fish. And no matter how much an insect struggles, it's still an insect. You pathetic waste think you can kill me? Try again in your next life. Komuki sneered, casually tearing apart the surrounding phantom figures with his dragon claws. No matter how many times Komuki tore apart the phantom figures, more would appear, greatly vexing him. Moreover, the clanging sounds of the attacks on his body, which he initially brushed off, began to irritate him more and more. His dragon claws swung even more violently as he tried to slaughter all the figures before him. Surprisingly, even though Komuki's brute force was impressive, the swords and blades manifesting technique was able to trap him for nearly half an hour, a feat that would normally have taken days or weeks, eventually resulting in the victim's exhaustion and death. However, this half hour was enough. As Komuki began to show signs of fatigue, Jiang Chen, strike! All the sword and blade phantoms converged into a single, powerful slash aimed at Komuki's neck, attempting to decapitate him. Bang! The heavenly strategy sword shattered, but in its final moments, it let out a joyful, ringing cry, for it had succeeded. Drip! A single drop of green blood fell from Komuki's body, not a fatal blow, but it had breached his defenses. The full-force strike had managed to cut through Komuki's black robe and dragon scales at the neck, causing a bleeding wound. Not bad, but your sword is too weak. If it were a true divine artifact, perhaps it could have dealt me some real damage. But now, this is the limit of what it can do. Go to hell with your broken sword. Komuki clamped his hand over the wound, lunging at Jiang Chen with his other claw. Who said I don't have a divine artifact? With my blood as the conduit, come to me, Ancestral Dragon Sword. Brother Jiang Chen. In the past, I wronged you, with the broken engagement and the humiliation. I could never truly be of help to you. Now, it's my turn to assist you. Peiyu, who had been observing the battle, could no longer hold back. She bit her delicate tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her Ying bloodline was exceptionally pure, bordering on a reversion phenomenon, even purer than the previous family heads. This allowed her a deep connection with the Ying family's divine artifact, the ancestral dragon sword, to the point she could summon it through her blood, bypassing the family patriarch. Though this method was extremely taxing on her body, requiring a significant amount of blood, for the man she recognized, she was willing to make the sacrifice. Her vision was not as broad as Jiang Chen's, able to encompass the world. Hers was narrower, focused solely on Jiang Chen. And since Jiang Chen was willing to risk his life, she was too. This was the reason she had insisted on returning to the provincial capital, not for anything else, but to lend him a hand at the crucial moment. No, Peiyu, don't do it. The Ying family patriarch cried out in anguish upon seeing her actions. Father, now is not the time to be so stingy, and I am already his woman, so why can't I lend him this divine sword? Peiyu questioned, not understanding her father's panic. It's not that. The patriarch seemed deeply troubled, but did not explain the real reason. Peiyu, consumed by the urgency to save Jiang Chen, did not hesitate further. She cut open her 10 fingers and began drawing runes with her blood. But the blood from her fingers was not enough, so she resolutely sliced open her own wrists. Finally, after writing the last rune with her face deathly pale and visibly weakened, a dragon's roar resounded through the heavens. A whoa! The next moment, a black ancient dragon burst forth from the Ying family ancestral shrine, soaring into the sky and manifesting its true form, an archaic bronze sword emanating a dark glow. This was the saber of the first emperor of the 9 provinces, Qin Shi Huang, the ancestral dragon sword, the Ying family's divine artifact. With the sword's appearance, even the moribund dragon vein beneath Jiang Chen and Kamuki's feet seemed to stir, responding to the call of its old companion and former glory. After all, it was this sword that had once conquered the 6 realms, unifying the world under one banner, allowing the dragon veins to coalesce into the 9 provinces dragon vein. If divine artifacts had rankings, the ancestral dragon sword would undoubtedly be among the mightiest. Brother Jiang Chen quickly grasped this sword and slay that inhuman monster. Peiyu mustered the last of her strength to shout, "Understood. Thank you, Peiyu." Jiang Chen immediately seized the ancestral dragon sword. He did not forget the heavenly strategy sword either, carefully preserving its broken halves, silently vowing, "Old friend, don't worry. I will reforge you one day, and make you a true divine sword once again, so you may regain your former glory." With that, Jiang Chen refocused his attention on the battle at hand. However, as Jiang Chen gripped the ancestral dragon sword, he felt that it was a lifeless blade, devoid of any spiritual essence or the majestic aura he associated with divine swords. At first, Jiang Chen thought it was because the sword did not recognize him as its master, and thus treated him with disdain. But when the battle commenced, the ancestral dragon sword should have still displayed its unparalleled might, befitting its status as a divine artifact. Yet, when Jiang Chen used it against Kamuki Shoshang, he found its power to be inferior even to his own heavenly strategy sword. It failed to make any meaningful impact on Kamuki, as if it were nothing more than a dead sword, lacking any sword essence or intent. Jiang Chen could not achieve the level of sword-human unity, or even simply attain a resonance with the sword's will. Ha ha ha, this so-called divine sword is nothing but trash. Kamuki Xiaoshan mocked, growing even more arrogant as he relentlessly attacked the retreating Jiang Chen. Though the heavenly mystery technique granted Jiang Chen greater power the more he was injured, it did not make him immortal. There would come a point where even that technique would fail, and Jiang Chen would be left defenseless against Kamuki's onslaught. That moment was rapidly approaching, as Jiang Chen, with only half-step third-layer battle prowess, struggled to contend with Kamuki, whose strength had soared after consuming the dragon vein blood. Covered in wounds, Jiang Chen's purple thunder cloak was torn to shreds, stained crimson with his own blood. How could this be? How could this be? Could it be that the ancestral dragon sword is a fake? Peiyu cried out in shock, turning to her father for answers. The ancestral dragon sword is certainly not a fake. The issue is that it lacks a sword spirit, which is why its battle prowess has plummeted. That's why I didn't want you to summon it, the Ying patriarch sighed. Sword spirit? Where is the sword spirit? Peiyu pressed, but as the words left her mouth, a realization suddenly dawned on her, and her connection to the ancestral dragon sword grew ever stronger. Unless I am the sword spirit. Peiyu stared at the sword, a shocking revelation escaping her lips. To everyone's further astonishment, the Ying patriarch nodded in affirmation. Yes, Yes, you are the reincarnation of the sword spirit. Now I understand why I could summon the ancestral dragon sword, why my bloodline is so exceptional, and why I felt such anguish when the ancestral dragon sword sheath was broken. It's because I am the sword spirit. Peiyu suddenly comprehended everything. Daughter, don't be rash. If you take that step, you will be unable to return to being human, doomed to be eternally trapped within the ancestral dragon sword, the Jiang patriarch pleaded. Even if this battle is lost, I have the power to protect you and help you escape. The situation is not as dire as it seems, so please, do not sacrifice yourself. I've been selfish my whole life, so let me be selfish one more time and keep my precious daughter safe, alright? Peiyu was silent for a moment, then replied with tears in her eyes, I'm sorry, father. I've been an unfilial daughter, but living within the sword, I feel it's not so bad. This way, I can always be by his side. Deep down, I know he doesn't truly love me. I don't even understand why I fell for him when I initially disliked him so much. Perhaps it's because he is truly suited for that sword. And I am meant to be the sword spirit. The man for me must be the king of this world, a peerless hero, a courageous warrior fighting for the nation and the people, the greatest of knights. And he has embodied all of that. So I must do what I was meant to do. Peiyu, the sword spirit, take my rightful place. Peiyu, no, don't do it. Even without this sword, I can still slay Kamuki and remain undefeated. Jiang Chen shouted desperately, trying his hardest to strike at Kamuki. In that moment, he also realized something. When his father had arranged the marriage between Jiang Chen and Peiyu, he had taken the ancestral dragon sword sheath. Jiang Chen had thought it was merely a means to control the Jiang family, but now he understood his father's true intention, for Jiang Chen to use the sheath to protect his future wife. Useless, useless, useless. You think you can remain undefeated? Then die. Kamuki, fully transformed into a dragon, continued raining blows upon the heavily wounded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen endured the attacks, his body covered in blood, but he kept frantically stabbing at the wound on Kamuki's neck, trying to worsen the injury and kill him. However, the ancestral dragon sword was simply not powerful enough, despite Jiang Chen's desperate efforts. Die! Kamuki grabbed Jiang Chen's throat, prepared to crush him like a chicken. Shing! In that moment, Peiyu fully transformed into the sword spirit, merging with the ancestral dragon sword, instantly imbuing it with the true power of a divine artifact. Damn you! With his last ounce of strength, Jiang Chen swung the sword at the critical wound. Whoosh! The head fell to the ground. Kamuki Xiaoshang was dead. Peiyu! Jiang Chen had no energy to check whether Kamuki Xiaoshang was truly dead, his focus entirely on the ancestral dragon sword, desperately calling out to Peiyu with his spiritual sense, trying to bring her back. However, aside from a faint ringing of the sword, there was no response. Peiyu had completely transformed into the sword spirit, giving Jiang Chen no time to react, not even a proper farewell before she vanished. Why her? Why did it have to be her who became the sword spirit? Jiang Chen questioned, turning to the Jiang patriarch. There is no way to restore her to human form. This is perhaps the curse of the Jiang family, the shortest lived of the 5 great sects. Our divine artifact has been damaged, separating the sword spirit from the sword. Each generation, the sword spirit has been reincarnated within our bloodline. And when the Jiang family faces a crisis requiring the ancestral dragon sword, the reincarnated one must make the sacrifice, becoming the sword spirit again, losing their consciousness, never to regain their human form until their life ends and the cycle repeats. Unfortunately, this time it was my daughter's turn. I wanted to stop her, but I couldn't. Her eyes were filled with only you. She was willing to become an unconscious sword spirit to remain by your side forever. However, your father may have a solution, the Jiang patriarch side. My father? Jiang Chen was surprised. Yes, he recognized Peiyu's identity as the sword spirit at a glance, and said he could help her escape the sword spirit's plight, but only after you two were married. Your father is the most powerful cultivator I've ever encountered. If there's any hope, it would be with him, but I don't even know where my father is now. Jiang Chen lamented. Still, the fact that there is hope is enough. I will find your father, no matter where he is, and bring Peiyu back. And I will also seek other solutions. I cannot let Peiyu be trapped in this cold, dark sword for the rest of her life. Jiang Chen was determined, unwilling to give up, especially since he possessed the heavenly mystery technique that could revive the dead and restore the flesh. If breaking through to the 3rd layer still couldn't save Peiyu, he would push on to the 4th layer, and then the 5th if necessary. He would keep breaking through until he found a way. At the same time, Jiang Chen's mind was filled with precious memories of his time with Peiyu. Jiang Chen's memories flooded back, the arrogant and overbearing Peiyu he first encountered, the one he had wanted to beat down. Then after the fake saint heavenly strategist died, she had latched onto him, following him up Purple Cloud Mountain, where he had inadvertently taken her first kiss. Through it all, she had stood by his side, no matter the circumstances, which had deeply moved Jiang Chen. And now, she had even transformed into a sword spirit, all to ensure Jiang Chen's victory. Pei was truly a pure and beautiful woman, if a bit too proud, and her valiant bearing did lend her a unique charm. You were always demanding that I fulfill my promise and marry you, but how could you break it first by becoming a sword spirit? I was waiting for you to take off your armor and don a bridal gown, Jiang Chen said to the ancestral dragon sword, his eyes welling up with tears. He had not shed a single tear even when facing Kamuki Shoshang's fierce attacks, which had almost brought him to the brink of death. But now, the tears fell like pearls, expressing his reluctance to part with Pei. It seemed the one who had never known lovesickness was now consumed by it. At that moment, Bai Qiuye suddenly rushed over, knocking aside Shen Wuji, and used her magic to reattach Kamuki Shoshang's severed head. Due to his death, the dragon vein blood was rapidly draining from Kamuki's body, restoring him to his original youthful appearance, now looking peaceful and calm, no longer exuding an aura of pure evil. Your husband is dead, yet you still want to continue? Jiang Chen asked, thinking Bai Qiuye sought to avenge her spouse. I just want to say a few final words to you. Bai Qiuye shook her head. What is it? Jiang Chen asked, curious. You may think you've won, but don't celebrate too soon. Killing my husband is useless, for this rebellion has already begun and will not stop. There will be more ambitious ones to take his place, and without removing the true culprit, killing Kamuki alone won't solve anything. There will be a second Kamuki, a third Kamuki, we are all just pawns, while the true chess master sits high above in the celestial heavens, watching us fight to the death. Ha ha ha, Bai Qiuye laughed. Who is this chess master? Who is behind all this? Jiang Chen pressed. Bai Qiuye did not answer, but instead grabbed the Crimson Emperor snake-slaying sword nearby and swiftly impaled both herself and Kamuki Shoshang, binding their bodies together, in death as in life. The contemporary dean of White Horse Academy, the nascent soul expert Bai Qiuye, for love, she chose to die along with him. Compared to Kamuki Shoshang, Bai Qiuye seemed to have more conscience, but it was precisely because of her conscience that she was torn within her conflict. On one hand, she could not bear to harm and kill so many people, but on the other, she did not want to go against the words of her husband. In the end, she could only choose to die alongside her husband, in the midst of her hesitation and struggle. It was a way to fulfill the vow they had made to each other on their wedding day, to never part, to never abandon. Kamuki has committed countless evil deeds in his life, but the one thing he got right was marrying such a good wife. That is truly enviable, some of the onlookers remarked, stunned by the scene. Yes, I had thought that once one reached a high level of power, wealth, or cultivation, they would no longer experience true love. After all, with such capabilities, they could have so many more choices, more beautiful women, more handsome men. But it seems I was far too superficial. True love really knows no boundaries of status, the Ying patriarch sighed. I once had a wife like that as well, Jiang Chen murmured, caressing the ancestral dragon sword. He had not forgotten the four beauties he had in the East continent, especially Gu Qingya and Jia Yanran. They were the ones he had walked through life and death with, and he could not easily let go of any of them, not out of fickleness, but because each held a special place in his heart. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound interrupted their reflections. The ground began to tremble violently, and the towering buildings around them started swaying dangerously, as if they were made of cotton, about to collapse. What's happening? The people cried out. It's an earthquake. An earthquake, someone quickly realized. It must be because the dragon vein has been damaged for too long, now affecting the heavens and earth. Quick, put the dragon vein back. Otherwise, all kinds of disasters will befall us. Good. Jiang Chen quickly flew to the 9 provinces dragon vein and gently touched its dragon scales. Go back to where you belong. As long as I'm here, no one will ever dare to bully you again. This prosperous land still needs you to guard it. With Kamuki Shoshang's death, the dragon vein blood had scattered back across the land, and the 9 provinces dragon vein had absorbed much of it, allowing it to recover significantly. Oh whoa! The 9 provinces dragon vein let out a dragon's cry, circling around Jiang Chen with a hint of reluctance. Finally, after Jiang Chen's persuasion, it made the decision to depart. But just as it was leaving, it unexpectedly bit off a scale and gave it to Jiang Chen, a scale that was growing in the opposite direction, a legendary dragon's reverse scale. This was the most precious part of the entire dragon vein, yet the 9 provinces dragon vein generously gifted it to Jiang Chen, to repay his kindness. Even the dragon vein, like the plants and trees, seemed to understand gratitude better than humans, deeply touching Jiang Chen. With a mighty roar, the dragon vein retreated back underground, and as it found its rightful place, the earthquake began to subside. Everything had returned to its proper place. Capture all those traitorous monks and vassals. Jiang Chen roared at the remaining Zen sect remnants and the Zhao clan who had joined the rebellion. He would not let these bloody-handed scoundrels go unpunished. The group immediately kowtowed, begging for mercy, claiming they had no choice but to obey Kamuki. I gave you a chance before. I told you to surrender quickly, that I would only punish the ringleaders. But you didn't listen, and even dared to resist me. Now it's too late for your pleas, Jiang Chen declared. Summon everyone from the provincial capital to gather here. Let those with grievances seek justice, and those with vengeance take it. Yes, sir. The people dispersed to carry out the order, preparing for a public execution of the criminals. Soon, the plaza was teeming with people from the provincial capital, who looked on in disbelief at the scene before them. These arrogant and domineering monks, who had once lorded over them, were now kneeling as prisoners. What is this? Has the heavens finally intervened? Has Buddha come to collect them? Some confused commoners asked. What heavens and Buddha? It's the Saint Heavenly Strategist who has returned. He has defeated these scoundrels and is now ensuring justice, allowing us to seek our revenge, others explained. Hearing that the Saint Heavenly Strategist had returned, the people were emboldened, their previously bent backs now straightening. They rushed towards the monks, furious. Ha, you devils! Now you have your just deserts. And you still dare call yourselves monks? You've committed all manner of sins, rape, plunder, every evil imaginable. Spit on you, you all deserve to go to hell. Damn you! You killed my wife and children, now I'll make you pay for it. I used to go to the temple every day to burn incense and pray, but you bastards not only showed no mercy, you also looted my home and broke my leg. Today, I'll break yours. The provincial people, who had suffered greatly under the oppression of these traitorous monks and vassals, were finally able to vent their pent-up rage. They rushed forward, attacking anyone they could reach. Accompanied by the sounds of crack and agonized screams, several hundred Zen sect remnants and rebellious vassals were beaten to death on the spot, as the people took their vengeance. Damn, the united power of the common folk is truly formidable. Saint Heavenly Strategist, you'd better make them stop before they go berserk and the situation spirals out of control. Yes, Saint Heavenly Strategist, you can't let this group of commoners cause trouble just after we've quelled the rebellion. The noble families watched the bloody scene, shuddering. I think it's good. Since ancient times, seeking vengeance for wrongs and grievances has been the righteous way. Especially since our common people are the kindest in the world, they won't indiscriminately kill innocents or good people. Of course, they also won't spare any villains. If you noble families have clear consciences and have treated them well, you shouldn't be so fearful now, should you? Jiang Chen replied calmly. Saint Heavenly Strategist, what do you mean by that? The people were taken aback, realizing to their dismay that the Saint Heavenly Strategist seemed to be siding with the commoners. Just what was he trying to do? What was his goal? They had just finished one major battle. They couldn't have another wave of unrest right away. My demand is simple. The noble families of the South listen. Fork over 90% of your wealth to aid the poor. I've already established a good system in East Continent, where the people are living peacefully and with ambition. I hope the provincial capital, and even the entire South Province, will follow suit. Driving out the Zen sect and ending the rebellion was not Jiang Chen's ultimate goal. Jiang Chen's ultimate goal was to break the monopoly of the upper class and provide the common people with pathways for upward mobility. He wanted to ensure the rich did not live in decadence while the poor froze to death on the streets. What right do you have? One young master from a noble family protested immediately, unhappy at the demand to hand over so much of their wealth. It was essentially taking their lives, no different from slicing their flesh. By the right of being the Saint Heavenly Strategist, my rules are the rules. You have an issue with that? Jiang Chen replied coldly, an overwhelming aura of deadly intent surging forth, almost solidifying. This was the killing intent Jiang Chen had honed through countless life and death battles. If that young master dared protest further, Jiang Chen's sword would mercilessly pierce through his body. Since he refused to abide by the rules, Jiang Chen would not bother lecturing him on rules. The young master, having never witnessed such a sight, was frightened to the point of wetting his pants. It was his father who quickly stood up to smooth things over. No, my son means that you are completely right. As the saying goes, take from the people and use it for the people. We in the noble family should be serving the commoners well. Does anyone else have an issue? Jiang Chen swept his cold gaze across the others, daring anyone else to be so arrogant. If it were anyone else, the noble families would have risen up to attack. But facing Jiang Chen, especially the Jiang Chen now, they did not dare openly defy him. After all, he had single-handedly destroyed the invincible Master Komuki and the Zen sect. What chance did they have against him? Furthermore, the noble families were not united to begin with. The Ying clan might even be siding with the Saint Heavenly Strategist. No one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out and get killed. However, the amount of wealth Jiang Chen demanded was still enormous. Finally, the Li clan patriarch gritted his teeth and spoke up. Since the Saint Heavenly Strategist has spoken, we must of course comply. After all, if not for you, we'd still be in prison. But 90% does seem a bit too much. We have large families to support, unlike those smaller noble houses in East Continent. That's true, your assets are far more abundant than those smaller noble houses. You have a point, Jiang Chen nodded. The people thought Jiang Chen was about to be more lenient, and eagerly exclaimed, the Saint Heavenly Strategist is most wise. But to their shock, Jiang Chen then said, then hand over 95% instead. With your grand scale, even half should allow you to live in great comfort. What? How could this be? The noble families were dumbfounded. What? It just keeps getting lower and lower, the nobles exclaimed, trying to plead again, but Jiang Chen cut them off. It's decided. If anyone disagrees, you'll end up like those hundreds of corpses. I may not kill you myself, but look at these hard-working commoners, they are seething with rage and hatred towards you. Perhaps you think they are weak and insignificant, that their anger amounts to nothing. But a single spark can start a prairie fire. If you keep this up, there will surely be more Komutis among them, and then no one will be able to save you. It's up to you, pay with your money to buy peace, or pay with your own blood to wash away this hatred, Jiang Chen stated coldly. Alright, the Ying clan agrees to the Saint Heavenly Strategist's arrangement. The Ying patriarch, being closest to Jiang Chen, was the first to yield, the others quickly following suit. The Zhu clan agrees. The Li clan agrees. We all agree. The smaller noble houses had no choice but to nod along. That's better. Don't worry, you'll come to take pride in this decision, Jiang Chen smiled, glad they had the sense to submit gracefully. He then addressed the gathered masses of the South Province. People of the South Province, listen. From now on, all my people of the South Province shall be equal, with no more division between noble and commoner. All my people of the South Province shall have the opportunity to master their own destinies, as long as they have the heart to strive. All my people of the South Province shall have freedom of faith, no longer needing to kowtow to the gods and Buddhas. All my people of the South Province shall rise through the sweat of their own brow, with no more shackles to bind them. Henceforth, you yourselves are the only light. Ah, thank you, Saint Heavenly Strategist. Long live the Saint Heavenly Strategist. Thank you, Saint Heavenly Strategist. Long live the Saint Heavenly Strategist. The people's heartfelt cheers rang out, for they had finally seen the true light. The abbot of the White Cloud sect observed, overturning the dust of the mortal world, bearing the burdens of the world's sorrows, the Saint Heavenly Strategist, true to the name of pacifying the heavens and the earth. As the people's heartfelt cries rang out, Jiang Chen felt a profound power of faith constantly flowing into his body. This influx of power instantly revitalized his fatigued body, restoring much of his strength. It even allowed his long-stagnant cultivation to start breaking through. He was on the verge of entering the third layer of the heavenly profound technique, about to condense a nascent soul. Not too early, not too late, it just had to be right now. Jiang Chen mused, both elated and wistful. If only it had happened sooner. Then Peiyu wouldn't have had to sacrifice herself. But a breakthrough was still a major event. Jiang Chen quickly found a quiet place to cultivate. As the power of faith suffused his dantian, the vast ocean-like spiritual energy within rapidly coalesced. It continued to condense, forming an enormous sphere far larger than the typical ping-pong-sized nascent soul, testament to the insane amount of spiritual power Jiang Chen had accumulated. The condensation continued, making the nascent soul ever more refined and potent. Excess spiritual power was etched into intricate patterns upon its surface. Normally, a nascent soul would be considered the pinnacle at 9 refinements. Jiang Chen's own cousin, the genius Qianwuji, had such a 9-stage nascent soul, unmatched in the vast Qian clan. But Jiang Chen's nascent soul now had 81 such refinements, 9 times 9, a completely unprecedented achievement. An unrivaled nascent soul, without precedent in history. No one knew just how powerful this nascent soul was, but Jiang Chen understood. If Kamuki Shoshan were to appear before him now, Jiang Chen could defeat him in 3 moves without even needing the ancestral dragon sword. But the breakthrough was not over yet. At that moment, the golden reverse scale that the 9 provinces dragon vein had gifted Jiang Chen suddenly shot out on its own, affixing itself to Jiang Chen's forehead. In the next instant, a tremendous power surged through Jiang Chen's body. It caused the just condensed 81-stage nascent soul to rapidly advance, from early stage, to middle stage, to late stage, all the way to great perfection. A single day's worth of cultivation had allowed him to break through 4 realms, reaching the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, an astounding feat. The power of the 9 provinces dragon vein's gift was truly formidable. Even just a bit of the dragon vein's blood had empowered Kamuki to such an extreme. Yet despite the reverse scale, Jiang Chen had not broken through to the earthly immortal realm. His nascent soul was just too powerful, like a voracious beast continuously consuming the energy. Had it been anyone else, they may have directly broken through to the heavenly immortal realm, or even been torn apart by the reverse scale's power. Outside, the watching noble families felt the ever-strengthening aura from the room, their scalps tingling in trepidation. Fuck. Just what is the Saint Heavenly Strategist breaking through to? I feel like he's not just breaking through one realm, but several at once. Even before his breakthrough, the Saint Heavenly Strategist was already so terrifying. What will he be like after? It's a good thing we didn't try to fight the Saint Heavenly Strategist head-on. Otherwise, we'd have been reduced to nothing more than bone fragments, scattered in the fields as fertilizer. The nobles were filled with awe and fear towards Jiang Chen, but little did they know, he still had more tricks up his sleeve, more breakthroughs to accomplish. Jiang Chen now produced a mysterious, sprouting seed. Previously, Jiang Chen had refrained from using this mysterious seed, fearing that the heavenly tribulation it would attract could harm the dragon vein. But now, he had no such concerns. He directly infused spiritual energy into it, and even dripped some of the dragon vein blood that had been scattered but not absorbed. At this, the stubborn seed suddenly erupted in frenzied growth. It sprouted several leaves and even a small flower. The moment the flower bloomed, its fragrance suffused the air, soothing the mind and invigorating the spiritual energy within. Just a single whiff was equivalent to several days of regular cultivation. Simultaneously, dark clouds gathered rapidly overhead, with lightning churning ever more violently, far exceeding any previous heavenly tribulation. The tribulation was approaching. This must be the legendary Mandarava flower. No wonder it invites such divine wrath. Jiang Chen realized. This was the foremost of the 10 celebrated flowers, the sacred blossom of Buddhism. Countless beings had sought it in vain. Legend said that when the heavenly deities began expounding Buddhist teachings, a rain of pristine Mandarava would fall from the sky, bestowing unparalleled good fortune. The Buddhist teaching of one flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi referred to this very Mandarava. A single flower was worth an entire world, a testament to its incredible power. Unable to be used in medicines or elixirs, for that would be an insult, Jiang Chen chose the most direct approach. He simply plucked and swallowed the flower whole. Instantly, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted from within Jiang Chen, akin to a raging storm battering a banana tree. Fortunately, Jiang Chen's body had weathered numerous such spiritual energy upheavals, remaining steadfast. Otherwise, this explosion could have severely damaged his meridians. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. To consume such a famed flower, unwavering fortitude was required. As the spiritual energy continued to surge, Jiang Chen's nascent soul actually began to crack open, not out of impairment, but to be reborn, like the mythical rebirth of the phoenix. The cracks in the nascent soul continued to spread, until finally, a translucent infant emerged from within. This infant bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Chen, a miniature version of himself. For this was Jiang Chen's own earthly immortal embryo. In a single day, Jiang Chen had broken through 5 realms, successfully entering the 4th layer of the heavenly profound technique. From this day on, though the world may be vast, I shall be free to come and go as I please, unbound, Jiang Chen said, feeling the power coursing through him. Just then, the ominous clouds in the sky had gathered, preparing to unleash the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation? Who allowed you to show up? Now scatter, before this Saint Heavenly Strategist. Jiang Chen scoffed towards the heavens. The moment the words left his mouth, his will was instantly manifested. The mighty thunderclouds, as if seeing a cat, swiftly fled, disappearing without a trace. Sunlight returned, the weather serene. The surrounding people were left dumbfounded, until they finally dropped to their knees, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Saint Heavenly Strategist, on achieving the earthly immortal realm. Your spiritual cultivation is unparalleled, unrivaled under the heavens." Enough with the flattery, Jiang Chen waved dismissively. "Just prepare a feast to celebrate. I have some other matters to attend to. I'll join you when I return." "As you command." "But where is the Saint Heavenly Strategist going?" they asked curiously. "To the capital, to seek vengeance and right wrongs." Jiang Chen laughed heartily. With his current strength, even the capital's top families, including his own estranged uncle, Jiang Tianba, would be no match for him. A quick trip, a few tables of wine, and he could slaughter them all. Saying this, Jiang Chen mounted the ancestral dragon sword and flew off towards the capital. Meanwhile, in the capital, a grand wedding was taking place. The young master of the capital's top family, Jiang Bei, was about to marry the city's #1 beauty, Shenlier, a powerful alliance between the two illustrious families. To honor their elevated status, the upper echelons of the 9 provinces had even prepared to infect Jiang Bei as a marquis, without any prior meritorious deeds. It was the envy of many, such was the privilege of being born into the right circumstances. In this age, one's destiny was often sealed from the moment of birth. The capital was completely unaware of the rebellion happening far away in the South Province, or the countless wronged souls that had perished. They were lost in the all-encompassing celebration, indulging in lavish displays of wealth and status. In the grand, opulent wedding hall, the host turned to Jiang Bei, asking, "Sir Jiang, do you take this woman before you to be your wife, to love and cherish her through poverty and riches, in sickness and in health, until death do you part?" "I do." Jiang Bei nodded eagerly. With beauty and power now in his grasp, how could he refuse? He had his wayward cousin to thank for this. "Miss Shen, do you take this man before you to be your husband, to love and cherish him through poverty and riches, in sickness and in health, until death do you part?" "I do," Shenlier replied shyly, unaware of Jiang Bei's duplicity, believing herself the happily fortunate bride. The crowd burst into applause, congratulating the joyous moment. "I do not." But suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting the wedding. The next instant, a resounding crash, the heavy iron doors were kicked open, sending the security guards stationed there flying, and in the doorway stood a somewhat gaunt figure. What stunned the crowd even more was that this gaunt figure was effortlessly carrying a massive iron coffin. It was not made of wood, but forged from metal, looking incredibly heavy. "I, Jiang Chen, have come to attend my cousin Jiang Bei's funeral, and have brought an iron coffin as a gift," Jiang Chen announced, "to permanently entrap your malicious spirits." In feng shui, using an iron coffin to bury the deceased can prevent their souls from escaping, trapping them for eternity. "Jiang Chen, you're still alive and causing trouble? Seize him," Jiang Bei ordered, his brow furrowing slightly, but not overly concerned. After all, Jiang Bei now possessed the strength to dominate the entire 9 provinces. Earthly immortal experts, rare even in a whole province, numbered over a dozen here. What could the insignificant Jiang Chen do? "You mean these people?" Jiang Chen casually gestured to the dozen-plus earthly immortals he had just dispatched with a single punch each, lying sprawled outside. "What? Impossible." Jiang Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Chen's next move left him even more stunned. The iron coffin was flung directly at him, crushing him into a bloody pancake. "You bastard, I'll make you suffer 1,000 tortures, and have you buried with my son." Jiang Tianba, the furious patriarch, roared. "Ah yes, I almost forgot about you," Jiang Chen said, flinging the coffin again with a resounding bang. The head of the capital's premier family met his demise. Against such absolute power, all their scheming and machinations were utterly futile. "Carry on with your wedding," Jiang Chen smiled, departing grandly on the ancestral dragon sword, heading back to the south, true to the image of a young hero relying on his sword in might. By the time Jiang Chen returned, the celebratory feast in the south was just being laid out, the food still steaming, the wine still warm. His speed was remarkable. Without waiting for the welcoming party, Jiang Chen eyed the spread joyfully. "Go fetch my fair-weather friends from the south. With this celebration, we shall have a double joy, a wedding." With a gesture, the ancestral dragon sword's power was strong enough to revive Peiyu, and soon the familiar short-haired beauty appeared once more. This day, Jiang Chen's hall was filled with intoxicated guests celebrating 3,000 beauties.